Chapter 1. Reborn as the king of bayou crocodiles over 6 meters long. Mid-April that at this moment, in a super large crocodile breeding farm, more than 500 bayou crocodiles, each 3 to 4 meters long, were either lurking in the water or basking in the sun on the shore. In the center of the pond, there was a flat, giant rock, on which lay a bayou crocodile measuring over 6 meters long. It was the king of the bayou crocodiles in the breeding farm. Moreover, this crocodile king, while basking in the sun, had indifferent pupils that seemed to possess wisdom, as if contemplating life. Wang Yan had been reborn as a crocodile for almost half a month. He had gradually gotten used to the life of a crocodile. Furthermore, he felt that being a crocodile wasn't too bad when the apocalypse arrived in half a month. His identity as a crocodile would allow him to live longer and take revenge. In his previous life, Wang Yan's life should have been quite happy. His father was very successful in business, but unfortunately, when he was still young, his parents suddenly went missing under mysterious circumstances. When he was young, his uncle Lu Yong and his family seized all the assets left by his parents. Living under someone else's roof, Wang Yan's nightmarish life began. After graduating from middle school, he was forced by Lu Yong to work to support their family's expenses that drained his value. Lu Yong took out a loan of nearly $1 million using his identity card when he just turned 18, only letting him go after he had lost all value, which was why he ended up delivering takeout every day. When the apocalypse arrived, Wang Yan, who lived near Lu Yong's house, planned to see if Lu Yong's family had survived. If they did, he would send them on their way. However, he despairingly discovered that heaven was blind, as his cousin Lu Bang had awakened powerful thunder abilities. In the end, unable to take revenge, Wang Yan fell back into the hands of Lu Yong's family, searching for supplies every day, starving half to death, and at night, he was tightly bound. It was only when Lu Yong's family prepared to flee to the countryside that he learned the cruel truth just before his death after losing his utility. It turned out that his parents had long been killed by them in collusion with the owner of the Zhang family crocodile breeding farm, dying in the bellies of the crocodiles. Then, Lu Bang broke his legs and threw him into a horde of zombies. After death, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn as the king of the bayou crocodiles in the Zhang family breeding farm, which made Wang Yan's hatred soar daily. Since he had been reborn, this time he would make Lu Yong's family suffer worse than death, and he wouldn't spare the owner of the Zhang family breeding farm either. Moreover, this time, as the king of the bayou crocodiles, he was confident he could take revenge, because in the apocalypse, not only did humans turn into zombies, but animals also transformed into zombie beasts, with only a small portion of humans mutating. Among them, after humans successfully resisted the virus, in addition to enhanced physical qualities, only a very few gained abilities, known as ability users. On the other hand, after animals mutated, they became extraordinarily powerful, not only growing in size, but also generally acquiring various incredible abilities, known as mutated beasts. Therefore, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, these mutated beasts were the true rulers, stronger than zombies and zombie beasts, and capable of evolving and growing stronger, with the zombie virus completely losing its effect on them. Many people even said that while the apocalypse was a disaster for humans, it was a great opportunity for these mutated beasts. Because mutated beasts were nearly perfect, they had terrifyingly powerful sizes and strengths, could hunt high-level zombies and zombie beasts to grow stronger, and possessed high intelligence, likely to dominate the earth in the future. My dear uncle, your family's lives are really tough. The apocalypse hasn't taken you pests away, so let me send you on your way. Just as Wang Yan was murmuring to himself, that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! The devour and evolve into God's system, binding successful. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtain information panel. Would you like to view it? Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtain beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Tip: the host can communicate with the system by silently chanting in their heart. Confirming it was the system's voice, Wang Yan instantly became excited. His golden ring had finally arrived. The next moment, Wang Yan silently chanted in his heart. System: view the information panel. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Host: Wang Yan. Species: bayou crocodile. Lifespan: 2,598 years. Realm: None. Size: 6.5 meters long, 1.7 tons, by force 5 tons, speed 5 kilometers per hour. Ability, none. Evolution points, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0 can be obtained by devouring creatures or rare materials. Evolution points can be used to enhance realm strength. Backpack, beginner's gift pack. After reading the information panel, Wang Yan curiously asked, System, these evolution points are used for enhancing strength, right? The next moment, the system's voice responded, Yes. The host can obtain evolution points by devouring prey, rapidly enhancing their realm, and with the enhancement of the realm, size and strength will increase dramatically. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly understood, then joyfully chanted in his heart, System, help me open the beginner's gift pack. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained the ability. Stomach of devouring, anything you can swallow can be digested within a minute. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained the ability. Energy cycle, as long as you have energy in your body, you can resist environmental damage and ignore any harsh environment, such as not needing oxygen, etc. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was completely stunned. He had obtained 2 abilities right off the bat. Both abilities were incredibly powerful. Would his revenge still be far away? As long as he waited for the apocalypse to arrive, with 2 abilities, his confidence in taking revenge grew even stronger. Just as Wang Yan was secretly excited, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Triggered growth selection task. Task 1. Please devour 100 crocodiles from the breeding farm within 1 month. Task reward, 50,000 evolution points. Task 2. Please devour all the crocodiles from the breeding farm within 1 month. Task reward, 50,000 evolution points. Random bronze treasure chest X 1 note. Anything could be opened. After hearing this, Wang Yan laughed. Was there even a choice? The next moment, he silently chanted in his heart, System, I choose task 2. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Wish the host to complete the task soon and receive rewards. With the system's voice fading, he, who had just obtained abilities, felt an urge to try them out. Now, stimulated by the task rewards, his enthusiasm was even higher. Then, he instinctively glanced at the crocodile breeding farm, and his hostility became very strong. Before, he hadn't felt such intense hostility, mainly due to his limited strength. He hadn't dared to act rashly before the apocalypse arrived. But now, with abilities, it was different. Moreover, as long as he devoured all the crocodiles in the breeding farm, his size and strength would absolutely surge again, and he might directly become a gigantic creature. This might also be the reason for his heightened hostility. The saying goes that possessing a lethal weapon brings forth killing intent, which perfectly described his current state. Additionally, killing these crocodiles could also be considered revenge for his parents, as there might be individuals among them who had eaten his parents. Even if not, living in the Zhang family breeding farm was the greatest sin of these crocodiles. Of course, there was another important reason. In the apocalypse, the evolution speed of ability beasts was very fast, while the movement speed of crocodiles was extremely slow. Therefore, with the system, he had to strive to develop, otherwise, he might truly be outpaced by those fast and rapidly evolving mutated beasts in the apocalypse. Right now, eating all the crocodiles in the breeding farm and storing them as evolution points that can be converted into strength at any time is a good choice. Chapter 2. System Task. Eat all the crocodiles in the breeding farm? With this thought, Wang Yan's heart began to stir. At that moment, the gate of the crocodile breeding farm opened, and a wooling small flatbed truck drove in, carrying 2 farm employees and several pieces of prepared pork in the back. In an instant, the crocodiles in the breeding farm seemed to smell blood and quickly gathered towards the gate. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Driven by his desire to feed, he twisted his massive body and entered the water, swiftly heading towards the entrance of the breeding farm, while also wanting to test the ratio of evolution points to biological flesh.as for hunting the crocodiles in the breeding farm. He decided to wait until after dark. After all, these crocodiles couldn't escape. Soon, Wang Yan reached the shore. With his appearance, the once crowded bay crocodiles panicked and scattered, because this bay crocodile, since arriving at the breeding farm 3 years ago, had undoubtedly become the king of the bay crocodiles. Upon reaching under the truck, Wang Yan looked up at the pieces of pork on the truck, waiting for the staff to hurry and push the meat down. With Wang Yan's appearance, the two farm employees' faces became uneasy, and they didn't dare to swing their shovels at Wang Yan's head. If they angered this giant, it would be dangerous for them. Before long, they quickly pushed several pieces of pork down from the truck, then distanced themselves, looking at the giant with fear in their eyes. The next moment, Wang Yan opened his massive mouth and began to tear and chew, confirming that the piece of pork wouldn't get stuck in his throat before he quickly swallowed it. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a 75-kilogram piece of pork, successfully obtained 75 evolution points. 1 kilogram of meat converts to 1 evolution point. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Wang Yan was somewhat surprised. Based on this ratio, obtaining evolution points didn't seem too difficult. At this moment, a young employee exclaimed in shock. My gosh, he just swallowed over 150 pounds of pork? Truly, this was a treasure raised by their boss. The amount of food he could consume was terrifying. If the prey were them, this giant crocodile probably wouldn't even need to chew, right? At this moment, as Wang Yan ate, the other crocodiles watched from a distance, patiently waiting for the Crocodile King to finish and leave. But what broke all the crocodiles' hearts was that the Crocodile King picked up another piece of pork, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed it again. Under the astonished gaze of the two employees, he finished off 6 pieces of pork in no time, and only then did Wang Yan stand up, feeling unsatisfied, and crawled back towards the pond. Wow, that's almost 1,000 pounds of meat, right? The young employee said in disbelief. Hearing this, the middle-aged employee smiled wryly. You just got here and don't know this guy has eaten up to a ton of meat in one sitting. Only the rich can afford to raise such a giant. Ordinary people can't. Don't look at how cheap the pork is. Even if it drops to $1 or $2 a pound, the meat he just ate cost nearly $2,000, and he probably only ate half full. After hearing this, the young employee nodded in shock. Then, the middle-aged employee continued with a smile. This guy is very rare among bay crocodiles. His big mouth is wider than his body. Someone once spent $1 million to buy him, but our boss said he wouldn't sell for less than $5 million. While the two were chatting, the small flatbed truck quickly left the breeding farm and returned a few minutes later, bringing another load of food to feed the crocodiles. Additionally, the gates of 2 other breeding farms opened, with several small flatbed trucks also bringing supplies to feed the crocodiles, and the food varied greatly. While the farm employees fed the crocodiles, Wang Yan lay on a giant rock in the center of the pond, soaking up the sun, not in a hurry to start the massacre. After all the crocodiles in the breeding farm would be his prey by nightfall. Moreover, a 3 to 4 meter long bay crocodile weighs about 400 to 800 kilograms. But how many crocodiles are currently in the breeding farm? There are a total of 503 to 4 meter long bay crocodiles here. Assuming the average weight of a bay crocodile is 600 kilograms, that would give him 600 evolution points. For 500 crocodiles, that would be 300,000 evolution points. Such a vast amount of evolution points would allow him to enhance his strength crazily. Even after eating all the bay crocodiles and accumulating the evolution points, he estimated he could evolve into a supergiant. At that time, combined with the supernatural abilities he possessed, killing Liu Yong's family and the owner of the crocodile breeding farm would be even easier. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt very pleased. He even began to look forward to the apocalypse arriving soon. Soon, several hours rushed by. After dark, in a villa not far from the crocodile breeding farm, Zhang Biao leaned on the sofa with a serious expression, feeling perplexed. Why are food prices rising? Why did Dongwu refuse to export grain? This is too abnormal. Rice prices are rising, vegetable prices are rising, and meat prices are rising too. In such an environment of employment difficulties and economic depression, skyrocketing prices are not good for any country. In addition, there have been more and more reports of animal attacks from around the world recently, right? After thinking for a moment, he decided to stockpile some supplies first in case another mass market surge came. He could profit without losing. At this time, as the night grew deep, the slaughter at the crocodile breeding farm was quietly underway. Due to his ability to digest prey within a minute of swallowing, Wang Yan's speed in killing bay crocodiles was extremely fast. Perhaps due to his frenzied slaughter, many crocodiles were scared and ran ashore to hide. But unfortunately, by the later part of the night, Wang Yan came ashore again to kill. With the advantages of his supernatural abilities and size, killing these bay crocodiles was easier than killing chickens. But by dawn, Wang Yan found that he had only killed 100 crocodiles, which forced him to continue hunting. However, due to the break of dawn, any movement in the breeding farm alerted the employees guarding the crocodile breeding farm. When Old Wu rushed over after hearing the noise, the scene at the breeding farm left him dumbfounded. The Bay Crocodile King seemed to have gone mad, slaughtering the crocodiles in the breeding farm and then brutally eating them. 1, 2, 3. After Wang Yan ate another 10 crocodiles, Old Wu finally reacted, his face horrified as he exclaimed, How is this possible? How could it eat 10 crocodiles? This is unscientific. Why isn't its belly swollen? Could it be that this crocodile king has mutated? Old Wu, dumbfounded, couldn't understand why the Bay Crocodile King, having eaten so many crocodiles, showed no signs of being stuffed. In panic, he hurriedly called the big boss, Zhang Biao. Boss, not good. The Bay Crocodile King has turned into a monster. It has already eaten 10 Bay crocodiles. You say the tyrant has eaten 10 Bay crocodiles? Do you know how heavy 10 Bay crocodiles are? At least 5 or 6 tons. Old Wu, are you confused from sleep? Old Wu, in despair, replied, Boss, it's true. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself. Chapter 3. Complete the task with Zhang Biao. Obtain a new ability. Iron Body. Not long after hanging up the phone, Zhang Biao arrived at the alligator farm. Seeing Old Wu's terrified and dazed expression, Zhang Biao quickly turned to look as well. He then saw the once docile bully Tian viciously devouring a saltwater crocodile. Blood was everywhere in the farm, and the bloodstains on the ground were still not dry. For a moment, Zhang Biao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Connecting this with the recent frequent news about animal attacks, he vaguely felt that these events must be related. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Biao mustered his courage and shouted, Bully Tian. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan, who was in the middle of the slaughter, looked up at Zhang Biao. Having inherited the memories of the saltwater crocodile, he naturally recognized Zhang Biao. He knew that the other party was the owner of the Zhang family alligator farm, although they had never met before. They had a deep-seated enmity. In an instant, Wang Yan's gaze towards Zhang Biao turned ferocious. If possible, he would love to rush over and kill him right now. Of course, Wang Yan also knew that the other party would definitely not approach him easily. So, if he wanted to kill Zhang Biao, he would need an opportunity. At this thought, Wang Yan's eyes gradually became clearer, and he merely looked coldly at Zhang Biao. Meanwhile, standing outside the alligator farm, Zhang Biao felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, especially when Bully Tian's crimson gaze turned towards him. He even felt a shiver run down his spine, and goosebumps covered his entire body. Fortunately, at that moment, Bully Tian finally retracted his fierce gaze. This made Zhang Biao breathe a sigh of relief, instinctively thinking it was an illusion. How could the gaze of a crocodile carry such strong, murderous intent? At the same time, Wang Yan suddenly thought of a horrifying thing. Since he had been reborn as a saltwater crocodile, did the Wang Yan human still exist? Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mandatory task. Task details. Please eat your human self, Wang Yan. Task time. Before human Wang Yan dies. Task reward. Ability. Telepathy. Note. When the host uses this ability, they can communicate normally with any intelligent being. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel excited. Although this ability wasn't a combat-type ability, it was very significant for him. Don't look at him now as a crocodile. He couldn't even communicate normally with other crocodiles because they mainly used clumsy body movements for communication. If he couldn't talk and communicate, no matter how powerful he would feel lonely. What was the point of numbly killing and evolving every day? Moreover, if he couldn't speak, how could he feel satisfied while torturing Zhang Biao when he finally took revenge on Liu Yang's family? With this in mind, Wang Yan began to think about how to kill Wang Yan. This task of killing himself felt very awkward, but he was curious about what state he was in now. If it was a normal state, it would be quite difficult to kill Wang Yan. Didn't he know himself well? With his current speed, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the young and strong Wang Yan at all. Before his rebirth, he had even received the honor of being the top delivery person, and his overall physical quality was much stronger than that of ordinary people. At this moment, Wang Yan immediately realized that if he wanted to complete the task, Relying on himself was probably not feasible. He had to seek help from others. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to Zhang Biao, planning to use this guy first before killing him. With that thought, Wang Yan awkwardly made a waving gesture, which stunned both Zhang Biao and Old Wu. Zhang Biao stared wide-eyed at Wang Yan, astonished. Bully Tian, can you understand what I'm saying? Wang Yan slightly nodded and awkwardly waved his claw at Zhang Biao. After seeing this, Zhang Biao felt a chill run down his spine. Old Wu was so scared that he trembled all over, stuttering Boss, Bully Tian won't turn into a monster, will it? Shut up. Zhang Biao shuddered all over and coldly interrupted. Damn it. Did you need to remind me of that? I'm not blind. For a moment, suppressing his fear, Zhang Biao trembled and asked Bully Tian, You won't eat me, right? Wang Yan felt a bit speechless after hearing this. Although he really wanted to eat Zhang Biao, it was definitely not now. He shook his massive crocodile head. And after their communication, Zhang Biao fearfully approached the wall of the farm where Wang Yan was located, but he was unwilling to get any closer. Because in truth, Zhang Biao was really afraid that Wang Yan would eat him. Don't look at him being bold, and what's a big bully? He only bullied ordinary people. Facing Zhang Biao's caution, Wang Yan felt very speechless but could also understand the other's fear because he really wanted to eat him. The next moment, he extended his claw and, using the still wet blood on the ground, painstakingly wrote a string of words on a clean patch of ground. Wang Yan lives in XX district, originally from a wealthy province, and works as a delivery person. Bring him to me. After seeing this, Zhang Biao suddenly understood and directly nodded in agreement. Such a small request was very easy for him. Before leaving, Zhang Biao couldn't help but ask, Is something big going to happen in the future? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan simply wrote another string of words on the ground with his claw, stained with blood. In the future, a doomsday outbreak will occur, but I will protect you. Quickly help me find Wang Yan. After finding Wang Yan, I will tell you the specific information about the coming apocalypse. After reading this string of bloody words, Zhang Biao felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and a chill running down his back. However, facing the information revealed by the transformed monster Bully Tian, he didn't dare to doubt it. With this in mind, Zhang Biao nodded and promised, Okay, I will definitely help you find Wang Yan. Afterward, Zhang Biao left with Old Wu, feeling heavy-hearted. Watching Zhang Biao's departing figure, Wang Yan couldn't help but smirk coldly. You lucky dog. I'll let you live a few more days. The next moment, Wang Yan continued to focus on slaughtering the alligators in the farm. A few days later, the large alligator farm had no saltwater crocodiles left. Compared to a few days ago, the farm had undergone a tremendous transformation. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and even the pond water had turned a light red. Unexpectedly, it took so long to eat over 500 alligators. At this moment, Wang Yan, lazily lying on a giant rock, couldn't help but sigh. Although it had been very hard to eat the alligators these days, his gains were also substantial. He had amassed over 310,000 evolution points, enough for him to evolve several times at once. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the task. Successfully obtained a random bronze treasure chest. Ding. Does the host want to open the bronze treasure chest to receive rewards? Hearing this, Wang Yan was momentarily stunned, then eagerly said, Open it. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice followed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the random bronze treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a platinum membership card for the Emperor's Luxury Bathhouse. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a small apartment within the second ring of the Imperial Capital. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained the ability Iron Body. As long as you wish, you can fully turn your body into a steel state, and when sensing danger, your body will automatically enter a steel body defense state. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Yan was left dumbfounded. He never expected that this one bronze treasure chest would yield 3 items. Although the first 2 items were useless to him, the ability was useful. This was the Iron Body, turning his whole body into steel, an extremely powerful ability. With this supernatural ability, his revenge is basically secured. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt very pleased. At the same time, he also understood the importance of the treasure chest. The system really wasn't exaggerating. It could potentially open anything. In a good mood, Wang Yan was about to dive into the water to start raising his level. At that moment, the sound of a car outside the breeding farm made him stop his actions. The next moment, the gate of the breeding farm opened, and a Land Rover drove in. Zhang Biao got out of the car, accompanied by a familiar young man. However, as soon as they got out of the car, both of them nearly vomited due to the strong smell of blood from the breeding farm. At this moment, the already mentally unstable young man, Wang Yan, became agitated upon seeing the giant crocodile in the pond. Crocodile? My crocodile. Chapter 4. Regaining Abilities. Telepathy. Switching crocodile species template. After saying that, the young man ran towards the giant crocodile in the pond. Zhang Biao, on the other hand, was completely confused and didn't understand what it meant. At this moment, seeing his former self rushing towards him, Wang Yan also became excited. He quickly twisted his body to welcome the young man, and as soon as the young man got close, he opened his huge mouth and swallowed him whole. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured Wang Yan. Merged into one. Task completed. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully acquired the ability. Telepathy. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. This task was completed too easily. What made him even happier was that he had gained 2 abilities in one day, which made him grin from ear to ear, especially thinking about eating Zhang Biao later, which could be considered the beginning of his revenge, making his mood even better. At this moment, Zhang Biao, with a face full of shock, said, "You ate him?" However, as he said this, Zhang Biao clearly relaxed a bit, because when he investigated this Wang Yan that the bully Tian had asked him to find, he was shocked to discover that Wang Yan was actually the son of the Wang couple who had been killed. At that time, he was so scared that he thought it was the vengeful spirits of the Wang couple possessing the Bay Crocodile King, which had caused him to eat and sleep poorly these past few days. Therefore, he had been on edge this whole time. Now, seeing the bully Tian eat Wang Yan, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This outrageous speculation was debunked. If the bully Tian was truly possessed by the Wang couple, how could they possibly eat their own son? At this moment, Wang Yan also noticed that after he devoured himself, Zhang Biao's expression clearly relaxed, indicating that he had some guesses, and now he appeared to be on guard less. Realizing this, Wang Yan knew it was a good opportunity to kill him. The next moment, Wang Yan pretended to casually swim to the edge of the pond. Zhang Biao immediately instinctively retreated a distance, his eyes still wary. At this time, Wang Yan spoke in human language. "You don't need to be afraid. Now the souls of their family have been devoured by me. Plus I've eaten all the crocodiles in the farm, which has greatly increased my strength. In the apocalypse, I'll protect you, ensuring you can sleep peacefully." Next, I want to explain to you about the upcoming apocalypse and a series of detailed information, so you can prepare early before it arrives. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao's eyes lit up. This was exactly the information he had been waiting for. Otherwise, just the thought of all the crocodiles in the farm being eaten by Wang Yan made him wish he could rip Wang Yan apart. Over 500 crocodiles, 3 to 4 meters long. The amount of money he had lost was simply unimaginable. However, compared to the news about the apocalypse, losing some money was nothing. Once the apocalypse arrived and order collapsed, money would be worthless. If he could have a monster protecting him, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, Zhang Biao repeatedly nodded eagerly. "Please, my lord, go on." Wang Yan opened his huge mouth and began to explain. After the outbreak of the future apocalypse, there will be zombies, mutated beasts, zombie beasts, and superhumans. Among them, to become a mutated beast or superhuman, one must withstand the outbreak of the apocalypse virus. Additionally, there is a key step to becoming a superhuman or mutant. Just as Wang Yan was saying this, he suddenly stopped, raised his head to look around, and when he saw that no one was nearby, he prepared to take action. Seeing this scene, Zhang Biao thought that the other party was worried about eavesdroppers and instinctively turned to look around. After all, such important information could not be overheard by others. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Wang Yan suddenly charged at him. The speed of the outbreak was astonishing. By the time Zhang Biao turned back around, he saw that Wang Yan was already within arm's reach, and his eyes were filled with terror and shock. The next moment, Wang Yan opened his huge mouth and bit down on Zhang Biao's legs. With a crunch, he easily bit off Zhang Biao's legs. No, no, please, don't eat me, Zhang Biao screamed in terror. His legs are gushing blood, and blood sprayed everywhere. The next moment, Wang Yan released him, completely unconcerned about him escaping. With his legs bitten off, there was no way he could run away. Looking at the agonized Zhang Biao, Wang Yan suddenly said ominously, "How is it? Are you satisfied with my gratitude?" Zhang Biao, with tears streaming down his face, cried out in fear, "Why are you doing this to me? I helped you find the person. You said you would protect me when the apocalypse came." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan laughed, "Killing him while breaking his spirit, because I am Wang Yan. You caused my parents to be eaten by crocodiles, and now you're being eaten by crocodiles too. Isn't this just a cycle of cause and effect? Oh, by the way, if it weren't for me, even in your past life, you seem to be a very powerful superhuman in the apocalypse, but unfortunately, you won't live to see that day." After saying this, under Zhang Biao's terrified and desperate gaze, Wang Yan opened his huge mouth and swallowed him whole. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured the biped Zhang Biao. Gained 75 evolution points." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan, who considered it a revenge for his parents, felt very good. He twisted his massive body and returned to the pond. He was now ready to dive underwater and start using the evolution points to enhance his realm and strength. It is worth mentioning that the new ability, telepathy, he just used was indeed very useful, allowing him to speak easily without worrying about communication issues in the future. Moreover, thinking about how his realm would rise after the enhancement, he was filled with anticipation. Just how much would his size and strength increase this time? 10 meters? 20 meters? Or 30 meters? With this thought, Wang Yan silently said in his heart, "System, use the evolution points to start evolving." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Successfully deducted 10,000 evolution points. Beginning to break through the realm and evolve. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. The current stage requires 1 hour for each evolution breakthrough." The next moment, Wang Yan completely lost consciousness during the evolution. 1 hour later, when Wang Yan awoke, he was surprised to find that his body, which was originally over 6 meters long, had now skyrocketed to 8. 6 meters. What does it mean to have an 6-meter long bay crocodile? He was probably the largest crocodile in the world. In addition, the thickness of his body armor had greatly increased, and there was a mysterious energy continuously circulating within his body. This power, this defense, even without using abilities, it would be difficult for an ordinary pistol or even a small caliber rifle to kill him with a single shot unless it hit a vital spot. Thinking of this, Wang Yan laughed heartily. However, 6 meters was still not big enough. Then he silently thought, "System, continue to evolve me." The next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding!" Friendly reminder to the host. Since the host belongs to the bay crocodile species, the maximum limit for growth is 9 meters. But the host's body has a maximum potential of 6 meters. Would you like to use evolution points to pay for a stronger crocodile species template? Goodness, only 6 meters, and the potential of this body is already exhausted? Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, what stronger crocodile species can I pay to switch to?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Please choose one of the following crocodile templates to replace. 1. Mutated Emperor Crocodile. Adult length generally ranges from 12 meters to 18 meters. Price 50,000 evolution points. Evaluation, relatively flexible. 2. Mutated Tyrannosaurus Crocodile. Adult length generally ranges from 15 to 30 meters. Price 100,000 evolution points. Evaluation, once hunted dinosaurs for a living, impressive track record verified, balanced overall strength. 3. Mutated Pliosaurus Crocodile. Adult length generally ranges from 15 to 30 meters. Price 110,000 evolution points. Evaluation, although its track record is not as impressive, It is the largest known crocodile on Earth, with a slightly clumsy and bulky body, and is the heaviest crocodile of the same length. After reviewing the 3 selectable targets, Wang Yan hesitated a bit. The emperor crocodile was not worth considering, being the weakest among the 3, so he could rule it out immediately. He was contemplating whether to choose the Tyrannosaurus crocodile or the Pliosaurus crocodile. Chapter 5. Before the Apocalypse, become an 18-meter-long Deinosuchus. The price difference between the two is minimal, which naturally proves that their combat power is quite close. However, if both sides were to fight to the death at the same size, the Deinosuchus would inevitably win, as much as he didn't want to admit it. In situations where the two were not significantly different in various aspects, weight would be the key to determining the outcome. With this in mind, Wang Yan made a decision. Since crocodiles are not very agile, he might as well choose the heaviest crocodile species. The next moment, he said without hesitation, "System, I choose to purchase the Deinosuchus." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Successfully deducted 110,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained the template for the mutated Deinosuchus species. Would you like to replace your current crocodile species? Hearing this, Wang Yan immediately responded, "Replace." Soon after, he felt a wave of intense drowsiness wash over him. At the same time, just before he lost consciousness completely, he faintly heard the system's voice. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. The first replacement of the crocodile species template will take 5 days. 5 days later, when Wang Yan woke up again, he had transformed into a massive creature. The difference between the American crocodile and the Deinosuchus of the same length was too great. It was like the difference between a fat person and a thin person. Most importantly, the Deinosuchus had a much wider mouth, measuring about 86 centimeters, easily overpowering the American crocodile. Moreover, the back of the Deinosuchus was a deep black-gray color, while its belly was a pale grayish-white, with even thicker scales. After assessing his transformation, Wang Yan was delighted. Awesome. The Deinosuchus truly deserves to be the king of crocodiles, completely crushing all crocodile species of the same size. After a moment of reflection, Wang Yan silently thought, "System, continue to evolve. Evolve me until I run out of evolution points." The next moment, the system's voice immediately rang out again. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. If the host evolves to the limit all at once, there's a risk of exposure due to the large body size. Although the pond you are in is 4 meters deep, being too large still carries a risk of exposure. Hearing this, Wang Yan was unconcerned. System, continue helping me evolve. The next moment, the system's voice followed. Ding! Successfully deducted 20,000 evolution points. Evolution process started. When Wang Yan awakened from evolution again, his size had reached a terrifying level, an exaggerated 18 meters long. At that moment, he could feel the power to tear everything apart. Of course, he had no idea how strong he truly was. He needed to check the information panel to get the most intuitive understanding. With this thought, Wang Yan excitedly silently said, "System, display the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared. Host, Wang Yan. Species, mutated Deinosuchus. Lifespan, 25 years, 300 years. Realm, peak of minor demon realm. Size, length 18 meters, weight 30 tons, bite force 50 tons, speed 15 kilometers per hour. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mind communication. Evolution points, 50,000, 150,000. Backpack none. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. An 18-meter length provided him with a strong sense of security. The next moment, he twisted his massive body and easily floated to the surface of the water. The square-shaped pond was over 4 meters deep, with an area of 50 meters by 50 meters, while the breeding farm was over 100 meters long and wide, covering a total area of 10,000 square meters. So the pond was more than enough to accommodate him, this super giant crocodile. Subsequently, for the next few days, Wang Yan lay hidden at the bottom of the pond, staying concealed. Notably, After Zhang Biao's death, the news seemed not to have spread, and there were no officers from the patrol bureau visiting the breeding farm for investigation. Therefore, these days were quite peaceful for Wang Yan. Additionally, the only remaining employee at the breeding farm was Old Wu. Perhaps due to hearing news about the apocalypse and not knowing that Zhang Biao had died at his hands, Old Wu and his family, who lived nearby, decided to stay. In the past few days, Old Wu often came up to curry favor with him, likely hoping to get some care from him during the apocalypse and to gather some information about it. However, Wang Yan didn't hide anything and told him everything. With 5 days left until the apocalypse, the sky began to rain continuously, alternating between light and heavy rain. At this time, Wang Yan, lurking at the bottom of the water, also heard the system's voice, ding, detecting that the host is continuously absorbing special energy. The host's physical potential is undergoing a positive change. Hearing this, Wang Yan was first taken aback, then immediately realized. No wonder those animals in his previous life experienced a surge in strength after mutation. It seems that the rainwater, which contained special energy, fell on the animals and was absorbed by them. With this thought, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and surfaced, continuously receiving the baptism of the falling raindrops. This went on for 5 full days. Wang Yan absorbed a vast amount of energy from the rainwater. Under the influence of this power, his strength and defense were significantly enhanced, even breaking the upper limit of his body potential, increasing from an original potential length of 30 meters to a potential of 39 meters. Unfortunately, he did not receive any gifts from heaven, nor did he awaken any new abilities. Although he felt disappointed, he didn't care. The abilities he currently had were sufficient. Moreover, today was May 1st. Wang Yan's desire for revenge began to stir. When the rain stopped at noon today, it would be the moment the apocalypse descended. At this moment, Wang Yan, floating on the surface of the pond, looked at the clock that Old Wu had just bought and installed on the farm wall 2 days ago, which read 11:48. There were only 12 minutes left until the apocalypse. It was time to send Lu Yong's family to hell. With this thought, Wang Yan prepared to set off. At this moment, the system's voice rang out, ding, detecting strong killing intent from the host, successfully triggering the revenge mission. Mission details. Please personally kill Lu Yong's family. Mission reward. Random silver treasure chest X1. 150,000 evolution points. Hearing this, Wang Yan smiled, not expecting to receive a reward for revenge, which made him even more eager. The next moment, as the clock on the wall reached 11:50, Wang Yan could no longer contain himself. He twisted his massive body and charged towards the breeding farm's gate. Bang! With a loud crash, the iron gate of the breeding farm was easily smashed open by Wang Yan's enormous body. After leaving the breeding farm, Wang Yan crawled along the nearby road. The two-way cement road felt a bit small for this giant creature. Moreover, there were many vehicles on the road, and when the people inside saw this massive creature, they were all dumbfounded. In an instant, countless exclamations erupted. What the heck? Am I really not seeing things? This is a crocodile? My God, this is a crocodile? This is a monster. Run. I must be dreaming. How can there be such a huge crocodile? This is ridiculous. Such a large crocodile. Could it be that spiritual energy has revived? Damn, I've been saying that many animals attacking people recently is abnormal. Could the apocalypse really be coming? In an instant, many people in the vehicles on the road turned around and fled, and some, unable to turn their vehicles around, directly abandoned their cars and ran away with their families. In response, Wang Yan was completely unconcerned, charging down the road, easily crashing through the cars blocking his path with his massive body. No matter how many tons the small cars and trucks weighed, it was nothing compared to Wang Yan. Meanwhile, more and more people in the distance abandoned their vehicles and fled, but instead of leaving, they hid far away, watching, or took out their phones to record videos. After 20 minutes, looking at the long line of cars stuck in traffic, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had been out for almost half an hour. Why hadn't the rain stopped? Was the apocalypse not coming? Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask in his heart, System, what's going on? Isn't it past 12? Why hasn't the apocalypse come yet? The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding, Friendly reminder to the host. Certain reasons have been detected that may delay the apocalypse by 5 to 10 days. Please leave the city as soon as possible and enter a more expansive body of water. Otherwise, you may face heavy firepower attacks. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan was completely stunned. Big brother, I've already run out to the highway, and you're telling me the apocalypse has been delayed? Chapter 6, Fire Coverage. Dive into the river. The apocalypse has been postponed for 5 days. For a moment, Wang Yan was exceptionally confused. What on earth is going on? Why has the apocalypse been delayed? Wang Yan felt very puzzled. However, the current situation did not give him any time to think, as many vehicles had already gathered on the road. At this time, Wang Yan also saw several vehicles from the Security Bureau appearing, with about a dozen personnel standing at a distance, all looking dumbfounded. Is that a crocodile? How can it be so big? This is outrageous. How did such a large crocodile appear? And on the highway? Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? This is bigger than the prehistoric crocodile from the dinosaur era. What do I do now? At this moment, the security personnel were exchanging glances, not knowing how to handle the situation. Which security bureau can deal with such an outrageous matter? Even the FBI from the United States couldn't handle it. They hadn't just never seen it. They hadn't even heard of such a giant crocodile in reality. An 18-meter-long giant crocodile. Its length is simply larger than that of a heavy-duty truck. Apart from in sci-fi movies, they had never heard or seen anything like this. At this moment, a middle-aged security bureau captain said, "The higher-ups have just issued an order for us not to act rashly. They are currently mobilizing the military personnel to prepare to take lethal action." Meanwhile, thanks to system enhancements and the energy rain, Wang Yan's hearing had become incredibly sharp, and he naturally heard the conversation of these individuals. When he heard that the Security Bureau personnel were coming to take him down with lethal force, Wang Yan's heart sank. He hesitated for a moment before abandoning the idea of seeking revenge on Liu Yang's family. It wasn't the right time. His own safety was more important than revenge. With this thought, Wang Yan immediately changed direction and began to run wildly. Due to his larger size, Wang Yan's speed was still quite impressive. He ran straight towards the path he had previously observed, which was closest to the Yong River. As long as he reached the Yong River, he would be temporarily safe. Although the Yong River was not very deep and it would be somewhat difficult for him to hide, it was still a river, and its basin was vast. So there must be deep water areas. Once he successfully entered the deep water, it wouldn't be easy for the Empire to capture or eliminate him. For a moment, Wang Yan began to crash through everything, flipping over cars along the way. Even if there were large trucks blocking the road, it was no challenge for him to push them aside. Meanwhile, as Wang Yan ran, the Security Bureau members were left utterly dumbfounded. They could only quickly borrow electric scooters and motorcycles from the road to follow him. With the appearance of this massive creature, the traffic on the highway had turned chaotic, with rear-end collisions, crashes, and countless other situations occurring. At the same time, in the sky, several helicopters had appeared. As the helicopters circled above, loudspeakers blared. "A suspected prehistoric giant crocodile has appeared. Please evacuate immediately." In fact, the helicopter didn't even need to remind them. The personnel from the military had already informed many civilians along the road, who were scared and hid far away. Soon, after more than an hour, the helicopters circling overhead still had not initiated fire coverage against Wang Yan. Perhaps they were worried about provoking him and causing mass casualties, which was why they had been enduring without taking action, because Nanjing City's Yong River was too close to the urban area. When Wang Yan reached the riverbank of the Yong River, he immediately plunged into the flowing waters. At this moment, Wang Yan felt a sense of relief. The armed helicopters circling above had no power over him, as they had not received the order to fire. However, to Wang Yan's surprise and delight, he found that this section of the Yong River was deeper than he had imagined, with an average depth of 10 meters, and in some places, it reached around 30 meters. Such deep waters gave Wang Yan a sense of security. Otherwise, if he were to be bombarded by heavy firepower, he genuinely worried for his life. Meanwhile, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and resurfaced to observe the situation. But to Wang Yan's shock, just as he surfaced, countless bullets instantly swept toward him. This sudden attack startled Wang Yan, but fortunately his ability, Steel Body, sensed the danger and automatically turned his entire body into steel. Bang! 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 At that moment, a hail of bullets rained down on Wang Yan, sparking countless flashes. At this moment, Wang Yan could feel intense pain throughout his body. Although he had automatically entered a defensive state at a critical moment, the ferocity of the firepower was so overwhelming that it caused him pain all over. This instinctively made him dive back underwater, no longer daring to surface. After all, his ability, Steel Body, did not make him immune to pain. Damn it. I didn't mean to. Is it really necessary to cover me with firepower? At this moment, submerged at the bottom of the Yong River, Wang Yan felt both shocked and furious. Earlier on the road, he had been very careful. He had never deliberately destroyed the city or harmed anyone. But unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the Yong River, these guys couldn't wait to unleash a firepower attack on him. Meanwhile, as Wang Yan submerged again, the armed personnel on the helicopters were at a loss. They did not expect that their confident fire coverage had failed to kill this suspected prehistoric giant crocodile. This creature, which they thought was a prehistoric giant crocodile, actually possessed a defensive capability similar to a metal body. This meant that their terrifying fire coverage had barely inflicted any damage on this super giant crocodile. They had used machine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles. Yet it had all been futile, instead allowing the giant crocodile to submerge and hide. For a moment, they quickly communicated via intercom and satellite phone to report back to their superiors. Soon, they received orders to keep a constant watch on the prehistoric giant crocodile underwater. And if it dared to surface, they were to unleash fire coverage to try to kill this unknown giant. Meanwhile, as Wang Yan's video was uploaded to the internet, the entire network erupted, with videos of Wang Yan going viral online, quickly reaching foreign networks and shocking netizens from multiple countries. A super giant crocodile measuring 18 meters long appearing in a city generated an overwhelming amount of public discourse, which could not be suppressed, especially with so many witnesses. Suddenly, pessimistic doomsday sentiments began to spread across the internet, because in recent days, prices had soared, and now, even prehistoric beasts had appeared. This caused many uninformed civilians to panic. This panic was worldwide, and it seemed that the higher-ups were vaguely aware of something, yet no country revealed any information, which undoubtedly made the public feel that something significant was happening. Similarly, during these 5 days, it had been raining all over the world without stopping, an extremely rare occurrence that had never happened before. Although the global rainfall was only moderate to light, such a situation had never occurred throughout history, and many places around the world began to experience flooding. This was also why there was a massive surge of pessimistic doomsday rhetoric online. At this moment, a few hours later, the helicopters still circled above, but it was not the same batch. It was the second batch coming in to replace them. Additionally, armed forces began to evacuate nearby residents in the Yong River Basin and set up a long security cordon. To their shock, Wang Yan, lurking in the murky waters of the Yong River, still had not revealed himself. This made them realize that this mutated prehistoric giant beast might possess abilities similar to fish, allowing it to survive underwater. As a result, they were unable to take action against the giant crocodile unless they used weapons of mass destruction, which would cause significant damage to the Yong River. Thus, they had to set up a defensive fire line nearby, ready to strike once Wang Yan appeared on the surface. Unfortunately, for several days that followed, Wang Yan remained submerged, leading to a complete stalemate between the two sides. Wang Yan naturally dared not show himself, and the other side was also hesitant to act, making the situation widely known. This prolonged standoff lasted until the end of the May Day holiday, when a change finally occurred. On that day at noon, Wang Yan was sleeping at the bottom of the Yong River as usual when suddenly a series of violent explosions erupted. Even the water was disturbed by the explosions. What was going on? Was the faction planning to take action? In an instant, Wang Yan woke up from his slumber. He first looked around and, finding no signs of an attack, used his psychic ability to harden his body. Then, steeling his courage, he cautiously surfaced. To his surprise, Wang Yan discovered that the rain had finally stopped. The helicopters that had been hovering above were gone. The personnel from the faction stationed along the riverbank were also absent. In the distance, sounds of explosions and screams could be heard from the road. When Wang Yan approached the riverbank, he saw many blood-soaked zombies wandering aimlessly. Upon seeing this, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Could it be that the apocalypse he had been waiting for had finally arrived? At that moment, he spotted two helicopters that had already crashed and exploded nearby, and not far from the young riverbank, he saw a couple sitting in a tree, clinging to it in fear and not daring to make a sound. Because not far from this couple on the grass, a dozen zombies were fighting over a corpse. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh, because he knew the apocalypse had indeed broken out. Otherwise, there wouldn't be zombies even along the young riverbank. Thinking of this, Wang Yan excitedly twisted his massive body, easily climbed ashore, and recklessly headed towards the city. In his previous life, just 5 days of rain fell before the apocalypse, and after the outbreak of zombies, the probability of humans turning into zombies, according to statistics from observant individuals, reached 60 of the entire human population. This time, it had rained continuously for 10 days worldwide, meaning the probability of zombie infection would be even higher. It could potentially reach the legendary 70, or even 80, 90. Who could tell for sure? Because during the 5 days he had been lurking at the bottom of the Yong River, his original maximum growth potential of 39 meters had increased to a maximum growth potential of 48 meters. Chapter 7. Devouring the Zombie Buffet. Evolution breakthrough to the Great Demon Realm. What should we do, husband? Are we going to die? At this moment, the girl hiding in the tree asked softly, tears streaming down her delicate face. Hearing this, the young man shook his head bitterly and said, I don't know. Let's take it one day at a time. Just then, the young man suddenly saw a colossal creature crawling up the bank by the Yong River. Upon seeing this super giant crocodile, the young man was first stunned, and then immediately thought of something, leaving him speechless in shock, because he recognized this giant creature at a glance. This creature was the prehistoric giant crocodile that had appeared in the city 5 days ago. In fact, Wang Yan's identity had been uncovered in the past few days. Many people knew that Wang Yan was the so-called king of crocodiles, the Prussian crocodile, and referring to him as a prehistoric giant crocodile was completely accurate. However, how Wang Yan, this prehistoric giant crocodile, had appeared remained a topic of much speculation, with no accurate answers. Even after investigation, it was determined that he had come from a crocodile farm, but no one believed this investigation result. After all, if such a terrifying giant crocodile truly existed, a crocodile farm would not be able to conceal it until now. Husband, that's the prehistoric giant crocodile. The girl had clearly seen the prehistoric giant crocodile and covered her mouth, speaking in terror. The young man nodded slightly, not daring to breathe loudly, fearing to disturb the super giant crocodile, unaware that they had already been exposed. Just then, they noticed the mindless zombies rushing towards Wang Yan, the colossal creature, as if they had gone mad. This scene left the young couple stunned. Similarly, Wang Yan was also dumbfounded upon seeing this. It was simply a reversal of the heavens. How dare these ant-like zombies approach him? Roar! Roar! In an instant, dozens of zombies charged towards him. Once he regained his senses, Wang Yan opened his massive jaws and bit down on the 5 zombies charging at him, chewing a few times before swallowing them whole. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a level 1 male zombie, gaining 80 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a level 1 female zombie, gaining 71 evolution points. As he continued to devour zombies, Wang Yan found it increasingly annoying and decided to turn off the system's usual notification sounds. Subsequently, Wang Yan, who had originally planned to set off to take revenge on Lu Yong, was blocked by these mindless zombies. These zombies were truly insane. Even after being eaten, they continued to rush forward, offering themselves up for death. Wang Yan, while eating zombies, felt a headache coming on. If the zombies continued to be this crazy, it would be even more difficult for him to act in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Wang Yan asked the system, "System, why do these zombies keep charging forward to their deaths?" At that moment, the system's voice responded, "Ding, friendly reminder to the host. When the host's strength reaches the Great Demon Realm, these level 1 zombies will fear the host's realm pressure and instinctively avoid you, following the principle of the weak being preyed upon by the strong." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, "System, what is the Great Demon Realm?" The next moment, the system's voice echoed again, "Ding, friendly reminder to the host. After reaching the peak of the Little Demon Realm, you will enter the Great Demon Realm. This means that after the host evolves again, they can achieve the Great Demon Realm." Hearing this, Wang Yan roughly understood. Ultimately, it meant that his strength was not yet strong enough. Once he reached the Great Demon Realm, these zombies would avoid him and keep their distance. With this thought, Wang Yan knew that he couldn't take revenge for the time being. He needed to elevate his realm to the Great Demon Realm in order to move freely in the apocalypse. Otherwise, the harassment from these zombies would make it impossible for him to progress. With this in mind, Wang Yan had nothing else to say and continued to focus on eating zombies. Fortunately, there were so many zombies that he didn't have to worry about running out of food. However, the taste of the zombies was truly disgusting, and the texture was very unpleasant. For a time, Wang Yan began to tirelessly devour the zombies. 2 days later, Wang Yan finally heard the system notification that he had met the evolution conditions. He quickly retreated into the river, completely escaping the encirclement of the zombies. Once he submerged completely underwater, the vast number of zombies looked around in confusion before dispersing aimlessly. Meanwhile, the young couple who had witnessed this scene were deeply shocked. Now, they had moved their hiding place to a large truck on the road. They were able to hide here because the giant crocodile had attracted the zombies, giving them the opportunity to escape here. At this moment, the tired and hungry young couple, seeing Wang Yan retreat into the river, were still in shock and hadn't come back to their senses. They hadn't counted how many zombies Wang Yan had eaten, but it was probably no less than 1,000. And the scene was like a buffet, completely overturning their worldview, even making them feel hungry. Unfortunately, they didn't have the courage to escape far. Now that Wang Yan was no longer attracting the zombies, they were even less brave. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, who had submerged in the river, eagerly thought, "System, start evolving." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. "Ding, congratulations, host. Successfully deducted 150,000 evolution points. Evolution is starting." The next moment, Wang Yan completely lost consciousness. 1 hour later, Wang Yan woke up from his evolution. The first thing he did upon waking was to observe the changes in himself. To his astonishment, he found that his size had not increased much this time. However, he could sense that his strength had undergone a terrifying enhancement, because he could clearly feel that the mysterious energy within him was 10 times greater than before the evolution. In fact, if he were to kill his former self, Wang Yan was confident that he could easily defeat his pre-evolution self. What was going on? His size had not increased significantly. Why did he feel so much stronger? This feeling couldn't be an illusion, could it? With this thought in mind, Wang Yan immediately thought, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Type, mutated Prussian crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 500 years. Realm, early Great Demon Realm. Size, 23 meters long, 45 tons. Bite force 100 tons. Speed 20 kilometers per hour. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy circulation, telepathic communication. Evolution points, 60,000, 250,000. Backpack none. After reading the information page, Wang Yan finally realized that the power gap between each realm was indeed very large. For example, in this evolution, his bite force had doubled, and his lifespan had increased from 300 years to 500 years, almost doubling. In addition, the power that probably wasn't displayed on this information page had likely also seen significant growth. However, what frustrated Wang Yan was that the evolution points required for his next power upgrade had also skyrocketed. But after a moment's thought, Wang Yan felt much better. With so many zombies around, did he still need to worry about evolution points? Chapter 8. Zombies Retreat. Arriving at the Sunshine community where Liu Yang's family lives. Just as Wang Yan was feeling high-spirited, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. As the host's strength has upgraded to the Great Demon Realm, the blood and flesh of ordinary creatures has greatly diminished in value to the host, with an exchange ratio of 10 to 1, meaning 10 kilograms of blood and flesh can be exchanged for 1 evolution point. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Yan was completely dumbfounded. Originally, it was 1 kilogram of blood and flesh for 1 evolution point, but now it had directly changed to 5 kilograms of blood and flesh for 1 evolution point. This devaluation was just too fast. However, faced with the system's explanation, Wang Yan found himself unable to refute it. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but question in his heart. System. With this devaluation of the exchange ratio, does that mean I won't be able to evolve faster than those mutated beasts in the future? Ding! The host need not worry. The blood and flesh of ordinary creatures have completely lost any value to mutated beasts of the Great Demon Realm. After hearing this, Wang Yan felt much more comfortable. At least, for now, the blood and flesh of ordinary zombies still had value to him. But for other mutated beasts, it was worthless. The apparent gap seemed small, but in reality, it was very large. At this moment, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and surfaced. He first looked up at the sky, where the setting sun cast its glow on the water's surface, creating a beautiful evening glow reminiscent of fiery clouds. Wang Yan twisted his gigantic body and crawled onto the shore, heading towards the city. It is worth mentioning that as he appeared, the zombies wandering around on the road, which had been rushing towards him crazily, suddenly scattered in fear when they were nearly 200 meters away, showing instinctual terror. Goodness, these ordinary zombies really do bully the weak and fear the strong. Facing my breakthrough, they actually had the sense to avoid me. It seems that the transformation of life level due to breaking through to the Great Demon Realm instilled instinctual fear in the zombies. Otherwise, they would have rushed at me like last time. In a great mood, Wang Yan began to crawl into the city at a leisurely pace, with all the zombies along the way choosing to retreat. However, the congested traffic on the road really gave Wang Yan a headache. Many vehicles were even smoking and on fire, and there were some who had turned into zombies hiding in their cars, barely alive but too scared to breathe. Seeing this scene, although Wang Yan wanted to save people, he ultimately stopped himself from this sudden surge of conscience, because he understood that he couldn't save them. In the apocalypse, only self-rescue can ensure survival. However, due to the existence of these survivors, Wang Yan softened his actions while making his way, merely using his massive body to push the vehicles aside. Thus, Wang Yan continued his journey through the night, encountering almost no attacks from zombies. By late at night, he finally arrived at the Sunshine community he was familiar with, where Liu Yang's family lived in his previous life. The next moment, Wang Yan entered the parking lot through the entrance of the community's underground parking garage. However, due to Wang Yan's enormous size, he felt extremely cramped once inside, with vehicles densely packed in the parking lot. This made Wang Yan immediately consider retreating. Just then, he suddenly noticed a young man and a girl hiding in a black Land Rover. Although they had tried their best to lie low, he still spotted them easily. This made Wang Yan's eyes light up instantly. Yes, he could have them help. Although he couldn't fit into the community, he could have them go in and help bring Liu Yang's family over. Thinking of this, Wang Yan directly spoke. You two stop hiding. If you keep hiding, I'll crush the car and weld you inside. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Zhang Shihao, who was hiding in the car, cautiously lifted his head and saw the prehistoric giant crocodile staring at him from the front of the car. In that instant, Zhang Shihao felt like he was about to wet himself from fear, but he still asked tremulously, What do you want? You go to the 9th floor, room 916 of this building. Bring Liu Yang's family to me. At that time, I can protect you and help you gather some supplies outside, which will help you survive longer. After hearing this, Zhang Shihao was taken aback, then gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll help you with this. But you can't trick me. Wang Yan nodded slightly and said, Rest assured, I traveled nearly 100 kilometers from Yongjiang to here, and the zombies don't dare to attack me. After hearing Wang Yan's words, Zhang Shihao mustered up his courage and nodded. He then carefully got out of the car while observing through the rearview mirror. Wang Yan immediately said, "Don't worry, even if there are zombies in this underground parking lot, they won't dare to come too close to me. What I'm really worried about is whether you can deal with Lu Yang's family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihao was stunned and quickly asked Wang Yan, Giant Crocodile King, how many people are in Lu Yang's family? 4. The middle-aged couple Lu Yang, along with his son and daughter-in-law, Wang Yan replied. After hearing this, Zhang Shihao's face turned bitter, and he hesitated, saying, "Giant Crocodile King, I'm just a rich second generation. I can bully ordinary people, but I can't handle 4 people." Wang Yan thought this made sense. With that in mind, he opened his massive jaws and said, "Then you wait in the car for a moment. I'll go find some people to help." After saying that, Wang Yan turned around, preparing to find some strong young men on the road to assist. Half an hour later, Wang Yan was followed by a dozen young men and 7 or 8 women, all cautiously keeping an eye on the numerous zombies on the road. These people were all rescued from the car by Wang Yan. Well, it can't be said that he rescued them. Rather, they dared to escape from the car only after the zombies were intimidated into not approaching. As I said, once you help me bring that Lu Yong couple, I will take you outside to gather supplies. Without me, you might survive for a while, but with the supplies, you can survive for a long time. While walking, Wang Yan reminded them with his massive jaws, and everyone nodded and bowed, their eyes filled with awe. This super-massive creature scared even the zombies, who dared not approach. It was only because they were too close to Wang Yan now that the zombies lurking around hadn't charged at them already. Among these rescued survivors, there was an ability user, but he too had been trapped in a car by zombies, too scared to act. If it weren't for Wang Yan's appearance, he didn't know how long he would have been stuck, as the road was too congested for the cars to move an inch. Although they didn't have the courage or guts to deal with zombies, they were not afraid to help catch a few people. Soon, this group followed Wang Yan into the underground parking lot. What frustrated Wang Yan was that several zombies had appeared again in the underground parking lot. He had barely left for a short while when these zombies began to wander around the parking lot again. Chapter 9. Wang Yan was stunned. Lu Bang, who seemingly possessed spatial abilities. After his appearance, the zombies scattered like startled birds, fleeing far away, not knowing where they had hidden. Soon, this group met up with Zhang Shihao. After a detailed discussion, they immediately decided that all able-bodied men would participate in the action, while women and children would stay by Wang Yan's side. After all, women not only couldn't help them, but could also potentially drag them down, making it unsuitable for them to accompany the group. Great Crocodile King, we've decided to take the stairs. After all, we don't know what will happen when the elevator opens, and accidents could easily occur, the ability user Chun Fei said nervously while looking at Wang Yan. Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, why not just take the elevator? The casualties among you are not small, and from the 2nd to the 9th floor, who knows how many zombies there are? The occupancy rate in this community is not low. Chun Fei replied with a bitter smile, Great Crocodile King, we actually want to go to the 9th floor to capture Lu Yang's family. We have to take the stairs. Otherwise, if we take the elevator and find ourselves trapped, we could be wiped out. The best way is to clear this building of all the zombies in the stairwells, so we can reduce casualties while we act. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan realized that the situation was indeed as they said, but it was too time-consuming. Thinking of this, Wang Yan spoke. I don't care what methods you use. I only give you 3 days. If you don't capture Lu Yang's family in 3 days, I won't care about your lives anymore. You can just wait for your own demise. After hearing these words, everyone's expression darkened, and their hearts felt heavy. Chun Fei, who was in charge, had a particularly grim look, but he did not dare to refute. It should be noted that this prehistoric crocodile had withstood the bacterial firepower before the apocalypse and had come out unscathed. If this prehistoric crocodile didn't care about their lives, they could only wait for death here, and they wouldn't even last long enough to survive. However, if they could complete the task, with this prehistoric crocodile king escorting them to collect supplies, they could at least last a long time. At that point, saying they could hold on for 3 months would actually be conservative. Even holding on for 6 months would be easy. Therefore, facing this opportunity, everyone present knew very well that they had to complete the task assigned by the Crocodile King. After throwing down this ultimatum, Wang Yan said no more and turned his massive body to rest at the entrance of the stairwell leading to the parking lot outside the community. As for the place leading to the elevator and stairs on the underground first floor, there was an open space of over 100 square meters. Enough for them to rest. What to do? The great Crocodile King requested 3 days to complete the task. Zhang Shihua looked at Chen Fei with a worried expression. After learning that Chen Fei had abilities, he had basically started to follow Chen Fei's lead. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei said firmly, "We have to complete the task in 3 days. Without the great Crocodile King's escort to collect supplies, we definitely won't survive for long. The power is already out and the water will soon be cut off. Without supplies, we can only wait to die. With supplies, we still have hope. Let's divide into 2 groups, go up the stairs together to attract the zombies. And then let the great Crocodile King suppress his aura to help us deal with the zombies. Once we've cleared the zombies, we can quickly start our actions." At this moment, Zhang Shihua couldn't help but ask, "What about the potential zombies in the rooms?" Chen Fei waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about them. The owners of this community have iron doors of good quality. Zombies can't get out so easily. We just need to clear the zombies in the stairwell." After some deliberation, Chen Fei consulted Wang Yan again. Wang Yan naturally agreed to help with this small task of clearing zombies. After a day, with Wang Yan's assistance, among the more than a dozen young men, 5 had already perished, but they finally managed to lure all the zombies wandering in the stairwells and corridors of this building, which were then dealt with by Wang Yan. After accomplishing this, the remaining youth and women finally showed some color in their faces. However, the women whose boyfriends or husbands had died were pale and filled with dread about the future. Some women even began to flirt with the surviving man, completely abandoning their moral standards. In this desperate apocalypse, once the women lost the protection of men, they had no hope left. Wang Yan couldn't be bothered with these people's sordid behavior. He only cared about the results. As for how many people died in the process, he didn't care, not even if they all died. In fact, after becoming a crocodile, Wang Yan's personality had turned cold-blooded. He no longer considered humans as equals. This change in mentality was a natural result of his power increase. At this moment, everyone sat on the ground. Chen Fei opened a backpack and began distributing supplies to the remaining 6 young men, saying, "Everyone eat something first. We'll start moving soon. If they don't open the door, we'll pry it open and smash it." Then he said to the 8 women, "As for you ladies, just eat some biscuits for now. Once we complete the task, we'll be able to go out and scavenge for supplies." Hearing this, the 8 women looked unhappy, but no one dared to protest. During these days, most of them had been living off others, especially the women whose husbands or boyfriends had already sacrificed themselves. They were even more reluctant to speak up. Chen Fei's girlfriend was also eating biscuits with them, and although the quantity was obviously greater, no one dared to provoke Chen Fei's authority. Although Chen Fei had a power-type ability and wasn't very strong in combat, he was still much more capable than ordinary people. He even had a record of single-handedly killing a zombie while attracting them yesterday. Soon, after hastily eating something, the 8 young men grabbed their weapons and headed back to the stairwell. At the same time, Wang Yan was also getting excited. He couldn't wait to torment Liu Yang's family. However, what Wang Yan never expected was that, just half an hour later, Chen Fei and the others rushed back in a panic. Out of the original 8 people, only 5 remained, and they looked extremely flustered, their faces covered in dirt, appearing very disheveled. Great Crocodile King, Liu Yang's family has a young ability user, and he's incredibly powerful. Not long after we forcibly broke down the door, Liu Yang's door was opened, and then a young man killed 2 of us. Another person was directly blasted to death by another young man using lightning abilities. Not only that, this young man also has spatial abilities similar to those in novels. He conjured a compound bow out of thin air. If we hadn't run fast, we might have lost more than 3 people, Chen Fei said with an ugly expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was also stunned. He could understand that the opponent had lightning abilities, but how could they also have spatial abilities? In his past life, he had never seen Liu Bang possess spatial abilities. If Liu Bang had had spatial abilities back then, they wouldn't have carried a bunch of supplies on the car when they fled to the countryside. What on earth is going on? Did heaven grant Liu Bang a cheat? Chapter 10. A red-hot encounter with an enemy. deciding to tear down the load-bearing wall. Thinking of this, Wang Yan was extremely angry. This seemingly unreasonable guess had the highest probability. It couldn't be that Liu Bang also got a system, right? However, this possibility was very low. Whether Liu Bang was reincarnated or had obtained a system, he wouldn't just sit idle in the neighborhood. If he were human and had come back to life, he would definitely take precautions against the apocalypse and wouldn't just stay in the neighborhood. Assuming Liu Bang had obtained a system and became even stronger, he wouldn't hide in the neighborhood either. He would find a place with fewer zombies to make himself more comfortable. Thus, these speculations could mostly be ruled out. The most likely scenario was that while the apocalypse was delayed, Liu Bang had also gained supernatural powers, and it was even spatial abilities. At this thought, Wang Yan felt a surge of anger. This was simply outrageous. Just because the other party was named Liu Bang, did the heavens grant him cheats without restraint? This was too unfair. Is there still justice in this world? After calming down for a while, Wang Yan suppressed his anger. He decided that he must kill Liu Yong and his family this time. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine whether the heavens would continue to grant Liu Bang cheats. If the heavens continued to grant Liu Bang cheats, Wang Yan was genuinely worried that he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. This guy seemed to be the protagonist of a novel. He absolutely couldn't be spared. At this moment, Wang Yan was filled with murderous intent as he thought. Looking up at Chun Fei, whose face was dark and ugly, Wang Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Can't you think of a way? If I could go upstairs. Would I need you useless people?" Facing the insults from the giant crocodile king, Chun Fei felt wronged. He was just an ordinary power-type, supernatural being. The other party was so powerful. Could he be blamed for not being strong enough? Just then, a slightly surprised voice rang out. "So it's you, this prehistoric giant crocodile? Who sent them to my house to cause trouble? I was wondering how they had the ability to clear out the zombies in the corridor. But your voice sounds so familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before." Hearing this, Wang Yan looked up and saw the familiar figure of Liu Bang in the corridor. At this moment, Liu Bang was also looking at him with a surprised expression, his face becoming somewhat serious. Liu Bang, as the saying goes, enemies meet especially red-eyed. Upon seeing Liu Bang, Wang Yan instantly lost his composure and rushed forward. This scared Liu Bang so much that he quickly ran upstairs to put some distance between them. Bang! Rumbling, as Wang Yan transformed into a steel body and tried to charge into the corridor. Even the entrance wall to the corridor was partially collapsed by him. Although the door leading to the corridor was narrow, Wang Yan's massive size and weight made him crash through a part of the wall. However, the corridor itself was even narrower, and he couldn't possibly climb up. It was a big question whether it could even withstand his size. To be clear, Wang Yan now weighed 50 tons. That narrow cement staircase would definitely not be able to bear it. Therefore, the staircase couldn't withstand his weight and couldn't accommodate his huge size. Seeing that Wang Yan couldn't get in, Liu Bang breathed a sigh of relief. It was just as he had guessed. Although he didn't know why this prehistoric giant crocodile wanted to kill him, he just needed to know that this crocodile was his enemy. With this thought, Liu Bang revealed a cold smile and said, "If you have the ability, come up. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're a giant crocodile? Huh, with these few scruffy guys in your hands. Do you think you can kill me? You're simply dreaming." Wang Yan became even angrier upon hearing this, his gaze cold as he looked at Liu Bang, opening his massive mouth and saying, "You won't be proud for long. Since I want to kill you, I will definitely kill you." At this moment, Liu Bang seemed to think of something. Looking at Wang Yan with a suspicious expression, he said in surprise, "Wait, your voice. How is it exactly like that little bastard Wang Yan's?" After saying this, Liu Bang stared intently at Wang Yan, feeling increasingly that this prehistoric giant crocodile must have some relation to Wang Yan. Hearing this, Wang Yan opened his huge mouth, gritting his teeth in anger. "My dear cousin, because I am your cousin Wang Yan, I guarantee I will kill you." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang was dumbfounded, his face full of shock. "How is this possible? How did you become a prehistoric giant crocodile?" Clearly, Wang Yan's response had completely bewildered Liu Bang. The people present were equally stunned. They did not expect that this giant crocodile king was once a human. Could it be that with the apocalypse coming, some people could gain supernatural powers while others could mutate into prehistoric giant crocodiles? Hearing this, Wang Yan sneered. If you can obtain 2 types of supernatural abilities, what's wrong with me turning into a giant crocodile? Coming back to his senses, Liu Bang's face turned ugly as he said, "Isn't it just about taking your family's property? We never said we wouldn't pay it back. Can't you be a little magnanimous? Besides, it's the apocalypse now. What use do you have for money? Can you burn it for your parents? Speaking of which, we are still relatives. Blood is thicker than water. In the apocalypse, we should help each other." Looking at Liu Bang's shameless face, Wang Yan was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and saying, "I'll be damned. If you have the ability, hide for the rest of your life and don't come out. I want to see how long your supplies will last." After hearing this, Liu Bang, with a smug smile on his face, said, "Don't worry, I have stored a lot of supplies in my spatial abilities. Once I collect the supplies from the other owners' rooms in the neighborhood, I can last 1.5 years without any problem. To be honest, I should thank you for clearing the zombies in the corridor. It makes it even easier for me to collect supplies, huh? Enough talk. I'm going to collect supplies now. You just wait." After saying this, Liu Bang proudly turned around and ran upstairs. After Liu Bang left, Chun Fei and the others didn't dare to breathe because they could see that the giant crocodile king was in a state of fury. At this moment, the calmed-down Wang Yan looked at Chun Fei and the others and roared, "Have you thought of a way? I want his whole family to die." At this time, Zhang Shihao said tremblingly, "Giant crocodile king, I have a method that might be worth a try." "Speak." Wang Yan looked at Zhang Shihao. "King, although he has spatial abilities, what does that compare to you? You can move freely in the apocalypse, but he can hardly move an inch. You can gather all the people in the neighborhood to deal with his family. Or, King, you could drive a large number of zombies into this building. In that case, we can wait until his supplies run out and starve him to death." Hearing this, Wang Yan suppressed his anger and said, "These 2 methods are too slow." At this moment, Chun Fei suddenly thought of something and hurriedly suggested, "King, I have a quick solution." Hearing this, Wang Yan looked at Chun Fei, who had a sinister smile on his face. "Giant crocodile king, we can tear down the load-bearing wall of this building. Once the building collapses, let's see how he hides." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Yes, he could directly tear down the load-bearing wall. At that time, the whole building would be brought down. Liu Bang wouldn't even have the chance to wear him down. As soon as Chun Fei finished speaking, the other 4 youths also brightened up. This method was indeed the fastest. At this moment, Zhang Shihao continued to propose, "King, you can also drive a large number of zombies in first, so that when the building collapses, that little beast won't be able to escape by hiding on the 2nd or 3rd floor. Once you drive a large number of zombies in, he'll have to stay in his room and wait for death. By that time, the building will collapse, and it is estimated that your majesty won't even need to lift a finger. They might just be crushed to death by the building's collapse." Chapter 11, deciding to break down the load-bearing wall. Capturing Liu Yang's family. Damn it, that bastard Wang Yan really got lucky. He actually mutated into a beast and is so powerful. From the steel-like body he exhibited at the time, this guy seems to have a superpower that turns his entire body into steel, maximizing his defense. Forget about my thunder ability. I probably won't be able to match him for a long time. As for his strength, with such a large physique, it's definitely terrifying. Thinking about this, Liu Bang felt very gloomy. Although he acted relaxed in front of Wang Yan, the pressure he felt was still too great. This was a super giant crocodile over 20 meters long. Anyone being stared at by such a creature would probably not feel any better than he did. Currently, he only had 2 abilities. One was thunder ability and the other was spatial ability. Both were automatically acquired during the apocalypse, which also allowed him to gather some supplies. However, aside from him, his parents and wife also needed food and drink, and the rate of consumption was not slow. Although his parents and wife were willing to reduce their food intake to help share the pressure, even only eating once a day, he still felt stressed. Ever since he discovered that Wang Yan was targeting their family, his pressure had only increased. After taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door of a house in his memory, where the owner liked to hoard supplies and was more of a recluse. "Is anyone there?" The next moment, a weak voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Upon hearing the voice, Liu Bang's eyes turned, and he smiled. "I'm a neighbor next door." Now that all the zombies in our building have been cleared, we're preparing to organize a group to collect supplies. If you're interested, come out and chat. Hearing this, the reclusive man Abington's eyes lit up immediately. He had naturally heard the commotion in the community these past few days and had quietly opened his room door to check. Indeed, there were no zombies left. However, there had been quite a bit of noise on their floor recently, and several people had died today. Moreover, judging by the voice, the guy outside was an ability user living right next door to him. Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment but decided to ally with the other party. An ability user. Although it seemed he had enemies, his strength was significant, and it was worth siding with him. More crucially, he lived next door. If he went against the other party, they would definitely find a way to deal with him. With this thought, he immediately responded, "Coming, coming." The next moment, he opened the door, only to be caught off guard as Liu Bang grabbed his neck. In a panic, he widened his eyes and struggled. But before he could react further, his neck was twisted and broken by the other party. After silently killing him, Liu Bang muttered an apology in his heart, then dragged the body and closed the door. After tossing the corpse aside, he began to loot supplies. The result was quite satisfying. This guy actually had a lot of supplies. Just the unopened 100-pound wuchang rice had 2 bags, and another bag was still over half full. There was also a tray of eggs, a box of snail noodles, more than half a bottle of bottled water, and 2 packs of King Cola and Red Bull, along with a decent amount of snacks and agricultural products. Furthermore, he was even more delighted to find that this guy had a drone, a large kite, a parachute, and a wingsuit. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to operate a drone. Thinking about this, Liu Bang felt a bit regretful for killing this guy. Although operating a drone wasn't very difficult, playing it well was indeed challenging, and now that the apocalypse had arrived, if he crashed the drone, he wouldn't dare go outside to retrieve it. Damn, if he had known this guy could operate a drone, he should have spared his life. He could have kept an eye on the outside situation at any time. For a moment, Liu Bang felt a pang of regret. Just then, the entire hallway suddenly shook. Hearing the noise, Liu Bang's face changed drastically as he quickly went to the door to peek through the peephole, resulting in him being dumbfounded. There were a large number of zombies in the hallway. He was on the 9th floor. If there were so many zombies on the 9th floor, it could only mean one thing. There were even more zombies in the hallway. How'd these zombies get here? There was only one possibility. Damn it. If he had known not to provoke that little bastard, that guy had actually driven all the zombies into the hallway. Now, it was impossible for him to continue collecting supplies. Liu Bang regretted silently, wishing he could slap himself twice for being so reckless in causing himself more trouble. However, at this moment, the trouble wasn't too big for him. He could go back without using the hallway by directly chiseling a hole in the wall to connect with his own home, which would actually give him more space. Meanwhile, after driving a large number of zombies into the building, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Next, it was time to start demolishing the load-bearing wall. At this moment, Chun Fei, Zhang Shihao, and the other 3 young men were also armed with various tools, such as hammers, and were eager to try. They were currently in the underground parking lot, standing in front of a load-bearing wall, just waiting for Wang Yan's command to start working. At this moment, Wang Yan was also in a great mood as he opened his mouth wide and asked, "Will demolishing this wall really cause the building to collapse?" Hearing this, Chun Fei smiled and patted his chest, guaranteeing, "Don't worry, King Crocodile. This load-bearing wall is in a crucial position for the entire building. Once it is completely demolished, it will be enough to cause the hallway to tilt completely. If that's not enough, we can demolish the other heavy wall as well. This building will definitely collapse." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started." With his command, the 5 young men were eager to try. Feeling was very fun. Before the apocalypse, they had never done anything like this. They had only seen some bizarre renovations on the news where load-bearing walls were demolished. Now it was their turn to do it themselves, and to be honest, it was quite an exhilarating experience. Especially when they thought about how this building was about to collapse, they felt very excited, because there must be many survivors in this building, and those guys might be able to hide in their rooms for a long time, which made them feel very uncomfortable. They were currently living on the edge. So why were those guys able to survive for so long? Especially considering the skyrocketing prices of supplies before the apocalypse, The supplies those people had hoarded were substantial, which made them even more unbalanced. In fact, they also hoarded supplies at home, but unfortunately, it was too far from here and they lived in different places. King Crocodile would never take them all back home. Therefore, in the apocalypse, human nature changed. It was completely normal to feel bad about others doing well when one was struggling. As the five worked hard to demolish the load-bearing wall, many zombies heard the commotion and came over, lingering in the distance, unwilling to leave. Their instinct for food kept them from leaving, but their instinct for fear kept them from getting too close. Chen Fei, Zhang Shihao, and the others had already grown accustomed to the zombies lingering in the distance these past few days. As long as they were near King Crocodile, zombies dare not approach at all. In fact, it wasn't just zombies that didn't dare to approach. Even mutated beasts and zombie beasts were afraid to come near. The weak naturally feared the strong, which prevented them from seeking death. In fact, this was beneficial for these zombies, zombie beasts, and mutated beasts. Once they evolved to a certain degree, they would regain high intelligence, and even a salted fish could turn over. Even mutation failures had a chance to rise again. Soon, after half a day's hard work by the five, the load-bearing wall was finally hollowed out by 2/3. It only needed a gentle push from Wang Yan to completely break. At this moment, Wang Yan could not wait to move these guys out and then return to the underground parking lot. The next moment, upon entering the parking lot, Wang Yan stepped back a bit from the load-bearing wall and used his ability to completely steel himself. Then, he excitedly twisted his massive body and charged fiercely towards the wobbling, load-bearing wall. Chapter 12 successfully caught the tough Liu Yong and his cousin's wife. Bang! With a loud crash, the massive Wang Yan easily broke through the load-bearing wall. In an instant, the entire building began to crack, as the structural changes made it inevitable for the building to show signs of cracking. At the same time, all the residents of the building could feel the entire corridor tilting. Although the tilt was not severe at the moment, the sudden change frightened everyone. What was going on? The corridor was tilting? Oh no! Was there an earthquake? How could this happen? Why were the walls cracking? Such large gaps. Was the building going to collapse? Oh no! The whole building was shaking, and there was no earthquake. What on earth was happening? Damn it, what should we do now? Surely no one is so bored as to be tearing down load-bearing walls, right? In an instant, as the whole building began to change, the surviving residents panicked, especially when they saw huge cracks appear on the walls inside their homes. They were utterly terrified. With a massive horde of zombies in the corridor, if the corridor collapsed, they wouldn't even have a chance to run, unless they dared to rush out directly. But the consequence of rushing out of the room would be being devoured by the zombies outside. Meanwhile, Liu Bang, who was hiding on the 9th floor collecting supplies, instantly turned pale. He immediately had a terrifying suspicion. Wang Yan wouldn't be tearing down the load-bearing wall, would he? If that were true, he wouldn't be able to survive in this building any longer, and the terrifying cracks on the walls were all telling him that his suspicion was likely true. With this thought, Liu Bang's face turned grim. What would he do if the whole building collapsed? At that point, Wang Yan might not even need to act. He would probably be crushed to death by the building collapse. They lived on the 9th floor, and at that height, the terrifying impact of the building collapsing would definitely mean certain death, with very little chance of survival. Even if he were lucky enough not to be crushed to death, he would definitely be severely injured, buried under the rubble. Thinking of this, Liu Bang couldn't help but gasp. After calming down, he knew he had to think of a way to escape quickly. On the other side, after Wang Yan broke through a heavy wall, he noticed that the entire building was leaning at a significant angle. He could confidently assert that if he broke through another load-bearing wall, the building would definitely collapse. It was already on the brink of collapse. Not only that, but Wang Yan also noticed that the underground parking lot was starting to get windy, and he could faintly hear the sound of rain outside. If the zombie blood mixed with the rainwater, once the corridor collapsed, even if there were survivors, as long as their wounds touched the rainwater mixed with zombie blood on the ground, they would also turn into zombies. With this thought, Wang Yan was filled with determination and began to violently crash into the load-bearing wall with his massive body. With each impact, the whole building started to sway, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Half an hour later, with Wang Yan's furious attacks, the heavily reinforced concrete load-bearing wall was finally knocked down by him. The next moment, as he knocked down the load-bearing wall, the entire building suddenly lost its structural support and began to tilt and collapse rapidly. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The entire building, having lost 2 load-bearing walls, completely collapsed, even bringing down another building. In an instant, both buildings turned to rubble, and even Wang Yan was buried under the debris. Moreover, due to the considerable weight of the rubble, Wang Yan had to exert a great deal of effort before he could break free. He shook his massive body and crawled out of the rubble, then began to search for Lu Yong's family among the ruins. Not only that, but Wang Yan also gathered Chun Fei and 5 others to help him search for Lu Yong's family in the debris. He wanted to see the living and the dead. After about 10 minutes, Wang Yan made a discovery. His aunt, who had been crushed to death in the rubble, was unrecognizable due to the extent of her injuries. But he still recognized her at a glance. Additionally, he was astonished to find that his uncle Lu Yong was not dead. Likewise, his cousin's wife was severely injured but alive, just trapped under the rubble. Faced with this outcome, Wang Yan was completely stunned. He had thought that Lu Yong's family was tough, but he didn't expect them to be this tough. They lived on the 9th floor, and with the building's collapse, only one of them died, while the other 2 were only seriously injured. Right, he still hadn't found Lu Bang. He didn't know if he had died in the rubble. Meanwhile, the severely injured Lu Yong was pulled out from the debris by Chun Fei and Zhang Shihao, and he looked at Wang Yan with a twisted face, cursing loudly. Heaven really has no eyes. It's the apocalypse. How can you still let this beast live? Clearly, he had already learned from Lu Bang that Wang Yan was the one who nearly caused their entire family to die in the collapse. Hearing Lu Yong's furious curses, Wang Yan was not angry at all. He opened his bloody mouth and said, "Oh, my dear uncle, my life is indeed a bit tough. But your family's lives are also very tough. The whole building collapsed, and your family only lost one. I'm simply amazed. By the way, where's my dear cousin? If he is not dead, let him come out. It would be good for your family to go together, so you can reunite down there." Upon hearing Wang Yan's vicious words, Lu Yong was filled with terror. Was this still the little brat they had bullied before? With this thought, Lu Yong regretted deeply and gritted his teeth, saying, "If I had known, I should have listened to my son and killed this beast back then. I really shouldn't have been soft-hearted." Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded in agreement and opened his bloody mouth, saying, "Yes, we must eradicate the roots. Don't worry, uncle. I will kill that bastard Lu Bang. I can't sleep if he doesn't die." Seeing Wang Yan so brutal, Lu Yong immediately panicked and begged tearfully, "Wang Yan, uncle knows he was wrong. Please, don't kill him. He is still a child. He is your cousin too. You can't do this." After hearing Lu Yong's double standards, Wang Yan was about to speak when a furious roar interrupted. "Wang Yan, I Lu Bang swear to heaven that I will definitely kill you to avenge my parents and wife." Hearing this, he suddenly looked up in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Bang's familiar figure on the roof of another building. What shocked Wang Yan even more was how this little brat managed to climb to the roof of another building. At this moment, a male resident from another building stood by the window, respectfully shouting, "Crocodile King, he escaped to that building before the collapse," and then climbed up through the window on the 16th floor. Chapter 13. A shameless contest between both sides. Live broadcast. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was furious to the extreme. He never expected Lu Bang to react so quickly. The time he took to dismantle the building was not much at all. Yet this beast was able to think of a way immediately and successfully change floors. The key was that he only just realized this now, and he was so decisive in abandoning his parents. Indeed, Lu Bang, this inhumane beast, was a great threat to him. Seeing his son escape to another building, Lu Yong immediately burst into laughter. "Son, well done. You must live well and come back to take revenge when you are absolutely sure." Wang Yan suppressed his anger and shouted at Lu Bang, "Cousin, are you willing to abandon your father and wife just to survive? If you come down, I swear to let your dad and wife go. Besides, I promise to kill you after you leave a legacy. How about that?" After hearing Wang Yan's words, Lu Bang laughed maniacally and cursed. "You beast, even killing your own uncle and aunt. What does it matter if I abandon my parents? Dad, rest assured, the Lu family will never be without heirs. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will take revenge for you. Wife, if you still love me, go die right now. When I make my mark in the apocalypse, I will give you a grand burial." Upon hearing Liu Bang's words, Wang Yan became even angrier. This beast was too much like the historical Liu Bang, even abandoning his parents and wife. If he continued to let him live, Wang Yan was truly worried he wouldn't be able to sleep. Meanwhile, upon hearing his son's words, Liu Yong was filled with a sense of relief and intense resistance, clearly trying to provoke Chun Fei to kill him, but Chun Fei dared not act, fearing that Wang Yan's wrath would have no target to vent on, and could only restrain him. In contrast, Liu Bang's wife, who was Wang Yan's cousin's wife, had a rather complex expression. She looked desperate, but clearly did not want to die. She simply remained silent and did not plead for mercy. At the same time, Wang Yan suppressed the anger in his heart and opened his mouth wide. "You really are my cousin. When it comes to beasts, I can't compare to you. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. Later, I will feed your dad a few Viagra pills and have a good battle with your wife. After all, he is my uncle. I can't let him die without an heir." This can also be considered adding bricks to the Liu family's continuation of the lineage. For a moment, Chun Fei and the others were dumbfounded. Many survivors hiding in the building, although still unclear about the situation, had roughly understood through the prolonged conversation that both sides were once relatives and were now slaughtering each other, each more ruthless and shameless than the other. One side was a true beast, after all, a prehistoric giant crocodile monster. The other was even worse than a beast, completely disregarding the lives of his wife and parents. But what Wang Yan did not expect was that his words did not break Liu Bang at all. Instead, he laughed and said, "Dad, did you hear that? Just cooperate with my cousin later, enjoy it before you die. We could be considered a father-son duo in the same grave." Liu Bang's words left not only Wang Yan stunned, but also Liu Yong in a daze. Everyone present was bewildered. Liu Bang's wife was also stunned. Even the surviving residents in the community were shocked. Wow, this Liu Bang is ruthless, even more shameless than the historical Liu Bang. Incredible. This Liu Bang resembles the historical Liu Bang even more. Ruthless people, the whole family is ruthless. Their moral standards are utterly worthless in their eyes. Such moral decay can be spoken so casually. Damn it, movies really do come from life. This is truly outrageous. For a moment, many residents in the building looked on in shock and admiration. They didn't doubt that such a person would survive better in the apocalypse than they would. Wang Yan looked around and opened his mouth wide. "Come on, who has Viagra at home? Throw it down now. Later, I can escort him to gather supplies." After Wang Yan said this, Liu Yong's face instantly turned red, unsure if he was happy or unhappy. Getting high before dying, and the subject is his own son? This is just too much like an island movie. But little did he know, Wang Yan had already changed his mind. He planned to force Liu Yong to take Viagra and then control him to make him watch, letting Chun Fei and others get some hands-on experience. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently a crocodile, Wang Yan would have probably gone personally to relieve his anger. Soon, a resident indeed had Viagra. After shouting, he directly threw it down from the window. After throwing it down, the resident couldn't help but excitedly say, "Giant Crocodile King, don't forget your promise to collect supplies with you." Seeing this, Liu Bang, who had been drenched in rain on the roof, turned grim. He did not expect that Wang Yan would actually do this. Moreover, he was preparing to give him a live broadcast. Wang Yan was relieved, but he was completely infuriated. At this moment, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide with a cold smile. "Go pick up the pills and feed them to him. Then you all go into action and suffocate this old thing." Zhang Shihao couldn't help but feel excited. Giant Crocodile King. Isn't this a bit too thrilling? Chun Fei was clearly also a bit excited, declaring with righteous indignation, "We will definitely obey the king's orders." Soon, the three began to act swiftly according to Wang Yan's instructions. As for Wang Yan, he coldly watched Liu Bang on the roof and glanced at the flushed Liu Yong. In fact, Liu Yong was extremely angry. He thought he could enjoy a father-son moment with his son, but he never expected this beast to change his mind, leaving him with no chance to enjoy himself before dying. Soon, Liu Yong was controlled and forced to take 5 or 6 Viagra pills. And then Chun Fei and the others eagerly began to torment Liu Bang's wife. Meanwhile, perhaps knowing that death was inevitable, Liu looked at Wang Yan with a face full of despair and pleaded, "Can you give me a quick death? I haven't tortured you before, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan fell silent for a moment, not rebutting her words. In the past life, she indeed did not torture him, even in Liu Yong's house. She had no say, as it was basically Liu Yong and Liu Bang who called the shots. But she had never pleaded for him either. Thinking of this, Wang Yan decided to let her off the hook. Even if she didn't die, she could never be with Liu Bang again, and her existence could still disgust Liu Bang. At this moment, Chun Fei and the others were waiting for Wang Yan's statement, not daring to act rashly. Wang Yan then opened his mouth wide. "Come on, choose someone among them to do it with you." Then shout loudly for Liu Bang to hear and scold him fiercely. "I might consider sparing your life." Upon hearing this, Liu's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked expectantly at the five and asked, "Which of you doesn't have a wife and wants me?" "I want you." "I don't have a wife or girlfriend," a young man volunteered. Hearing this, Liu blushed and nodded, and then Chun Fei and the others reluctantly stepped back. Soon, a scene that could only be described as a live adult broadcast unfolded before everyone's eyes. Not only that, but for the sake of her life, Liu endured the humiliation of being in the spotlight, blushing and bearing her injuries, angrily shouting, "Liu Bang, he is 100 times better than you. Your size compared to him is like a golden needle mushroom." Hearing this, Wang Yan laughed and taunted Liu Bang on the roof. "Liu Needle Mushroom, did you hear that? Look how happy your wife is. You useless soft-shell shrimp can't even satisfy your own wife." After saying this, he turned to the flushed Liu Yong and teased, "Isn't it exciting? Isn't it thrilling? As long as you loudly scold your son, I can consider letting you join." Chapter 14. The Tormenting Living King of Hell. Is Northern Myanmar really just this bad? Upon hearing this, Liu Yong's face turned red, and he angrily scolded, "You heartless beast." Wang Yan, unfazed, looked up at the furious and grim-faced Liu Bang on the rooftop and teased, "Liu Bang, I know you must have a way to escape since you've climbed to the rooftop. If you're not in a hurry, why don't we see how long your father can hold out?" Liu Bang shouted angrily, "Wang Yan, I remember you. You beast, I will definitely kill you, I swear." Wang Yan didn't care, and instead, Liu Long shouted even louder, "Liu Bang, with that size of yours, which is smaller than my pinky, I could do better with just my finger." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh and said to Chun Fei and Zhang Shihao, "Come help me. I can see that old thing is feeling suffocated. Go help him get rid of that thing." Hearing this, Zhang Shihao and Chun Fei felt a tightness in their groin. This was too cruel. Even Northern Myanmar wasn't this bad. At this point, Liu Yong, with bloodshot eyes, panicked and yelled, "Beast, what do you want to do? If you have the guts, kill me." Initially, he could relieve the effects of the drug himself, but he never expected Wang Yan would send someone to cut it off. Wasn't this becoming a living eunuch? Faced with this living king of hell, Liu Yong was terrified and wanted to struggle and resist, but it was futile. Soon, he was pinned down by Chun Fei, and then Zhang Shihao pulled out a beautifully crafted spring knife and, gritting his teeth, grabbed Liu Yong's little caterpillar and mercilessly brought the knife down. With a snap, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered rang out. Liu Yong held his bleeding groin in despair, and his screams made the homeowners in the surrounding community feel their scalps tingle. Seeing this, Wang Yan felt a rush of pleasure and looked up at the sullen and silent Liu Bang, feeling somewhat bored, and said, "Stuff his mouth. Don't let him scream and make noise." Soon, Liu Yong's screams abruptly stopped, but the pain made him, at his age, burst into tears. To be honest, he now really wanted Wang Yan to give him a quick death and stop tormenting him. The key was that he couldn't curse his son. After all, he had held out this long, and if he softened now, it would be even more embarrassing, and he would have suffered for nothing. Meanwhile, Liu Bang on the rooftop had calmed down, watching the actions below with a blank expression, without making any statements. Thus, while Wang Yan tormented Liu Yong and continued to mock him, Liu Bang remained silent, always staring at him. This made Wang Yan very uninterested, ultimately losing interest. He directly swallowed Liu Yong alive in front of Liu Bang. However, seeing that the other party showed no signs of escaping. Wang Yan immediately had a suspicion that the opponent indeed had a way to escape, but it was extremely risky. Therefore, he was unwilling to try unless absolutely necessary. Thus, the two sides remained in a standoff for several hours. The rain had stopped, but Liu Bang still hadn't tea left. This made Wang Yan testily mock. "Why don't you run? Why are you still here?" Liu Bang, expressionless, replied, "Aren't I waiting for you to tear down the building? Go ahead and tear it down. Let's see if I run. If you think you can wear me out, you're dreaming. Right now, I'm the only one well-fed. I have plenty of supplies and can last a year if I ration them." After saying this, Liu Bang suddenly produced a loaf of bread out of thin air and began eating it with relish. Seeing this, Wang Yan was both angry and amused, and he started tearing down the load-bearing walls in the community, instructing Chun Fei and Zhang Shihao to keep an eye on Liu Bang. The next moment, in front of many shocked eyes, Wang Yan began to demolish the load-bearing walls in the community. This terrified the residents of the building. With every impact from Wang Yan, the entire building started to shake violently. Many homeowners began to panic and plead for mercy. "Giant Crocodile King, please don't do this. I'm still in the community. Giant Crocodile King, I beg you, spare us. We don't want to die." Unfortunately, Wang Yan was completely unmoved by their cries for mercy, which led many homeowners to curse in despair. Some, in a fit of rage, threw things from the upper floors, wanting to smash Chun Fei and the others, which made Chun Fei and Zhang Shihao feel a chill run down their spines. Of course, there were also clever people, especially those living on lower floors, who began to dismantle their air conditioning units, trying to escape before the corridor collapsed. Just then, Chun Fei shouted, "Giant Crocodile King, Liu Bang seems to be flying a kite." "What? Flying a kite? This guy wants to use a kite to fly away?" Wang Yan, who was crashing into the load-bearing wall, suddenly felt a heavy heart and accelerated his assault. With his brutal and violent impacts, the load-bearing wall was successfully broken through, and the whole process took only about 20 minutes. Unfortunately, when he broke through one load-bearing wall, although the entire building cracked and tilted severely, it still hadn't collapsed. This made Wang Yan immediately begin to crash into the second load-bearing wall. However, just after he started, Wang Yan suddenly heard the sound of a helicopter in the sky. He hurried to an open area and saw a helicopter hovering above Liu Bang, throwing down a rope. At this moment, Liu Bang was laughing maniacally as he grabbed the rope and mocked Wang Yan. "Want to kill me? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Do you think I want to watch you, beast, torture my family? I've already contacted the largest military organization. I possess a rare spatial storage ability. As long as I speak, there are plenty of organizations willing to rescue me. From the beginning until now, I've just been acting with you, simply to buy time." Indeed, from the moment Wang Yan started sealing the building with zombies, Liu Bang realized something was wrong and called for help. As a result, after demonstrating his value, the largest military organization base in the apocalypse quickly came to his rescue. Furthermore, if the military base had arrived late, he had other escape plans and would never sit still. Fortunately, this largest military base valued him even more than he had imagined, and their speed of rescue was incredibly fast. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan gritted his teeth in anger, looking at the helicopter in the sky, wishing he could smash it down. He had already guessed who the largest military organization base Liu Bang was referring to was. Before he died in his previous life, he had heard about this survivor military base. This organization was called the Dawn Military Organization, which still retained powerful firepower after the apocalypse and was located in Sanya Province. Just before his death, the latest news he had heard was that the Dawn Organization had cleared the zombies from Sanya Province and restored order. "Wang Yan, if you still have any manhood and aren't afraid of death, come to Sanya Province and kill me." After saying this, the military helicopter quickly disappeared into the horizon, and Wang Yan reluctantly gave up the chase. The military helicopter flew too fast. How could he catch up? As for going to Sanya Province to kill Liu Bang now, that was even more impossible. The firepower there was too overwhelming. In his previous life, Wang Yan had maliciously speculated whether Guijia had already received news. That was why he had stockpiled a large amount of food and military power in Sanya Province in advance. Although he couldn't kill Liu Bang, Wang Yan was not disheartened. At most, it would only allow this guy to survive for a while longer. He could wait for the Dawn organization to clear Sanya province and then, when his own strength was sufficient, actively threaten Sanya province to hand over Liu Bang. At that time, no matter how important Liu Bang was, he could never be more important than the safety of the entire Sanya province. At this moment, Wang Yan's anger and frustration finally dissipated a lot. After all, it was still due to his weak strength. Otherwise, would the Dawn organization dare to offend him? At this moment, Wang Yan also made up his mind to quickly improve his strength and go to Sanya province to kill Liu Bang. Subsequently, he kept his promise and took Chun Fei, Zhang Shihao, and others to search for supplies, then arranged for them to be settled in a community before leaving. However, not long after he left, Wang Yan, who had not completed his mission and received no rewards, began to wander around the city. After failing to find any hunting targets, and as it got late, he started to gather his own pressure and began to eat zombies on the street. He continued this until it was dark late at night. Wang Yan was truly disgusted and did not want to eat anymore. This was because he found it too difficult to evolve by relying on eating zombies. Moreover, the efficiency of evolving through eating zombies was simply too slow. Why do I say this? Assuming the average weight of a zombie is 50 kilograms, after eating it, he could gain 10 evolution points. 10 zombies would yield 100 evolution points. 100 zombies would yield 1,000 evolution points. 1,000 zombies would yield 10,000 evolution points. 10,000 zombies would yield 100,000 evolution points. Based on the current evolution points he needed for evolution, it seemed that he needed 200,000 evolution points for one evolution. He would have to eat 20,000 zombies, and that is still the current requirement for evolution. After evolving, the number of evolution points required for subsequent evolutions would skyrocket. If he solely relied on eating zombies, how long would it take him to achieve that? Chapter 15. The mission to hunt great demon creatures. Supergiant zombie. If the taste of zombies was good, that would be fine. The key issue is that the taste of zombies is extremely bad. Thinking of this, Wang Yan knew he had to find a way, preferably to eat other creatures to replace ordinary zombies. Because ordinary zombies provide too few evolution points, and their value is likely to continue to depreciate. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Detected that the host is currently facing a slow power enhancement dilemma, successfully triggering the following random selection tasks. Task 1. Please hunt or devour 3 great demon realm creatures. Task reward: 90,000 evolution points. Random gold treasure chest X1. Task penalty: none. Task 2. Please hunt or devour 5 great demon realm creatures. Task reward: 150,000 evolution points. Random gold treasure chest X1. Task penalty: none. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly stunned. Hadn't the apocalypse just begun a few days ago? How could there be great demon realm creatures now? These creatures evolved too quickly, right? Confused, Wang Yan asked in his heart, "System, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I haven't seen any great demon realm creatures these past few days. The apocalypse has just broken out not long ago. How could they possibly break through to the great demon realm?" Ding. Please do not underestimate any creatures. Currently, there are quite a few mutated creatures among ordinary beings that are stronger than the host. Furthermore, the demon race is one of the behind-the-scenes instigators of this apocalypse. These demons, who have remained hidden in modern times, possess strength beyond the host's imagination. After hearing the system's words, Wang Yan was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that the outbreak of the apocalypse was actually driven by the demon race. This so-called demon race is probably the legendary monsters, right? Thinking of this, Wang Yan put away his disdainful attitude in the apocalypse. Then, after hesitating for just a moment, he decisively said, "System, I choose task 2. Ding. Wishing the host to complete the task and receive the reward soon." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan didn't dare to openly lie down on the road to rest anymore. To be honest, before the system issued this task, he had always thought that his strength was absolutely top-notch. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun, which is why he was so brazen as to sleep in the middle of the city, ignoring zombies and the apocalypse. At this moment, as Wang Yan opened his eyes, he immediately felt as if something in the darkness was watching him. It wasn't until he scanned his surroundings that the feeling of being watched completely disappeared. Good heavens! The apocalypse at night is indeed fraught with danger. It hasn't been long, and something already dares to spy on me. What will happen in another 2 days? For a moment, Wang Yan felt heavy-hearted and under great pressure. The next moment, he began to move his huge body and started to act in the darkness. He wanted to see if he could discover some powerful creatures at night, the so-called Great Demon Realm creatures that the system mentioned. What Wang Yan never expected was that when he was searching in the city close to dawn, he finally discovered a very terrifying zombie monster. This creature was extremely bizarre, resembling a giant zombie, standing a full 15 meters tall, looking like an oversized Hulk, except that its body was gray, filled with blood-red veins, and its eyes were bright red. Upon seeing Wang Yan, this super zombie was instantly attracted. However, after looking at its own size and then at Wang Yan's size, it surprisingly did not charge forward, clearly holding back. The other party's strange behavior surprised Wang Yan. This 15-meter-tall, giant zombie actually had intelligence. Moreover, Wang Yan sensed a powerful aura from it, clearly indicating that it was not weaker than him and was a creature of the same great demon level. Obviously, this supergiant zombie met Wang Yan's target. With this thought, Wang Yan hesitated for almost no time, running his massive body directly towards the supergiant zombie. Seeing Wang Yan charge over boldly, the supergiant zombie was first taken aback. Then, as if provoked, it roared in anger, pounding its chest, and then picked up a small car to throw at Wang Yan. Bang! Due to Wang Yan's enormous size, the small car easily crashed into him. But with his body having been reinforced like steel, Wang Yan was not afraid at all. Although it hurt a bit, this level of pain felt like a flea bite to him. After all, even if an entire building collapsed on him, it would only leave him feeling a bit pained and dizzy, let alone a small car. Seeing that the car had no effect on Wang Yan, the supergiant zombie roared angrily and charged forward. The next moment, when it was still some distance away from Wang Yan, it leaped high into the air and stomped down on Wang Yan's back. Unfortunately, it was utterly useless. In fact, because it jumped so high, Wang Yan even heard a crack, the sound of bones breaking. The next moment, Wang Yan twisted his body and bit down on the supergiant zombie, which seemed to have become lame and was struggling to move. Crack! Wang Yan easily bit into the leg of the supergiant zombie and effortlessly severed one of its legs, then viciously clamped down on the zombie's waist. In pain, the supergiant zombie roared madly, furiously pounding Wang Yan's massive head with its fists, even grabbing a nearby car and smashing it against Wang Yan like a stone. Although the attacks did hurt a bit, Wang Yan was already used to it and didn't loosen his grip. In fact, out of rage, he began to thrash his mouth. In an instant, the supergiant zombie was bitten into 2 halves by Wang Yan, just as the zombie, having lost its lower half, was terrified and tried to crawl away. It was already too late. Wang Yan directly bit down on its upper half and began to chew and swallow. Due to the enormous size of the creature, it was quite challenging for Wang Yan to swallow it whole. The 15-meter-tall supergiant zombie was no small size. What surprised Wang Yan even more was that this supergiant zombie clearly had intelligence, as it even begged for mercy before dying. Unfortunately, Wang Yan had no intention of letting it go. In less than half an hour, Wang Yan had swallowed the supergiant zombie. At the same time, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a mutated zombie of the early Great Demon level. Obtained 20,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Current task completion progress 1-5." Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly astonished. He didn't expect that this Great Demon level mutated zombie was worth 20,000 evolution points. It seems that ordinary zombies are now worthless, but these mutated zombies are still valuable. So, even without the tasks issued by the system, if he hunts 10 Great Demon level mutated zombies now, The evolution points obtained would allow him to successfully evolve. Chapter 16. The big demon level, zombie, smells good. The king of the city? Thinking of this, Wang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about future evolution issues. It seemed that as his strength increased, if he wanted to quickly enhance his power in the future, he would have to target those formidable creatures for hunting. Moreover, when he had eaten the giant zombie at the big demon level earlier, he found its taste to be extremely delicious, completely lacking the foul and disgusting stench of ordinary zombies. In a pleasant mood, Wang Yan looked up at the gradually rising sun and continued on his journey. Along the way, he witnessed much. He saw how ugly human hearts became in the desperate environment of the apocalypse. He also saw survivors mentally collapse, choosing to leap from high buildings. Of course, there were countless instances of forced actions against women, murder, robbery, and more. When order collapses, primal instincts are amplified infinitely. Additionally, he encountered several extremely special ability users that morning, even some who could fly. Unfortunately, these ability users had very poor endurance, and their combat power was not sufficient for them to venture out to gather supplies. Thus, Wang Yan walked from dawn until noon. He had yet to discover a second special big demon-level zombie. However, the number of small demon-level zombies was quite substantial. The biggest difference between these small demon-level zombies and ordinary zombies was that they not only had an instinctual tendency to seek benefits and avoid harm, but also hunted each other. They would hunt and devour one another, killing each other, and then their strength would increase. Wang Yan had speculated in his previous life that the flesh tumors in the brains of these zombies might be the essence gathered from their entire bodies. In his past life, he heard someone say that consuming this substance could possibly awaken abilities. However, he never dared to try it, not even with Liu Bang's family. This was because during the apocalypse in his previous life, when he fell into the hands of Liu Bang's family, Liu Bang had conducted experiments, resulting in people turning into zombies with combat power far exceeding that of ordinary zombies. He had never seen anyone consume this and truly awaken abilities, except for mutated beasts and zombies. Consuming it was a great supplement for them. At that moment, Wang Yan suddenly spotted a gigantic creature on a distant high-rise building. It was a super giant python, entirely black, with its skin covered in a layer of black scales. Its body coiled around the skyscraper, and its terrifying length was estimated to be no less than 300 meters. In an instant, Wang Yan gasped in disbelief. He couldn't believe that just a few days after the apocalypse began, such a terrifyingly large creature had appeared. This python coiled around the skyscraper, seemingly the king of the city, with the densely packed zombies in the city looking like ants in comparison. Similarly, when this terrifying giant python saw Wang Yan, it noticed him and scared him away. The super giant python did not pursue him, as this little crocodile was simply too weak. Eating it would provide no help to its strength. It had already reached the pinnacle of the giant demon realm. Such creatures that had just entered the big demon realm had no effect on it, and even creatures at the peak of the big demon realm had minimal impact. Only creatures of the same giant demon realm or treasures of heaven and earth, or creatures stronger than it, could provide significant assistance. On the other hand, after fleeing to a position far from the city center, Wang Yan finally relaxed. Earlier, the other party had only glanced at him from a distance, and that intense, terrifying sense of suffocation had made him feel cold. That was a super giant python over 300 meters long. Its realm and strength went without saying. It could easily kill him. If the two sides really faced off, Wang Yan didn't even have confidence in surviving against it, because the stronger the realm, the more terrifying the means. At the same time, Wang Yan couldn't help but question in his heart, "System, is this a mutated creature? Why is it so large?" It was already 18 meters long before the apocalypse. How could such a terrifying mutated creature appear just a few days after the apocalypse began? Beep. A friendly reminder to the host. The other party is not a mutated creature. It was already 200 meters long before the apocalypse. It is a giant demon among the demon race. It belongs to a powerful and influential demon clan. What the heck? The other party was already at the giant demon level before the apocalypse, and it belongs to a powerful and influential one? After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan was speechless. He didn't expect that, even in the apocalypse, there were still connections. It seemed that the world was not as simple as it appeared before the apocalypse. As for why these monsters were not exposed, it was likely because the demon race itself hid very well. Additionally, another reason was that countries around the world discovered them, but did not dare to expose them easily, as these colossal creatures could easily cause global panic. Thinking of this, Wang Yan reminded himself to keep a low profile, just in Nanjing City. There was such a terrifying creature. This proved that other cities probably had them too, especially in places with many mountains and rivers. Who knows what colossal creatures might emerge? Moreover, the vast ocean could not be approached either. After all, compared to the famous rivers and mountains on land, the monsters lurking in the sea were likely even more terrifying. Just then, the sounds of fighting from the distant city caught Wang Yan's attention. He quickly turned his massive body toward the direction of the noise. Soon, Wang Yan saw a giant tiger over 3 meters tall and 8 meters long battling a lion of similar size in the city streets, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle, while the surrounding zombies wisely kept their distance. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was surprised to discover that their auras were not weak, belonging to the mutated beasts of the big demon realm. As for how he distinguished between mutated beasts and demon clans, it was mainly because he had encountered that super terrifying giant python earlier. Its aura was terrifying, and the pressure it exuded was too obvious, fundamentally different from mutated beasts. For instance, Wang Yan suspected that he was not a mutated beast, but a member of the demon clan. Or rather, mutated beasts were also demon clan members, just that they were the ones spawned by the apocalypse, vastly different from pure demon clans, because his aura was closer to that of the supergiant python, while it was very different from the auras of these two mutated beasts. At this moment, as Wang Yan approached, the tiger and the lion, who had been fiercely fighting, immediately distanced themselves and looked at him warily. Judging from the aura, Wang Yan was at the same level as them, but his size was much larger. Let alone a one-on-one fight. Even if they teamed up, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat Wang Yan. Seeing the wary expressions of these two mutated beasts, Wang Yan knew they were highly intelligent, so he opened his large mouth and asked, "Do you need help?" To his surprise, both mutated beasts shook their heads in refusal. Witnessing this, Wang Yan simply turned around and left. After creating a significant distance, he finally stopped. He primarily wanted to see how deep the conflict between the two was. If the conflict was deep enough, as long as there was a safe distance, they would continue to fight, and he could really take advantage of that. If there was no opportunity, he could always leave. After all, his speed was too slow to catch up with such agile creatures. If possible, he wanted to ally with one of them, so that next time he hunted Liu Bang, he wouldn't have to just watch helplessly. These large feline animals were incredibly fast and agile. Their combat power was indeed inferior to his, but their speed could leave him several streets behind. To Wang Yan's delight, as he retreated and created a significant distance, these two deeply conflicted giants immediately roared and charged at each other. A great battle was about to erupt. At the same time, their penetrating and deafening roars echoed above the city streets filled with ruins and dried blood, piled high with cars. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yan began to eagerly watch the spectacle, anticipating that if both sides fought to the death, he could pick up the spoils regardless of which side killed the other. He didn't believe that after one of the mutated beasts killed the other, it could easily shake off a prey that weighed as much as itself. That was simply unrealistic. At this moment, both combatants were blinded by rage, tearing at each other and continually striking their opponent with their claws. Neither of these colossal creatures showed any signs of backing down, as if they had harbored grievances for a long time, clearly determined not to rest until one had killed the other. Chapter 17. Attracting 3 mutated wolves? A gathering of great demons. To be honest, Wang Yan was also curious about which was stronger, the lion or the tiger, given the same size. Before the apocalypse, this was a topic filled with debate, with many supporters on both sides. Therefore, as an onlooker, Wang Yan knew that the upcoming battle would be extremely exciting. Soon, he discovered that both sides possessed special abilities, and even more absurdly, both had fire-based powers. They were engulfed in terrifying flames, one with black fire and the other with red fire. In the case of fire abilities, the lethality of their powers against each other was greatly reduced. After all, both sides were fire-type abilities, which meant they had significant resistance to fire, indicating that their abilities could not be the trump card. To determine the victor, they would have to engage in a real contest of strength. Half an hour later, the battle had intensified. The two mutated beasts had already torn each other to shreds, with blood visible on their heads, limbs, and bodies. Even so, the fighting continued, and when they were exhausted, they merely withdrew for a moment to catch their breath before charging back in a battle. This extreme fighting style indicated that there was an irreconcilable conflict between them. After all, they had already inflicted severe wounds on each other, and if this continued, it would not be long before one side would emerge victorious. Sure enough, half an hour later, the tiger bit through the opponent's spine. But the tiger itself had also suffered severe injuries, with its jaw, hind legs, and forelimbs broken, resulting in both sides being gravely wounded. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel elated. He hadn't expected the battle to escalate to this level. The lion wouldn't survive. The tiger wouldn't survive either. After this battle, the tiger was heavily injured, with both forelimbs and hind legs broken. In such a situation, even escaping was a luxury. Just as Wang Yan was about to rush in, a mutated vulture with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters circled overhead, unwilling to leave. It could tell that both the tiger and lion were done for and naturally wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, since neither the tiger nor the lion was dead, it did not dare to dive down hastily, fearing a last-ditch counterattack from the two mutated beasts. More critically, there was also a giant crocodile nearby, eyeing the situation, making the risk of seizing food from the tiger's jaws extremely high. It could only watch and wait. Meanwhile, Wang Yan was incredibly surprised by the newly appeared vulture. It seemed that there were quite a few beings in the mutated beast realm that had reached the great demon level. However, thinking about it, Wang Yan felt a bit unbalanced. Before the apocalypse, he was already over 6 meters long as a bay crocodile. He had worked hard to achieve his current size. Yet, just a few days after the apocalypse began, he found himself not as strong as these mutated beasts. For a moment, Wang Yan couldn't understand and couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, why, with your help, am I still not as good as these mutated beasts without any system assistance?" Ding! The system is clarifying for the host. Although these mutated beasts received the help of heaven and earth and instantly reached the great demon realm, seemingly similar to the host's efforts, their potential is limited, while the host's potential has also improved to some extent. Ding! Because the host's luck is not strong, according to the calculations based on luck, the host would have remained mediocre without the system. This is best evidenced by the fact that in both past and present apocalypses, the host did not gain any abilities granted by heaven and earth. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan fell silent. He knew the system wasn't lying to him. His luck might really not be strong. If his luck were abundant, how could he not have gained any abilities in both past and present apocalypses? It seemed he was not favored by the heavens. With this thought, Wang Yan felt a bit helpless. Not being favored by the heavens was not a big deal, but he felt as if he was being targeted. In his past life, others could awaken abilities while he could not, and he had nothing to say about it. After all, the proportion of ability users among survivors was indeed quite rare. However, just before the apocalypse began, he had already transformed into an animal. Yet, when the apocalypse arrived, he still hadn't awakened any abilities. This made him feel truly targeted, because the probability of mutated beasts awakening abilities could reach 70. Otherwise, why would it be said in his past life that mutated beasts were favored by heaven and earth? It was precisely because their chances of gaining abilities were too outrageous. However, even if he knew he was targeted by the heavens, it didn't matter. After all, he had the system protecting him, and he would still have infinite potential in the future. With this thought, Wang Yan looked up, ready to devour the two severely injured beasts. Yes, the heavily injured tiger mutated beast had lost its value in forming an alliance in his eyes. If it were merely injured and had not lost 2 legs, he might have considered cooperating with one side or even sparing the other. Unfortunately, in this battle, although both sides had shown great bravery, they had also sustained fatal injuries. As he twisted his massive body, preparing to crawl toward the two mutated beast prey, suddenly, three great demon-level mutated beasts appeared on the distant city road. These were three mutated wolves with black fur, appearing bloodthirsty and fierce, their eyes glowing red. They were slightly smaller than the northeastern tiger mutated beast, standing about 3 meters tall and nearly 7 meters long. Wang Yan had no doubt that if the tiger and lion encountered these three mutated wolves alone, they would be easily killed. From the aura, it was clear that these three mutated beasts had reached the mid-level of the great demon realm, stronger than Wang Yan himself. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't expected to attract three mutated wolves. If he could kill the three wolves, along with the tiger and lion mutated beasts, he would easily complete his task. With this thought, Wang Yan immediately showed a wary expression, which was instantly noticed by the three mutated wolves. Wolves were inherently intelligent, and now, being mid-level great demon mutated beasts, they were smarter than humans. Upon seeing Wang Yan's wariness and hesitation, the three mutated wolves became even more confident. They approached calmly, making threatening growls and exposing their sharp fangs, as if warning Wang Yan not to try to snatch their prey. Although this giant crocodile was enormous and physically dominated them, they had never regarded this clumsy crocodile as a threat. This awkward crocodile was as harmless to them as a toothless tiger. After all, this was not a river but land, their territory. Chapter 18. Deliberately showing weakness to the enemy. Successfully killed a mutated wolf. Because Wang Yan's speed was the fatal issue. As long as his speed couldn't keep up. No matter how big the giant crocodile was, it could never threaten these mutated creatures that were also at the great demon level. To put it bluntly, even if they hadn't reached the great demon level, it would still be very difficult for this giant crocodile to pose a threat to them. However, in this deadly battle, neither the Siberian tiger nor the lion expected their old rival to be so strong, paying such a painful price. Although the Siberian tiger won, today it was also facing disaster. Without this giant crocodile, there were still vultures in the sky eyeing them. And on top of that, three stronger mutated wolves were also watching them closely. At this moment, seeing the three mutated wolves getting riled up, Wang Yan sneered his heart. Letting you guys enjoy your moment. With this in mind, Wang Yan pretended to be wary of the three mutated wolves, putting on a reluctant expression as he slowly crawled towards the Siberian tiger and the lion. Seeing Wang Yan's reluctant look, the three mutated wolves were furious. This ungrateful creature actually wanted to covet their brother's prey. In an instant, the three mutated wolves exchanged glances, their red eyes revealing a cruel glint, clearly intending to treat Wang Yan as another hunting target. After all, the two great demon-level mutated prey were not enough to share. The next moment, the three mutated wolves surrounded Wang Yan from three sides, glaring at him, already in a posture ready to attack at any time. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan immediately appeared vigilant, his gaze constantly shifting among the three mutated wolves. But in reality, it wasn't that Wang Yan looked down on these three mutated wolves on purpose. It was that these three mutated wolves posed almost no threat to him if they didn't have powerful abilities. The next moment, one of the mutated wolves couldn't hold back and attacked Wang Yan first, biting down hard on Wang Yan's hind leg from behind. The intense pain made Wang Yan immediately open his huge mouth to bite back, but the attacking gray wolf swiftly dodged. Clearly, they already had a strategy to bite Wang Yan's hind legs to shreds, ensuring that this giant crocodile would become their meal with no chance of escape. It must be said that these three wolves were indeed very clever, even knowing to attack his vital points. If it weren't for his steel body ability, even with Wang Yan's massive size, he could still fall into their hands. At this moment, not far away, the Siberian tiger in a pool of blood struggled to stand up and take the chance to escape, but was immediately locked onto by a vigilant mutated wolf. This made the Siberian tiger mutant feel frustrated and crouch back down in the blood pool. Thus, the three mutated wolves kept attacking Wang Yan's hind legs. And soon his two hind legs were covered in blood. In just a short while, his hind legs had been attacked more than a dozen times. And the key was that Wang Yan hadn't found an opportunity to counterattack. He wanted to use his steel body ability, but once he did, it would likely scare the three mutated wolves into abandoning the hunt for him without hesitation, or even abandon the mutated beast prey altogether. Because these three mutated wolves were too cunning, they preferred to circle around Wang Yan for a long time, looking for a surefire opportunity to attack rather than taking risks. This was driving Wang Yan a bit crazy. Not only had he not found a counterattack opportunity, but he was also being worn down by these three guys working together, and he couldn't rush to use his defensive ability, as that would alert the snake. At this moment, he suddenly saw a red light shoot toward his eyes, causing Wang Yan to instinctively turn his head, narrowly dodging this deadly strike. However, this red laser, like a high-pressure water cutter, cut a gash in his thick skull armor, causing blood to flow. Just as Wang Yan was still in shock, he felt intense pain in both hind legs from being bitten, and when he frantically turned to attack, the other two mutated wolves immediately dodged, grinning and showing a mocking smile that made him furious. At this moment, Wang Yan immediately put on a show of being furious and wanting to attack the flower girl, but was easily kept at a distance by the three mutated wolves. Unable to find an opportunity to attack, Wang Yan immediately pretended to retreat and turned to run away. This instantly made the three mutated wolves' eyes even fiercer. They couldn't let Wang Yan really escape, nor could they allow him to get too far. There was still a dying mutated lion and a severely injured Siberian tiger waiting to die. If they let the distance between them get too far, what if their prey flew away? The mutated Siberian tiger, the mutated lion, and Wang Yan had all been seen as prey by them. Therefore, two of the mutated wolves immediately took the opportunity to rush forward and bit Wang Yan's two hind legs. Perhaps out of impatience, this finally gave Wang Yan a chance. Wang Yan suddenly opened his huge mouth and turned back, biting down on one of the mutated wolves. Howl! In an instant, the mutated wolf bitten by Wang Yan screamed, struggling to bite at Wang Yan's eyes. However, Wang Yan immediately closed his eyes and began to frantically shake his mouth, directly making the mutated wolf scream in agony. Not only that, to prevent the other two mutated wolves from using skills to launch a sneak attack, Wang Yan directly used his steel body ability. At this moment, the mutated wolf that had bitten Wang Yan's hind leg suddenly felt as if it had bitten into a hammer, experiencing a sharp toothache. After it released its bite, it immediately looked in panic at the other mutated wolf. At this moment, the other mutated wolf that hadn't been attacked also looked somewhat flustered. Clearly, they hadn't expected that Wang Yan also had abilities, and it was an invincible defensive ability that he had been holding back until now to unleash. It must be said that they immediately realized that this prehistoric giant crocodile had been pretending to be weak and waiting for an opportunity, making them even more cautious. But their good brother had already been bitten by this giant crocodile. This left them anxious and somewhat at a loss. If the prehistoric giant crocodile had revealed its strength earlier, they would never have dared to hunt it. The next moment, one of the mutated wolves' eyes emitted red rays again, clearly targeting Wang Yan's hind leg. It is worth mentioning that Wang Yan immediately felt intense pain in his hind leg, as if someone had burned his but with a magnifying glass, making him unable to stop his actions, and his mouth bit down more fiercely. At this moment, the other mutated wolf spat out a burst of intense flames, burning Wang Yan's head, trying to force him to loosen his grip in pain. Unfortunately, Wang Yan's head had never stopped shaking, making the mutated wolf's flames unable to concentrate their damage and posing no threat to Wang Yan. Clearly, after Wang Yan used his steel body ability, the three mutated wolves couldn't even break through his defenses, rendering all their tactics ineffective. Even the mutated wolf that could shoot powerful rays from its eyes found it difficult to cause significant damage to Wang Yan once he used his steel body ability, as long as the attack rays didn't concentrate on a single point for too long. At this moment, the mutated wolf that had been screaming in Wang Yan's mouth gradually quieted down, and ultimately, there was no more movement. At this time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully hunted a mid-level great demon mutated wolf. Current task progress to 5. Chapter 19. The final winner. The vulture with no gains wants to collaborate. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Right in front of the other two mutated wolves, he directly chewed on the mutated wolf for a few moments before forcefully swallowing it. He wanted to see what the value of a mutated beast comparable to a mid-level great demon would be. The next moment, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a mid-level great demon mutated wolf. Successfully gained 40,000 evolution points. Wow, it actually doubled? Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel delighted. He didn't expect the value of high-level creatures to be so high. This meant that even if he currently had no evolution points, as long as he hunted 5 mid-level great demon mutated creatures, he could still meet the conditions for evolution. With this thought, Wang Yan's mood brightened, and he looked at the other 2 mutated wolves with even more greed. Because, as he had predicted, if he devoured these 2 mutated wolves, he might not even need to complete the task to quickly satisfy the required evolution points. In an instant, Wang Yan's gaze towards the other 2 mutated wolves became exceptionally greedy and ferocious, which frightened the already helpless wolves. They frequently whispered to each other, as if discussing whether to flee. After all, they had lost one of their brothers here, and if they continued to hunt the prehistoric giant crocodile, the outcome would likely not be good, and they might end up losing another. At this moment, Wang Yan did not chase the 2 mutated wolves, but instead abandoned his disguise and swaggered towards the mutated lion and the mutated Siberian tiger. The 2 wolves, seeing his strength, were likely considering giving up their resistance. As expected, upon seeing the prehistoric giant crocodile ignore them and crawl towards the 2 waiting mutated beasts, the wolves exchanged reluctant glances and chose to leave. Although the prehistoric giant crocodile was slow, its defense was outrageous, and they had no chance. If Wang Yan revealed his strength too early, they might have been able to distract him and drag away a prey, but now there was no opportunity. The prehistoric giant crocodile wasn't even pretending anymore. At that moment, seeing the 2 mutated wolves decisively abandon their prey, Wang Yan felt somewhat helpless. These mutated wolves were indeed too clever. They recognized the situation and chose to give up. If possible, he would have preferred that these 2 wolves persisted a bit longer. Although the probability of them counter-killing him was low, what if they succeeded? At this moment, when Wang Yan approached the Siberian tiger and the African lion, both creatures stared at him intently. They knew in their hearts that they were going to die today. Wang Yan's terrifying defensive power left them with no chance for a sneak attack or counterkill. If Wang Yan did not kill them, and no other creatures hunted them within a few days, given the strength of mutated beasts, their injuries could potentially heal within half a month. At this time, Wang Yan took the initiative to approach the lion. In fact, aside from having a broken spine and being unable to stand, its injuries were less severe than those of the Siberian tiger. This was because the Siberian tiger focused on a one-hit kill, directly biting through its spine, while the lion had only heavily injured the tiger's hind legs and one front leg. Even knowing it was certain death, the mutated lion still wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, Wang Yan's massive mouth clamped down on its head, and with a few shakes, he killed it. Then, in front of the mutated Siberian tiger, Wang Yan began to chew and swallow the mutated lion. After about 10 minutes, he swallowed the entire mutated lion. At the same time, the system's voice echoed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a mid-level great demon mutated lion. Successfully gained 20,000 evolution points. Current task, progress 3-5. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan secretly thought to himself that it was indeed as he expected. A mid-level great demon mutated beast was worth 20,000 evolution points. The mid-level was 40,000 evolution points. But as for whether the late stage was 60,000 or 80,000 evolution points, he had no way of knowing. At this moment, when Wang Yan was about to make a move on the mutated Siberian tiger, the tiger had already stood up completely, vigilantly staring at him, clearly wanted to make a final stand. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan didn't waste any words. He opened his massive mouth and lunged at it. The mutated Siberian tiger, despite being heavily injured, still stood upright and continuously roared, striking at his head with incredible speed. Unfortunately, the two creatures were not on the same level. The lightning-fast paw of the tiger hitting Wang Yan's head had no effect at all. Instead, Wang Yan bit down on its neck, and similarly with a few shakes. It died in his mouth. After killing the mutated Siberian tiger, Wang Yan began to chew again, spending another 20 minutes before swallowing a whole. Meanwhile, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a mid-level great demon mutated Siberian tiger. Successfully gained 20,000 evolution points. Current task progress 4-5. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Although he had been scared by that super giant python during his trip to the city center, he had actually gained quite a bit while escaping. So far, he only needed to take down one more mid-level great demon mutated beast or a mid-level great demon zombie to complete the task. Unfortunately, the two mutated wolves had run away. Otherwise, he could have completed the task. In a good mood, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and began to crawl through the city again, continuing to search for targets to hunt. To be honest, after this battle, he had thoroughly grasped the strength of mutated beasts. The strength of a mutated beast can not only be measured by its level. It also depends on the beast itself and its abilities. All these factors combined reveal its combat power. For example, the mutated Siberian tiger and lion that Wang Yan devoured were both mid-level great demon mutated beasts. Yet their combat power and size were far superior to that of mid-level great demon mutated wolves. In a one-on-one situation, even though the mutated wolves had a higher level than the mutated lion and tiger, if it were a duel, the mutated wolves would almost certainly die. No, if it were that mutated wolf with eyes that could shoot laser-like beams, it might have a chance against the mutated lion and mutated Siberian tiger. At that moment, while Wang Yan was on his way, he suddenly heard a voice. Collaboration? Giant crocodile. Startled, Wang Yan instinctively looked up and found that the mutated great demon vulture had not left. Seeing Wang Yan look up, the vulture circling in the sky continued to ask, Giant crocodile, do you want to collaborate? I can help you find mutated beasts, and you just need to kill them and give me a share. Chapter 20. Alliancing with the Vulture Mutant Beast. The division of realms among the demon race. Clearly, this vulture has witnessed the entire battle. Moreover, it realizes that this prehistoric giant crocodile is incredibly powerful. Even a mid-level mutant beast among the great demons will be no match for this giant crocodile. And it has no doubt that even a typical late-stage great demon mutant beast would probably not be able to defeat this giant crocodile. This giant crocodile's potential is entirely different from that of an ordinary mutant beast. It is not a modern creature, but is likely a far more ancient being, which speaks volumes about its potential. In fact, both it and other mutant beasts can roughly sense their own potential limits. In its view, most of the currently mutated beasts can barely reach the peak of the great demon realm. Many mutant beasts probably lack the qualifications and potential to reach the giant demon realm. But it does have such potential because, strictly speaking, before the apocalypse, it had accidentally consumed a type of heavenly material. As a result, before the apocalypse arrived, its size grew significantly, enough to instinctively avoid humans. Thus, although it is not a pure demon, belonging instead to a wild breed of demons, during the explosion of the apocalypse, its potential was greatly enhanced, making it fundamentally qualified to step into the giant demon realm in the future. Unfortunately, the two awakened abilities it possesses are rapid flight and life insight. One is speed-related, while the other is a type of ability that allows it to perceive the life force of creatures, which does not help in combat. However, by using life insight, it can gauge how resilient a creature's life force is. The stronger the life force, the harder it is to kill. For instance, earlier, it had already seen through life insight that the northeast tiger and the lion mutant beast had little time left, and the outcome was obvious. But when it saw this giant crocodile, it was completely shocked because, through life insight, it could determine how tough this creature's life was. So far, it has classified life into 5 levels: ant life, plankton life, strong life, fate life, and immortal life. As for this giant crocodile, it possesses fate life. What does this mean? It completely overturns its understanding. Up until now, it has seen and heard so much, and the strongest beings it has encountered only possess plankton life. Even that super giant python in Nanshan City, the undisputed king of the city, is merely plankton life. But how powerful is the opponent? That terrifying aura is almost beyond the giant demon realm. Just a few miles away, the terrifying aura of the giant python is enough to make it tremble. This immediately made it realize that this life inside ability is simply an invincible ability for finding allies. Therefore, before missing the opportunity, it decided to ally with Wang Yan. Coincidentally, it also discovered that this giant crocodile is very slow. If it had its help, it would be a strong alliance. For it, not only could it rely on a future strong being, but it might also have a powerful ally that could potentially elevate its own limits in the future. At the same time, upon receiving the team invitation from the vulture, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. This was perfect for him. He needed an ally to help him deal with enemies, especially those who are fast. For example, if he encounters Liu Bang next time, with the vulture's help, that guy would definitely not be able to escape from the sky. Furthermore, having a flying ally is crucial for him now. It can assist him in observing the terrain and even help him search for hunting targets, serving as a radar map. Thinking of this, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and said, "Sounds good, but when we encounter prey, I should have priority. How about that? In other words, after cooperating with me, I get to enjoy the prey I hunt first, and once I elevate my realm to the giant demon level, then I will support you." Clearly, Wang Yan's terms were a bit excessive, essentially making the other party work for free. But Wang Yan didn't want it that way. Mainly, the super giant python in the center of Nanshan City had truly frightened him, leaving him with a serious fear of lacking strength, even making him become much more cautious while on the road. More critically, Wang Yan knew that there were even more powerful and terrifying demon races in this world. The system had mentioned that the demon race was one of the driving forces behind the apocalypse. This also left Wang Yan feeling a severe lack of security due to his insufficient strength, making him eager to rapidly elevate his strength. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture immediately became displeased. Was it going to be a free runner? It wanted a win-win cooperation, not to be a free runner. Thinking of this, the vulture immediately spoke up. "That's not acceptable. At least you get 2 prey, and I get 1. Otherwise, with your speed, just finding a suitable target would take too much time." For a moment, Wang Yan found himself at a loss for words to rebut. Because this statement was indeed true, he was currently facing a very awkward situation. His strength was sufficient, but he lacked offensive means, relying solely on size advantage to crush. His speed was too slow. The prey was weaker than him, but didn't take him seriously. Thinking of this, Wang Yan fell silent for a moment before opening his mouth wide and saying, "How about this? 3-1. Although you are fast, your combat power is lacking, so once we find a target, it will basically be me who takes action." After saying this, Wang Yan fell silent, quietly watching the vulture circling in the sky. The other party might have some combat power, but it was far from enough for his level. For instance, it despised the 3 mutant wolves, which had no advantage in size against this guy. But it still didn't dare to act, which reflected the issue of strength leading to a lack of confidence. Its wings spread nearly 30 meters. The basic conditions were already good enough. It could even kill a northeast tiger mutant beast if it wanted to. But the vulture dared not, proving its combat power was indeed very weak. At this moment, after thinking for a while, the vulture in the sky finally spoke up. "All right, then let's cooperate happily. By the way, are you still looking for mutant beasts at the great demon level? I can help you find suitable hunting targets." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan secretly nodded in satisfaction, then couldn't help but laugh and tease. "Where did you learn about the great demon-level mutant beasts?" Hearing this, the vulture was taken aback for a moment, then explained, "The realms of the demon race are divided this way. Our current strength is at the great demon level in the demon race." At this point, the vulture could not help but boast proudly, "The realms of demons, from weak to strong, are minor demon realm, great demon realm, giant demon realm, demon lord realm, demon king realm, demon emperor realm, demon saint realm, and demon sovereign realm. Among them, The minor demon realm can hardly enter the spotlight, while the great demon realm is barely stepping into the hall. The giant demon realm and the demon lord realm are even more formidable, requiring the gathering of demon cores and the condensation of the primordial spirit. As for the latter ones, I don't know. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was extremely surprised. This vulture actually knew so much about the realms of the demon race. However, knowing this only made Wang Yan feel even less secure. Chapter 21. Zombies at the late stage of the three-headed monster. And they all possess supernatural abilities? He never expected that the demon race actually has as many as 8 realms. What does this mean? He was quite clear in his heart. This means the demon race has a profound foundation. This means the demon race has terrifying strength. This means that in this world, there are many existences that can kill him. After all, he is only at the big demon realm so far, and there are so many realms behind him. How strong must these monsters be? Just thinking about it made Wang Yan feel a chill down his spine. At this moment, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, "What is the strongest monster you have seen in this city?" Upon hearing this, the vulture thought seriously for a moment and said, "It's that super giant python in Nanlin City, definitely at the giant demon realm. And it might even be at the peak of the giant demon realm. Additionally, there are currently 4 other giant demon realm creatures in Nanlin City. But in the entire province, that super giant python is estimated to be in the top 10 in terms of strength." Wang Yan nodded thoughtfully and then said, "Got it. It seems I need to improve my strength quickly. Can you help me see if there are any big demon-level mutated beasts nearby that I can hunt?" The vulture immediately nodded and said, "Sure, just wait here for me." After saying that, the vulture turned into a shadow and began to scour the sky. After more than 10 minutes, the vulture returned, visibly excited, and said, "Follow me. There are 3 powerful mutated zombies over there, and they seem to be fighting over a strange, blood-colored lotus." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately set off with the vulture. Half an hour later, under the vulture's guidance, Wang Yan finally arrived at a city, and just a few hundred meters away, he saw 3 zombies over 10 meters tall, engaged in a fierce battle. What shocked Wang Yan even more was that these 3 zombies actually possessed supernatural abilities. One of the mutated zombies was about 15 meters tall, looking like a huge fat man, and its body could actually petrify into a rocky state. The second mutated zombie was even more outrageous, reaching 20 meters in height, resembling a giant with chains thicker than a human thigh wrapped around it, wielding a massive axe hammer over 8 meters long that emitted a strange black mist with terrifying corrosiveness. The third mutated zombie could no longer be classified as a zombie. It was 15 meters tall with 4 arms, its gray-black body muscular, with tendons tied like a dragon, and bone spurs on its back. More importantly, even though the distance was still a few hundred meters away, the aura in the air indicated that all 3 mutated zombies had reached the late stage of the big demon realm. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's heart sank. These 3 mutated zombies looked tough to deal with, especially the one wielding the super iron giant hammer. Wang Yan genuinely worried that if it hit him a few times, it would leave blood holes. Even with his steel body, the scars from the attacks would be real, and the pain was unavoidable. However, when Wang Yan thought about the fact that all 3 mutated zombies had reached the so-called late stage of the big demon realm, he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, a zombie at the early stage of the big demon realm was worth 20,000 evolution points. One at the mid-stage was worth 40,000. So one at the late stage was worth at least 60,000, and it could very well be 80,000. At this moment, the 3 fighting mutated zombies suddenly stopped, creating some distance between them. Then, they turned their heads, their gray-black pupils coldly staring at Wang Yan, their eyes filled with bloodlust. They were not ordinary zombies. Their strength level was even higher than Wang Yan's, and in their eyes, Wang Yan, as a mutated beast, was merely food. In the next moment, the 3 mutated zombies exchanged glances, and 2 of them resumed fighting. But the one wrapped in iron chains and holding the 7 to 8 meter long iron giant hammer charged straight at Wang Yan without a word. Seeing this, the vulture, which had been on Wang Yan's shoulder, immediately soared into the sky and flew to the rooftop to watch the show. No joke. These three were late-stage Big Demon Realm mutated zombies. Moreover, these three zombies also had supernatural abilities, and their combat power was extremely exaggerated. It could not provoke them. Even a northeast tiger or a male lion mutated beast would be easily killed by them. Be careful, its supernatural ability is similar to yours. At this moment, the vulture, watching from the rooftop, seemed to think of something and quickly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan felt even more frustrated. He never expected to encounter a zombie with similar skills, and this battle seemed difficult. At this moment, as the giant hammer zombie charged forward, its entire body had already turned to steel, raising its axe hammer high to chop down at Wang Yan. In the next moment, Wang Yan's entire body was fully hardened, and it was too late to dodge. Bang! The sound of steel colliding echoed. The massive axe struck Wang Yan's head, creating a huge spark. For a moment, Wang Yan felt a sharp pain, but the next moment, he opened his mouth wide and aimed to bite at the steel zombie. However, the steel zombie immediately stepped back a few paces, then turned around and struck Wang Yan's open mouth with its axe hammer. Damn! For a moment, Wang Yan instinctively closed his mouth, just in time to bite down on the axe hammer held by the zombie, and then he began to thrash his head wildly. Soon, under the immense force, the steel zombie had no choice but to let go of the axe hammer. In the next moment, the axe hammer was thrown dozens of meters away by Wang Yan's head, and the vulture immediately took the hint and swooped down to retrieve the axe hammer, then returned to the rooftop to watch the show. Clearly, it could see that this axe hammer in the hands of the mutated zombie could cause a lot of trouble for Wang Yan. So taking it away was beneficial for their cooperative alliance. In fact, Wang Yan didn't know why this mutated zombie had such terrifying power. Swinging the axe hammer was making him feel like he was on the brink of death. Although his body had been hardened under the terrifying strength, the pain from the axe hammer hitting him was even more direct. Damn it, without any lethal supernatural abilities, facing a defensive zombie that was similar to himself, he immediately felt disadvantaged. Wang Yan cursed in his heart, then fixed his gaze on this mutated zombie and charged forward again. At this moment, the mutated zombie that had lost its axe hammer was clearly a bit angry. Facing Wang Yan's renewed attack, it swung its fists and smashed them down towards the giant crocodile's jaw. Unfortunately, even though this mutated zombie's attack power was still fierce after hardening, the punches were somewhat lacking, only sparking a few sparks, but Wang Yan managed to bite down on one of its arms. Upon biting this mutated zombie, Wang Yan immediately became excited. He then began to wildly shake his head, while the mutated zombie immediately grabbed his head, clearly worried about metal fatigue and having its arm bitten off. However, once the opponent was bitten, it was doomed not to escape unscathed. Wang Yan furiously shook his head with his open mouth, and soon the zombie was thrown off his head. Just a few minutes later, the mutated zombie's arm quickly reached metal fatigue and was easily bitten off by him, but at the same time, the mutated zombie also broke free. After biting off this metallic arm, the mutated zombie was obviously furious and wanted to retrieve its severed arm. Although Wang Yan didn't know what the other party intended to do, he simply swallowed it down. The system's voice then rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured an arm of a late-stage Big Demon Realm mutated zombie. Successfully obtained 15,000 evolution points. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Wang Yan was taken aback. Goodness, an arm was worth 15,000 evolution points, almost the same as a mutated zombie at the early stage of the Big Demon Realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan suddenly became excited, because as long as he devoured this mutated zombie, he would be able to complete his evolution and conveniently finish the task. Perhaps, by then, the evolution points he gained plus the task rewards would allow him to jump 2 levels directly, breaking through from the early stage of the Great Demon Realm to the late stage of the Great Demon Realm. Chapter 22 successfully killed the Steel Zombie. Mission accomplished. Second realm, double jump. In the next moment, Wang Yan opened his blood-filled mouth and charged forward with his massive body. The mutated zombie was so frightened that it quickly retreated, clearly not daring to approach him easily anymore. Unfortunately, facing the mutated zombie's evasion, Wang Yan's attacks became more frequent and aggressive. Earlier, this scoundrel had been very arrogant, rushing up to hammer him repeatedly. Now, after losing its axe and an arm, it finally became obedient and understood fear. Now, the roles had naturally reversed. It was time for him to unleash his attacks. At this moment, every time Wang Yan pounced, the opponent started to focus on dodging. He could even clearly sense that, facing his massive form, the zombie with steel powers seemed to want to give up after failing to subdue him. Yet for some unknown reason, it continued to circle around him, unwilling to leave. Was it due to that strange blood lotus? While attacking, Wang Yan observed the creature and noticed that even while battling him, it frequently glanced at the blood lotus on a vine atop a nearby commercial building. This made Wang Yan realize that the bizarre blood lotus must have a tremendous allure for these zombies. Similarly, if it attracted such powerful late-stage zombies, it would undoubtedly have a significant effect on mutated beasts as well. Thinking of this, Wang Yan decided that as long as he could, he would not only take down these 3 mutated zombies, but also seize that coveted blood lotus. After half an hour of frequent attacks, this mutated zombie finally made a mistake, and one of its legs was caught in his blood-filled mouth. In the next moment, Wang Yan employed the same tactic again, shaking his head violently, slamming the nearly 20-meter-tall zombie against the ground, making it look quite miserable, despite the mutated zombie's furious kicks against his blood-filled mouth. Causing him considerable pain, how could Wang Yan, having finally caught this opportunity, let go? As long as he took off one of its legs, it would be a sitting duck. So, even while being kicked, Wang Yan continued to shake his blood-filled mouth. After more than half an hour, the leg of the steel, mutated zombie finally suffered from mental fatigue. At this point, the mutated steel zombie could no longer hold back and beg for mercy, saying awkwardly, "I beg you, let me go." Wang Yan ignored the mutated steel zombie's pleas and soon, with a crack, the zombie's leg was broken as he continued to shake it. Then, Wang Yan swallowed the leg whole. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage demon zombie's thigh. Gained 20,000 evolution points." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. So it turned out that a late-stage demon zombie was indeed worth 80,000 evolution points. With this thought in a good mood, Wang Yan glanced at the legless, mutated steel zombie crawling on the ground and prepared to dismember it and eat it. However, at this moment, perhaps realizing it was doomed, the steel zombie stared blankly at a tall building in the distance, completely giving up on struggling, lost in thought. Just then, a series of gunfire rang out. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down on Wang Yan's head, sparking countless sparks. Wang Yan turned angrily to see a petite female zombie nearby, continuously shooting at him with a gun until her rifle ran out of ammo. Looking for death, Wang Yan felt a surge of rage as if being provoked by an ant, and prepared to charge at the female zombie. But he was immediately grabbed by the tail by the steel, mutated zombie, which bit down hard on his tail. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately ordered the vulture, "Kill that ignorant thing." After saying that, he turned his blood-filled mouth and bit down hard on the other leg of the mutated zombie, pulling fiercely as if trying to swallow it whole. But the mutated zombie used its remaining hand to block his blood-filled mouth. Wang Yan had no choice but to employ the same tactic, shaking his blood-filled mouth violently, determined to take off the other leg through mental fatigue. Meanwhile, on the other side, the vulture had also set its sights on the ant-like female zombie. This female zombie had just reached the demon level, but she was very weak and small, almost the same size as a normal person. However, her speed was incredibly fast, and she managed to dodge several attempts at capture from the diving vulture. This continued for half an hour. Wang Yan successfully removed the leg of the steel zombie using the same tactic, just as the vulture finally caught the petite mutated female zombie. But to Wang Yan's astonishment, the steel zombie, now missing both legs and an arm, suddenly roared angrily at the vulture. "Let her go, let her go." Moreover, its roar grew increasingly furious, and its originally dull pupils turned crimson, its aura even increasing rather than decreasing. Seeing this, the vulture, who was just about to strike, immediately sensed something was off, quickly grabbing the mutated female zombie and flying into the sky, urging, hurry and swallow it to avoid any accidents. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan immediately complied, fearing that the steel zombie would cause some trouble. He forcefully swallowed the roaring steel zombie, along with the dismembered leg. Just before dying, the steel zombie dug out its own eyeball in rage and hurled it at the vulture, but missed completely. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage demon steel zombie. Gained 45,000 evolution points. 45,00020, 00015, 00080, 000. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Ding! Congratulations, host. Gain 150,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Gained random golden treasure chest X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Accumulated conditions for evolution met. Would you like to start evolution? No. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was in high spirits. Finally completed the mission. Then, he turned his gaze to the other two battling zombies. As long as he resolved these two zombies as well, it wouldn't be impossible to achieve a triple jump in the third realm. A late-stage demon zombie was worth 80,000. 3 late-stage demon zombies were worth 240,000. What if the evolution points weren't enough to complete the triple jump evolution? No worries. Besides the 2 late-stage demon zombies, there was also that valuable and unknown blood lotus they were desperately fighting over. Chapter 23. Resurrection? Transforming into a steel Terminator zombie? At the same time, while Wang Yan was happily receiving the system reward, the vulture on the rooftop felt a sense of unease. Its gaze was fixed on the red eyeball that had fallen on the road. For some reason, the steel zombie's eyeball always made it feel anxious, which was why it had not rushed to kill the female zombie. What terrified it even more was that, although the steel zombie was clearly dead, its ability to observe through the fate-reading technique showed that the eyeball still indicated the other party was alive and had transformed from a mere ant's life into a transcendent existence. This was what truly frightened it. Not only had the zombie's life not vanished after death, but its destined fate had also changed. Sure enough, not long after it felt nervous and scared, an unexpected event finally occurred. Before its eyes, the eyeball transformed into a massive amount of blood mist. Simultaneously, the abandoned steel and cars on the ground turned into liquid, rapidly gathering towards the eyeball. This scene startled Wang Yan, who was watching the spectacle. When he saw countless cars turning into liquid iron slurry and the abandoned steel transforming into iron slurry, even that warhammer turning into liquid and rushing towards the eyeball, he immediately realized that something big was about to happen. Sure enough, under the gathering of countless metal slurries, a terrifying monster was taking shape. In the next moment, a 60-meter-tall zombie, made entirely of iron slurry and resembling a demon, appeared. Moreover, what weighed heavily on Wang Yan's heart was that this zombie had undergone a tremendous transformation. Its entire body was the color of iron slurry, with a pair of wings on its back and a pair of backward-curving bull horns on its head. On its back, it even had a pair of sharp, terrifying metal claws as long as Wolverine's. This is just ridiculous. It could be resurrected even after dying? For a moment, Wang Yan found it hard to believe and was deeply shocked. At this moment, the steel Terminator zombie suddenly raised its head and shot towards a vulture like a beam of red light. The vulture was instantly scared and soared into the sky, flying far away while using its super speed flying ability. Clearly, it understood why the other party was chasing it, because it was holding the female zombie that the steel zombie cared about the most. Now that the other party had caught up, it could only try to divert this bizarre steel zombie while ensuring its own safety. The next moment, 2 streaks of different colored light were rapidly chasing each other in the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. This also relieved Wang Yan and the other 2 zombies that had been fighting fiercely, because not only Wang Yan, but the 2 zombies engaged in combat could also sense that the steel zombie had evolved again, its strength now completely overwhelming theirs. They had no doubt that if a steel zombie were to attack them, it would easily suppress them without spending much effort. This zombie was too strange. It probably had some kind of resurrection ability. Fortunately, the vulture had helped divert its attention. At this moment, Wang Yan silently appreciated the vulture in his heart. This guy was very useful, especially for him right now. Knowing that the steel zombie had resurrected, it immediately helped him draw away this bizarre steel zombie. This way, he wouldn't have to retreat for the time being. To be honest, after the other party resurrected, he could feel that the steel zombie's aura had reached the peak level of a great demon. Moreover, he was genuinely worried about whether his defense could withstand its claws, which are as sharp as Wolverine's. Even though he was confident that the other party couldn't kill him, the steel zombie had become stronger after resurrecting, reaching peak great demon level. If they fought again, he would likely fall into an absolute disadvantage. The most crucial point was that the other party could resurrect. This was the biggest headache for him. What if it died again and resurrected, turning into a giant demon-level zombie? Wang Yan naturally knew how troublesome such a seemingly overpowered opponent could be. If possible, he certainly did not want to engage in a life-and-death struggle with such a suspiciously overpowered being. As long as it could resurrect without being completely devoured, this kind of overpowered creature was simply too difficult to kill. Unless he could completely crush the other party, he was the one being crushed in terms of realm. Back to the main topic. Seeing the two mutated zombies fighting again, Wang Yan continued to watch the show, not rashly joining the battle. And the mysterious blood lotus did not show any signs of moving closer. If he dared to approach the mysterious blood lotus, these two zombies would likely immediately turn their guns on him and treat him as the primary target to eliminate. The battle continued for more than 10 minutes. Both zombies sustained injuries, but they also clearly had strong defenses. One had excellent defensive power with 4 arms, and its wounds healed at a terrifying speed, visibly recovering, and even had the ability to spray toxic mist. The other could transform its body into rock, making it highly defensive. These two guys could hold their ground against the steel zombie without falling behind. Their combat power was not weak, but compared to the steel zombie, they were indeed more challenging to deal with. At this moment, Wang Yan had a basic assessment of the two zombies' strengths, perhaps in various aspects. They were slightly weaker than the steel zombie, but the difference was definitely minimal. Just then, the two zombies seemed to be communicating while fighting, then suddenly stopped, turning their heads to look at him with fierce expressions. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan thought to himself that it was bad. Why did these two suddenly change their stance and prioritize attacking him? In fact, this was mainly because Wang Yan's strength was indeed formidable enough to have killed the steel zombie. Although they were confident that their strength was not inferior to the steel zombie, they had no confidence that they could kill it. Earlier, they had not sought trouble with Wang Yan because they wanted to see if the steel zombie would return to deal with him. If it did, they would have retreated without hesitation, even if it meant abandoning the blood lotus. What they did not expect was that, after such a long time, the steel zombie had not returned, and it was highly likely that it would not come back. This way, they naturally prioritized Wang Yan as a significant threat, and to prevent being picked off after determining a winner, eliminating Wang Yan was their best choice. Because the strength Wang Yan had displayed was no longer just something they were wary of, it was truly a threat to their lives. In the next moment, Wang Yan saw the two zombies tacitly approaching him from afar. As for their intentions, it was obvious. They clearly planned to team up to eliminate him first. In response, Wang Yan felt a headache coming on, but he was also somewhat helpless. These guys were indeed very intelligent. Chapter 24, Vulture Assistance. Seizing the blood lotus. Killing the 4-armed zombie. Damn it, the intelligence is really too high. As expected, they won't just let me be. It seems that the opponent didn't attack me earlier because they wanted to see if that departing steel zombie would return. Now that it is confirmed that the steel zombie won't come back, they immediately regard me as the biggest threat and prepare to eliminate me first. At this moment, Wang Yan easily analyzes the thoughts of these two zombies. While feeling emotional, he has long had a countermeasure, which is to continue to create distance. This way, the two zombies would not dare to attack him anymore. Otherwise, being too far from the blood lotus could lead to unexpected incidents. As for letting one of them deal with him, that was even less possible. The two zombies in front of him are merely in a temporary alliance. How could either side trust the other to keep an eye on the blood lotus? With this in mind, Wang Yan was just about to make a retreating gesture when he inadvertently spotted the vulture circling in the distance, and suddenly had other ideas. In the next moment, he turned and ran for over 100 meters, but the distance didn't increase too much, keeping him about 300 meters from the blood lotus. Then, as he deliberately slowed down and didn't truly plan to run, he was easily surrounded by the two zombies from both sides. In response, Wang Yan put on a defensive stance while simultaneously preparing to attack, his gaze fixed on the four-armed zombie in front of him. "Are you leaving on your own? Or should we ask you to leave?" To Wang Yan's surprise, the zombie actually spoke. In response, Wang Yan retorted, "Why not cooperate with me? We have no grievances. Let's join forces to kill him. I want the corpse, you want that flower, isn't it good?" The four-armed zombie fell silent. He of course knew this was the best way, but he didn't trust any living creature. Yet, it had to be said that cooperating with Wang Yan was better than cooperating with the other zombie, even knowing that Wang Yan was likely trying to sow discord. "I know you're trying to sow discord." As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly leaped and delivered a powerful punch to the unprepared stone zombie's head. This momentarily staggered the stone zombie, and before it could react, the four-armed zombie landed several more punches, directly knocking the stone zombie to the ground. At the same time, the four-armed zombie immediately lunged forward to pin the opponent down and shouted at Wang Yan, "Aren't you going to attack?" Hearing this, Wang Yan wasted no time, turned around, and charged forward, opening his massive jaws to bite down on one of the opponent's legs, then began to wildly thrash his mouth around, while constantly glancing at the vulture in the sky. Meanwhile, as Wang Yan controlled this zombie, the four-armed zombie instantly got up and charged towards the blood lotus, which was entangled in the building's wall. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's heart sank, but when he saw a shadow in the sky darting toward the blood lotus like lightning, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow was none other than the vulture that had been waiting for an opportunity in the sky. Ever since he had thrown the steel Terminator in the city center within the territory of the supergiant python, he had immediately fled. Then, the steel Terminator was naturally held up and didn't dare to act recklessly under the supergiant python's watchful eye, and was currently trying to find a way to rescue the female zombie. "You're looking for death." Seeing the vulture snatch the blood lotus, the four-armed zombie was furious. But unfortunately, it was still slower than the vulture, and ultimately watched with bloodshot eyes as the vulture grabbed the blood lotus and flew into the sky. "Ah, I will kill you." The enraged four-armed zombie picked up a utility pole and threw it like a javelin toward the vulture in the sky. Unfortunately, the vulture reacted too quickly and easily dodged, even making a triumphant cawing laugh. This nearly drove the four-armed zombie insane. But facing the arrogant vulture in the sky, he couldn't fly, so he could only glare helplessly. In his fury, he turned to Wang Yan, clearly realizing he had been outmaneuvered. The next moment, seeing Wang Yan still gnawing at the stone zombie, he, in a fit of rage, directly jumped on Wang Yan's back, using his enormous fist to pound Wang Yan's head. Unfortunately, Wang Yan wouldn't let go at all, still biting onto the stone zombie's thigh, clearly intending to first take off this guy's leg. At that moment, the stone zombie, under Wang Yan's wild thrashing, easily grabbed the body of the four-armed zombie, bringing the four-armed zombie down to the ground along with him. Clearly, the stone zombie was gritting his teeth at the four-armed zombie for betraying him. Even if he died here today, he wanted to take the four-armed zombie down with him. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's heart stirred, and he immediately decided to switch targets. Because compared to the stone zombie, the four-armed zombie, now caught by the opponent, was actually easier to kill. With this in mind, while still biting the stone zombie, who was in a struggle with the four-armed zombie, Wang Yan immediately opened his massive jaws to change targets, directly biting down on one of the four-armed zombie's legs and starting to thrash and tear at it wildly. In an instant, the four-armed zombie let out a painful scream, continuously pounding the giant crocodile, trying to make it let go, but it was all in vain. Instead, the freed stone zombie, thinking he was surely doomed today and wanted to take the four-armed zombie down with him before dying, directly held onto the four-armed zombie without letting go. But to his surprise, this prehistoric giant crocodile had actually switched targets. Realizing this, He immediately seized the opportunity to let go of the four-armed zombie while creating distance, silently watching the four-armed zombie scream in pain as it was bitten by the giant crocodile, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. This treacherous dog. This time he tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing rice. He was finally going to die. Meanwhile, hearing the four-armed zombie screams, Wang Yan felt much more relaxed. He then thrashed and tore even harder. This guy was definitely going to die today. Moreover, facing the guy's screams, if he could truly let go of his bite, he really wanted to mock him. Don't scream at me. At this moment, before Wang Yan could speak, the stone zombie, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't help but taunt. Stop screaming. Just now, when you were hitting me and the giant crocodile, we didn't make a sound. Yes. It was precisely because the opponent came charging in like a mad dog and beat him that Wang Yan changed his target out of anger. Although this meant he could no longer kill the stone zombie, Wang Yan didn't care. At least he felt better. Furthermore, after forming a temporary alliance with the four-armed zombie, his expectation was only to kill the stone zombie. Now that he had switched targets, the result remained the same. Anyway, with the blood lotus in hand, killing one less stone zombie was naturally acceptable to him. Soon, under the stone zombie's watchful eyes, one of the four-armed zombie's legs was torn off by him. Then, Wang Yan directly chewed a few times and swallowed the leg whole. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a late-stage big demon-level zombie's thigh. Successfully gained 15,000 evolution points. Ding! Host has accumulated enough to meet the conditions. Would you like to begin evolution? No. Wang Yan decisively rejected in his heart. He then looked at the bleeding and tried to escape four-armed zombie. Unfortunately, the four-armed zombie had ultimately miscalculated because the stone zombie was still watching him closely. As Wang Yan continued to approach, the four-armed zombie actually rarely showed a sign of surrender and begged, Giant crocodile, please don't kill me. I am willing to serve you forever. Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but sneer in his heart, naturally not taking the opponent's plea for mercy seriously. This guy who turns his face in an instant dared not accept it. Otherwise, he could turn against him at any time and bite him back, unless he had the means to effectively control the other party. At that moment, the stone zombie quickly reminded, be careful of his rapid recovery ability. Not to mention breaking a leg. Even if he were to be cut in half, he could recover. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan glanced at the other party's leg, which was rapidly growing and healing, and without hesitation rushed up, biting the other leg and started to bite it off as well, then swallowed it down. What left Wang Yan speechless was that in just a short while the leg that this guy had lost earlier had actually regrown. This clearly showed how powerful the other party's recovery ability was. An hour later, this guy finally stopped growing legs. Only then did Wang Yan reluctantly eat him. Obviously, the other party's rapid leg growth ability was not limitless. If it were really like that, Wang Yan would definitely be reluctant to kill him and would instead crazily eat the four-armed zombie's legs. After all, eating once granted him 15,000 evolution points. The next moment, after swallowing the four-armed zombie, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a late-stage four-armed zombie. Successfully obtained 80,000 evolution points total. 80,000,130,000. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was completely stunned. Goodness! Does this not mean that this four-armed zombie provided a total of 130,000 evolution points? This is 50,000 more than the value provided by a normal late-stage demon creature. This was indeed beyond Wang Yan's expectations. At the same time, after the four-armed zombie was eaten, the stone zombie immediately prepared to leave in satisfaction. Seeing this, Wang Yan did not chase after him, because he knew he couldn't catch up. However, he couldn't help but curiously open his bloody mouth and ask, you fought for the blood lotus flower for so long with no gain, and you're willing to leave just like that? Aren't you going to try to kill me back? Hearing this, the stone zombie glanced at Wang Yan and shook his head. I almost lost my life just now. Now that I can survive, that's good news for me. Opportunities are not worth mentioning compared to life. After saying that, the stone zombie turned and left, because he knew it was impossible to kill the giant crocodile. The overall strength of the giant crocodile was much stronger than theirs. Moreover, even if he succeeded in killing back, that vulture in the sky would probably run away immediately. How could it obediently hand over the blood lotus flower to him? Seeing this scene, Wang Yan felt quite emotional. He didn't expect this guy to gain clarity after walking through the gates of hell. However, he did not chase after him, as the stone zombie had no intention to fight and would not engage with him. Even if he wanted to chase, he couldn't catch up with the other party. Right now, he should find a place to digest the rich rewards he gained from this outing. Chapter 25. The Heaven-Defying Medicinal Herbs. Their value is comparable to cheating. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt very pleased. He had already considered this a great harvest. If it weren't for knowing that there were demon tribes and mutated beasts in this world, he wouldn't even know how inflated he could get. The next moment, Wang Yan looked up at the vulture and opened his large mouth, saying, "Bring me the blood lotus flower to take a look." After hearing this, the vulture circling in the sky asked in a negotiating tone, "This flower, how about giving it to me? In this battle, my performance played a significant role, right? If I hadn't lured that steel zombie away, how could you have smoothly killed 2 late-stage demon-level mutated beasts, right?" Seeing that the other party wanted the blood lotus flower, Wang Yan's heart sank. But what the vulture said was indeed true. After taking a deep breath, he patiently reassured, "Vulture, you can't handle this, so just leave it to me. Once I break through to the giant demon realm, would I really abandon you?" The urgent matter was to quickly enhance his combat power. Only then could they obtain more resources to progress together. After hearing this, the vulture felt a bit reluctant, but also knew it was a fact. It immediately flew to Wang Yan's side, presenting the blood lotus flower to him. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan secretly nodded in satisfaction, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the whole flower, almost getting it stuck in his throat. The main reason was that this heaven-defying treasure was simply too small. It felt like an adult eating a grain of rice. The next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have devoured a mid-tier, Xian-grade, heaven-defying treasure blood lotus flower. You have gained 500,000 evolution points. Ding! Friendly reminder, the levels of heaven-defying treasures are yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, King, Emperor, Saint, and Emperor. Ding! The host's current accumulated points meet the evolution conditions. Would you like to start evolving?" "No." Wang Yan immediately rejected the evolution, but was extremely shocked inside. A mid-tier, Xian-grade, heaven-defying treasure was enough to meet his requirements for evolving to the mid-stage of the Great Demon Realm. No, it should be said that it could satisfy his requirements for evolving from the mid-stage of the Great Demon Realm to the late stage. This was truly unexpected. The effect of heaven-defying treasures was too powerful. This meant that a heaven-defying treasure of the same level as himself could allow him to advance a small realm. It was likely that the same effect applied to other demons as well. No wonder those 3 late-stage demon-level zombies were fighting fiercely over this flower. Its effects were somewhat heaven-defying. This heaven-defying treasure, although only mid-tier Xian grade, could still increase their cultivation foundation. After all, it could allow a mid-stage great demon to immediately advance to the late stage after consuming it. In this way, 2 or 3 mid-tier Xian-grade medicinal herbs would be enough to let a creature that had just broken through to the early stage of the Great Demon Realm rapidly advance to the peak of the Great Demon Realm. Is this what heaven-defying treasures are? They truly live up to their reputation. To know, he was currently only at the early stage of the Great Demon Realm. It required 250,000 evolution points to break through from early to mid-stage, and about 500,000 evolution points to break through from mid to late stage. By this estimate, it would take about 1,000,000 evolution points to break through from late stage to peak. Breaking through from the peak of the Great Demon Realm to the Giant Demon Realm would likely require around 2,000,000 evolution points. According to the current estimates, it would only take 2 peak mid-tier Xian-grade heaven-defying treasures to advance from the early stage of the Great Demon Realm to the early stage of the Giant Demon Realm. Of course, this is under the premise of having sufficient potential and aptitude, because ordinary heaven-defying treasures do not solve potential and aptitude issues. But even so, it is evident how heaven-defying the effects of these treasures are. Two peak mid-tier Shin-grade medicinal herbs could allow a newly entered early-stage great demon, given their aptitude matches, to break through to the early stage of the giant demon realm. It's simply comparable to cheating. He previously didn't understand why those mutated beasts were so strong from the start. But now he has figured out the specific reason. It's because of heaven-defying treasures. If a mutated beast is lucky enough to encounter a higher-grade heaven-defying treasure, wouldn't that mean, under the right conditions, they could soar to new heights? Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt a bit envious. These creatures are not just favored. They are practically the favored children of heaven. The fundamental difference between these mutated beasts and the demon tribes might just be the gap in cultivation foundation. After all, these mutated beasts gained their abilities entirely through the gifts of heaven and earth. But traditional demon tribes definitely have inheritances, and their skills are undoubtedly very powerful. Thinking about this apocalypse, apart from enhancing his aptitude, he hasn't gained any abilities, which made him even more displeased. However, after thinking it over, he realized that enhancing his aptitude is also a tremendous benefit, which brought him a bit of balance. Even without heaven's favor, I have a system and can rise. Perhaps due to the great harvest, Wang Yan's mood instantly improved, and he looked at the vulture with a friendlier gaze. If this guy consumed the blood lotus flower, it would at least guarantee an advancement in level. After he persuaded it a bit, it was still willing to hand over the blood lotus flower, proving that it truly had no ulterior motives and was a very qualified ally. For a moment, Wang Yan, full of vigor, said to the vulture, drawing a big picture, "Don't worry, vulture. Once I enhance my strength, I won't treat you unfairly. Let us go. Take me to the nearest Yongjiang River. After I enhance my strength, we will continue our battles." The vulture nodded repeatedly and immediately soared into the sky. It began to search for the nearest route to the Yongjiang River. In fact, it had two reasons for handing over the blood lotus flower to Wang Yan. First, the two targets that Wang Yan hunted were indeed beyond its control. The steel zombie was something it couldn't consume, and the four-armed zombie had a fast recovery speed, making it difficult to kill. Second, they had previously agreed on the distribution ratio of their prey, meaning that if Wang Yan hunted 4 targets, he could eat 3 while giving 1 to it, which was meaningless for both parties. Soon, after observing the terrain and route, the vulture led Wang Yan to the Yongjiang River. Half an hour later, Wang Yan had already arrived near the Yongjiang River area. Before entering the river, he instructed the vulture to wait nearby while he digested the resources and enhanced his strength before regrouping. What made Wang Yan happy was that perhaps due to the occasional rain during the apocalypse, the water level of the entire river was quite good. Even the river area he was in was over 5 meters deep. This allowed Wang Yan to sink to the riverbed with peace of mind, and he eagerly thought in his heart, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Aptitude, mid-stage giant demon realm. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 500 years. Realm, early stage great demon realm. Size, 23 meters long, 45 tons. Biting force of 100 tons, speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mental communication. Evolution points, 1, 0, 26, 0, 0, 0, 250, 0, 0, 0. Backpack, random golden treasure, chest X1. Chapter 26. Open the golden treasure chest. Win a random superpower lottery? After reading the information page, Wang Yan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This time's harvest exceeded his expectations. He had unknowingly accumulated over 1 million evolution points. Of course, the value of the blood lotus was the greatest, surpassing that of hunting other creatures, accounting for half of his evolutionary gains. What does this mean? It means that the total income he gained from hunting so many high-level zombies and mutated beasts only equaled the value of a single rare treasure. With this in mind, Wang Yan roughly understood the direction he needed to take to quickly increase his strength in the future. However, the number of rare treasures in the city was clearly limited. To truly obtain rare treasures, he would have to venture into the deep mountains and forests. After all, due to the apocalyptic outbreak, even if rare treasures grew in the city, most of them would have been discovered and consumed by zombies and mutated beasts. On the other hand, the deep mountains and forests, with their rivers and lakes, had better growing conditions and possibly more treasures. Unfortunately, these areas were likely also densely populated by monsters. Wang Yan sighed inwardly. While going into the deep mountains and forests might allow for rapid strength enhancement and greater chances of obtaining rare treasures, the danger would also significantly increase. The next moment, Wang Yan simply cast aside his worries and eagerly thought, "System, open the random golden treasure chest." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully opened the random golden treasure chest." "Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained the superpower, shrinking technique. After use, the body shrinks, and strength will correspondingly weaken. In case of danger, it will automatically revert to the original size." Reminder: since the shrinking technique is a necessary skill for giant monsters, this superpower has been revoked, and the host is compensated with one random superpower lottery ticket, can be used to randomly draw a superpower. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained a precious video. The third brother battles the Komodo." "Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained a Thunder Breath superpower fragment X1. Reminder: collect 10 fragments to obtain this superpower." "Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 4,000 evolution points." As the system's voice ended, Wang Yan was quite satisfied with this golden random treasure chest. At least it had given him a random superpower lottery ticket. Not only that, he also picked up from the system's information that the shrinking technique was essential for giant monster-level beings. This meant he no longer had to worry about being too bulky. When the time came, he could directly use the superpower to shrink his body, which would also enhance his speed. Furthermore, he could have a vulture carry him to find prey, which would greatly increase his efficiency. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile, and he became even more excited about breaking through to the giant monster level. However, before getting too eager about the future, Wang Yan decided to use the random superpower lottery ticket to see if he could draw a more powerful superpower. If he could draw an attack superpower, speed superpower, or even a flying superpower, that would be fantastic. His combat capability would become even more terrifying. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan silently thought, "System, use the random superpower lottery ticket." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully used the random superpower lottery ticket." The next moment, a 12-section lottery wheel appeared in Wang Yan's mind. The superpowers and prizes on it left him dumbfounded. Some of the prizes were so good they thrilled and surprised him. They were as follows. Prize 1, Thunder Breath. Level, Superpower Level. Note: after use, can unleash terrifying thunder energy from the mouth, possessing immense lethality and destructive power. Prize 2, Law of Heaven and Earth. Level, Divine Ability Level. Note: after use, can transform into hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of feet tall, dramatically increasing combat power, possessing terrifying lethality, destructive power, and world-destroying ability. Prize 3, Universal Superpower Fragment X20. Level, Superpower Level. Note: after use, as long as the host possesses one fragment of this superpower, can count towards any superpower fragment in exchange for a superpower. Prize 4, Flying and Escaping. Level, Divine Ability Level. Note: after use, can freely fly and escape. Prize 5, Earthly Transformations of 81 Changes. Level. Note: after use, can change all things in an instant, both tangible and intangible. Prize 6, Object Control Technique. Level, Superpower Level. Note: after use, can control objects as if plucking them from a bag, with limits based on one's spirit, mental power, and consciousness. Prize 7, Thank you for participating. Level None. Note: thank you for your participation. Prize 8, Universal Divine Ability Fragment X1. Level, divine ability level. Note, after use, can add to any divine ability fragment the host possesses. Prize 9, restoration technique. Level, divine ability level. Note, after use, no matter how terrifying the injury, as long as the host is still alive, can instantly restore to peak condition, once per day. Prize 10, thank you for participating. Level, none. Note, thank you for your participation. Prize 11, Demon Flame Eye. Level, superpower level. Note, after use, the eyes can release high-temperature fire rays, extremely lethal and highly destructive. Prize 12, Star Shift. Level, divine ability level. Note, this divine ability can function as both an active and passive ability. When the host is attacked fatally, the damage is automatically transferred randomly to any third-party life form other than the host, if only the host and the enemy are within a certain range. The attack is automatically transferred to the opponent 3 times per day. This dazzling array of prizes left Wang Yan extremely excited. Aside from the 2 empty draws, the superpowers included numerous divine abilities, making this random superpower lottery ticket a huge surprise for him. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Does the host want to start the random drawing of superpowers now? Hearing this, an excited and thrilled Wang Yan took a deep breath and then eagerly said, "System, start the draw." As soon as he finished speaking, the lottery pointer in his mind began to spin rapidly on the lottery wheel, and Wang Yan immediately became tense. He didn't dare to hope for too outrageous a divine ability. He just hoped not to draw an empty one. After all, out of these 12 prizes, while 10 were incredibly powerful, there were still 2 that were empty. This was likely the reason why this random lottery ticket had so many divine abilities, improving the quality of the prizes, but also increasing the 1/6 chance of drawing empty. Just then, the pointer on the lottery wheel in his mind suddenly slowed down. Wang Yan held his breath in nervous silence. The next moment, as the pointer came to a complete stop, the originally tense Wang Yan instantly became excited. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained Chapter 27, Gaining Divine Ability. The Star Shift. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained the divine ability, the Star Shift. Divine ability, the Star Shift. Note, this divine ability is both active and passive. When a host is subjected to a fatal attack, the damage will automatically transfer to any third-party life form, excluding the host. If only the host and an enemy are within a certain range, the attack will automatically transfer to the enemy. The ability can be used 3 times per day. Level, divine ability level. Note, divine ability levels are categorized as divine ability, great divine ability, top divine ability, supreme divine ability. Ahaha, good, very good. Finally, I've exploded once. Although it's not a pure attack type divine ability, under special conditions, even the enemy's top killing move can become my killing move. In a great mood, Wang Yan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Clearly a prehistoric giant crocodile, he now had the appearance of a crooked-mouthed dragon king. He then prepared to start evolving to break through his realm first, and, after the breakthrough, he would test the power of this new divine ability. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan silently thought, "System, start the evolution. Whatever level my Jinhua shop can be upgraded to this time, let be upgraded." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Successfully deducted 250,000 evolution points. Starting evolution. Immediately, Wang Yan felt a strong wave of drowsiness wash over him. Soon, he completely lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Wang Yan woke up again and opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that his body size had increased significantly. Yes, he was originally 23 meters long, but now he had surged to 33 meters. From this, it was easy to deduce that his strength had reached the late stage of the Great Demon Realm. In addition, he could clearly feel that the mysterious energy within him had increased, transforming from merely flowing throughout his body to a massive overhaul of his physical form, while the quality of the energy had also greatly improved. Most importantly, Wang Yan could sense that even with his eyes closed, he could perceive everything around him as if he had a form of divine consciousness. Is this what they call divine sense in novels? Wang Yan closed his eyes to observe his surroundings, even examining himself. This miraculous ability was quite interesting, as if he had a certain degree of godlike perspective. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that with his breakthrough to the late stage of the Great Demon Realm, he had gained a new ability, self-repair. This repair ability was very magical. Even if he lost his tail or was cut in half, as long as he had time to recover, his body would heal. However, the duration of this process was still unknown. Of course, he certainly didn't want to test it or encounter such situations, because if that day came, it would basically mean certain death. Just as he wouldn't give the four-armed zombie a chance, the enemy wouldn't give Wang Yan that opportunity either. However, based on Wang Yan's understanding of his own strength, he didn't believe that any creature at the Great Demon level could threaten him, unless it was a super giant python, which was inherently a creature of the demon race. If that super giant python was merely at the Great Demon level, it would be truly terrifying. This meant that, at the same realm, its size would be even more fearsome than his. Moreover, Wang Yan was not too clear about how many such existences there were. Of course, these were not what he needed to worry about right now. Improving his strength was the key. Although a larger size proved stronger combat power, it wasn't absolute. More important than size was the ability. Abilities had a more pronounced impact on combat power. Thinking of this, Wang Yan happily, silently thought, "System. Open the information page." Clearly, he was ready to check the changes in his own data. The next moment, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Talent, mid-stage Great Demon Realm. Species, mutated prulus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 500 years. Realm, late-stage Great Demon Realm. Size, 33 meters long, 480 tons. Biting force, 600 tons. Speed 60 kilometers h. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body. Energy cycle, mind communication. Divine ability, the stars shift. Evolution points, 280, 0001, 000, Backpack, ability thunder breath fragment 110. After reviewing the information page, Wang Yan was greatly surprised. He didn't expect his weight and biting force to have increased several times. He knew what this meant. The larger the size, the more terrifying the weight, which represented a more frightening density, thus enhancing his combat power. It was estimated that as his strength continued to increase, his weight would continue to grow exponentially. The next moment, Wang Yan moved his body and tried to swim towards the water surface, but to his shock, he found that he could no longer swim. What the hell? What's going on? Can't 5 meters of water support me anymore? Thinking this, Wang Yan felt it was very likely. After all, his weight had surged several times. 5 meters of water should be enough to float him. He could easily lift his head out of the water, because the body length to height ratio of an adult crocodile is about 8 to 10 to 1. In other words, with a body length of 33 meters, his height must be at least between 3 to 4 meters. Therefore, a water depth of over 5 meters was not enough to keep him afloat, especially since his weight had increased several times, possibly exceeding that of a blue whale of the same length. To this, Wang Yan could only say that the concentrated essence is the most potent. Soon, he crawled out of the water and immediately spotted the anxious vulture circling in the sky. Feeling somewhat puzzled, just then, upon seeing Wang Yan's surface, the vulture hurriedly urged, "Should we go to Beihai City? An hour ago, I discovered a powerful treasure by the shore of Beihai City. At least 6 great demon-level creatures were fighting, all at the peak level." At this moment, seeing Wang Yan's surface, the vulture landed on his back and asked urgently. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. From Nanlin to Beihai, it's at least over 200 kilometers. At my current speed, it would take at least 4 to 5 hours. Are you sure they will still be there when I arrive? After hearing Wang Yan's explanation, the vulture was immediately speechless. Yes, this guy's movement speed is too slow. Unlike himself, who could fly over 1,000 kilometers per hour without any problem when using his abilities. But soon, the vulture smiled again and asked, "No problem. Then we want to go to Beihai. Half an hour ago, I observed 2 extremely strong hunting targets nearby. Shall we set off now? Hearing this, Wang Yan was also somewhat eager to try, especially thinking of the new divine ability he had just gained. He couldn't help but feel invigorated. Let us go. Just right, my strength has surged. As long as it's not a too powerful great demon-level creature, I can easily subdue them. Chapter 28. Hard Hit. Suspected encounter with a giant monster tentacle creature. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture wasted no time and immediately began to lead the way. It could certainly sense that Wang Yan's aura had become even more terrifyingly powerful. This was the aura of a late-stage great monster. Back then, the old crocodile was only in the early stages of being a great monster, but was able to kill late-stage great monsters. Now, having broken through to the late stage of the great monster realm, he was nearly invincible in this realm, unless he encountered those powerful demon clans. Those creatures that became mutated beasts only during the apocalypse had no understanding of the strength of the demon clan, but it knew, strictly speaking, it had become part of the demon clan before the apocalypse arrived. Unfortunately, it had relied on a yellow-gray treasure medicine to become part of the demon clan, and its strength had not increased much. After the apocalypse, its power was enhanced by the heavens and earth, which allowed it to become a great monster. Because, when the apocalypse arrived, the heavens and earth granted power enhancements to animals, and this also depended on luck. Some creatures might receive an enhancement from the heavens and earth, instantly elevating their strength to the great monster realm. Others, favored by the heavens, could even elevate their power all the way to the giant monster realm in one go. If the great monster realm is a sign of being favored by the heavens and earth, those enhanced to the giant monster realm are the darlings of the heavens and earth. They not only had their qualifications resolved by the heavens and earth, but also jumped straight to the third realm, making it fair to say they were using cheats. Of course, such examples are rare. Not only animals, but there are also lucky individuals among humans, although they are quite few. Soon, under the vulture's guidance, Wang Yan rampaged through the city streets. Countless cars were sent flying in his wake, and zombies scattered in fear. In the early stages of the great monster realm, these ordinary zombies instinctively knew to avoid him, not to mention that Wang Yan was now in the late stages of the great monster realm. Half an hour later, Wang Yan finally, under the vulture's guidance, saw the two formidable great monster-level beings it had mentioned. This location was at a university. As for the two targets mentioned by the vulture, Wang Yan could see them from a distance. One was a tall zombie, and the other was a massive, fleshy tentacle monster. The gigantic zombie had decent strength, merely in the late stage of the great monster realm. However, the huge, fleshy tentacle monster left him perplexed. Its aura was incredibly terrifying, giving Wang Yan a significant sense of danger. In fact, its aura far exceeded the sense of danger he felt from great monster-level beings. Could this guy be at the giant monster level? Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt a mix of surprise and uncertainty. But considering his own strength and the divine powers he had just acquired, he confidently headed toward the university. Boom! The university campus wall was easily crashed down by Wang Yan's massive body. He swaggered into the campus, causing the numerous zombies inside to scatter immediately. As Wang Yan entered the campus, the zombie became alert and immediately approached him. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was somewhat surprised and unexpected. It seemed that this zombie was a subordinate of that tentacle monster. Thinking of this, Wang Yan became more vigilant. This suggested that the opponent was more likely to be a giant monster. He began to examine the 20-meter-tall zombie, which looked somewhat like the zombie tyrant from the Resident Evil movies. Its muscles were developed, its physique robust like an ox, exuding an oppressive aura, with skin that appeared grayish-blue and eyes that were gray-white. However, Wang Yan did not take it lightly. As it got closer, the zombie tyrant let out a threatening roar, clearly trying to drive him away. After all, this prehistoric giant crocodile posed a significant threat to him, even though they were of the same level. But even if this giant crocodile was strong, it would not dare to let the opponent in to act recklessly. Otherwise, its master would tear it apart. That strange fleshy tentacle monster was its master, and its strength was unfathomable. Seeking death, Wang Yan opened his massive mouth and roared, then charged at the opponent with his gigantic body. At the same time, the tyrant zombie also rushed toward Wang Yan and due to its large size. The ground trembled slightly. In the moment before they collided, the tyrant zombie leaped high, easily landing behind Wang Yan, and then kicked out with great force. Unfortunately, Wang Yan had already activated his ability to turn his body into steel. This made the tyrant zombie's kick ineffective, and it nearly broke its leg instead. At this moment, Wang Yan turned around and opened his massive mouth to lunge at the tyrant zombie, which easily retreated to dodge. The next moment, the tyrant zombie leaped again, descending from the sky, elbow crashing down onto Wang Yan's back, but it was still ineffective. Moreover, this allowed Wang Yan to seize the opportunity to turn back, biting down on the tyrant's leg. Meanwhile, the survivors hiding in the campus naturally saw this scene. When they witnessed the battle between the zombie and the prehistoric giant crocodile, they instantly became excited. If this zombie was dealt with, their chances of escaping would greatly increase. For a time, many survivors quietly watched this battle. At the same time, the tyrant zombie, caught in Wang Yan's jaws, began to struggle frantically. But when it realized it couldn't escape Wang Yan's massive mouth, it howled in frustration. The next moment, something that shocked Wang Yan happened. The ground began to tremble. Then, Wang Yan saw countless zombies rushing toward him like a swarm, seemingly ignoring Wang Yan's oppressive presence, becoming fearless. But even so, Wang Yan still did not let go, instead fiercely shaking his massive mouth to tear at the tyrant's leg. Try to remove it as quickly as possible. Yes, due to his speed issues in battle, Wang Yan's first consideration was to disable the enemy's legs. This way, the enemy would be unable to escape. At this moment, a large number of zombies piled in, almost drowning him and the tyrant zombie. But facing the massive horde of zombies, Wang Yan did not release his grip. They were merely insignificant ants. How could they threaten him? However, under the onslaught of the overwhelming zombies, Wang Yan felt an unbearable itch all over his body. The biting and scratching of these numerous zombies felt like mere tickling to him. This sensation of itchiness made him feel as if countless ants were crawling over him. Before long, Wang Yan successfully tore off one of the tyrant zombie's legs. But before he could further attack the tyrant zombie, suddenly, several lava-colored tentacles burst from the ground. Each of these tentacles was as thick as several adults' waists. In just a moment, they wrapped around Wang Yan, immobilizing him. Then, several more lava-colored tentacles flew from the teaching building, whipping at him like whips. Unfortunately, even though Wang Yan was controlled, the pain from these tentacles hitting him was significant, but they could not break through his defenses. At this moment, it seemed these tentacles also realized they could not harm Wang Yan. They simply abandoned their attack and turned their target towards the tyrant zombie. The next moment, these strange tentacles plunged directly into the tyrant zombie's body. But facing these strange tentacles, the tyrant zombie did not resist. Instead, it had a look of enjoyment, leaving Wang Yan completely puzzled. The next moment, the tyrant zombie's leg rapidly grew back within a minute, leaving Wang Yan dumbfounded. But Wang Yan quickly understood that these tentacles were providing the tyrant zombie with supplementary energy. Otherwise, the opponent wouldn't be able to recover from its injuries so quickly. All of this was the work of the tentacle monster. This excited Wang Yan. He wanted to eat a few tentacles to see what they tasted like. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the bindings, ensnared tightly by the tentacle monster. Nevertheless, this tentacle monster seemed to have not yet thought of a way to deal with Wang Yan. Soon, the tentacles of the monster wrapped around Wang Yan and dragged him outside the West Guang University. Then, it directly threw him out forcefully. Chapter 29. The Gigantic Monster. The Elephant? No fear. Boom! With a deep, thunderous sound, Wang Yan's massive body was thrown out, causing the ground to shake. Several abandoned cars on the road were crushed, and a large section of the highway collapsed. At this moment, after tossing Wang Yan out, the terrifying tentacles were finally satisfied and prepared to retract. However, when they saw Wang Yan struggling to get up and try and crawl back to the school, the tentacles were thoroughly enraged. In the next moment, the tentacles flew towards him again. Once more, Wang Yan couldn't resist much and was entangled again by these tentacles. They threw him even farther away. After throwing him out to prevent him from going back to the school, 8 tentacles grabbed and wrapped around 2 tall buildings on the street, instantly growing thicker and easily bringing the 2 buildings down, burying him in the rubble. Over 20 minutes later, Wang Yan finally crawled out from the debris. He was initially furious and wanted to kill his way back to the school. But upon seeing the 10 or so tentacles that hadn't retracted yet, he immediately calmed down and reluctantly chose to give up. It wasn't until Wang Yan had moved far away that the tentacles were satisfied and finally retracted. At this moment, the vulture in the sky was also speechless but did not blame its partner. It realized that this strange tentacle monster was extremely powerful, likely a giant monster-level existence. The monster, just with its tentacles extending 1 or 2 kilometers, was already terrifying. What should we do next? That tentacle monster is too strong. I can't handle it. At this moment, Wang Yan opened his bloody mouth and asked. He had been confident, but was now slapped in the face. However, he indeed had no way to deal with that tentacle monster. The opponent had only sent 10 or so tentacles over and had thrown him out. This absolutely did not represent the full strength of the tentacle monster. So, although being thrown out was a bit embarrassing, Wang Yan did not dwell on it, primarily because he respected the strength of the tentacle monster. Just then, the vulture flew onto Wang Yan's back and comforted him. It's okay. Some monsters are absurdly powerful, and it's normal not to be able to defeat them. I'll look for other targets. After saying that, the optimistic vulture soared into the sky and quickly disappeared over the horizon. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan felt much better. Having such a considerate and helpful partner was a great benefit to him. About 10 minutes later, the vulture returned and landed on Wang Yan's back, saying helplessly, I found another target, but it's a bit far. However, there aren't many targets left in Nanlin City that we can handle. Other targets either move too fast or are too weak, unless we go to the city center, where there are quite a few suitable targets. But you know there's a super giant python there. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan responded helplessly, lead the way. We're not going to the city center. Safety is the most important. The vulture nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Its partner's thoughts aligned with its own. Although they needed to work hard to improve their strength, their lives were the most important at any time. Thus, both sides set off again, but during the journey, the vulture suddenly stopped on a road. Wang Yan then saw this guy suddenly carrying a woman towards a large shopping mall to gather supplies, and then he brought the woman back to her community. This scene left Wang Yan utterly confused. After the woman reluctantly left and the vulture returned, Wang Yan asked, Do you know her? The vulture nodded and said with emotion, I know her. I was her keeper for many years when I was in the park. I didn't expect her to be alive and to run into her again, so of course, I helped her out. It's a way to repay the friendship from back then. Hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly understood, and the two continued chatting while on the road. Due to his improved strength, Wang Yan was now basically not worried about being hunted, because there weren't many creatures in the city that could hunt him, and there weren't many creatures he could hunt either. After all, the apocalypse had just erupted, and while there might be slightly more giant monsters, it was estimated there were only about 50 of them, including zombies, mutated beasts, and giant monster-level beings. According to Wang Yan's estimation, across the entire Xiguang province, there were at most around 300 to 400 giant monster-level creatures. An hour later, under the vulture's guidance, Wang Yan finally found 2 target creatures. These 2 target creatures were also mutated beasts, but they were a bit tricky. One was a hippopotamus over 10 meters tall, and the other was a super giant elephant 16 meters tall. The sizes of these 2 supergiants made him feel a bit of a headache. Although the vulture had roughly described them during the journey, Wang Yan still had confidence. After all, he was over 30 meters long, but this elephant stood 16 meters tall, stretched 24 meters long, and weighed at least over 1,000 tons. If this elephant came to demolish a community building, Wang Yan felt it could easily break a load-bearing wall in one hit. Meanwhile, the 2 late-stage giant monster mutated beasts walking together were stunned upon seeing Wang Yan. In the next moment, the hippopotamus and the elephant exchanged glances and immediately started walking towards Wang Yan. Clearly, upon seeing this prehistoric giant crocodile, they were also preparing to hunt Wang Yan. After all, with such a size, he posed little threat to them. Moreover, they were on land now, which gave them an even greater advantage. It was these two factors that made them decide to hunt this prehistoric giant crocodile. At this moment, the vulture had wisely flown up into the sky, watching the scene from a rooftop. Once these two giants fought Wang Yan, it couldn't help in any way. Good heavens! Coming right up with a late-stage giant monster. These two guys were indeed lucky. The hippopotamus was relatively easy to deal with, but the elephant posed a bit of challenge. Wang Yan quickly assessed the threat level of the two creatures. Although the elephant was a greater threat, the hippopotamus was no slouch either. If these two came charging at him with a flurry of stomps, even with his powers, he would probably still get hurt badly. Just when Wang Yan felt heavy-hearted and prepared to take on both, the African elephant looked at him with some surprise, its body turning into steel. Then it said to the hippopotamus, "Third brother, step aside. Let me crush it." The hippopotamus paused for a moment and then nodded repeatedly. "Okay, big brother." After saying that, the hippopotamus quickly retreated far away. It had seen its brother, the giant elephant, charge many times, and paired with those terrifyingly thick tusks. It was indeed a nightmare for countless creatures. In the next moment, the African elephant backed up a considerable distance, its eyes still fiercely fixed on Wang Yan. This scene made Wang Yan's scalp tingle. He had already guessed what the elephant intended to do. Clearly, this elephant wanted to use its terrifying impact from running to try to crush him to death or flatten him. Sure enough, in the next moment, the elephant backed up a bit further and then charged wildly towards him, shaking the ground. Chapter 30. The terrifying super giant elephant directly killed the partner. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yan felt a wave of dread wash over him. The ground trembled as the charging giant elephant transformed into a massive creature made entirely of rock. Can it really turn into rock? If I were hit by that, even if my body turned to steel, I would still be gravely injured if not dead. After all, in the face of absolute power, any defense seems somewhat fragile. At that moment, the hippopotamus, hiding at a distance, began to feel excited. It also wanted to see if this giant crocodile, with a defense stronger than that of the elephant, could withstand the full force of the elephant's charge. Meanwhile, just as the African elephant was about 10 meters away from Wang Yan, he quickly used the technique of zhuanxing. Then, something miraculous happened. In less than a moment, Wang Yan had already moved to another location. The hippopotamus was momentarily stunned. Then, it witnessed a terrifying scene. The elephant, charging with all its might, was now right in front of it. No! Boom! Rumble! In the next moment, the hippopotamus was directly knocked flying, crashing hard into a building. Under the terrifying impact, it was sent flying like a soccer ball. Seeing this, not only was Wang Yan stunned, but the elephant that had just charged also froze in surprise. What was happening? It clearly remembered charging towards the prehistoric crocodile. How did the target change to the hippopotamus in an instant? Once it realized what had happened, the African elephant hurriedly ran to the building dozens of meters away to search for the hippopotamus, with Wang Yan naturally following closely behind. To be honest, Wang Yan also didn't expect that after using zhuanxing, he could instantly swap positions with the hippopotamus. This left him momentarily dazed, but once he recovered, he almost couldn't help but laugh. This ability was really useful. Under the charge of the African elephant, the unsuspecting hippopotamus would likely be gravely injured, if not dead. Sure enough, following the African elephant, Wang Yan soon arrived at the community and couldn't help but laugh upon seeing a building collapsed within the complex. Then, he saw the hippopotamus buried under the rubble, motionless, with blood flowing and staining the ground covered with debris. When the African elephant finished clearing away the rubble, he finally saw the hippopotamus's current state. A large hole had been pierced through its abdomen, and it lay in a pool of blood, twitching slightly, unable to get up. Seeing this, the African elephant suddenly panicked and shouted, "Third brother, are you okay?" At this moment, the hippopotamus, lying in the pool of blood, wanted to respond, but was utterly powerless. Its body trembled slightly, blood gushing uncontrollably, and its life force was fading. Wang Yan was also dumbfounded by this scene. The attack power of the African elephant was simply too fierce. With this one charge, it had nearly killed the late-stage monster-level hippopotamus. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt his scalp go numb. Even if he used his steel body, he could easily be gravely injured, just as the African elephant was consumed by guilt. A harsh and unpleasant laughter suddenly echoed from the sky. Wow, the African elephant is really fierce. You knocked your third brother out cold. Upon hearing this, the furious African elephant looked up to see a vulture circling in the sky, laughing unabashedly. Despite its anger, it could do nothing about it. On land, it had the capital to be arrogant, but against creatures in the sky, no matter how weak they were, even it could only glare helplessly. At the same time, hearing the vulture's mockery, Wang Yan, who was already laughing, laughed even harder. He hadn't even fully unleashed his power yet. The elephant had just helped him take down one. He didn't even know how to thank the elephant. Forget it. He would show mercy and let the elephant reunite with the hippopotamus later. Thinking about this, as he looked at the sad elephant with its back to him, Wang Yan was about to sneak up from behind when a huge commotion immediately erupted behind him. Wang Yan looked up to see a massive black rhino over 13 meters tall, rapidly charging from distance, causing vehicles on the road to fly everywhere and shaking the ground beneath. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan felt a thrill. Was another late-stage monster-level creature arriving? But to his surprise, as the gigantic black rhino approached, it immediately slowed down and shouted, "Big brother, third brother, I'm back." Upon hearing this, the African elephant, who was still in sorrow, turned its head and saw its second brother, the black rhino, had returned. For a moment, it didn't know what to say. At this moment, the black rhino glanced at Wang Yan and then asked, "Big brother, where's the third brother?" Hearing this, the African elephant panicked and stammered, unsure how to explain. Wang Yan couldn't help but tease, "Your big brother just knocked your third brother out cold. He's lying back there." The black rhino was instantly dumbfounded. His big brother knocked out the third brother? Once it realized what had happened, the black rhino rushed into the community and saw the nearly lifeless third brother lying in a pool of blood among the rubble, twitching slightly. This moment left the black rhino stunned. The third brother was really on the brink of death. Moreover, when it saw the gaping wound on the third brother's chest, it immediately recognized it as a result of its big brother's tusk. In an instant, the black rhino looked up at the African elephant, confused. At this moment, the African elephant looked at its second brother awkwardly and explained with guilt, "Second brother, I didn't mean to hurt the third brother. I wanted to charge and kill that crocodile, but I didn't expect that crocodile used some method to swap places with your third brother. And then he got hit like this." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but stir the pot. If only your second brother had arrived a little earlier, he could have seen how you killed your third brother. Hearing this, the black rhino sneered, "We three grew up together. How can my big brother kill my third brother? Don't try to sow discord here." Seeing this scene, Wang Yan felt a bit regretful. It seemed that sowing discord was useless. He never expected these three guys to have such a strong bond, which surprised him a bit. Thinking about this, Wang Yan didn't care and directly mocked, "Then go ahead and bring it on. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" In the face of Wang Yan's provocation, the African elephant immediately turned its sorrow into anger, gritting its teeth. "Damn beast. Today, I will definitely kill you to avenge my third brother." Hearing this, Wang Yan stepped back a distance, signaling the African elephant to come at him if it had the ability. At this moment, the African elephant coldly sneered, "I don't believe you can use that ability again. That power is so overpowered. If I'm not mistaken, it must have a limit on usage." In response to the African elephant's questioning, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Then come and try again. You'll find out." Upon hearing this, the African elephant hesitated for a moment. At this time, the black rhino turned around, glaring at Wang Yan, and then said to the African elephant, "Big brother, go for it. If that beast's methods are strange, so what? There must be a limit on its usage. Otherwise, wouldn't it be invincible?" After hearing the encouragement from his second brother, the African elephant gritted its teeth and said, "All right, I will listen to my second brother. Today, I will definitely charge and kill this beast to avenge our third brother." Chapter 31. The surprise came too suddenly. The elephant achieves a double kill. Seeing the elephant poised to charge him, Wang Yan was left speechless. However, he was naturally pleased with the elephant's determination, even finding it somewhat desirable. After all, his magical ability, the transmutation of stars, could still be used twice today, and if the opportunity was utilized well, who knows? The elephant might help him kill the black rhinoceros too. At that moment, just as the elephant was about to act, it suddenly remembered something and said, "Second brother, stay back." Clearly, it was still afraid that the prehistoric giant crocodile would pull the same trick again and end up killing its younger brother too. Upon hearing this, the black rhinoceros nodded slightly and moved back a distance, glaring at Wang Yan from afar. Meanwhile, the vultures circling in the sky also began to watch the spectacle, fearing it might miss some exciting moments. It was amazed by the magical techniques displayed by its ally earlier, realizing just how unpredictable they were. At this moment, facing the furious elephant that was ready to charge again, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and said, "Come on." Boom! Boom! The next moment, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. From a distance, the elephant charged forward with the force of a landslide. Halfway through, it transformed into a massive rock elephant. At the same time, Wang Yan focused intently on the elephant. As it approached within 10 meters, he activated his magical ability, the transmutation of stars, once more. Then, something miraculous happened again. Wang Yan and the black rhinoceros instantly switched positions. "No! Second brother, get out of the way." The elephant shouted in despair upon seeing the black rhinoceros right in front of it, unable to slow down. "Brother, no!" The black rhinoceros yelled in panic as it saw its elder brother suddenly appear before it. The next moment, a tremendous crash echoed. Although the black rhinoceros was slightly larger than a hippopotamus, it appeared utterly hopeless in front of the rampaging elephant. In the next instant, the black rhinoceros was sent flying, crashing into a building dozens of meters away. Dust filled the air as the black rhinoceros was buried in the rubble. At the same time, the elephant finally came to a halt, a massive gaping wound appearing on its chest. Due to the black rhinoceros's height, its thick, non-ivory horn had pierced into the elephant's chest. Fortunately, the elephant's body had turned to rock, so even though it was impaled, the damage wasn't severe. Instead, the fate of the black rhinoceros remained uncertain. "Second brother," a heart-wrenching cry echoed. The next moment, the elephant hurried over. This scene made Wang Yan and the vulture in the sky burst into laughter. The elephant had used the same trick twice, incapacitating both of its brothers. If they weren't enemies, Wang Yan would have suspected that the elephant was intentionally trying to kill its two brothers. "Ha! Ha!" The vulture's laughter was harsh, but it couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Yan stood up, amused, and began to crawl toward the rubble where the black rhinoceros lay. Upon reaching the vicinity of the ruins, Wang Yan immediately heard the elephant's sorrowful cries. "Brother didn't mean to. Second brother, please wake up. Don't leave me." Wang Yan looked up and saw the black rhinoceros lying in a pool of blood, convulsing like a dying hippopotamus. From the current situation, the elephant had successfully achieved a double kill. Wang Yan hadn't even truly engaged yet. He had already eliminated two powerful enemies. At this moment, seeing the elephant in tears, Wang Yan seized the opportunity and quietly charged from behind, sinking his teeth into the elephant's hind leg. In an instant, the intense pain jolted the elephant out of its sorrow, and it angrily lifted its leg, trying to shake Wang Yan off. Unfortunately, Wang Yan clung to its hind leg like a stubborn leech, refusing to let go. "You beast! How dare you bite me? I'll make you pay." In a fit of rage, the elephant violently shook its leg, attempting to throw Wang Yan off. But Wang Yan was far too large, 33 meters long and weighing 500 tons. How could he be easily shaken off by the elephant? His weight was at least a third, if not half, of the elephant's. If they were in water, the elephant would be even more disadvantaged. The next moment, in a fit of fury, the elephant began to run, dragging Wang Yan along in an attempt to escape his powerful jaws. However, this tactic proved ineffective. Although the elephant was running, the pain of being dragged across the ground was negligible for Wang Yan, whose body had turned to steel. Not only that, but Wang Yan bit down even harder, causing the elephant to slow its pace as it felt the pain. Seeing the opponent's speed diminish, Wang Yan became even more aggressive in his biting. Additionally, the elephant couldn't stomp on him as he was biting from behind its hind leg. Now, all he had to do was bring the elephant down and completely sever its hind leg, and this massive creature would no longer be able to escape. Meanwhile, in the sky, witnessing Wang Yan gaining the upper hand, the vulture became delighted. It hadn't expected its ally to kill all three opponents. But given the current situation, it seemed that the ally could indeed take down all three. As a result, it was certain that it would get a share of the spoils. Next time, when Wang Yan hunted 2 or 3 more, it would be able to share in the bounty again. Half an hour later, as Wang Yan continued to bite down, he finally succeeded in severing the elephant's hind leg. This made Wang Yan incredibly excited. He had finally done it. Under normal circumstances, without relying on a sneak attack, it would have been difficult for him to bite off the elephant's hind leg, given its weight and size being 2 to 3 times greater than his own. Now that he had severed the elephant's hind leg, its fate was sealed. The elephant, sensing its impending doom, still wore a face full of hatred. Even after losing a leg, it continued to viciously stab at the damned crocodile with its tusks, wishing it could avenge its brothers. Facing the rampaging elephant, Wang Yan didn't care one bit. This was merely the opponent's final struggle. After another 2 hours, Wang Yan finally succeeded in toppling the elephant. Now, both of the elephant's legs had been removed. This rendered the creature completely at his mercy. Dead crocodile. If it weren't for me accidentally killing my 2 brothers and being ambushed by you, how could you possibly die at my hands? The elephant gritted its teeth as it lay on the ground. In response, Wang Yan was unfazed and instead teased. No worries. I believe your 2 brothers won't blame you. Once you get down there, the 3 of you can still make a name for yourselves. Upon hearing Wang Yan's taunts, the elephant snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, Wang Yan dragged the corpses of the hippopotamus and the black rhinoceros over from a distance. Seeing Wang Yan cruelly dragging the bodies of its brothers, the elephant's eyes turned red with anger, but it had already lost the ability to struggle, finding it hard even to get up since both its legs had been bitten off. At this moment, Wang Yan called out to the vulture in the sky, "Come down and eat." Upon hearing this, the vulture, eager to feast, immediately swooped down and began tearing into the carcass of the black rhinoceros. Despite its lack of strength and combat prowess, it found it easy to rip apart the corpse of a late-stage demon-level creature with its sharp beak. Seeing this, Wang Yan wasted no time and began to tear into the hippopotamus's corpse, devouring it eagerly. Because both the hippopotamus and the black rhino are very large, it is completely impossible for them to swallow it whole. They can only eat it piece by piece. However, when the elephant saw the bodies of its 2 good brothers being consumed, it couldn't help but shed tears on the spot, filled with regret. If its 2 brothers had died nobly at the hands of enemies, it would have been an honorable death, but instead, they died at its hands. Similarly, it too was ambushed and ended up in this situation, which made it feel extremely frustrated. Oh my, this meat is really delicious, even more tender than beef. At this moment, the vulture eating rhino meat couldn't help but praise it. Wang Yan, on the other hand, remained silent, chewing on hippopotamus meat with a wide-open mouth. Soon, after finishing the hippopotamus, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage big demon hippopotamus. Successfully obtained 100,000 evolution points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly confused. Isn't a late-stage big demon creature worth 80,000 evolution points? Why has it changed to 100,000? Chapter 32. Harvesting 250,000 evolution points. Is it harder for supernatural beings to enhance their power? Just as Wang Yan was puzzled, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Friendly reminder. There are differences among late-stage big demons. For example, the four-armed zombie that the host devoured is worth over 100,000. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Yan suddenly realized. It turns out there are discrepancies even among creatures of the same level. This means that some creatures are worth more. For a moment, Wang Yan felt very pleased, and then his gaze fell on the elephant. Seeing the other party looking sorrowful, he decided to let it go to reunite with its kind. After spending another hour, Wang Yan finally devoured the elephant. At the same time, The system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage, big demon-level creature. Earned 150,000 evolution points. Wow, this elephant is even more valuable. It's worth 150,000 evolution points. Its value is probably comparable to that of a peak big demon-level creature, right? Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Yan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It seems that as long as the opponent is valuable, the system is generous in awarding evolution points. With the 250,000 evolution points gained from two big demon-level creatures, Wang Yan was in a very good mood. Now, adding to his original 280,000 evolution points, his current total has reached 530,000. If he gathers another 50,000 evolution points, it would be enough for him to evolve to the peak of the big demon level. In a good mood, Wang Yan glanced at the vulture and noticed that this guy hadn't even finished 1/5 of its meal, which left him somewhat speechless. However, after thinking about it, Wang Yan understood the other party. After all, it wasn't him who possessed the devouring stomach that could consume infinitely. At this moment, facing Wang Yan's gaze, the vulture enviously asked, "Do you have some kind of digestion-related ability? Every time I see you eat so much, your stomach doesn't even bulge." Wang Yan proudly nodded. "That's right. How else would I say I can enhance my power to the big demon realm? It's because I can eat. How about it? Do you want me to help you eat some?" Hearing Wang Yan's shameless request, the vulture shook its head repeatedly. No, I'll work hard to eat myself. Just give me a couple more days." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and then began to wander around. To be honest, for the past 2 days, he had either been hunting or on the way to hunt, making him feel somewhat tired. However, the urgency to become stronger was primarily due to the environment, as he hadn't received any special advantages from the heavens and had to rely on his own efforts. Now that he had some free time, Wang Yan observed and suddenly realized that there were indeed survivors venturing out to gather supplies. For example, he saw a young man emitting a zombie-like aura, yet his backpack was filled with a large amount of supplies. This scene was particularly interesting. It seemed this young man had a supernatural ability to disguise himself as a zombie and had boldly started to practice it. However, the young man's strength was very weak. Judging from his aura, Wang Yan discovered that he was only at the initial stage. At that moment, Wang Yan suddenly thought of a question. How do these humans enhance their power after gaining supernatural abilities? Ordinary supernatural beings cannot consume zombie essence. So what do they rely on to grow stronger? After thinking for a while, Wang Yan could only come up with 2 possibilities. First, rare treasures could help them become stronger. Second, mutant beasts could also provide strength. In his past life, he had heard similar rumors that they could be consumed. This is because mutant beasts, unlike zombies and zombie beasts, are considered to have good mutations, unlike the deformities of zombies and zombie beasts. Unfortunately, whether it is rare treasures or mutant beasts, this makes it extremely difficult for human supernatural beings to grow stronger. After all, rare treasures, mutant beasts, zombies, and zombie beasts are all coveted. So how could supernatural beings compete? Back to the main topic, during the next 2 days, Wang Yan mostly wandered around out of boredom. But unfortunately, he didn't find many big demon-level creatures. The only one he discovered was a zombie of that level, and upon sensing the difference, it ran away without engaging him. On the morning of the 3rd day, the vulture finally finished eating the black rhinoceros. There was nothing to be done. The vulture needed time to digest after eating, and it was slow to consume prey due to biological limitations. Old Crocodile, as usual, I'm going to search for prey. If there's none, we'll make plans. After saying this, the vulture soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. As for Wang Yan, he lazily lay on the ground soaking up the sun, waiting for the vulture to return. During these 2 or 3 days of leisure, Wang Yan noticed that he had become quite lazy. This kind of laid-back life felt really great. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully triggered a random selection task. Please choose from the following tasks. Task 1. Please become a city overlord. The host only needs to establish a foothold in the city center amplification area for half a month. If no creatures dare to provoke you, the task is considered successful. Task duration, 3 months. Task reward, 2,000,000 evolution points. Random gold treasure chest, X1. Task 2. Please become a provincial overlord. The host only needs to establish a foothold in the provincial center amplification area for 1 month. If no creatures dare to provoke you, the task is considered successful. Task duration, 3 months. Task reward, 10,000,000 evolution points. Random diamond treasure chest, X1. Random supernatural ability lottery opportunity, X1. Task 3. Please become an overlord of any region in the southeast, southwest, northeast, or northwest of the country. The host only needs to establish a foothold in the Four Corners amplification area for 1 month. If no creatures dare to provoke you, the task is considered successful. Task duration, 3 months. Task reward, 30,000,000 evolution points. Random diamond treasure chest, X1. Random supernatural ability lottery opportunity, X1. Random divine ability lottery opportunity, X1. Task 4. Please become a national overlord. The host only needs to establish a foothold in the most central amplification area of a country's capital for 1 month. If no creatures dare to provoke you, the task is considered successful. Requirement: land area of no less than 200 million square kilometers. Task duration, 3 months. Task reward, 60,000,000 evolution points. Random diamond treasure chest, X1. Random divine ability lottery opportunity, X1. Basic random treasure chest from all realms, X1. Friendly reminder: please be sure to act according to your abilities, as this task may involve many competitors, including not only mutant beasts but any terrestrial or aerial creatures. After hearing the system's tasks, Wang Yan was immediately dumbfounded. He really just wanted to lie down and not fight. But it was clear that the system had no intention of letting him relax. Moreover, the rewards for the system's tasks were more and more generous. After carefully examining the difficulty and rewards of the 4 tasks, Wang Yan immediately realized that the difficulty increased with each task. The easiest task was Task 1, which only required establishing a foothold in the city center amplification area for a month to be considered a city overlord and complete the task. The hardest task, of course, was Task 4. However, what puzzled Wang Yan was why the system would issue such tasks. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. This is because the world grants creatures 3 gifts. The first gift is when the apocalypse arrives. The second gift is to ensure that the strong remain strong. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly understood and couldn't help but ask, "System, is it that the heavens are going to give powerful creatures an advantage again?" Chapter 33. Is heaven going to give the strong a boost again? Targeting the cyan amplification zone. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The host understands that it can be understood this way. The world will grant biological boosts a total of 3 times, and after 3 times, the will of heaven and earth will dissipate. Warm reminder: the demon clan will also participate in the second amplification, so the host must be cautious when choosing tasks. This time, the amplification of heaven and earth depends on the strength of the biological power. Heaven and earth will no longer target those like the host. Well, poor luck. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but question, "System, won't the creatures in the sea receive boosts? Or do creatures in places without nations not get boosts?" Ding! Warm reminder: the host need not worry. There are specific areas in the ocean that receive amplifications from heaven and earth, and all creatures will fiercely compete to absorb the gifts of heaven and earth. Ding! Warm reminder: the strength of the amplification is classified by the color of the region: white, cyan, red, gold, and purple. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Yan understood. Heaven will distribute some areas throughout the world that provide gifts. These areas will require creatures to compete based on their own strength. With this thought, Wang Yan asked again, "What color is the amplification zone in the city center? When will it appear?" In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Warm reminder: the host's color amplification zone will appear in 2 months. Below is the information on the amplification zones of heaven and earth. There will be one white amplification zone in the city center. There will be one cyan amplification zone in the provincial center. There will be one red amplification zone within a 2 million square kilometer area. There will be one gold amplification zone within a 5 million square kilometer area. There will be one purple amplification zone within a 50 million square kilometer area. In total, there will be 10 purple amplification zones, 102 gold amplification zones, 255 red amplification zones, with the numbers of cyan and white zones unknown. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan fell silent. In other words, the total number of red, gold, and purple amplification zones only adds up to 367. He could basically just wash up and sleep regarding these 3 types of amplification zones. With only 367 amplification zones in the entire world, it's likely that even the strong from the demon clan 1T have enough to share, and they, who rose up only during the apocalypse, indeed don't have the qualification to compete. Therefore, among the 5 colors of amplification zones, only white and cyan are within his reach, and he will face considerable competition. Of course, while the cyan zone also requires competition, the competition will not be too intense, because there are at least 600 to 700 cities with city in their names domestically, not counting the entire world. So even if there is competition, it won't be significant. With this in mind, Wang Yan knew how to choose his task. He then silently thought, "System, I choose task 2. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice sounded, ding, wishing the system to complete the task and receive reward soon. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, the vulture in the sky returned, flying to his back, looking quite frustrated. There's nothing left, apart from the city center. There are basically no suitable targets for you to hunt. Either they're too weak or they're too fast for you to catch up. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan felt a bit helpless despite having prepared himself. It seems that leaving Nanlin City is inevitable, as he doesn't dare to go to the city center where the super giant python is active. So, Old Crocodile, should we go to another province or to another city? After hearing this, Wang Yan began to hesitate again. The reason is simple. In Shiguang Province, Nanlin is the provincial capital, and a cyan amplification zone will appear in 2 months, which will definitely be in the city center. This means that if he can deal with that super giant python, he will basically be able to secure a cyan amplification zone. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yan made a decision to first develop in another place and then return to the city center to deal with the super giant python in 2 months. With this thought, Wang Yan opened his mouth and said, "Vulture, since you asked, you must have some ideas, right? Where do you think we should go?" After thinking for a while, the vulture suggested, "How about I go to Haibei City? The city ruler there gives me a strong impression, and there are plenty of creatures suitable for hunting, plus I can get a preliminary understanding of the situation with the demon clan and the sea." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan immediately nodded, signaling the vulture to lead the way. Thus, the two set off again, but according to the vulture, with his current speed, they would likely arrive by tomorrow with a lot of stops along the way. Fortunately, the weather was quite nice, with sunshine and a gentle breeze, perfect for traveling. By the afternoon, Wang Yan had no idea how far he had traveled, but while on the road, he suddenly noticed several cars following him fearlessly, successfully avoiding zombies by relying on the intimidation he exuded. Seeing Wang Yan suddenly turn around and look, the 3 vehicles closely following him became tense. These 3 vehicles were 2 off-road vehicles and 1 RV. At this moment, everyone in the 3 vehicles was very nervous, fearing that this gigantic creature would flip their vehicles with a single swipe of its tail. The 30-meter-long, super giant crocodile could easily overturn their vehicles. Just by passing by, many abandoned vehicles and zombies inside the cars were directly crushed by this super colossal creature, demonstrating just how terrifying this giant crocodile was. "Dad, what should we do now? It's looking at us." At this moment, in one of the off-road vehicles, a man gripping the steering wheel was trembling, while the other 2 men and 2 women in the car were also extremely frightened. "Keep following," the middle-aged man in the passenger seat said. Hearing this, The young man had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue following behind. Similarly, a similar scene unfolded in the other two vehicles. Fortunately, they breathed a sigh of relief as the gigantic creature looked at them for a while before continuing to focus on its journey, completely ignoring them. I knew it. This giant crocodile is still alive. Luckily, its temper isn't too violent. Otherwise, we would really be done for. At this moment, a young man in the driver's seat of the RV said, clearly recognizing this super giant crocodile, which was the terrifying giant that had hidden in a Yong River before the apocalypse. He never expected that it would grow so large in such a short time. The main reason they had the courage to follow along was that they wanted to go to Haibei City and a series of coastal cities. In cities by the coast, they could at least be sure that zombies wouldn't crawl out from the sea. If they could live on the sea or even just reach an island, their chances of survival would greatly increase. Although resources on the island were scarce, and there might even be zombie beasts, it was still far better than a city, which was filled with endless zombies, zombie beasts, and mutated creatures, making it completely unsuitable for survival. Early the next morning, Wang Yan woke up from his sleep and began to get back on the road. It is worth mentioning that as soon as Wang Yan started moving, a dozen vehicles behind him quickly followed suit. Clearly, these were vehicles that had joined midway, especially after seeing that Wang Yan had no attacks and was just a follower vehicle. Naturally, there were some bold enough to follow him. Even when Wang Yan was sleeping, some people in those dozen vehicles stayed awake on lookout, fearing that when they woke up, the super giant crocodile would be gone and they would be immediately overwhelmed by zombies. After all, without the terrifying aura of this super giant crocodile, those massive hordes of zombies wouldn't be scared into hiding. Several hours later, Wang Yan finally arrived at Haibei City. The vulture immediately spoke up. "Old crocodile, wait here. I will go search for the enemy." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly, watching the vulture disappear into the horizon. He then turned back to glance at the dozen or so vehicles that were following him and opened his blood-red mouth to say, "Don't follow me anymore. I'm going to hunt other creatures." Hearing this, the vehicles scattered in all directions, quickly finding places to hide, and some even prepared to settle in a safe location first. This was already Haibei City. At least it was safer than Linen City. Moreover, when the apocalypse broke out, the peak of the May Day holiday had already passed, so the number of zombies was not as large as imagined, at least better than in Namlin City. Just then, Wang Yan suddenly saw the vulture flying back in a panic, landing rapidly on him. This puzzled Wang Yan. He had experienced the vulture's speed, so there couldn't be another aerial mutated beast threatening it, right? The next moment, the vulture eagerly said, "Come with me to the seaside. There has been a chaotic battle involving a large monster, and I've discovered some soon-to-mature heavenly materials and earthly treasures." Chapter 34. The Appearance of Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. Can Wang Yan be beaten to a pulp in an hour? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan instantly became energized. If it were just a powerful demon appearing, he might not have been so excited. But if it was news related to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he immediately became exhilarated. After all, he had tasted heavenly materials and earthly treasures once and knew how extraordinary they were. A heavenly material or earthly treasure of the same level, once consumed, could guarantee an increase of one small realm. He was currently just 50,000 evolution points away from reaching the peak of the Great Demon Realm. If he could obtain a heavenly material or earthly treasure and gather some more gains, he would be able to accumulate enough evolution points to break through to the giant demon realm. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan hurriedly urged, "What are we waiting for? Let us go." After all, the sooner they got there, the easier it would be to seize the opportunity. He didn't want to arrive only to find that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures had already been taken. Soon, under the lead of the vulture, it took only an hour for Wang Yan to successfully arrive at the coastline mentioned by the vulture. In fact, the vulture wasn't wrong. He could see from a distance a group of great demon-level creatures engaged in battle at the coastline. However, the number of great demons involved in this battle was quite large, reaching 8 in total, of which 4 were at the peak of the great demon level, exuding a terrifying aura. The other 4 were late-stage great demons, also very strong, capable of competing against the peak great demons and not falling behind. Seeing this scene, even Wang Yan felt it was tricky. 8 great demons, and crucially, all of them were strong enough to contend with peak-level great demons. This was already extremely impressive. Very quickly, he found the so-called heavenly materials and earthly treasures near the chaotic battle of the great demons. This heavenly material was a fruit hanging from a tree, resembling a strawberry but yellow in color, and quite large, comparable to a durian. It seemed that this strange fruit was indeed the heavenly material. After sizing up the fruit, Wang Yan quickly made a judgment, but did not rashly rush forward. He hadn't yet grasped the situation, and charging him would put him at a disadvantage. Half an hour passed, and, after careful observation, he discovered that the 8 great demon-level creatures in the chaotic battle could basically be divided into 2 factions. Their group tactics during the fight were very obvious, confirming his suspicions. Good heavens, they were still grouping together, making them even harder to deal with. The combat power of these 8 creatures was clearly very strong, especially in terms of their abilities. After observing, he roughly understood the abilities these creatures exhibited. One of the monsters, resembling a human with a snake head, had average combat power but possessed an extremely outrageous ability. When injured or even killed, it could absorb sand from the beach to recover. As for its opponent, it was even more outrageous, a creature with a shark head and limbs that could absorb water, able to reappear even after being obliterated, relying on the endless sea water. These 2 monsters were essentially the leaders of the factions of great demon-level creatures. But the other 6 were also formidable. For instance, there was a humanoid monster with a tiger's head, crackling with lightning, capable of unleashing terrifying lightning strikes with every attack. However, none of these were the most bizarre. Among these great demons, the most peculiar was a pig-headed humanoid monster, which often tried to bite its opponents during the battle. How to describe this group of great demon-level creatures? They seemed half-human, half-beast, vastly different from the mutated beasts Wang Yan had encountered in Nanlin City. At this moment, the vulture landed on Wang Yan's shoulder and quietly said, "I will help you." Hearing this, Wang Yan immediately noticed that the vulture's gaze was fixed on the heavenly material, and he quickly understood what the other meant. Clearly, the vulture did not intend to give up this opportunity. After all, it had already helped Wang Yan obtain a heavenly material once. Now, if it could help him obtain 2 more, the 4th heavenly material would naturally belong to it. The allure of heavenly materials and earthly treasures was immense for any creature. Similarly, the vulture was also very eager for the heavenly material. At that moment, 2 of the creatures suddenly stopped fighting and began to walk toward Wang Yan. Clearly, they had received orders to first deal with this giant crocodile that dared to come and watch the show. After all, in High Bay City, there were hardly any solitary creatures that dared to oppose them, as they were all under the command of the giant demon realm bosses. Currently, there were 4 powerful beings in the giant demon realm in High Bay City, and these 4 were the leaders of both factions. They just weren't here in person. Seeing the 2 late-stage great demons approaching with predatory intent, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel frustrated. Damn it, why were these guys becoming more and more overbearing? Ever since he started encountering powerful creatures, they seemed to have become increasingly arrogant, practically leaving him no chance to pick up any scraps. Little thing, who the hell allowed you to come here? At that moment, a 30-meter-tall, muscular creature with a leopard head looked down at Wang Yan and questioned, "Hurry up and get it to me, or I'll break your limbs." A monkey-headed creature, resembling a diamond, also growled fiercely. Faced with the threats from the 2 monsters, Wang Yan immediately realized that they intended to drive him away. After all, the aura he was emanating was also quite formidable. "I'm a bit curious, are you allies?" Seeing that these 2 hadn't made a move yet, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, the leopard-headed monster and the monkey-headed monster looked at him with expressions of disbelief. The leopard-headed monster, arms crossed over its chest, sneered, "You're new here, aren't you? Didn't you bother to learn about the situation in High Bay City before coming? There are 4 giant demons here, and they're the bosses over both our heads." At this moment, the monkey-headed monster couldn't help but viciously add, "Looks like you're just a country bumpkin from somewhere else. You probably have no backing. Let's just kill you." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was actually amused by the arrogance of these creatures. Although their strength was indeed impressive, it was not enough to intimidate him. Therefore, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and said, "Come on, let me see how capable you are of killing me." Hearing this, the leopard-headed monster looked on with amusement and turned to the grim-faced, monkey-headed monster, teasingly saying, "Did you hear that? He wants you to kill him quickly. I also want to see if you can kill him directly." For a moment, the monkey-headed monster's expression darkened as it glared at Wang Yan, sneering, "You clueless thing. Do you really think I can't do anything to you just because you're big?" After saying this, the monkey-headed monster waved at the leopard-headed monster and roared, "Get out of the way. I can make him shit himself within an hour." Chapter 35. The peak creature of the great demon recruits. Teaming up for win-win? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh internally. If he could take him down one by one, that would be perfect. Once he quickly dealt with this monkey monster, the other leopard monster would be easier to handle. Moreover, he was sure that when he took down the monkey monster, the leopard-headed monster would not come to help. Thus, when he faced off against the leopard-headed monster, it would be at a disadvantage, and its ally would be held up by the opponent. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt great and provocatively said, "Come on, monkey, let me see if your skills are better than your mouth." Faced with Wang Yan's repeated provocations, the monkey-headed monster became furious. "Then let you know my power." After saying that, the monkey-headed monster summoned a thick metal rod over 40 meters long from thin air. In the next moment, with a fierce expression, the monkey swung the enormous rod and smashed it toward Wang Yan's head. But at this critical moment, Wang Yan's body underwent a huge transformation, instantly turning into steel. Bang! He didn't even have time to dodge. The massive rod slammed onto his head. In an instant, sparks flew, and Wang Yan felt a jolt in his head, but fortunately, the pain wasn't too severe. Regaining his senses, Wang Yan immediately twisted his enormous body and charged at the monkey-headed monster. The monkey-headed monster quickly jumped back to dodge, while continuously swinging the metal rod to strike Wang Yan. For a moment, Wang Yan found it extremely uncomfortable due to the opponent's agile movements and seemingly uncoordinated but vicious attacks with the rod. He even began to suspect whether the opponent had practiced some special stick technique. Each seemingly random attack always hit his weak points, such as frequently targeting his eyes or smashing his limbs, specifically attacking his vulnerable areas. Even though his eyes were now steel, Wang Yan didn't dare let the opponent hit him with a rod, as it could easily blind him. Although he had spiritual awareness and could see his surroundings without using his eyes, he still didn't want to become blind. That would be too unsightly. Meanwhile, the leopard-headed monster watching from a distance wore a serious expression. He could tell that his old rival, the monkey monster, had exhausted all his tricks. Yet he still couldn't do anything about this giant crocodile, which was practically invulnerable. He even wondered if he would be able to handle this giant crocodile if it were him. The answer was no. His abilities and methods could not break through such absolute defensive powers. Such absurd defensive abilities were a common headache for many great demon-level creatures. At the same time, facing this monkey monster, who was far away and using a rod to strike him, was genuinely frustrating for Wang Yan. Although this passive beating didn't cause him much harm, it couldn't go on like this. Thinking of this, Wang Yan opened his huge mouth and said, "With your little tricks, even if I stand here and let you hit me, what can you do to me? Didn't you say you'd kill me in an hour? Why don't you show some real skills?" Faced with Wang Yan's provocation, the monkey-headed monster was left speechless, his face turning as red as a monkey's butt. At this moment, the leopard-headed monster sarcastically chimed in, as expected of a lowly monkey, not much skill but a big mouth. Enraged, the monkey-headed monster glared at the leopard-headed monster and said, "If you have the ability, come and do it." The leopard-headed monster sneered, "Can't handle it yourself? Where's that arrogance from before? You deal with it." It was a joke. He had no confidence in handling this giant crocodile either. Hearing this, the monkey-headed monster angrily said, "Then let us both help. I fight while you watch." After hearing this, the leopard-headed monster hesitated slightly, but still joined the battle. He knew that if he didn't join, this stubborn monkey would surely refuse to cooperate. The next moment, the leopard-headed monster suddenly spat out a mist of water that swept toward Wang Yan. Before Wang Yan could react, The mist enveloping him instantly froze. In an instant, Wang Yan's massive body was completely encased in the chilling ice. What shocked Wang Yan even more was that when he tried to break free from the ice, he found it quite difficult. At this moment, seeing the giant crocodile frozen, the monkey monster breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had a way to deal with the freezing, but he couldn't handle the giant crocodile. No matter what stick techniques he used or how hard he attacked, it was completely useless. On the contrary, the ice power used by the leopard-headed monster perfectly limited this troublesome giant crocodile. This surprised him and left him speechless. Was this what they called one thing overcoming another? Just then, an unexpected turn of events. Crack! Crack! After Wang Yan struggled with all his might, the ice block that had originally encased him suddenly shattered. The next moment, freed from the icy prison, Wang Yan glared coldly at the two monsters. Although he was extremely angry inside, after all the trouble, he still didn't have a good way to deal with the two of them. If he used the skill Doubtful Stars, there were still so many great demon creatures nearby, and he worried he couldn't execute it precisely. However, right now, it seemed he couldn't find any better way to break the deadlock besides using his supernatural powers. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan was already prepared and didn't forget to provocatively say, "It worked, but not much." Hearing this, the leopard-headed monster was instantly furious, opening its mouth wide and spitting out a huge wave of mist toward Wang Yan. It was at that moment that Wang Yan directly used his supernatural power, Doubtful Stars. The next moment, the leopard-headed monster was dumbfounded as Wang Yan and the monkey-headed monster instantly swapped places. At that moment, the monkey-headed monster was also stunned, instinctively putting his hands in front of his head to defend against the incoming mist. Unfortunately, his actions were in vain. As soon as he was enveloped by the mist, he was immediately frozen. Meanwhile, instead of attacking the leopard-headed monster, Wang Yan, seeing the leopard-headed monster in a daze, rushed toward the troublesome monkey, biting through the ice block while also clamping down on the monkey-headed monster's thigh with his large mouth. In an instant, the just-freed monkey-headed monster let out a painful scream. He dropped the metal rod in his hand and angrily pounded the giant crocodile that had bitten him. But how could Wang Yan possibly let go? This stubborn monkey was incredibly hard to kill. After being attacked for so long, he hadn't given Wang Yan a single opportunity, leaving him helpless. Now that he finally had a grip on him, Wang Yan would not let the monkey-headed monster escape. "Damn it! Why aren't you saving me?" For a moment, after struggling proved futile, the monkey-headed monster angrily shouted at the leopard-headed monster. Although he didn't know what was happening, he understood that this must be the giant crocodile's bizarre method. But no matter how strange the giant crocodile's tactics were, it didn't matter. He had been attacking this giant crocodile for an hour without any issues. And now, just as the leopard-headed monster made a move, he was the one who suffered. Moreover, he was caught because he was trapped by the leopard-headed monster's freezing ability, which allowed the giant crocodile to seize the opportunity. Realizing this, the leopard-headed monster was momentarily at a loss, unsure how to help, mainly because the other party had already been bitten, and he didn't want to help the monkey-headed monster anyway. Seeing the leopard-headed monster unresponsive, the monkey-headed monster immediately pleaded, "Big brother, please save me." Hearing this, the shark-headed monster, who was fighting with the snake-headed monster, immediately noticed the situation over here. But when he wanted to get rid of his opponent and rescue the monkey-headed monster, the snake-headed monster didn't give him any chance. Not only that, but the snake-headed monster also coldly commanded, "Bind them. Make sure they don't get past to help." Upon hearing this, the shark-headed monster roared, "You ruthless and shameless guy." The snake-headed monster mocked, "Hee hee, this is only because your side is too weak." Clearly, the snake-headed monster intended to take the opportunity to eliminate the monkey-headed monster. In that case, with 4 against 3, the opponents wouldn't be able to fight them off. Since they couldn't win, the treasures of heaven and earth would naturally belong to him. Seeing that his teammates couldn't come to help, the monkey-headed monster felt despair. Soon, he let out a painful scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching his bloodied, severed leg. Evidently, one of his legs had been easily bitten off by Wang Yan's massive mouth without any effort. At that moment, Wang Yan opened his bloody mouth again and bit down on his other leg, which terrified the monkey-headed monster. "Don't kill me. "Brother Giant Crocodile, I can serve you. You see my combat power." In an instant, the monkey-headed monster began to plead for mercy in terror. But unfortunately, Wang Yan had no intention of letting him go. Although this guy's combat power was decent, that was all there was to it. On the contrary, the leopard-headed monster's abilities were something Wang Yan somewhat appreciated. If the leopard-headed monster was willing to serve him, he would definitely accept him, because this guy could freeze and bind enemies for a time, which was enough for him to rush in and deliver a fatal blow. Soon, under the indifferent gaze of the leopard-headed monster, the monkey-headed monster, who had lost another leg with a scream, completely lost the strength to struggle. As a result, it goes without saying that in just over 10 minutes, Wang Yan completely bit the monkey-headed monster to death and began to devour him. Half an hour later, after Wang Yan finished eating the monkey-headed monster, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage great demon-level creature. Successfully gained 100,000 evolution points." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Another 100,000 evolution points added to his account. He was now only 400,000 evolution points away from breaking through to the peak of the Great Demon Realm. In a good mood, Wang Yan glanced at the leopard-headed monster, only to see that this guy had no intention of attacking again. Clearly, the leopard-headed monster knew that even if he could temporarily freeze and control this giant crocodile, he couldn't kill it. Moreover, he understood that this giant crocodile had clearly spared him earlier, as it had rushed towards the monkey-headed monster instead. Otherwise, at the moment he was caught off guard, the giant crocodile that appeared next to him could have directly bitten him. Therefore, he currently had little desire to deal with Wang Yan. After all, the giant crocodile had let him go, and he wasn't blind. Just then, the distant snake monster suddenly laughed. "This foreign friend, are you interested in joining forces? Let's take down the 3 guys over there together. When the time comes, I'll take charge of the corpses and split one with you." Chapter 36. Ambushed, seizing heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Faced with the sudden invitation from the snake-headed monster, Wang Yan felt it was an opportunity he couldn't refuse. Of course, he didn't agree immediately, as that would make him seem suspicious. Although he was indeed plotting something, it was not wise to reveal it too soon. Moreover, if he refused now, it was still an option, but the snake-headed monster would undoubtedly become more wary of him. With this in mind, Wang Yan spoke up. "I don't want to get involved in your battle. Anyway, whoever dies from either side, I'll just pick up a couple of corpses and make a profit." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the shark-headed monster's camp visibly relaxed. If this giant crocodile joined their hunt, it would be 5 against 3. Currently, even 4 against 3 was very dangerous. If it turned into a 5 against 3 situation, they could just give up. At this moment, the snake-headed monster felt somewhat displeased by Wang Yan's refusal. Initially, he thought the giant crocodile would be smart enough to team up with them to deal with the opponents. Then, they could join forces to eliminate this troublesome giant crocodile afterward. However, he didn't expect the crocodile to be quite cunning, clearly unwilling to involve itself in their battle. This made it difficult for them to deal with their opponents. After hesitating for a moment, he called over the leopard-headed monster to join the fight. Suddenly, with the leopard-headed monster entering the fray, the situation immediately turned around. The leopard-headed monster was not weak, especially since its abilities included control, making the 2-on-1 situation quite easy for them. It is worth mentioning that although the leopard-headed monster's abilities were very effective in battle, unfortunately, their side lacked a one-hit kill method to eliminate the opponent. It could be said that with the addition of the leopard-headed monster, their faction completely suppressed the situation. And if time passed, the shark-headed monster's side would inevitably face problems first. Sure enough, less than 20 minutes later, after the leopard-headed monster froze one of the opponents, the thunderous tiger-headed monster let out a roar, unleashing a terrifying, thick lightning bolt towards the frozen bull-headed monster. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The tiger-headed monster's terrifying lightning shattered the entire block of ice. The bull-headed monster struck hard, had its head blown apart into a mist of blood. With a thud, the bull-headed monster's corpse fell to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, the shark-headed monster's expression turned ugly, and it said retreat. After speaking, the shark-headed monster plunged into the water, while the lion-headed monster shook its body and transformed into a lion, quickly breaking through the encirclement and fleeing into the city. On the snake-headed monster's side, they chose not to pursue but instead exchanged glances with their three teammates, the tiger-headed monster, leopard-headed monster, and pig-headed monster. The next moment, they all focused their attention on Wang Yan. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately appeared cautious and said, "Give me that corpse, and I'll leave now." Upon hearing this, the snake-headed monster laughed. "Leave? Didn't you just say you didn't want to leave? Now you don't need to." Hearing this, Wang Yan slowly backed away, pretending to be calm. "Do you think just because you're confident in teaming up, you can take me down? So far, I haven't seen anything that can threaten me. Don't waste your effort." Wang Yan was not lying. His entire body could transform into a steel-like form. These guys were overestimating their ability to kill him. That tentacle monster, which was suspected to be of giant monster level, couldn't do anything to him. This proved that his strength was not something ordinary creatures could shake. Although he might not have offensive abilities, his defense alone was enough to keep him proud among the crowd. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, whether it was the lion-headed monster, leopard-headed monster, or pig-headed monster, they all fell silent. They knew that this giant crocodile was not boasting. Regardless of flames, thunder, or ice, these methods truly could not deal with this giant crocodile. However, while they were silent, the snake-headed monster sneered. "Who said we have to kill you? Once we control you, we'll notify the bosses from the giant monster realm to come over and let them deal with you." After hearing the snake-headed monster's words, the other three monsters' eyes lit up. If they remembered correctly, one of the two giant monster bosses above them had the ability to spew terrifying flames, which could indeed kill this giant crocodile. After all, while your steel body is indeed invincible, it can still be melted away under absolutely terrifying high-temperature flames. Thinking of this, except for the leopard-headed monster, who didn't seem as happy, both the tiger-headed monster and the pig-headed monster wore smiles. Meanwhile, upon hearing the snake-headed monster's words, Wang Yan's heart tightened. He hadn't expected that there was indeed a giant monster with high-temperature flame abilities that could deal with him. Despite his steel body being formidable, Wang Yan guessed that once the temperature reached over 1,000 degrees, it would pose a threat to him. If it reached 2,000 degrees, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. With such terrifying flames, it was possible that even in his steel form, he could still be burned into a liquid state. Being in a liquid state was essentially no different from being dead. After all, he only had the steel body ability. The system never stated that he could survive after his body turned into molten iron. Thinking of this, Wang Yan began to retreat quickly while casually glancing at the vulture, who had yet to take action. His purpose was simple: to stall these guys while allowing the vulture to quickly steal the heavenly materials and earthly treasures for a getaway. In fact, the vulture had been looking for an opportunity for a while. However, right now, the snake-headed monster was too close to the tree where the heavenly materials and earthly treasures grew. Just then, the snake-headed monster ordered, "Old leopard, you freeze and control this guy. Old pig, go inform the two bosses. Old tiger, cooperate with old leopard." After giving the orders, the snake-headed monster prepared to turn around and pick the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. At that moment, the snake-headed monster suddenly spotted a figure in the sky, rushing towards the location of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Looking for death, the snake-headed monster roared in fury. The next moment, it dashed towards the location of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, the snake-headed monster's speed was merely running, but worried about the treasures being taken. It even took flight, going even faster. Seeing this, both Wang Yan and the tiger-headed monsters became extremely tense. For them, if the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were taken, all their efforts in battle would be in vain. For Wang Yan, if the vulture failed, then all his plotting to snatch food from the tiger's mouth would have been for nothing. Chapter 37. Two giant monster-level beings appear. No one fears in the sea. Just as Wang Yan and the tiger-headed monsters were nervously watching, the vulture was a step faster. It unleashed its special ability like a bolt of lightning and was the first to seize the treasure flying into the sky. But what shocked Wang Yan even more was that the snake-headed monster let out a roar, like a plane taking off, and quickly chased after the direction in which the vulture had fled. It wasn't until the two dark figures disappeared into the horizon that the other monsters reacted. When did Snake Brother learn to fly? I've never seen him fly before. At this moment, the leopard-headed monsters were all left with dumbfounded expressions. After all, Snake Brother had never shown any flying abilities in all these days. And now he suddenly revealed this skill, which could only mean one thing. The snake-headed monster had been hiding its strength and concealing its talents. At this point, the tiger-headed monster looked at the pig-headed and leopard-headed monsters and hesitantly asked, "What should we do now? Should we still follow Snake Brother's orders?" The pig-headed monster sneered. "The snakehead has the ability to fly, which he has just revealed. It seems he's had ulterior motives all along. I will report this matter to the two great kings first." After saying that, the pig-headed monster swiftly turned and left without another word. For a moment, only the tiger-headed and leopard-headed monsters were left staring at each other. At this moment, Wang Yan couldn't be happier. He wasn't disappointed. The vulture had succeeded. Moreover, according to Wang Yan's understanding, the snake-headed monster could never catch the vulture. The vulture could fly and possessed a speed-type ability. The vulture had once told him that at its maximum speed, it could fly 2,000 kilometers in an hour, a speed that had made Wang Yan drool. "What? Are you still going to stay and deal with me?" At this moment, looking at the remaining leopard-headed monster and tiger-headed monster, Wang Yan couldn't help but tease. Upon hearing this, the leopard-headed monster shook its head and said, "I don't have that ability." The tiger-headed monster looked at the leopard-headed monster and asked, "Old Leopard, what do you plan to do now?" Old Snake's abilities are not weaker than those of the two great monster kings. He must have had some schemes before revealing his strength. Now that it's exposed, he definitely want to come back. After hearing this, Wang Yan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not attempt to win over the leopard-headed monster. Whether the leopard-headed monster would agree to his persuasion was one thing. If he tried to win over the leopard-headed monster now, what if the vulture had objections? Between the vulture and the leopard-headed monster, the choice was obvious. At this time, Old Leopard hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't have any big plans." Upon hearing this, the tiger-headed monster couldn't help but ask, "How about you come with me to Dongwang province to rely on my cousin? My big cousin is also a giant monster, and his strength is definitely stronger than the two great kings we are currently following. He is the undisputed king in Wandong City." Upon hearing this, the leopard-headed monster was immediately tempted and, after thinking for a moment, nodded. "All right, then I will go with you." After hearing this, the tiger-headed monster was instantly satisfied. Looking towards the headless corpse monster in the distance, unable to help but glance back at the leopard-headed monster. Seeing the scene, the leopard-headed monster said unhappily, "Don't even think about it. The pig-headed monster has already gone to report to the two great monsters. It's inconvenient for us to act." After hearing this, the tiger-headed monster thought about it and also gave up. Then, the two exchanged glances and ran wildly in one direction. Seeing this, Wang Yan was dumbfounded. They were breaking up just like that? He really didn't expect that after the treasure was snatched, this seemingly harmonious group would disperse rapidly and go their separate ways. But soon he guessed the key to the situation. It was very likely that the snake-headed monster wanted to obtain the treasure and had never considered handing it over. As a result, an unexpected turn of events forced him to reveal his strength. Then, the pig-headed monster, being a loyal subordinate, directly informed on him. Finally, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the tiger-headed and leopard-headed monsters chose to flee to avoid being implicated. Thinking about the two giant monsters that were about to arrive, Wang Yan hesitated for a moment, but decided to eat the headless corpse first. At worst, when the two giant monsters arrived, if he couldn't fight them, he could just hide in the sea. What if they had high-temperature fire abilities? At that time, if he hid in the sea, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. With this thought, Wang Yan immediately twisted his massive body and rushed up to start tearing at the corpse of this late-stage monster. In the end, it took him less than half an hour. Wang Yan successfully consumed the headless monster. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage giant monster. Successfully gained 90 0.000 evolution points. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. It seemed the corpse was somewhat incomplete. Otherwise, it would definitely be worth 100,000 evolution points. Just as Wang Yan was in a good mood, he suddenly saw in the distant city the pig-headed monster followed by two extremely fast creatures rushing over. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was immediately startled and quickly twisted his massive body, diving into the water over 20 meters deep. Once he reached the 20-meter deep water, Wang Yan felt a slight sense of safety, and at the same time, his confidence in his own strength swelled. This feeling of swelling made him feel, for some reason, that as long as he was in the water, he was confident that his strength would greatly increase, and he became full of confidence against the creatures he was wary of. At this time, floating on the water's surface, he also saw the two giant monster beings brought by the pig-headed monster. One was a silverback gorilla over 3 meters tall. The other was a muscular and fierce brown bear. Although these two creatures appear to be only over 3 meters tall, Wang Yan knew that this was because giant monsters had the ability to shrink, so one should never judge by appearances. At this moment, seeing that Wang Yan had already hidden in the water, the pig-headed monster muttered a few words before they came to the shore to observe him. "Kid, where did the tiger and leopard heads go? Did you kill them?" At that moment, the upright brown bear, giant monster, asked Wang Yan. Wang Yan, upon hearing this, smiled and teased. They ran away directly, fearing being implicated. Seeing that this giant crocodile didn't fear them at all, the brown bear giant monster was very displeased. And the silverback gorilla beside him also had a dark expression. However, they really had no good way to deal with this giant crocodile. The giant crocodile in the water almost held all the advantages. If they dared to enter the water, they could very well capsize in the gutter. Seeing that the three creatures on the shore were helpless against him, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel smug. What if you are in the giant monster realm? What if you have means to restrain me? You still can't do anything to me in the water. With this thought, Wang Yan felt joyful and no longer paid any attention to these two giant monsters. Just then, a cold voice rang out. "Dead crocodile, dare to go into the sea. You really aren't afraid of dying." Chapter 38. Devouring Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. The uniqueness of the giant demon realm. Hearing a sudden voice from behind, Wang Yan quickly turned around. He then saw not far away a great white shark nearly 30 meters long, glaring at him. This guy seems to be the shark-headed monster. Wang Yan almost immediately confirmed the identity of this creature, mainly because he had heard its voice before and could naturally distinguish it. However, a nearly 30-meter-long great white shark wanting to defeat him in the water was simply wishful thinking. His steel body could hardly be threatened unless there were targeted means. Thinking of this, Wang Yan directly opened his blood-red mouth and taunted. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? In a one-on-one situation, maybe you have some special abilities, and I can't kill you. But can you kill me?" After hearing Wang Yan's taunt, the great white shark was left speechless. In fact, it was true that Wang Yan's steel body ability gave him a significant advantage, both on land and in water. The shark monster indeed had no way to deal with Wang Yan, and neither did its old rival, the snake-headed monster, have a solution for this prehistoric giant crocodile. Seeing that the great white shark was silent, Wang Yan then turned his gaze to the two giant demons on the shore. Noticing that these two guys had no intention of leaving, he suddenly had a guess. Wang Yan opened his blood-red mouth again and said, "No need to wait for me here. With my ability to breathe underwater, as long as I don't want to come ashore, no one could do anything to me." Upon hearing Wang Yan's self-satisfied voice, the brown bear giant demon's face darkened, and he looked at the silverback gorilla, who also shrugged helplessly. He had no way either. Although he had many abilities, he had no effective means to deal with this giant crocodile hiding in the water. "Old pig, you stay here and wait for this guy to come ashore to deal with him." At this moment, the brown bear giant demon clearly lost patience and instructed the pig-headed monster. Upon hearing this, the pig-headed monster was instantly dumbfounded, looking at the brown bear giant demon in disbelief, pointing at himself. "Huh? Me?" In response, the brown bear giant demon became furious and coldly looked at the pig-headed monster, retorting, "Otherwise, should we both just wait here?" After hearing the brown bear giant demon's words, The pig-headed monster dared not question it anymore, nodding and bowing repeatedly. Seeing this scene, the brown bear giant demon and the silverback gorilla finally turned to leave. However, once these two giant demons left, Wang Yan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Letting the pig-headed monster keep an eye on him, to take him out as soon as he came ashore? Wasn't that a joke? He could probably take down the pig-headed monster instead. In fact, it was just Wang Yan who thought of this. The pig-headed monster naturally also realized this point. Therefore, at this moment, the pig-headed monster was rolling its eyes, clearly making plans for the future. As for guarding this giant crocodile by the seaside, it wasn't stupid. If this giant crocodile really came ashore, it would choose to run away immediately. In fact, when it thought about its future plans, it would even run away before the giant crocodile came ashore. These two damned giant demons were overestimating its abilities to deal with the giant crocodile. Meanwhile, after glancing at the pig-headed monster, Wang Yan floated on the water's surface, his gaze fixed on the sky, waiting for the vulture's return. As long as the vulture came back and hunted 2 or 3 late-stage, big, demon-level creatures, he would be able to accumulate enough to meet the breakthrough conditions. If that heavenly material and earthly treasure reached the peak of the mysterious grade, he could even directly break through to the giant demon realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At this moment, the sky was already set against the western mountains. However, Wang Yan was helpless as he still hadn't seen the vulture's figure. If it weren't for believing that the vulture had no ulterior motives, he would have suspected that the vulture might have run away. Additionally, the pig-headed monster that was originally guarding him by the seaside had run away an hour ago, along with the shark-headed monster that was displeased with him in the water. Finally, after waiting for another half hour, when Wang Yan came ashore, he finally saw the familiar figure of the vulture returning in the distance. Upon seeing the vulture, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel excited. Finally back. If it didn't return soon, he would really think this guy had run away. The next moment, the vulture dropped the heavenly material and earthly treasure in front of Wang Yan. Upon seeing the golden fruit of this heavenly material and earthly treasure, Wang Yan opened his blood-red mouth without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a peak mysterious grade heavenly material and earthly treasure royal holy fruit and gained 2 million evolution points. Ding! Host has accumulated enough to meet the evolution conditions. Would you like to start evolving? Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that it really was a peak mysterious grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. Just this unremarkable fruit directly granted him 2 million evolution points. This was indeed somewhat unbelievable. In a good mood, Wang Yan refused the immediate evolution proposal. Then he asked the vulture, "Why did it take you so long to come back? Was that snake-headed monster really that powerful?" In response, the vulture helplessly shook its head and said, "It's not that the snake monster could really catch up to me, but the big demon creatures in the sky aren't slow either. When they saw the heavenly material and earthly treasure in my hands, they all went crazy trying to hunt me down. If I hadn't been clever enough, you wouldn't be seeing me right now." As he spoke, there was a hint of fear in the vulture's eyes. Clearly, the trouble brought about by running around with the heavenly material and earthly treasure far exceeded his expectations. During those few hours, he had indeed gone through quite a few twists and turns, facing numerous dangers, but fortunately, he had successfully returned in the end. Although the vulture glossed over the dangers with a few words, Wang Yan knew that the process must have been even more perilous than what he described. Thinking of this, Wang Yan confidently assured, "Don't worry, old vulture. I'm about to break through to the giant demon realm. Once I do, I will immediately do my utmost to seize resources and help you break through to the giant demon realm too." Hearing Wang Yan's repeated solemn assurance, the vulture nodded continuously, clearly already beginning to fantasize about the scene of breaking through to the giant demon realm. At this moment, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask old vulture, "Do you know what benefits there are to breaking through to the giant demon realm? Tell me about it." Upon hearing Wang Yan's inquiry, the vulture immediately excitedly explained, "Once you break through to the giant demon realm, the benefits are numerous. You will gain a baseline ability and a random ability. The baseline ability is the ability to shrink allowing you to change your size at will, while the other random ability depends on luck. Furthermore, the strongest aspect of giant demon realm creatures is that they possess demon cores within them and have demon souls. The demon core can store energy for combat, making it extremely formidable and can absorb the free energy from the world. Additionally, even if the demon soul's physical body is destroyed, as long as its lifespan hasn't been exhausted, it can possess other creatures and take over their bodies. Lastly, the most impressive thing about the giant demon realm is that once you break through, their lifespan starts at a minimum of 1,000 years. Chapter 39, just 2 beasts away. Mysterious liquid creatures? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly realized he never expected that after breaking through to the giant demon realm, he would have so many abilities. Among them, the increase in lifespan to live for 1,000 years was within his expectations. However, the ability to randomly acquire one supernatural power and one fixed supernatural power did catch him by surprise. After all, when he was at the great demon level, he had not heard of gaining special supernatural powers, but upon reaching the giant demon realm, there was indeed a guaranteed baseline. It seems that the giant demon realm also holds a certain status among the demon race. With this thought, Wang Yan nodded slightly and then opened his massive mouth, saying, "Now I just need 3 late-stage great demons, and I should be able to break through to the giant demon realm. Baldy, it's hard work for you to continue hunting tomorrow." After hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture was first taken aback, then joyfully said, "Are you confident? We really just need 3 more late-stage great demon creatures to begin the breakthrough to the giant demon realm?" Wang Yan confidently nodded. "Of course. That heavenly treasure is quite effective, and my foundation is also solid." Seeing the old crocodile's confident demeanor, the vulture knew it was stable. Soon, the two found a random place by the sea to rest. The next day, the vulture went out early to search for prey. Soon, not long after, the vulture returned. Flying onto Wang Yan's back, the vulture said cheerfully, "There's still quite a few great demon-level creatures around here. Follow me." As if thinking of something, Wang Yan opened his massive mouth and asked, "By the way, if you encounter any giant demon-level creatures, remember to remind me in time." Upon hearing this, the vulture nodded. "Don't worry, old crocodile. I know which giant demons are in High Bay City. I won't let you be in danger." After saying this, the vulture flew up to lead the way, with Wang Yan closely following behind. Half an hour later, at this moment, on a city street in High Bay City, Wang Yan saw from afar 2 creatures that looked like hyenas, standing 3 to 4 meters tall and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, their muscular bodies grayish-black, with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, exuding a violent aura. 2 late-stage great demon creatures, not bad. Seeing these 2 zombie beasts, Wang Yan secretly nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, upon seeing Wang Yan, the 2 zombie beasts slowly approached. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yan was somewhat surprised and carefully examined these 2 dogs. In Wang Yan's eyes, apart from the bloody stench of decay in their aura, there wasn't much difference between these 2 zombie beasts and mutated beasts. If he had to point out a difference, it was that these zombie beasts were more brutal and bloodthirsty, appearing to lack intelligence. In the next moment, before Wang Yan could speak, one of the zombie hyenas charged at him, and Wang Yan immediately activated his supernatural ability, Steel Body. At that moment, the fast-moving zombie beast had already lunged at him, biting at his hind leg. Although it didn't actually harm him, the sharp pain was quite evident. When Wang Yan angrily turned his head to bite back, the zombie hyena that had bitten his hind leg quickly dodged. Instead, the other zombie hyena seized the opportunity to bite his forelimb and easily evaded when he turned back. Then, the 2 zombie hyenas began to coordinate their attacks, one in front and one behind him. They continued to attack him back and forth several times, making Wang Yan feel somewhat annoyed yet helpless. These creatures were just too agile. Moreover, Wang Yan also discovered that these 2 creatures were trying to dig into his rear. But since his body had turned into Steel Body, it eliminated any possibility for them to do so. However, it was worth mentioning that after the 2 zombie hyenas attacked him repeatedly for a long while without breaking through his defenses, they clearly began to lose patience. Unfortunately, Wang Yan still didn't find an effective opportunity to counterattack. because the reaction speed of these two zombie hyenas was extremely sensitive. Fortunately, Wang Yan decided to play dead, allowing these two creatures to attack him, pretending to be unresisting, completely ignoring the two zombie hyenas. Yet, because of Wang Yan's indifference, the two zombie hyenas, who were originally losing patience and preparing to retreat, were suddenly enraged and began to attack him frantically. Thus, Wang Yan continually endured the biting of these two creatures, using his spiritual sense to observe and wait for the best opportunity to attack. This continued for over 10 minutes. The vigilance of these two creatures had finally lessened. However, they still bit him wildly while keeping an eye on his movements. At this moment, after waiting for a long time, Wang Yan finally found the opportunity to attack. He quickly turned around, opening his massive mouth, and easily bit onto the body of one zombie hyena. In an instant, the captured hyena let out a painful scream. This moment frightened the other zombie hyena, which quickly dodged away. The creature that was bitten by Wang Yan continued to scream in pain, but soon, after Wang Yan chewed a few times, it fell silent. The next moment, Wang Yan swallowed the 7 to 8 meter long hyena whole. At the same time, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage great demon-level zombie beast. Gained 100,000 evolution points. Ding. Accumulated evolution conditions met. Would you like to begin evolution?" No. Wang Yan directly rejected it in his mind. At the same time, he looked at the zombie hyena that had retreated far away. Moreover, after hesitating for a moment, the zombie hyena fled. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan provocatively said, "So useless? You're scared away just like that?" In response to Wang Yan's provocation, although the zombie hyena was furious, it couldn't be bothered to argue with Wang Yan and simply turned to leave. Witnessing this, Wang Yan immediately accelerated and charged at it, causing the zombie hyena to run even faster, easily shaking him off, and, after creating some distance, it looked back and taunted him before leaving. Clearly, the zombie hyena was more flawed than normal mutated beasts, but these creatures actually didn't differ much in intelligence. They just appeared not very smart. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. From the windows of the tall buildings on either side of the street, a mass of black liquid suddenly surged out. When the black liquid fell on the zombie hyena, it immediately let out a painful wail and was quickly devoured by the black liquid. Witnessing this, both Wang Yan and the vulture on lookout in the sky were stunned. What on earth is that? It instantly devoured the zombie hyena. The next moment, under Wang Yan's astonished gaze, the strange black liquid leaped up again, rapidly flying towards him. Chapter 40. Unearned gains? No, it's prey delivered right to your mouth. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yan furrowed his brows. In the next moment, he easily dodged the incoming mass of black liquid. However, this black liquid leaped again and successfully landed on him. Wang Yan felt a bit helpless about it. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge. It was just that this thing was quite fast. He also wanted to see what kind of tricks this strange black liquid had. Once it adhered to his body, Wang Yan immediately felt a burning sensation, but aside from that, there were no other feelings. Clearly, this black liquid couldn't break through his steel body. But then, to Wang Yan's astonishment, after realizing it couldn't penetrate his defenses, the mass of liquid attempted to crawl into his mouth through his nostrils. Wang Yan naturally shook his head madly, but it was to no avail. The strange black liquid quickly slipped into his mouth and began to burrow into his body. Then, Wang Yan heard the familiar voice of the system. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a late-stage liquid creature of a great demon, earning 150,000 evolution points." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Was it automatically delivered to him to eat? To be honest, this was the first time Wang Yan encountered such a situation. He had never experienced such a good fortune of something being delivered to his mouth before. Even more absurd was that it was worth 150,000 evolution points. Although he knew the creature had just eaten a hyena, it couldn't still be undigested, could it? Wang Yan had witnessed how terrifying the devouring speed of this black liquid was. In an instant, once he regained his senses, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel emotional. He thought such good things should be plentiful. Meanwhile, the vulture in the sky couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is that thing? Is it also a creature?" Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly. "Yes. I've already eaten 2 of them. Just 1 more will do. Keep leading the way, vulture." Hearing this, the vulture became excited. "Follow me." After saying that, the vulture continued to fly ahead to lead the way. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan also felt very happy to follow behind. After all, it's hard not to be happy about getting a late-stage great demon liquid creature for free. But this also made Wang Yan realize that after the apocalypse, the level of life was no longer confined to ordinary biological animals. Perhaps even more outrageous forms of life would appear. Just like Wang Yan himself, when he used his abilities, he truly had no difference from a metallic life form. Soon, half an hour later, under the vulture's guidance, Wang Yan finally encountered a target that met his requirements. However, to Wang Yan's surprise, he found 2 creatures fighting. The 2 fighting great demon-level creatures were a zombie-like being dressed in a Qing Dynasty official robe, which was not very large but had abilities similar to a steel body, making it extremely terrifying with exaggerated recovery abilities. The other creature was a very slender and hot-bodied female zombie, but her aura was extremely terrifying, reaching the peak level of a great demon. Yet, this hot-bodied female zombie was being completely suppressed and beaten by the zombie-like creature. Both creatures stood around 20 meters tall, with no significant difference in size. But the zombie-like creature, despite only having a late-stage great demon aura, was overpowering the female zombie. What the hell? Even zombies are coming out now? At that moment, Wang Yan, who was observing from a distance, felt filled with questions. He never expected that even corpses could undergo mutations. What else could possibly mutate? If one day a stone mutated, he felt it wouldn't be unacceptable. If dead things can mutate, this implies that other non-living things could also potentially undergo mutations. It couldn't just be a rare occurrence. Quickly, under Wang Yan's observation, he discovered that this zombie also had intelligence. Its sharp, steel-like claws could easily leave terrifying wounds on the female zombie. Fortunately, the female zombie's recovery was also quite good. She only bled for a moment before the wounds quickly stopped bleeding and began to scab over. However, the speed at which the female zombie healed was far slower than the rate at which the zombie left wounds. As a result, the clothes on the female zombie were torn apart, exposing her gray-black skin. Roar! At this moment, facing the oppression of the zombie creature, the female zombie appeared extremely furious. She opened her mouth and roared, wildly retaliating by constantly swinging her fists at the zombie creature, but it caused no damage at all. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan speculated that it wouldn't be long before the female zombie would likely be killed by the zombie creature. The gap between the two was too obvious. This zombie creature, like him, had a steel body, making it nearly indestructible. This almost invincible defense, without any special means to counter it, truly seemed invincible. Sure enough, Wang Yan didn't have to wait long. The zombie creature ultimately embraced the female zombie, then opened its bloody maw, revealing sharp fangs, and bit down on the female zombie's neck. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan immediately knew that it was a good opportunity for him to act. In the next moment, Wang Yan moved his body and swiftly charged towards the zombie creature. At the same time, the zombie creature, which had bitten down on the female zombie, noticed Wang Yan's approach. While it clung to the struggling female zombie's neck, it leaped back, pulling over 100 meters away. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately grew anxious. This bastard was dodging too quickly. At this rate, he wouldn't have a chance to pick up the scraps. Thinking this, Wang Yan quickly closed the distance again, and after getting within a certain range, he immediately used the Du Zhu in X in Y. In the next moment, a miraculous thing happened. The zombie that had been biting the female zombie switched places with Wang Yan. This instant made Wang Yan ecstatic, and he immediately bit down on the still dazed female zombie, ignoring her screams and struggles, and began to chew and swallow her whole. "You beast! Stop it! That's my prey." Seeing this scene, the zombie creature, which was a bit stunned at first, quickly reacted and angrily jumped towards Wang Yan. In the next moment, before Wang Yan could even finish swallowing the female zombie, the zombie creature leaped beside him, gripping the upper half of the female zombie tightly. At the same time, Wang Yan's bloody maw held onto the female zombie's legs and wouldn't let go. "You beast, let go of it." The zombie creature angrily pulled at the prey while cursing at Wang Yan. Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. But how could he let go? This was a result of him using a special ability and then having the luck to switch places with the zombie creature, allowing him to snatch the prey. In the next moment, Wang Yan immediately bit down on the prey, and his bloody maw began to violently shake. Following that, with a tearing sound, the female zombie was ripped in half. The zombie creature stumbled, still holding onto the remaining 2 legs of the female zombie, and fell to the ground. Watching as Wang Yan devoured most of the prey, the zombie creature leaped up, furiously gnawing on the 2 legs while its gaze remained fiercely fixed on Wang Yan. Meanwhile, after Wang Yan swallowed half of the female zombie, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured half of a peak-level great demon zombie, earning 150,000 evolution points. Ding. Accumulating to meet the evolution conditions. Has the host begun to evolve?" Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly overjoyed. It was worth it. According to his guess, a peak zombie should be worth between 150,000 to 200,000 evolution points. Now, after devouring more than half of the beautiful zombie, he had obtained 150,000 evolution points, which meant he had consumed most of the essence. At the same time, after eating more than half of the beautiful zombie, the evolution points he had accumulated were already enough for him to evolve straight to the giant demon realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't contain his excitement. Once he became a creature of the giant demon realm, he could shrink his body and rely on the vulture's flying ability to hunt wildly. At that time, wherever he wanted to hunt, he would just need to communicate with the vulture, greatly saving travel time. Just as Wang Yan was fantasizing about the glorious scene of breaking through to the giant demon realm, at that moment, the zombie creature, who had already eaten 2 legs, roared at him with an angry face. "You beast who knows nothing but to reap without sowing." Hearing this, Wang Yan came back to his senses and looked at the furious zombie creature, unable to help but laugh. It seemed this guy was very angry about him snatching food and stealing prey. However, Wang Yan didn't take him seriously and said with a big mouth, "You are nothing but a beast, simply ungrateful. Damn it. I'm eating your prey because I look highly upon you." Chapter 41. The Prey of the Free-Riding Zombie. I've gathered the resources to break through to the giant demon realm. After hearing Wang Yan's words, the already furious zombie creature was even more enraged, smoke billowing from its 7 orifices. In the next moment, it charged straight at Wang Yan, launching a flurry of meteor punches. Bang, bang, bang. As both sides had bodies of steel, the attacks naturally created a lot of sparks upon collision. To be honest, this guy's series of rapid punches made Wang Yan feel the immense power behind them. However, these punches were nothing but a tickle to him. Not only that, seeing the opponent enraged, Wang Yan immediately seized the opportunity and quickly opened his blood-filled mouth, biting down hard on one of the creature's legs. Then, Wang Yan began to hold on tightly, skillfully employing the death shake technique to induce metal fatigue in the zombie's leg so he could easily dislocate it. This was a simple and effective method Wang Yan had developed after numerous battles. Meanwhile, after being bitten by Wang Yan, the enraged zombie soon calmed down. When it sensed Wang Yan's intention, it immediately straightened its body like a stick. No matter how Wang Yan shook his blood-filled mouth, its body swayed along with Wang Yan's strength. Then, half an hour later, as the zombies were cooperated throughout, Wang Yan's skilled maneuvers proved ineffective. There was no metal fatigue developing in the opponent's body. At this moment, the zombie, still held by Wang Yan, sneered proudly. "Beast, you think you can use such a lowly trick against me? Do you really think I'm that foolish?" Seeing the guy's smug expression, Wang Yan sneered inwardly and immediately changed his strategy. Clearly, Wang Yan already had rich experience dealing with opponents with similar defensive capabilities. He bit down on the zombie's leg, anchoring it to the ground, and then began to crawl. Wang Yan was clearly trying to use the friction of the city ground to wear down the zombie's body bit by bit. When the zombie sensed Wang Yan's intention, it immediately panicked and begged, "Big brother, please don't do this. Can I apologize?" Wang Yan ignored the creature's pleas, which only fueled the zombie's anger. It then grabbed a few cars by the roadside and crushed them into a pile to use as a cushion for its body. After doing all this, it fell silent, allowing Wang Yan to wear it down. Once it felt that the iron plates used for cushioning had been sufficiently worn down, it repeated the process, casually crushing a few more cars to use as support. This zombie's response left Wang Yan at a loss. He certainly couldn't take it to a steel mill to smelt it, right? Just when Wang Yan was in a dilemma, the zombie helplessly said, "Big brother, can't I just apologize? Besides, you stole my prey. You can't bully me like this." Hearing this, Wang Yan thought for a moment and then abruptly swung his blood-filled mouth, throwing the zombie into the nearby city. With a loud crash, the zombie creature crashed into a supermarket. Soon, it crawled back out from the rubble. Seeing the opponent emerge from the ruins, Wang Yan opened his blood-filled mouth and warned, "Next time, keep your mouth clean." In response, the zombie changed its expression, pointed at Wang Yan, and gritted its teeth as it cursed. "You damned cold-blooded beast, just wait. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. One day, I will make you regret this." Hearing this, Wang Yan became even angrier. He was just about to charge forward to teach this guy a lesson when the zombie immediately leaped away, jumping over 100 meters in an instant. After a few more jumps, it disappeared from his sight. Once the opponent had completely vanished, Wang Yan darkened his face and looked up at the vulture in the sky. The vulture, having witnessed the entire process, smiled and comforted him. "It's okay. Let us not bother with a creature that isn't even an animal. By the way, old crocodile, do you still need a late-stage giant demon creature?" Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh, opening his blood-filled mouth to say, "No. I just snatched over half of a peak giant demon-level zombie from that zombie, so I'm not lacking anything now. All I need to do is find a place by the seaside to start my breakthrough to the giant demon realm." At this point, Wang Yan was very much looking forward to it. The giant demon realm, he could finally break through. He was eager to see what abilities he would gain after breaking through. What he currently lacked was a true offensive ability. If he had an offensive ability, his strength would multiply. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture immediately became excited. "So what are we waiting for? Let us go. I'm counting on you to help me break through to the giant demon realm after you do." Wang Yan nodded slightly and then followed the vulture toward the seaside. Over an hour later, Wang Yan arrived at a vast beach filled with sand. It's worth mentioning that the winds and waves at this beach were even stronger than he had imagined. Of course, these winds and waves had virtually no effect on a giant creature like Wang Yan. He first reminded the vulture a few things at the shore, then twisted his massive body and entered the ocean. When he reached a water depth of several dozen meters not far from the shore, Wang Yan sank to the seabed. Once at the ocean floor, Wang Yan was surprised to discover that the fish in the sea had also undergone mutations. Some emitted a rotting smell and showed signs of decay, while others belonged to mutated species, exuding the same aura as mutated beasts. Moreover, when he entered the seabed, the nearby fish quickly fled in fear. Whether they were zombie fish or mutated fish, it was clear they all feared the aura emanating from Wang Yan. After retracting his gaze, Wang Yan eagerly thought, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Talent, mid-stage giant demon realm. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 500 years. Realm, late-stage great demon realm. Size, 33 meters long, for 180 tons. Bite force of 600 tons, speed of 60 kilometers h. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mind communication. Divine ability, star shifting. Evolution points, 3, 120. 0001, 000, Backpack. Ability, Thunder Breath Fragment 110. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Over 3 million evolution points were definitely enough for him to break through to the giant demon realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan happily thought, "System, start the evolution now." Directly help me evolve until my evolution points run out. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Successfully deducted 1,000,000 evolution points, beginning evolution. In the next moment, Wang Yan gradually lost consciousness while in the process of evolution. Chapter 42. Successfully breaking through to the giant demon realm. Did not gain supernatural powers, but obtained divine abilities. When Wang Yan opened his eyes again, he felt as if everything had changed completely. He could intuitively sense that there was a round, red demon core inside his body. Similarly, deep in his mind, a menacing black giant crocodile was swirling. Clearly, this should be what is known as the primordial spirit, but it appeared to be semi-transparent and not very stable or solid. Moreover, Wang Yan discovered that as long as he wanted it, the primordial spirit would move according to his wishes. This meant that even if his physical body were to perish, he could still rely on the primordial spirit to survive. It must be said that if the great demon realm was only barely observable in terms of strength, then the giant demon realm at least made it difficult to die, as all of them possessed primordial spirit-like abilities. If there were no abilities or divine powers specifically targeting the primordial spirit, then killing a creature of the giant demon realm would definitely leave endless troubles for oneself. After all, if the primordial spirit was not dead, it meant that the opponent had infinite possibilities. Once one could not eradicate the root cause, it was simply a matter of continuously creating enmity. Do not be misled by the destruction of the physical body. For these beings, the loss of the physical body is significant. After all, the body taken over may not be the most compatible with the primordial spirit. Additionally, after losing the physical body, the targets that the primordial spirit could possess could not be of the giant demon realm. In the case of the same giant demon realm, the difficulty of taking over was extremely high, and it was even easy to completely fall unless there was a realm-crushing advantage or powerful primordial spirit methods. Therefore, the most reliable way for the primordial spirit realm to take over was to possess creatures at the level of the great demon realm. Most of this information automatically appeared in Wang Yan's mind after he broke through to the giant demon realm. Besides that, Wang Yan also gained the ability to shrink, while the other ability had not yet been obtained. According to the system's explanation, he would randomly receive the second ability within a month after breaking through to the giant demon realm, and its strength depended entirely on luck. After discussing the demon core and primordial spirit, the next topic was the changes in his physical body. First of all, his size had surged from 33 meters to 43 meters. Clearly, even after breaking through to the giant demon realm, he had not experienced a dramatic increase in size. However, after breaking through to the giant demon realm, his physical body's recovery ability had become even more terrifying. This recovery ability was not a supernatural power. It seemed to be a kind of sublimation of the physical body after reaching the giant demon realm, with a recovery speed that was 10 times faster than before. In other words, even if he lost 2 legs or a segment of his tail, what originally required 1 to 3 months to recover now only took 3 to 9 days after breaking through to the giant demon realm. Oh, and there was also the divine consciousness. When he was still in the great demon realm, without a primordial spirit, the distance visible to the naked eye was the range that his divine consciousness could probe. Now that he had a primordial spirit, his divine consciousness had grown significantly, and he estimated that it could reach a range of 5 kilometers. Although this range was not very large, it was at least much stronger than the area visible to his naked eye. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. Since the host has reached the giant demon realm, creatures at the small demon level will no longer have any effect on the host. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was not surprised. It was just that small demon-level creatures could no longer provide him with evolution points, right? He had long stopped relying on consuming zombies to accumulate evolution points. The main reason was that accumulating evolution points from zombies was simply too slow compared to hunting great demons or seizing heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This method of obtaining evolution was simply unworthy of mention. In a good mood, Wang Yan immediately thought, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, An information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, mid-stage giant demon realm. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years 1,000 years. Realm, early stage giant demon realm. Size, 43 meters long, 2,600 tons. Bite force, 3,600 tons. Speed, 80 kilometers per hour. Supernatural powers, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mental communication, wishful shrinking. Divine ability, star shift. Evolution points, 120, 0003, 000. 000. Backpack, supernatural power, thunder breath, fragment 110. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. The giant demon realm was indeed not something to scoff at. Just the weight of his current body had increased more than 5 times. It should be noted that he had only increased from 33 meters to 43 meters. Clearly, he had only increased by 10 meters, but his weight had multiplied by 5. Wang Yan knew this was just the beginning. His weight would become increasingly outrageous. Due to the issue of body density, extraordinary creatures like him could not be measured by ordinary biological standards. Furthermore, after breaking through to the giant demon realm, it required 300 evolution points to break through to the mid-stage of the giant demon realm, which made Wang Yan somewhat relieved, as it was at least not doubled. Unlike the 2 million evolution points required to break through from the peak of the great demon realm to the giant demon realm. Just as Wang Yan was preparing to leave seclusion and meet up with the vulture, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained the divine ability bestowed by heaven. Thunder breath. Thunder breath, after use, can instantly release terrifying thunder power, possessing extremely powerful destructive capabilities, and has even more terrifying lethality against primordial spirits. Usage note: when the host's demon power is exhausted, thunder cannot be activated. Its power depends on the demon power released by the user. Friendly reminder: due to the host breaking through to the giant demon realm, the divine ability, Star Shift, daily usage limit, currently available for use 4 times per day. What? Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was once again stunned. He did not expect to have not gained a supernatural power, but instead directly obtained a divine ability. This moment made Wang Yan excited. He was in desperate need of offensive capabilities, now with the addition of Thunder Breath. It was like a tiger adding wings for him after breaking through to the giant demon realm. With these 2 divine abilities combined, along with the speed of the vulture, he felt that he no longer had any obvious weaknesses. According to the vulture, after breaking through to the giant demon realm, one would randomly obtain a supernatural ability, but some lucky ones would obtain divine abilities. However, the number of those who could obtain divine abilities was extremely rare. Unexpectedly, this time, heaven did not target him. Finally, he obtained a divine ability he desired. More critically, now that he had broken through to a major realm, the Star Shift, which he could originally use 3 times, had also increased to 4 times, which was extremely useful for his future battles. Thinking of this, Wang Yan could not help but feel invigorated. He wanted to slay a few giant demon realm creatures to celebrate his breakthrough. The next moment, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and swiftly swam towards the surface of the sea. Upon reaching the water surface, Wang Yan discovered that the sun was high in the sky. The sky was clear, and the scorching sun was blazing down. Yes, the air in the sky seemed even hotter than that in the desert, with the temperature having risen significantly. For this, Wang Yan was already mentally prepared. In his previous life, it had rained continuously during the apocalypse, followed by extremely high temperatures, and when he died in his previous life, the weather was still scorching. Moreover, this high temperature did not only affect humans and mutated creatures. Even zombies were listless under the scorching sun and would choose to hide in the shade during the hottest part of the day. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has broken through to the giant demon realm, triggering the following tasks. Please select the tasks to complete. Task 1. Please kill 5 giant demon realm creatures. Task time, 2 months. Task reward, 2 million evolution points. Random diamond treasure chest X1. Task 2. Please eliminate 5 mid-stage giant monsters. Task duration, 2 months. Task reward, 3 million evolution points. Random diamond treasure, chest, X1. Task 3. Please eliminate 5 late-stage giant monsters. Task duration, 2 months. Task reward, 5 million evolution points. Random diamond treasure, chest, X1. Beginner random universe, treasure, chest, X1. Chapter 43. Planning to use the heaven and earth gift to break into the Demon Lord realm. After hearing the task released by the system, Wang Yan was immediately astonished, but more than that, he was overjoyed. This was because the system does not frequently release tasks. Up until now, there had not been many tasks actively released by the system. Furthermore, as long as the system releases a task, the rewards are quite substantial. With this in mind, Wang Yan began to ponder. It is not easy to battle across levels in the giant demon realm. For example, even if a giant demon is relatively weak, it is not something that a great demon can compare to. In simple terms, even if these great demons are quite powerful, they cannot do anything against giant demons, and it is impossible for them to kill giant demons, except in special circumstances. Similarly, the giant demon realm is different from the great demon realm. The giant demon realm has the so-called demon power, and the difference in realms means a vast difference in the strength of demon power, which will create a huge gap in battle. Therefore, while it is possible for the giant demon realm to fight across levels, the supernatural abilities must be formidable. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Wang Yan felt that there was still a chance to hunt 5 late-stage giant demons. After all, after breaking through to the giant demon realm, Wang Yan already had a plan in mind. Within the next 2 months, he aimed to quickly advance to the late stage or peak of the giant demon realm, and then see if he could use the enhancement from the heaven and earth gift to break into a higher realm. After all, the heaven and earth gift is unlikely to be worthless. Otherwise, the system would not have directly released the task. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to leap into the Demon Lord realm must be grasped. It cannot be easily missed. Now, just being in the giant demon realm requires such tremendous resources. One can imagine that once he reaches the later realms, the required evolution points will be astronomical. With this in mind, Wang Yan made a decision, silently reciting, "System, I choose task 3. Ding," wishing the host to complete the task and receive rewards soon. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan looked up at the sky with a joyful expression. Perhaps due to the excessively hot weather, he did not see any vultures in the sky. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long, as the familiar figure of the vulture finally appeared in the sky. The next moment, the vulture excitedly flew onto his back and exclaimed, "Old Croc, you are really fierce. You've reached the giant demon realm. How's it going? Have you awakened any random supernatural abilities yet? Or is it still not here?" Facing the vulture's eager inquiry, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and happily said, "Don't worry. This time my luck is really good. I directly obtained an attack supernatural ability. Now that I have an attack supernatural ability, I believe it won't be long before I can help you break into the giant demon realm." Upon hearing this, the vulture immediately grinned from ear to ear and urged, "Then shall we set off now?" Obviously, in the past, he was helping Wang Yan increase his strength, and he was quite proactive. But now, as a partner, he is starting to assist him fully in enhancing his strength. Naturally, he is even more enthusiastic. Being very proactive with allies, and even more so with oneself, is perfectly fine. In response, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and said, "Prioritize finding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, our activity range is no longer limited to just one city. Now that I can shrink my body, you can fly anywhere without any problem, as long as the opponent isn't too ridiculously strong." After hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture also smiled widely and nodded repeatedly. He was considering that if Old Croc could enhance his strength to the giant demon realm, he could shrink his body, which is why he was so eager to help him quickly improve his realm. What he wanted back, then, was exactly this result. Now, once Wang Yan's body shrinks, the speed of searching for prey and heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be even more terrifying. Facing the vulture's excitement and impatience, Wang Yan could understand. The benefits of reaching the giant demon realm are too numerous. Gaining supernatural abilities, self-generating demon cores, forming one's own primordial spirit, and living for 1,000 years. The next moment, Wang Yan directly used his shrinking supernatural ability, and his body immediately transformed into a giant crocodile over 5 meters long. The vulture, which had been circling in the sky, quickly said, "Old Croc, get ready." After saying this, he swooped down, grabbed Wang Yan with his claws, and then soared into the sky, flying far away. When Wang Yan experienced the joy of flying for the first time, he felt quite good. The only downside was that the vulture was too eager, preventing him from enjoying the scenery from the flying perspective. Moreover, the vulture's flying speed was so fast that he could barely keep his eyes open. After confirming that no heavenly materials or earthly treasures were found in Gillen City, the vulture directly lost interest in searching a second time and flew to another city. Wang Yan naturally had no objections to the vulture's search method. This guy already had experience, so he didn't need to worry about it. He was only responsible for waiting for the vulture to find a target and then fight. Wang Yan didn't have to wait long. After about 2 hours of flying back and forth, they finally found a suitable target. At this moment, in a coastal city below, 4 peak-level great demons were engaged in a fierce battle. Of course, their primary target was not each other, but the heavenly materials and earthly treasures they were fighting over. Under the observation of Wang Yan and the vulture, this heavenly material and earthly treasure came into view. It was an extremely peculiar treasure, resembling a baby, with a color as rosy as a baby's skin. More importantly, through Wang Yan's spiritual sense detection, he could determine that this heavenly material and earthly treasure was of very high quality. It was a peak-level, profound-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. The next moment, Wang Yan looked up at the vulture and said, "Let's go for this heavenly material and earthly treasure. Once we obtain this one, I'll get you another one, and you'll be able to break into the giant demon realm." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture immediately nodded excitedly. Okay. The next moment, the vulture dove down towards the ground, and when they were about 20 to 30 meters above the ground, he released Wang Yan. At the same time, Wang Yan also returned to his original size and directly activated his steel body, slamming his terrifying body down onto the beach. In an instant, the entire beach trembled slightly, because Wang Yan's weight was simply too massive. With his body weighing 2,000 to 3,000 tons, when it crashed down, the impact was naturally considerable. At the same time, the 4 peak-level great demons that had been fighting turned their attention to Wang Yan. However, their expressions quickly became serious. They could sense that Wang Yan's aura was extremely powerful, and the oppressive feeling emanating from him, unique to the giant demon realm, was very evident. Almost immediately, they chose to stop fighting and create distance, all turning their gazes toward this unexpected guest, Wang Yan. Although they were only peak-level existences in the great demon realm, they were not afraid of this early-stage giant demon crocodile in terms of numbers. They were even confident that in a 2-on-1 situation, they could easily shake off this giant crocodile, even if the other party had brought along a flying mutated beast. However, these were merely their reasons for not fearing the giant crocodile. The problem was that they were currently fighting over a heavenly material and earthly treasure. This giant crocodile clearly wanted to join in on the competition for the heavenly material and earthly treasure. Therefore, they had to respond cautiously, even considering a potential alliance. Should they work together to deal with this guy first? At this moment, a large dog-like creature resembling a 3-headed hellhound looked towards the 2 zombie-like monsters across from it. Upon hearing this, a zombie monster that resembled a human but had 2 heads and 4 arms looked at its companion, another 2-headed, 4-armed monster with flesh wings on its back. This 2-headed, 4-armed zombie monster with wings slightly nodded and said, "Then let's temporarily team up and kill this giant crocodile first." Chapter 44. First use of divine powers. Fast and powerful. Upon hearing this, the leader of the hellhound, another red flame 3-headed lion, slightly nodded in agreement. Soon, the 2 sides reached an agreement in just a few exchanges. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed these guys really didn't take him, a giant demon, seriously. just like they viewed him when he was only at the late stage of a major demon. However, at that time, although he didn't regard giant demon creatures with much respect, he also didn't recklessly put himself in danger. But these four guys, they actually wanted to deal with him? Did they really think the gap between the peak of the major demon realm and the giant demon realm was not that significant? If they really thought so, Wang Yan could only say they were overestimating themselves. Although he used to think the same way, after breaking through to the giant demon realm, he could naturally perceive the difference in strength. The capacity of demon power in the major demon realm appears to be abundant throughout the body. But the quality of this internal demon power is very poor, making it unsuitable for driving high-consumption divine powers. However, extraordinary abilities are not an issue. This is because extraordinary abilities, in essence, do not rely on demon power consumption. They're somewhat akin to special abilities without cost. Similar to how eagles can fly naturally and tigers possess immense strength by default, akin to innate talents. However, the power of extraordinary abilities has its limits. No matter how strong, divine powers, on the other hand, can change the world, pluck stars, and are means possessed by immortals and gods. Therefore, extraordinary abilities may eventually be phased out, but divine powers will not. To eliminate divine powers, one must use higher-level means. Not to mention just Earth. Even across the vast universe, such instances are rare. In fact, it's possible that the vast majority of creatures will never be able to attain divine powers in their lifetime, being fortunate to acquire extraordinary powers instead. Back to the main point, seeing these four guys eyeing him hungrily, Wang Yan was naturally unafraid. He was not scared of facing the strong with his weak self, let alone facing the weak with his strong self. He might be submissive to the strong, but when it came to the weak, he would naturally strike hard. At this moment, the two-headed, four-armed zombie monster was the first to attack Wang Yan. He crossed his four arms in front of him, transforming them into claws. As lightning began to gather between the four claws, swirling around his four arms like electric snakes. Seeing this, the hellhound and the three-headed lion also began to gather black flames in their mouths. The next moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning rushed towards Wang Yan in an instant. Simultaneously, 6 terrifyingly thick pillars of flame howled toward him. Bang! 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 In an instant, sparks and lightning erupted. The thick lightning power exploded in huge sparks upon hitting Wang Yan. The terrifying 6 pillars of flame also struck him, and the extreme heat surprised Wang Yan. Yes, the temperature of the 6 flames was even higher than he had imagined, probably close to 1,000 degrees. For a moment, the sustained high temperature indeed caused Wang Yan to feel a burning pain. Unfortunately, these two guys only managed to make his back slightly redden before they interrupted their extraordinary abilities. Neither the hellhound nor the three-headed lion posed a threat to him. In fact, considering Wang Yan's massive size, it was extremely difficult for them to threaten him using their fiery extraordinary powers. Although extraordinary abilities do not require demon power to cast, they also have their limits. Don't be fooled into thinking Wang Yan seems to have no limits when using his steel body. That's because he hasn't encountered significant damage. If his body can't withstand the damage, that's the limit of extraordinary ability use. Now, with his breakthrough to the giant demon realm, his physical quality has become even stronger. Thus, the duration of his extraordinary ability use is naturally extended. Additionally, defensive extraordinary abilities consume less than offensive ones. This is also a reason for Wang Yan's inflated confidence. His breakthrough to the giant demon realm was an all-around enhancement of his strength. Once the extraordinary abilities of these 3 guys finished, Wang Yan couldn't help but open his mouth wide and tease, "Are you giving me a massage?" This little bit of flame temperature isn't even enough to burn fleas. This lightning is quite nice for a massage. Hearing Wang Yan's mockery, the 3 creatures exchanged glances. Their anger barely concealed, but more so, they seemed helpless. This giant demon realm creature was unlike ordinary giant demon realm beings. The defensive power of this giant demon crocodile before him was among the top, even within the giant demons. Therefore, even though they teamed up, they couldn't harm this giant crocodile. As for killing it, that was out of the question. Meanwhile, Wang Yan was also eager to experience his own extraordinary abilities. With that thought, he immediately began to gather demon power, condensing the power of thunder in his mouth. Because he didn't open his mouth, the four creatures couldn't tell he was gathering thunder power. In just a breath, Wang Yan mobilized 1/4 of his demon power. Then, taking advantage of the four creatures discussing solutions, he suddenly struck. Wang Yan opened his huge mouth to the fullest, unleashing a terrifying column of thunder light that shot out at lightning speed. Watch out! Quickly dodge! In an instant, the two-headed, four-armed creature with wings shot into the sky. However, the other three creatures weren't so quick. They hadn't even reacted before the terrifying thunder struck them in an instant. Similarly, Wang Yan's thunder didn't last long. The entire process took only 3 to 5 seconds before it completely extinguished. However, when he saw the results, he couldn't help but feel excited. This thunder breath truly didn't disappoint him. With this attack, the three creatures were already lying on the ground convulsing, their bodies charred and smoking, clearly heavily injured and completely out of combat ability. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Just 1/4 of his demon power took down 3 peak major demon realm creatures. This was indeed a fantastic deal. Likewise, the power of the thunder breath was even more fierce than he had imagined. Although the duration was short, the power was tremendous. Essentially, the power of thunder is very terrifying even if released in a short time. The next moment, the two-headed, four-armed creature with wings hesitated for a moment before flying toward the ruins. This allowed the vultures waiting in the sky to seize the opportunity, rushing directly toward the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, easily obtaining them. Seeing this, Wang Yan secretly nodded in satisfaction, then swaggered over to the direction of the 3 major demon-level creatures buried in the ruins. The power of the thunder breath from his divine ability was extremely terrifying. Not only did it heavily injure the 3 major demon-level creatures and bury them in the ruins, but it also easily collapsed the building. Just then, the two-headed, four-armed creature suddenly emerged, clutching another four-armed zombie, glancing at the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had already disappeared in the distance, unwillingly dragging its half-dead companion to flee into the sky. Seeing this, Wang Yan didn't waste any words and headed directly toward the ruins where the other 2 mutated beasts were located. Soon, he found the figures of the 3 hellhounds and the 3-headed lion amidst the ruins. In comparison, the 3-headed lion's defense was evidently stronger, even though it was charred. Flesh torn and bones shattered, it could still move. When it saw the giant crocodile appear before it, the 3-headed lion immediately showed a look of despair, because it now had no chance to escape, let alone this giant demon-level crocodile. Even a random major demon could kill it. Chapter 45. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures guarded by the mutated beasts of the giant demon realm. Still going to snatch it for a moment. The 3-headed lion didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The happy part was that he knew how he was going to die. The sad part was that it felt even more hopeless for him. In comparison, the 3-headed hellhound, who was currently unaware of its life or death, could just fall asleep without such despair. Don't be afraid. It will be quick. Wang Yan naturally saw the despair in the 3-headed lion's eyes as it lay in the ruins, struggling but unable to escape. How could it not feel despair? At this moment, Wang Yan directly approached and opened his bloody mouth, swiftly biting off the 3 heads of the lion one by one. To be honest, having 3 heads made it somewhat difficult to kill. Even when he had removed 2 heads, the 3-headed lion was still alive. It wasn't until all 3 heads were bitten off that it twitched for a while before finally dying. Soon, Wang Yan spent only half an hour and successfully devoured the 3-headed lion, and the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a peak-level mutated beast of the Great Demon Realm, gaining 200,000 evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart. A peak-level mutated beast of the Great Demon Realm was only worth 200,000 evolution points. which was just 50,000 more than that of a powerful late-stage mutated beast of the Great Demon Realm. Of course, it was still double the value of those weaker late-stage mutated beasts worth only 80,000 evolution points. However, this reward left Wang Yan feeling somewhat unsatisfied. It was simply too little. According to his current realm, he would need to hunt at least 15 peak-level great demon creatures to meet the requirements for advancing one small realm. However, the only thing that made Wang Yan a bit hopeful was how much hunting a giant demon would be worth. Because giant demons and peak-level great demon creatures were two different tiers. If the peak-level great demon was worth 200,000 evolution points, then the early-stage giant demon should be worth at least 400,000, right? This meant that to break through one small realm, he might need to reduce the number of required hunts from 10 to possibly 7 or 8. This was quite normal since giant demons were indeed difficult to kill. With this thought, Wang Yan pulled back his thoughts and turned to look at the three-headed hellhound. Coincidentally, the three-headed hellhound in the ruins had already woken up, and they were staring at each other. Compared to Wang Yan, the three-headed hellhound's eyes were filled with fear and despair, as it couldn't move, let alone escape. "Big brother, please spare me." For a moment, the three-headed hellhound weakly pleaded with a trembling voice. Hearing this, Wang Yan directly ignored it, opened his bloody mouth, and bit it to death, then effortlessly swallowed a whole. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a peak-level mutated beast of the Great Demon Realm, gaining 200,000 evolution points. Nice. 400,000 evolution points in total." Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt elated and crawled out of the ruins, then looked up at the vulture in the sky. At the same time, the vulture, which had been waiting for a long time, nodded slightly without saying a word upon seeing Wang Yan. When Wang Yan shrank down on the beach, the vulture immediately dove down towards him. Then it grabbed Wang Yan and soared into the sky, continuing the journey of resource harvesting. "Old Croc, thank you." In the sky, while admiring the ruined city below, Wang Yan heard the vulture's sincere voice. Wang Yan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "I said that once I break through to the giant demon realm, I would definitely help you break through as well." After hearing Wang Yan's words, the vulture felt satisfied with its choice, realizing it had indeed chosen a reliable and powerful ally. After flying for more than 2 hours, Wang Yan didn't know where they were anymore. However, the vulture had clearly slowed down and began to circle in the sky. Having become familiar with the vulture's search pattern, Wang Yan knew it had found a target again. With this in mind, Wang Yan began to observe below. Notably, there were no battles between great demon-level creatures below. Instead, another giant demon-level creature was sitting beside the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. To describe this giant demon-level mutated beast, based on its aura, Wang Yan could confirm it was at the same realm as him, both being early-stage giant demons. However, being so domineering in a city without other monsters coming to snatch the heavenly materials and earthly treasures was somewhat unusual. There were only 2 reasons. First, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures had not fully matured yet. The second reason was that the giant demon guarding the heavenly materials and earthly treasures was very strong. After figuring this out, Wang Yan began to use his divine sense to observe the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. To Wang Yan's astonishment, this particular heavenly material and earthly treasure had already matured, yet this creature was still guarding it without picking it. What was going on? It should be noted that this heavenly material and earthly treasure was also at the peak of the mysterious grade. A peak mysterious grade heavenly material and earthly treasure was worth 2 million evolution points. This meant that a half-peak mysterious grade heavenly material and earthly treasure would be enough for him to break through to the mid-level of the giant demon realm. This creature was actually guarding it without picking or eating it. What was the situation? For a moment, Wang Yan immediately said to the vulture, "Put me down. This is another peak mysterious grade heavenly material and earthly treasure." Hearing this, the vulture still seemed a bit uneasy and asked, Are you confident? If not, we can find another one. Wang Yan immediately replied confidently, Don't worry. Do you not trust my strength? It's just an early-stage giant demon. Even if I encounter a tough opponent, it wouldn't be able to kill me. After hearing this, the vulture didn't continue to stop him, immediately saying, Then old Croc, get ready to go down. I'll let you down. After speaking, the vulture dove down, releasing Wang Yan about 30 meters from the ground. Similarly, at the moment Wang Yan was let down, he restored his original form, and his massive body crashed into the apartment complex. In fact, many plants, trees, and other facilities were directly smashed into the ground, shattering the concrete road completely. Meanwhile, this also startled the early-stage, giant, demon-level, mutated beast guarding the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which immediately turned its fierce and sharp gaze towards him. This was a mutated beast that looked somewhat strange. Why do I say that? Because this mutated beast had a human head, but a body like that of a bear, belonging to a human-headed beast body. Not only that, but there was also a bear face on its chest, complete with ears, mouth, eyes, and nose. However, Wang Yan had already gotten used to it. In these past few days of the apocalypse, he had seen too many bizarre creatures. Whether it was 3 heads, 2 heads, beast heads with human bodies, or the current human-headed beast body, he had encountered quite a few weirdos, so it was nothing new to him. Notably, with his appearance. Even though the early-stage, giant, demon-level mutated beast was very displeased, it did not leave the vicinity of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This made Wang Yan unable to help but smile. Wasn't this just a live target? Moreover, if this creature dared to engage with him, the vulture might seize the opportunity to snatch the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With this thought, Wang Yan swaggered over, simultaneously pressuring the opponent to confront him head-on. Unless this creature was unafraid of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures being damaged due to their battle, it would definitely have to pull away a safe distance from the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Sure enough, under his relentless intimidation, the human-headed beast body mutated beast finally distanced itself and walked towards him directly. Was it really trying to take aim at the heavenly materials and earthly treasures? I am merely guarding these things. For a giant, demon-level, mutated beast to guard something, you should understand the strength of the existence behind me. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was somewhat surprised. Letting a giant demon realm mutated beast guard the heavenly materials and earthly treasures? That's quite impressive. It can't be the ruler of this city, can it? Wang Yan had some understanding of the rulers of a city. The beings that could become city rulers were all very powerful. In the giant demon realm, the weakest among them were at the late stage of the giant demon realm, and it was not impossible for them to exceed the giant demon realm. During the time the vulture had been searching for targets, Wang Yan had encountered the rulers of the city multiple times, and none of them were weak in strength. Even in Beihai City, where there weren't many strong city rulers, the strongest ones reached the late stage of the giant demon realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan suddenly recalled that he hadn't encountered any city rulers in this city. At that time, he found it a bit strange. There were many great demons in this city, including those in the giant demon realm. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible for there to be no city rulers. Now, with the giant demon with a human head and beast body speaking, he immediately had a rough guess in his mind. However, thinking about the absence of the city's ruler made Wang Yan feel less worried, yet he still felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. In the absence of the city ruler, it was better to quickly seize the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and not stay too long. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan began to quietly accumulate thunder power in his mouth, clearly preparing to use a divine ability to deal with this creature. Not only that, but to show his seriousness, Wang Yan directly prepared to use half of his demon power to unleash the divine ability. Thunder Breath. Just then, seeing that the giant demon crocodile remained silent, he thought the creature was intimidated by his presence. He was about to continue speaking when he inadvertently noticed the vulture circling in the sky. Upon closer observation, he immediately realized that the vulture had been fixated on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures the whole time. This made his heart sink. It would be even harder to guard these treasures now. But just as he was staring at the vulture in the sky, Wang Yan suddenly opened his huge mouth, and the terrifying column of thunder energy that had already been gathered shot towards the giant demon with a human head and beast body like lightning. Chapter 46. Slay Beasts and Seize Treasure. The unstoppable divine power of thunder breath. The thunder energy pillar was as fast as lightning, striking with the force of thunder. Its power was significantly greater than the last time it was used, at least 2 to 3 times stronger. With this strike, if it hit, Wang Yan was confident that even if the opponent didn't die, they would definitely be severely injured. However, what surprised Wang Yan was that the creature with a bare face on its belly was clearly always staring at him. When Wang Yan unleashed his divine power, this creature instinctively tried to dodge. Unfortunately, its body couldn't react in time. Thunder breath was too fast. Bang! Accompanied by the terrifying thunder energy pillar hitting. The creature with a human head and bare body was directly blasted into a nearby apartment building. Due to its large size and the terrifying power of thunder breath, the building collapsed, burying its body in the ruins. At the same time, a vulture that had been waiting for an opportunity in the sky immediately swooped down to snatch the heavenly material and earthly treasure. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan immediately relaxed. As long as the vulture got the treasure, that was enough for him. With this thought, Wang Yan turned his massive body and walked towards the collapsed ruins. Clearly, he wanted to see the condition of this giant monster realm mutant beast after being hit by his divine power. If this creature was indeed in a severely injured state, Wang Yan naturally wouldn't suggest leaving without eating it. After all, it was a giant monster realm creature. It couldn't be wasted easily. Moreover, he had never eaten a giant monster realm mutant beast and wanted to know its value. Just then, Wang Yan noticed some movement in the ruins. The next moment, the creature with a human head and bare body struggled to crawl out from the rubble. However, it had barely moved a few times before it weakly fell back into the pool of blood, unable to move. The power of thunder breath was too terrifying. Its entire body was covered in horrific wounds like a spider web, with blood flowing incessantly. Even though the giant monster realm had a strong healing effect, it was completely ineffective at this moment. You really aren't afraid of death. You dare to do anything for the heavenly material and earthly treasure. The master behind me is not an ordinary mutant beast, but a true demon clan. Otherwise, in this large city, besides me, there are 6 or 7 other giant monsters. Do you think they are fools? If it weren't for fear, would they let the heavenly material and earthly treasure go unclaimed? At this moment, the creature with the human head and bare body, although extremely weak, still didn't forget to mock him. Hearing this, Wang Yan opened his huge mouth indifferently and said, "So what? I want to be staying in this city for long. Even if your master is powerful, can he find me all over the world?" After hearing Wang Yan's words, the monster with the human head and bare body just smiled and remained silent. It could tell that Wang Yan wouldn't let it go. So why remind him? Seeing this creature waiting for death without speaking, Wang Yan also lost interest and approached, opening his mouth wide to bite off its head in a few quick motions. But what Wang Yan didn't expect was that the creature didn't die even after losing its head. Perhaps it was because there was another bare face on its chest. So, Wang Yan simply decided to consume it alive. In less than half an hour, Wang Yan successfully devoured the creature. However, during the process of consuming its body, he saw a wisp of soul escape. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a giant monster realm early-stage mutant beast. Gained 400,000 evolution points." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan felt a bit disappointed, but it was within expectations. A giant monster realm early-stage creature was worth 400,000 evolution points, which was twice the value of a peak big monster realm mutant beast. With this thought, Wang Yan felt much better, but thinking it wasn't wise to linger. He turned his massive body to leave the ruins and looked at the vulture in the sky, giving a slight nod. The vulture immediately understood Wang Yan's signal to retreat. The next moment, it spread its wings and dove down. Likewise, Wang Yan transformed his body to a length of 5 to 6 meters and rushed down to grab onto the vulture, quickly disappearing into the sky. While flying in the sky, Wang Yan also reminded the vulture, "This time let us keep a distance. You saw how easy it was to obtain the heavenly material and earthly treasure. That giant monster said it belongs to its master, who is a true demon clan. By the way, remember to find me a coastal city, preferably with hunting targets, so I can hunt while waiting for you to break through to the giant monster realm." After hearing Wang Yan's reminder, the vulture nodded repeatedly, feeling quite heavy-hearted. Both of them had encountered true demon clans before. That super giant python in Namlin City was a genuine demon clan. They were well aware of the terrifying aura it emitted. Additionally, during their time searching for resources and heavenly materials, they had encountered several true demon clans, whose auras were far stronger than mutant beasts, and their power was even more formidable. Whenever they encountered them, they both agreed not to take risks and preferred to bully mutant beasts and zombie beasts instead. A few hours later, under the vulture's rapid flight, it brought Wang Yan to the coastal city of Fong City, next to High Bay City. After arriving at a beach, the vulture skillfully set Wang Yan down. Then, it quickly flew away, clearly looking for a place to break through its realm. As for Wang Yan, he observed the nearby sea and beach. There were no prey here, but he could hide in the sea at any time. Moreover, this coastal city also had hunting targets for him, because when they first arrived here, the vulture had flown him around the city, and he had basically figured out that there were 5 giant monster realm creatures in this city, with the strongest being 2 late-stage giant monster realm mutant beasts, while the other 3 were 2 early-stage and 1 mid-stage giant monster realm mutant beast. In other words, in this city, the only threats to Wang Yan were those 2 late-stage giant monster realm creatures. Furthermore, since this was a coastal city, if an uncontrollable situation arose, he could also hide in the sea. In comparison, this city posed very little threat to him. In the entire Shiguang province, the most dangerous place was actually Lingue City, because the vulture had told him that the giant monster aura in Lingue City was terrifying, with 3 pure giant monster realm demons, not to mention other powerful giant monster realm mutant beasts. To get back to the point, as Wang Yan prepared to enter the city to hunt, he inadvertently glanced at the surface of the sea and was immediately astonished. He saw several boats floating not far from the shore, with many survivors on them. This group of people really are talented. They actually thought to hide on the surface of the sea. This way, they could avoid zombies and most dangers. They could even avoid land-based, big monster-level mutant beasts that were unfamiliar with water. However, hiding in the sea didn't mean they were absolutely safe. The creatures in the sea, like those on land, also included mutant creatures, zombie creatures, and some survivors who hadn't turned into zombies. Moreover, due to the larger base, the sea was actually more terrifying. Even an iron-bottom boat could be destroyed by ordinary zombie fish, let alone large monster-level ocean creatures and zombie creatures. Of course, if they could control the depth of the water, being on the surface of the sea was indeed very suitable for survival, at least much better than on land. At the same time, the survivors on the boats across the way were also dumbfounded. A super crocodile over 40 meters long, if it goes into the sea, it could easily capsize their boat. The key is that they didn't see how this crocodile appeared. It just showed up in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the survivors on several boats were particularly tense. However, they couldn't move their boats into deeper waters. One reason was the fuel range issue. The other was the creatures in the sea, which were even more terrifying. They had seen them from a distance before. What to do? This giant won't go into the water, right? It seems like the crocodile can indeed go into the water. At this moment, on the largest boat, a young man looked at the captain with a worried expression. Hearing this, the captain, with a helpless look, said, "What else can we do? We can only pray it doesn't come towards us. Otherwise, we'll just have to wait to die. But don't worry, such a huge creature generally won't be interested in us. We're not even enough to fill its teeth." He wasn't wrong. Colossal creatures are usually not interested in humans. Even gigantic zombies would directly ignore them. Because ordinary humans are essentially useless to these massive beings. They mainly deal with ordinary zombie-level, small demon-level creatures, and zombies. Of course, if they are unlucky and become playthings for these massive creatures, they can only blame their bad luck. Luckily, in the past few days, All the colossal beings they encountered showed no interest in them. In fact, this was true. Wang Yan only glanced at them before looking away and began to crawl toward the city. He needed to wait for the vulture to break through and return. He didn't know how long it would take, so he had to rely on hunting for himself these 2 days. However, when he chose this location, Wang Yan had already noticed prey nearby. Moreover, it was a giant demon-level creature and a peak big demon-level creature. After crawling for just over 10 minutes, Wang Yan saw these 2 mutated beasts from a distance in the city. However, upon seeing these 2 creatures, Wang Yan felt very strange and even a bit difficult to understand. Why do I say this? Because a super large tiger was following a similarly large tabby cat, acting as if it recognized the tabby cat as its leader, which was extremely out of place. But it must be said that the tabby cat, reaching over 10 meters high and over 20 meters long, was indeed exaggerated. This should be the first time he saw such a large cat. Although the cat's size was similar to that of the tiger, it was much less robust. The tiger appeared strong and powerful, while the tabby cat's body seemed slender and elongated. Moreover, from the way these 2 creatures occasionally rubbed their heads against each other, it was clear that they had a very close relationship. However, upon seeing Wang Yan, the tabby cat mutant beast remained relatively calm, while the tiger clearly became agitated. Its eyes filled with ferocity, it opened its large mouth and roared at Wang Yan with a commanding tiger's roar. Roar! Seeing the tiger's provocation, Wang Yan found it very interesting. He arrogantly crawled towards it. Wang Yan had never looked down on any creature of the same realm. He even had a sense of superiority. Moreover, he currently mastered 2 supernatural abilities with offensive and defensive capabilities. Aside from speed, he had almost no obvious weaknesses, so naturally, he wouldn't regard any creature of the same realm with any seriousness. Chapter 47. Killing the giant monster again. Is the enemy at the door? Despite the opponent being a fierce and powerful tiger over 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters long, Wang Yan's body, reaching over 40 meters in length, completely overpowered this tiger in terms of weight, strength, and overall physical attributes. This was also why Wang Yan looked down on his opponent even more. This size was simply too unthreatening to him. Whether it was a mutated beast or a zombie beast, aside from their abilities, the size also played a crucial role in determining combat power. This guy couldn't compete in size, and his weight was easily crushed by Wang Yan, leaving him unable to find any reason to fear the opponent. At this moment, seeing Wang Yan approach, the enraged tiger was about to charge, but was immediately stopped by the tabby cat. "Tiger brother, don't go up, you can't beat him." Hearing the tabby cat's words, the tiger's expression darkened, wanting to retort, but couldn't find the words. Because, indeed, he couldn't defeat this super giant crocodile. Just in terms of size, the difference was obvious, and even in terms of abilities, he might not stand a chance. "Dead crocodile, with your speed, you think you can catch us? Are you still half asleep?" Seeing the crocodile getting closer, the female tabby cat couldn't help but mock. Wang Yan, however, remained silent and continued to approach, secretly accumulating his thunder breath technique in his mouth. But despite gathering his powers, Wang Yan was uncertain if he could hit these 2. He was confident about hitting the tiger, but not so much about the tabby cat. More critically, he had used his thunder breath technique twice today, expending 3/4 of his demon power, and so far, hadn't he recovered much. So, with only 1 use of thunder breath available, Wang Yan naturally hoped to directly hit both of them. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, who had been desperately seeking an opportunity, unconsciously stopped as he got closer, noticing that the 2 were becoming increasingly tense and alert. These 2 probably didn't run away out of pride, and since they weren't afraid of his speed, they didn't leave immediately. At this moment, seeing the giant crocodile confronting them and seemingly ready to attack at any moment, the tabby cat urged, "Let us go, tiger brother. There's no need to lower yourself to his level." Hearing this, the tiger nodded and turned to leave with the tabby cat. But just as they turned, Wang Yan suddenly opened his massive mouth, unleashing a terrifying pillar of thunder breath energy, striking faster than lightning. At that moment, the tabby cat seemed to sense danger and instinctively jumped aside, while the tiger, realizing the threat, tried to dodge, but was too slow and was directly hit by the thunder breath energy pillar, sending his massive body crashing into a building over 100 meters away, nearly causing it to collapse and inflict secondary damage. Tiger brother. Seeing this scene, the tabby cat rushed forward anxiously. Similarly, Wang Yan began to move at full speed towards them. When Wang Yan reached the site, he saw the tiger completely charred, with smoke rising from its body, and not a single part intact. It was clearly gravely injured. This made Wang Yan realize that even the Thunder Breath using 1/4 of his demon power could easily injure an opponent of the same level. Especially in a sneak attack situation, as long as the attack succeeded, an opponent of the same level would likely be severely injured and left to die. At the same time, upon seeing Wang Yan approach, the injured tiger glared at the approaching giant crocodile with a resentful gaze, then said to the tabby cat, "Flower sister, you go first, don't blame me." Seeing the tiger's hateful expression, she immediately guessed that Tiger Brother intended to seize the crocodile's body. However, this approach had a failure probability of nearly 90, which was almost equivalent to seeking death, at most just wounding the opponent's soul. Thinking of this, the tabby cat gritted her teeth and said, "Tiger Brother, don't be reckless. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. I have a suitable target for you to seize. Come with me." After saying this, the tabby cat ran off into the distance, always wary of Wang Yan, fearing he might use the same trick again. Meanwhile, the giant monster-level tiger, who had initially planned to seize Wang Yan's body, looked at Wang Yan with hatred, then suddenly released a translucent tiger shadow that dashed like lightning towards the tabby cat. Additionally, since the opponent was currently in a spiritual state, he could only watch helplessly as the opponent escaped. If he could still use Thunder Breath, he could easily destroy the opponent's soul. Unfortunately, he had already exhausted his demon power today. What a pity! Looking at the retreating tabby cat and the giant monster-level tiger's spirit, Wang Yan sighed inwardly. But when he turned his gaze to the giant monster tiger's physical body, he immediately broke into a smile. Its spirit might escape, but its body could not. As for the possibility of the opponent developing again and seeking revenge, to be honest, he had thought about this before. Later, he realized he was overthinking. Because his rate of growth was too rapid, the scenario of losing a physical body, then breaking through to the giant monster level again, and catching up in realm was not absolutely impossible, but the probability was small. Moreover, considering he was the kind of player with cheat-like abilities, the possibility was even smaller. So, after thinking this through, Wang Yan never took these guys seriously. Even if they did break through to the giant monster level again to seek revenge, it would merely be a death wish. He could kill the opponent once, and he could kill the opponent a second time, or even countless times. Soon, in a joyful mood, Wang Yan began to enjoy his spoils. It took only about 20 minutes. Wang Yan savored the moment, smacking his blood-filled mouth. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured an early-stage mutated tiger of the giant monster level, gaining 400,000 evolution points. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded secretly, got up, and headed down the street, preparing to set off towards his next giant monster-level target. However, just after traveling for a few minutes, he seemed to see a white light in the distance, flashing like lightning and vanishing. Just when Wang Yan thought he was seeing things directly ahead in the sky, a young man in a white robe stood proudly, looking down at him. "That dead bird has some skill, stealing my heavenly materials and treasures. I can't find it anywhere. You ignorant beast, since you can't hide, and your speed is as slow as a snail. How dare you collaborate with that dead bird to steal my heavenly materials and treasures?" As he spoke, the young man in the white robe's face twisted into a snarl. He had only been out for a few days to gather other alchemical materials and treasures, only to return and find everything gone. Finally, through a time projection technique, he learned what had happened, realizing that this damn beast hadn't spared even the giant monster guarding his heavenly materials. Chapter 48. The Pure-Blooded Demon Clan Seeks Revenge. The divine ability of celestial transformation to escape. If the giant crocodile and the dead bird were simply running away with heavenly materials and treasures, he wouldn't have specifically come to hunt down these two beasts. However, these two guys were simply too beastly. They were even more ruthless than plucking a goose's feathers. They took his heavenly materials and treasures, and even killed his subordinates. Although he wouldn't care too much about losing a giant demon-level servant. Having his treasures taken and his subordinates killed was a matter of face. If he didn't regain his face, what would the other mutated beasts think? If this matter got out, what would the other demons think? They would probably think he was very easy to bully. At this moment, looking at the young man in the white robe who had appeared out of nowhere, he initially didn't know the other's background. But after hearing the young man's words, he immediately had a guess. It was very likely that the master behind the recent heist he and the vulture had attempted for heavenly materials and treasures had come looking for him. What made Wang Yan even more frustrated was that this guy could actually fly. He didn't know how many more tricks he had up his sleeve. Judging from the aura alone, this guy was not weaker than the super giant python from Namlin City. This was bad. Very bad. This was Wang Yan's thought. The key was that he had already used his attack abilities, including the Thunder Breath. At this moment, seeing Wang Yan silent, Wulong's face revealed a cold smile. Very well. It seems this beast has nothing to say. Then die. After saying this, Wulong pointed his finger, and a red light rushed towards Wang Yan. But at this moment, Wang Yan had already completed the steel transformation of his body. Bang! 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 When the red energy hit Wang Yan's back, it immediately exploded with huge sparks. But it was clear that it hadn't harmed Wang Yan. However, this seemingly inconspicuous red light had a terrifying temperature that had already reached over 1,000 degrees. If it continued to output, it could easily harm him. This made Wang Yan realize that this pure-blooded demon clan member was just testing him, and was indeed much stronger than the mutated beasts. As expected, it was a special defensive type ability. After a round of testing, the young man in the white robe nodded thoughtfully. In the next moment, a treasure resembling an iron cage appeared in his hand, floating in his palm, looking small and exquisite. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Yan's heart sank even further. This couldn't be some legendary magical treasure, could it? At this time, the young man in the white robe casually threw it. The small cage-like object instantly transformed into a liquid that covered the sky and blocked the sun, sweeping towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan couldn't even defend himself and was enveloped by this fluid, which was smooth like a water droplet. Then the originally smooth liquid instantly turned into a massive cage, imprisoning him inside. In an instant, Wang Yan began to struggle frantically. But what made Wang Yan collapse was that this seemingly inconspicuous cage was actually indestructible. No matter how he struggled, it was of no use. At this moment, Wulong flew to the front of the iron cage and, seeing Wang Yan struggling inside, couldn't help but laugh. You think you can struggle after falling in a Mutation treasure? What a pipe dream. Now tell me, where did that dead bird go? Speak up, and I might consider letting you go. Hearing this, Wang Yan simply gave up struggling, but he didn't say a word. Although this guy's abilities were indeed impressive, he still had the divine ability of celestial transformation. How should I put it? It was quite magical, being able to swap positions. Isn't that incredible? In other words, as long as Wang Yan wanted, he could now swap positions with the other party and escape. However, Wang Yan didn't want to use it right now, mainly because his ability had a limited number of uses. But he was still unsure whether the other party's cage treasure also had a limit on its number of uses. Therefore, unless he had the opportunity to escape directly, he wouldn't easily reveal his trump card. Seeing Wang Yan silent, Wulong laughed in anger. Stubborn, huh? Think you're tough? Do you believe I can't do anything to you? I forgot to tell you, I'm an alchemist. Playing with fire is my specialty. Even if I really can't deal with you, I have friends who forge weapons. There are too many ways to deal with you. I will make you wish you were dead. After saying this, Wulong kicked the cage, and the entire cage flew out. The next moment, Wulong, supporting the huge cage with one hand, flew in one direction. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but be shocked. His current weight was no small matter. Yet this pure-blooded demon youth effortlessly lifted him and flew at a decent speed. But when this guy flew over an ocean, Wang Yan immediately seized the opportunity and directly activated the divine ability of celestial transformation. The next moment, something magical happened. Wulong, who was holding the cage in the air, suddenly found himself inside the cage, holding the cage. Just as he was looking bewildered, he saw that damn crocodile. its massive body crashing into the ocean and then directly sinking beneath the water right before his eyes. What is this ability? A divine ability? For a moment, Wulong, turning the iron cage into liquid, and frowned as he stared at the giant crocodile at the bottom of the ocean. He actually didn't want to go into the ocean. Demons were divided into 3 categories: those that fly in the sky, those that swim in the water, and those that run on land. Among them, the number of demons that swim in the water was the largest. The number of land runners combined with sky flyers didn't even reach 1/10 of those who swim in water. Therefore, the strength of ocean demons was also the strongest. Whether in terms of the number of top-tier powerhouses or overall numbers, ocean demons were undoubtedly the most numerous. He didn't know about other places, but it was like this on Earth. Just then, he suddenly saw the giant crocodile at the bottom of the sea float to the surface, open its bloody mouth, and say to him, "How can this matter be put to rest?" Hearing this, Wulong immediately sneered. "Once you're dead, this matter will be put to rest." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan knew that the other party was prepared for a fight to the death. Since the 2 sides had formed a deadly feud, he also stopped pretending and cursed. "I really gave you face. Unappreciative wretch. Even if I can't beat you, do you think you can follow me for the rest of my life?" After saying this, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and directly dove in a nearly 100-meter deep seabed. But he was still a bit uneasy inside. He was worried that the other party's strange treasure could also be used in the water. Thus, he chose to hide in the water first to test things out. If the other party's treasure couldn't be used, he would be worry-free. At worst, he could just waste time. He didn't believe that a peaked giant demon could keep up with him indefinitely. If tomorrow this guy still didn't leave, he wouldn't mind letting this guy try out his own methods. He had only exhausted his demon power by using his divine ability today. Otherwise, how could he just sit and wait for death? Meanwhile, seeing Wulong not leaving the water surface, but also not using any divine abilities again, Wang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This proved that the other party's caged treasure couldn't be used in the water. Otherwise, he wouldn't be watching him without taking action. However, since the other party hadn't left, it was clear that he had ill intentions and was probably thinking of some way to deal with him. Thinking of this, Wang Yan remained vigilant while also starting to contemplate an escape plan. In fact, he could swim deeper into the ocean. This might easily shake off the young demon in front of him. After all, the deeper into the ocean, the greater the likelihood of encountering powerful ocean demons, mutated beasts, and zombie beasts. However, this was not just a matter for the other party. His own chances of encountering powerful ocean demons would also increase. In fact, it was possible that just as he escaped, he might run into even more dangerous targets that couldn't be ruled out. Actually, while Wang Yan was stalling for time, Wulong on the surface of the sea was also caught in a dilemma. He actually wanted to continue hunting this dead crocodile. However, this guy had been hiding in the water and wouldn't come out. Moreover, the fact that he hadn't shown himself for so long indicated that he might possess abilities beyond mere racial talent, possibly even a capability similar to fish breathing underwater. Although he could go into the water and hold his breath for a long time, even for several months, it was still manageable. The problem was that in the water, his treasure, the Xuanqi, couldn't liquefy at all, nor could it imprison enemies underwater. If Wang Yan were just hiding in a small river, that would be fine. He could easily fill the entire river. The problem was, this was the vast and boundless sea. He didn't have the ability or divine power to turn the tide. Chapter 49, it must be that your skills are inadequate, and the pills are substandard. Although he is indeed a pure-blooded monster and possesses many techniques, such as breathing methods, supernatural abilities, and even divine powers, he also has many techniques left by his parents. However, his greatest skill is actually alchemy. If he couldn't refine pills, he wouldn't have been able to transform into human form while still in the giant monster realm. Before the apocalypse arrived, he had already been living a life of indulgence in the city. Moreover, he didn't want to expose himself. Even in modern society, no one could discover him. But ultimately, he is not good at combat. On the contrary, alchemy is his greatest talent. Now that he has come to the sea, it is already considered an adventure for him. There is no way he would actually dive into the sea to fight this guy. Furthermore, his true form is not very strong, and revealing it might attract even stronger sea creatures. In addition, if he rashly entered the sea, he truly has no confidence in being able to defeat this giant crocodile, because in the water, many of the techniques he mastered would be greatly diminished. For example, his fire control technique, stone manipulation, flying sword technique, and wind control technique, etc. Most of these techniques are highly effective on land or in the air and are not suitable for combat in water. Even if he has water control techniques, he can only control a small amount. He certainly can't control the entire ocean. Moreover, the water control techniques would have little effect on this crocodile in the water. After some thought, Wulong suddenly realized that he really had no way to target the giant crocodile hiding in the sea. But should he just give up like this? Thinking this way, he felt a bit unwilling. However, if he insisted on not giving up, he only had two choices: either dive into the sea to deal with the crocodile or wait until the other party loses patience and surfaces. Meanwhile, while this guy was a loss, Wang Yan felt completely at ease. The fact that the other party hadn't come down for so long basically confirmed that their means to deal with him in the sea were limited. Now, it was a matter of which side could outlast the other. Although Wang Yan had a mission, he wasn't afraid. After all, there was still plenty of time. Soon, a day passed, and early the next morning, the young monster still hadn't left, while Wang Yan began to prepare for a counterattack. The reason was simple. He could now use his divine power, Thunder Breath. He also wanted to test how powerful this divine power was at full strength. If he could seriously injure this guy, that would be even better. If he could kill him, he would gain tremendously. If not, it wouldn't matter. He could just continue to wait. At this moment, when Wang Yan's massive body surfaced, Wulong immediately showed a cold smile. Finally couldn't hold back anymore, huh? However, he didn't rush to act, because he was confident he could kill this crocodile in one blow. After all, the crocodile was still in a steel body state, clearly wary of magical attacks. But what he didn't know was that Wang Yan was also thinking the same thing. Dead crocodile, you'd rather waste time here with me than sell out that bird? If that's really the case, then I can only say you're too naive. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. You've taken advantage of the gifts of heaven and earth and shouldn't undervalue your own life, nor should you put yourself in danger for another mutated beast. At this moment, Wulong looked coldly at Wang Yan and said. Hearing this, Wang Yan showed a helpless expression, looking somewhat conflicted. This immediately made Wulong secretly satisfied. Nodding to himself, it seemed that before killing this guy, he could obtain information about that dead bird, which would also be quite good. But the next moment, Wang Yan opened his bloody maw and said, "The senior has a point, but he is still my brother. I can't just easily betray him, right?" Hearing this, Wulong was instantly furious and laughed, mocking, "What? You want to ask me for benefits?" What stunned Wulong even more was that Wang Yan actually nodded and said, "Of course, I have to get something in return. Otherwise, how could I betray my good brother? At least I should get something in exchange for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures before I could sell out my good brother." What the hell? This guy is quite the talent. Willing to betray his brother only for the sake of heavenly materials and earthly treasures? For a moment, Wulong felt an impulse to strangle this guy. Unfortunately, this crocodile remained vigilant, and with its steel body, he lacked the confidence to kill it. Just then, he seemed to think of something, his eyes brightening, and a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. "This is a low-grade earth pill. If you dare to eat it, I wouldn't mind giving it to you." After saying that, he threw it directly at Wang Yan, but to his surprise, Wang Yan actually dared to eat it. The next moment, Wang Yan immediately opened his bloody maw and swallowed the bottle of pills whole. As for why Wang Yan dared to eat it, because he has an invincible stomach. Last time, a large monster-level liquid creature got into his mouth and was directly digested without any resistance. Wang Yan even suspected that his devouring stomach was definitely not an ordinary ability. It was probably more powerful than many divine powers. The next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured 2 low-grade, earth-level frenzied, bloodthirsty pills. Earned 2 million evolution points." Hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but be stunned. 2 pills worth 2 million evolution points. Although he knew that what the other party gave him was definitely not a good thing, He didn't expect that it was indeed a low-grade earth pill, and its value was so terrifying. Additionally, if you remember correctly, this guy had said he was an alchemist, so he must have plenty of pills on him. Thinking of this, Wang Yan suddenly felt his breathing quicken, his eyes turning red as he stared intently at the young monster. Seeing this scene, Wulong couldn't help but laugh, smugly mocking. You really dare to eat anything. Do you know this is a frenzied, bloodthirsty pill? After eating it, you will completely lose your sanity, and your blood will be consumed until your monster power is exhausted. By then, with your blood drained and monster power depleted, you won't be able to use any techniques, and your abilities will be the same as a tiger without its fangs, waiting to be slaughtered. As he spoke, Wulong looked at Wang Yan's red eyes, filled with hatred. His mood improved even more. He originally thought this guy was smart, but it turns out he dares to eat the pills given by the enemy. What a talent. To put it in modern terms, this guy is definitely a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. At this moment, Wang Yan remained silent. He was contemplating whether to use his divine power to launch a sneak attack or to tell the other party that he was completely fine. Then he could let this guy throw out more pills for him to eat. After hesitating for a bit, Wang Yan decided to first deceive him. After all, not to mention that he might not be able to kill the other party with all his might. If he scared the other party away without killing him, wouldn't that mean missing the opportunity to fleece him? With this thought in mind, Wang Yan opened his bloody maw and said, "No. The symptoms you mentioned are simply non-existent. Could it be that you made a mistake? Why don't you throw me some more pills to try?" Hearing this, Wulong immediately sneered. "A dead duck's mouth is hard. Let us see how long you can hold out. If I'm not mistaken, you must be feeling the magic fire burning all over your body, unable to bear the pain, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan put on a serious expression and said, "I really don't have the symptoms you mentioned. If I did, I would have turned around and run to the bottom of the sea to hide." After hearing this, Wulong felt a bit hesitant, because what Wang Yan said did indeed match the actual situation. If this guy really noticed something was wrong, he wouldn't just stand here waiting to die, right? Thinking of this, Wulong suddenly had some doubts about life. Could it be that he inadvertently gave the wrong elixir? But that was completely impossible. There were only 2 frenzied, bloodthirsty pills. Just as Wulong was questioning his life, Wang Yan suddenly opened his blood-red mouth. In an instant, a terrifying pillar of thunder energy burst out. But Wulong reacted instantly, transforming his demonic power into a circular protective barrier. Boom! The terrifying pillar of thunder energy instantly engulfed Wulong. When his divine ability was unleashed, he saw Wulong falling into the ocean hundreds of meters away. Just as Wang Yan twisted his body and swam towards Wulong's direction, Wulong's disheveled figure soared into the sky, standing proudly once again. His body was char-black. His hair was blown up as if it were an explosion. His face was also covered in black soot, and smoke was rising from his body. Clearly, under Wang Yan's full-force attack, Wulong had sustained significant injuries, but evidently he had not reached the level of being seriously injured. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan felt somewhat regretful. It also left him utterly shocked. This guy's strength was extraordinary. He had just used all his strength. Yet, he had taken a blow from his divine ability and was not seriously injured. Although he looked bad, he clearly still had fighting power. At this moment, Wulong's expression was particularly grim, and he looked at Wang Yan with a dark gaze, flying over and gritting his teeth to question, "How did you do it? Why can you still use your demonic power to unleash divine abilities after taking my frenzied, bloodthirsty pill?" Seeing Wulong's utterly confused expression, Wang Yan immediately opened his blood-red mouth and mocked. "Is that even a question? The elixir was given to you. It must be that your refined elixir is substandard." Chapter 50, 7 million evolution points. Your pills must be fake, right? What the hell are you talking about? I am a genius alchemist among the demon race. In just 200 years, I've already become a level Earth alchemist. Do you understand the value of that? You dare say my alchemy skills are lacking? Besides, pills cannot expire. We alchemists have special methods to seal them. How could they possibly expire? Don't say it's been 10 years, even hundreds or thousands of years. They won't expire. At this point, Wulong became a bit agitated. This statement was simply an insult to him as an alchemist. Seeing Wulong's flustered expression, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and said, "Then what do you say it is?" I think the pills have expired. If you don't believe me, throw a few more toxic pills at me. I'm not afraid." After hearing Wang Yan's words, Wulong's expression fluctuated. He had already guessed that this crocodile might have some immunity to any poison. However, he still decided to give it a try and waved his hand, producing another vial of pills containing 5 pills. Of course, these were not good pills. They were also toxic, named 5 Poisons Controlling Heart Pill. Once consumed, the person would be under his control, and if they could not take the corresponding antidote after a while, they would suffer unbearable pain from the 5 poisons gnawing at their heart. Cool, mate. I want to see how capable you really are. Eat them if you can. After saying that, Wulong directly threw the pills at Wang Yan. To his surprise, the crocodile really opened its mouth wide and swallowed the whole vial of pills. At the same time, Wang Yan heard the familiar voice of the system. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured 5 Earth-level primary 5 poisons controlling heart pills. Gained 5 million evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Accumulated points have met the evolution conditions. Would you like to start evolving?" No. Wang Yan happily refused. He didn't expect to unintentionally gain 7 million evolution points. 7 million evolution points. Adding in the approximately 1 million evolution points he gained from hunting, his total evolution points probably reached 8 million. To be honest, if this guy hadn't become his enemy, he would have wanted to curry favor with him. Just by throwing a few toxic pills at him, he easily helped him accumulate a large amount of evolution points. Meanwhile, while Wang Yan was happy, Wulong had already started to try to activate the 5 poisons controlling heart pill. Because the 5 poisons controlling heart pill contained a poisonous insect egg. Once consumed by a living being, it would immediately take root in their body and start crazily laying eggs, producing more poisonous insects that would then gnaw at the victim's flesh and absorb their demon power. But to his dismay, no matter how he activated it, this crocodile remained completely unaffected, obviously not suffering any impact at all. Thinking of this, Wulong's face darkened, and in a fit of anger and humiliation, he directly used his divine power, Divine Spirit Thorn. At the same time, Wang Yan, who was about to continue demanding pills from Wulong, suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his divine spirit was about to explode. In a panic, Wang Yan endured the pain while sinking his body to the bottom of the sea. He didn't know how long it took, but when he finally opened his eyes, he felt extremely weak and looked around. At the same time, he realized that his condition was very poor, mentally feeling extremely tired, unable to resist the urge to sleep. This made Wang Yan feel both shocked and angry. He guessed that it was likely due to damage to his divine spirit that he was in this inexplicable state of fatigue. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, is it because my divine spirit was injured that I fell into this inexplicable state of fatigue?" Ding. Host guess is correct. Due to serious injury to the host's divine spirit, you will remain in this state until your divine spirit recovers. Ding. The host can refresh their negative state after breaking through their realm. The heavy injury to the divine spirit will also naturally recover to its peak. Hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan looked hatefully at the culprit on the surface of the sea. But when he raised his head to look, he found that Wulong's familiar figure had long since disappeared. This made Wang Yan both angry and relieved. However, he remembered this guy. His list of enemies just got one longer. He would take revenge after his strength improved. Thinking of this, Wang Yan stopped wasting words and immediately twisted his body, swimming towards the shore. It is worth mentioning that he should be in the northern sea city now, not far from the defense city. He didn't plan to take the sea route, but instead go along the coastline to avoid danger. Of course, if he could hunt while on the way, that would be even better. But after not long, Wang Yan felt very tired. This feeling of mental fatigue inexplicably made him drowsy and want to sleep. Obviously, Wang Yan did not expect that this state of heavy injury to his divine spirit would be so terrible. Helpless, Wang Yan chose to enter the ocean 50 meters deep and directly began to evolve. System, start evolving, Wang Yan silently thought in his heart. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Successfully deducted 3 million evolution points. Beginning breakthrough. In the next moment, Wang Yan completely lost consciousness during the evolution. When he woke up again, he felt refreshed. That strange feeling of fatigue had finally disappeared. Damn, he finally got out of that strange state of mental deficiency. This injury to the divine spirit was evidently much more severe than he had imagined, making him feel drowsy and mentally unwell. In this state, his combat power would be significantly reduced. In a good mood, Wang Yan began to examine the changes in himself after breaking through to the mid-stage of the giant demon realm. First, his demon power had increased again. The red and plump demon core in his body had grown larger, and secondly, his body had also grown a bit, reaching a length of 48 meters. Besides that, he was unsure about other changes. He would have to check the information page. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan immediately thought, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, mid-stage giant demon realm. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years 1,000 years. Realm, mid-stage giant demon realm. Size, 48 meters long, 3,500 tons. Bite force of 4,500 tons. Speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mental communication, size reduction. Divine powers, star shifting, thunderous breath. Evolution points, 5, 33 million, 5 million. Backpack, 1/10 of the ability thunderous breath fragment. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. There were improvements in all areas. It's just that the enhancement wasn't significant enough, so it didn't seem obvious. In fact, not only had his demon power increased, but his divine spirit had also strengthened. And the recovery speed of his physical body and the speed at which he absorbed the energy of heaven and earth had also increased. In a good mood, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, "System, why was there a new template for me this time?" In response to Wang Yan's inquiry, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. A friendly reminder for the host. The host's first template can be paid for, and since the host has already used it, the host will need to resolve the type template issue themselves in the future. Hearing the system's words, Wang Yan felt somewhat helpless. So, even if he now had 5 million evolution points, he still couldn't break through to the late stage of the giant demon realm. He wanted to obtain the template, but first he had to complete the task and see if he could get the desired template from the treasure chest. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and quickly swam from the seabed to the shore, then began to head towards the city along the coast. And his speed was not slow. In fact, he knew that his speed was still quite slow. It was just that after his size increased, his movement speed had also increased. Thus, Wang Yan focused on his journey. But not long after he started, he noticed commotion coming from the city, clearly indicating that there were creatures fighting not far from the seaside city. Wang Yan immediately released his consciousness to probe the direction of the noise. As his consciousness rapidly spread, he quickly discovered that not far from the seaside city, a powerful late-stage giant monster was overpowering 2 other late-stage giant monsters. After detecting the strength of these 3 giant monsters, Wang Yan instantly became excited. Late-stage giant monsters. These all matched his goals for completing the task. Chapter 51 today. This prey is mine for sure. Not even Jesus can stop me, I said. In the next moment, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and headed towards the 3 giant monsters in the city. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yan arrived at the battlefield. From a distance, he saw the 3 giant monsters fiercely fighting. However, upon his arrival, the 3 giant monsters immediately distanced themselves and looked at him warily. The 3 giant monsters consisted of a brown bear giant monster that looked somewhat familiar, and another was a werewolf giant monster standing upright, similar to those in movies, but much more robust and vicious. As for their joint target, it was a giant lizard nearly 40 meters long, resembling a Komodo dragon but covered in terrifying bone spines, much more menacing than a Komodo dragon. Are you going to intervene too, or are you their helper? At this moment, the giant lizard-like beast spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "I don't know them. But if it's not a problem, count me in. Let's deal with these 2 together, and you can have one of them. How about that?" Hearing Wang Yan's words, the giant lizard mutant beast breathed a sigh of relief. The sense of oppression from Wang Yan was simply too strong, so strong that it was suffocating. Although he couldn't understand why this massive and terrifying giant crocodile, clearly only in the mid-stage of the giant monster realm, exuded such a powerful aura, he understood that the aura and size indicated that the giant crocodile was extremely strong. With this thought in mind, the giant lizard mutant beast decisively said, "All right, we'll kill them, and you can have one. Each of us gets one." Meanwhile, not far away, the werewolf giant monster and the brown bear giant monster became grim upon seeing that the giant crocodile had teamed up with the giant lizard mutant beast. Initially, they were only confident in taking down the giant lizard together, but now with the addition of a giant crocodile, everything became uncertain. Thinking of this, the werewolf giant monster spoke, "Dear crocodile friend, why not join forces with us? We can easily take down this giant lizard together. After that, we can all feast." As he said this, the werewolf giant monster looked at Wang Yan. If the crocodile remained indifferent, he and the brown bear giant monster would not hesitate to withdraw. Meanwhile, after hearing the werewolf giant monster's words, Wang Yan put on a thoughtful expression, but in reality, he was gathering his thunderous breath. In the next moment, Wang Yan suddenly opened his massive mouth, and a terrifying pillar of thunder energy instantly surged towards the werewolf giant monster and the brown bear giant monster. The two giant monsters changed their expressions drastically, preparing to evade, but were still a step too slow. Boom! The terrifying thunder energy pillar instantly engulfed them, and under the immense force of the thunder, their bodies were blasted away, crashing through several large skyscrapers and ultimately becoming buried in the rubble. Witnessing this scene, the giant lizard mutant beast was stunned. He did not expect this seemingly inconspicuous giant crocodile to be so terrifying. No wonder it gave him such a strong sense of oppression, especially compared to its size advantage. This strength was simply far more powerful than an ordinary giant monster. At that moment, while feeling wary and apprehensive, his gaze fell on Wang Yan. At this moment, Wang Yan directly ignored the giant lizard and quickly climbed toward the rubble where the two giant monsters lay. Seeing this, the giant lizard mutant beast hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to follow. They had agreed to each take one, and he did not want to give up. Besides, his strength was not weak. Otherwise, he would have been captured by the brown bear giant monster and the werewolf giant monster long ago. Soon, Wang Yan arrived at the rubble and saw the two giant monsters buried and pressed under the buildings, both in a very miserable state, all suffering severe injuries. Just then, a translucent spirit flew out of the werewolf giant monster's body. The werewolf giant monster's spirit glared resentfully at Wang Yan and then transformed into a stream of light, rushing off into the distance. Shortly after, the spirit of the brown bear giant monster also flew out, directly turning into a stream of light to escape. Seeing this, Wang Yan naturally did not attack their spirits. There was no need at all. He wanted to conserve the remaining half of his demonic power for dealing with the giant lizard beast later. At that moment, Wang Yan was taken aback to see that the giant lizard beast was eagerly rushing forward. Then, right in front of him, it began to tear into the body of the brown bear giant monster. "What? Are you serious? Do you really think I'm going to share with you?" Just when Wang Yan was confused, the giant lizard, while tearing at the brown bear giant monster's body, kept a vigilant eye on him. Clearly, the giant lizard, while tearing at its prey, was also very wary of Wang Yan, acknowledging his strength. After all, it had witnessed the power of his ability. However, it was unwilling to give up a meal that was so close at hand. Of course, since it dared to come and eat, it must have its confidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bold. Meanwhile, Wang Yan remained calm and began to gnaw at the body of the werewolf giant monster. But the process was quite slow. In reality, he was once again gathering his thunderous breath in his mouth. Soon, as the giant lizard beast buried its head into its prey, Wang Yan immediately opened his massive mouth, and the terrifying thunderous breath surged forward. Boom! This terrifying thunderous breath directly obliterated the giant lizard. This left Wang Yan somewhat dumbfounded at the power of the ability he had just used. It shouldn't be like this. He had only used a quarter of his demonic power for the sneak attack. It shouldn't have been enough to turn a late-stage giant monster like the giant lizard into dust, right? Just as Wang Yan was in shock and confusion, he suddenly saw the dust from the obliterated body vanish, and then a familiar figure of the giant lizard reappeared, transitioning from being translucent back to a solid form. Seeing this, Wang Yan was also taken aback. So this guy was completely fine? At the same time, the giant lizard, having reformed its body, spoke with a proud expression. Since I dare to come and eat my prey, I naturally have my confidence. Your abilities are indeed impressive, but mine are not lacking either. As it said this, the giant lizard couldn't help but mock. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, your terrifying ability is not something you can use frequently, right? The power of your ability when you first used it was more than double when you targeted me. This means that you can only use that powerful ability that severely injured the werewolf giant monster and the brown bear giant monster at most twice. You probably can use it only once more now. That same thunderous method against me. You might even not be able to use it at all. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan looked at the giant lizard in astonishment. He didn't expect this guy to observe so carefully, because he was indeed correct. He could only use it at most once more. Previously, he had expended half of his demonic power to deal with the brown bear giant monster and the werewolf giant monster. Then, he used a quarter of his demonic power to attempt to kill the giant lizard. Now, he had consumed 3/4 of his demonic power. Seeing Wang Yan's expression fluctuate, the giant lizard became even more smug. It seems my guess was right. You'd better stick to your word. We each take one prey. Or else you haven't seen the extent of my abilities. Seeing the smug giant lizard, Wang Yan was thoroughly amused. This bastard was actually threatening him in reverse. It was truly upside down. It completely disregarded him. With this thought, Wang Yan opened his massive mouth and said, "If you don't leave before I finish off these 2 prey, then be prepared to become my 3rd prey." After speaking, Wang Yan began to tear apart the corpse of the werewolf giant. But the giant lizard demon boldly approached again and started gnawing on the corpse of the brown bear giant, clearly not taking his words seriously and looking down on him. In the next moment, Wang Yan's heart sank to the extreme. He opened his blood-filled mouth once more and unleashed his thunderous breath. The terrifying column of thunder energy once again reduced the creature to ashes. However, an unsatisfactory scene unfolded. The giant lizard demon actually reformed its body and came back overconfidently. What now? Can you still use that trick? If you can, then come on. If not, stop wasting your effort. At this point, the giant lizard had a smug look on its face and sneered. Today, this prey is mine for the taking. Even Jesus can't stop me, I tell you. Chapter 52, You Deserve to Eat Shit. Timing is better than early arrival. Hearing the arrogant words of the giant lizard, Wang Yan was quite angry. Did this guy really think that with some bizarre methods, he could have him under control? All he could say was that this lizard was too naive. In the next moment, Wang Yan immediately activated his steel body, twisting his massive form and charging forward, instantly scaring the lizard back to create some distance. The lizard clearly realized that this giant crocodile was unwilling to share its prey, but didn't care. As long as Wang Yan couldn't kill it, it was sure it could have its meal today. But the next moment, Wang Yan sneered and said, "Want to eat? You think you deserve it? You only deserve to eat shit." After saying that, Wang Yan silently chanted in his heart, and the 2 massive corpses of powerful monsters instantly vanished. Clearly, the bodies of the 2 giant monsters had been stored in his system space. After putting the 2 giant monster corpses into the space, Wang Yan looked at the dumbfounded lizard and opened his bloody mouth to taunt. "Go ahead, eat. Show me how you eat another one." At this moment, the lizard finally understood that this crocodile clearly had some spatial abilities and was completely at a loss. "Big brother, don't do this. It was you who said we would each take one prey." For a moment, the lizard felt a bit unwilling and softened its attitude. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan opened his bloody mouth to mock. "What I say goes. So if I say for you to die, why don't you go die?" After saying that, Wang Yan didn't plan to bother with the lizard anymore, mainly because he didn't know how many times this lizard's bizarre resurrection method could still be used. Moreover, just by looking at its appearance, it was obviously slimmer and faster than him, so it would be quite difficult to catch up. This was also the reason why Wang Yan directly ignored this guy. In short, he had exhausted his attacking methods, and the battle techniques were not suitable for targeting this damned lizard, so there was no need to waste time. Besides, he was quite happy to have easily completed 2/5 of the task, as the opponent didn't even have a chance to use their methods before being ambushed by him. Turning around, Wang Yan directly twisted his massive body to leave, leaving the lizard at a loss for what to do. It felt like it had been slapped in the face. Just a moment ago, it had confidently claimed it would have the prey secured. Now, the prey had directly disappeared, and it was left with nothing. The key point was that it was also uncertain whether Wang Yan still had any powerful methods left. So, it didn't dare to tangle with this crocodile. The size and aura were not deceiving. The stronger the creature, the stronger the aura and size. At this moment, Wang Yan, who had started his journey again, headed along the coast. Similarly, he was also contemplating his strength. Now that he was only at the mid-stage of the giant demon realm, he could easily handle creatures at the late stage of the giant demon realm. This meant that even if he encountered peak stage giant demons, he still had a chance to test himself. Of course, this was referring to mutated beasts at the peak stage of the giant demon realm. If it were pure demon clans, Wang Yan still felt a bit uneasy. After all, the pure demon clan he encountered before, which could perform divine soul attacks and refine pills, left a deep impression on Wang Yan. Just the divine soul attack alone had severely injured his divine soul, plunging him into a very low state. If it weren't for the fact that he had just acquired enough evolution points to quickly break through to the mid-stage of the giant demon realm, and his divine soul had also recovered, his overall strength would have suffered a significant setback in that low state. In such a low state, let alone hunting, even doing nothing would make him fatigued and exhausted. Soon, about 3 hours passed. Wang Yan finally entered the vicinity of the defensive city. Unfortunately, during these few hours, he hadn't encountered any other mutated beasts in the giant demon realm. But he knew that this was not because there weren't any, but because he was far away from the coast. However, what Wang Yan didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the defense city area, he immediately sensed a strong giant demon aura, and there was more than one. Could it be that another giant demon battle was happening? Wang Yan instantly became excited. He immediately released his divine sense again, spreading it toward the city. Under the rapidly expanding divine sense, he indeed discovered several giant demons engaged in battle. Moreover, the current situation was even more intense than the last time he encountered one, with 2 of the 6 giant demon realm creatures already heavily injured and down, while the other 4 were fiercely fighting. As for the main reason for such a strong conflict, it was because of a gourd-like heavenly material and earthly treasure growing on the wall of a tall building. When Wang Yan used his divine sense to probe, he immediately discovered that this heavenly material and earthly treasure was at the mid-level of the earth rank. After understanding the situation, Wang Yan quickly retracted his divine sense, feeling extremely excited. 6 giant demon realm creatures, 2 at the peak stage, 4 at the late stage, and a mid-level earth rank heavenly material and earthly treasure. No wonder these guys were so frenzied in their fighting. If they could seize this heavenly material and earthly treasure, it couldn't be said to allow the peak stage giant demons to break through to the demon lord realm, but it would at least accumulate some resources. After all, a mid-level earth rank heavenly material and earthly treasure could allow a mid-stage giant demon to directly break through to the late stage of the giant demon realm. In the next moment, Wang Yan almost didn't hesitate and immediately began to twist his massive body, heading toward the battlefield of the giant demons. But just a few steps in, he saw a vulture flying down from the sky, not knowing where it had come from, and landed directly on his back. "Old Croc, your timing is just perfect. Hurry up, they're having a fierce fight." After saying that, the vulture was very excited, but it quickly realized something was wrong. It looked at Wang Yan with disbelief and stammered, You're at the mid-stage of the giant demon realm?" Upon hearing Old Croc confirm with a nod, the vulture still felt somewhat shocked. Wasn't it just a few days? And he had already broken through to the mid-stage of the giant demon realm? Thinking of this, the vulture felt a bit envious. After all, its current aptitude was only at the early stage of the giant demon realm. Now, the biggest problem it faced was the issue of aptitude. Therefore, The vulture knew everything still depended on Old Croc's help. The urgent task was to find a way to elevate Old Croc's cultivation level. When the time came, it would first get rich and then help the others get rich. With a higher realm, Old Croc would naturally be able to help it solve the aptitude problem. As usual, it would first raise your cultivation to the Demon Lord realm, and then it would have to trouble Old Croc to help solve the aptitude problem. After hearing this from the vulture, Wang Yan understood that it seemed he wasn't the only one facing aptitude issues. The vulture was facing the same problem. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan decisively said, "No problem. You keep an eye on the heavenly material and earthly treasure, and if there's a chance, just make a move just like before." After saying that, Wang Yan set off with the vulture, splitting into two routes, without getting too close to each other, to reduce the vigilance of the battling giant demons. After about 10 minutes, Wang Yan finally arrived on the city streets where the battlefield was located. The area near where the giant demons were fighting had already become a wasteland, with black smoke rising everywhere and collapsed buildings visible all around. Near the central battlefield, two heavily injured late-stage giant demons were lying in pools of blood, now watching the battlefield. The battlefield was divided into two areas, with two peak-stage giant demon mutated beasts engaged in combat, while two late-stage mutated beasts were also fighting. It was not difficult to see that this was a confrontation between two sides. When Wang Yan appeared, the first to notice him were the two heavily injured late-stage mutated beasts. However, they didn't speak because the four battling giant demons also noticed this unexpected guest. Since Wang Yan hadn't approached too closely, neither side had the intention to cease fighting. The two peak-stage giant demons engaged in combat were a 35-meter-tall diamond and a polar bear. Damn, are there polar bears in the country too? Which zoo is this from? Moreover, the two peak-level giant monsters are even more outrageous. One is a stone man and the other is a wooden man. After just a quick glance, Wang Yan realized how powerful these creatures in battle were. The Sandman and the Stone Man are both very strong. The damaged parts of the Stone Man's body automatically absorb nearby stone debris to fill in the gaps. The Wooden Man does the same, absorbing nearby wood, and can quickly regenerate even after its body is destroyed. Its recovery ability is comparable to the shark-headed monster he encountered before, which could transform into water. If these two guys are not considered overpowered, then the truly extraordinary ones are the two peak-level giant monsters. The Diamond Golem not only has 4 arms, but every time it gets bitten by the polar bear, the damage visibly heals at an incredible speed, taking no more than a minute. As for that polar bear, it's even more disgusting. It seems to have the ability to absorb the enemy's demonic power and flesh to enhance itself, always maintaining its peak condition. Chapter 53. Directly injuring two peak giant monsters. The battle turns around. Damn, it's truly outrageous. One is more ridiculous than the other. These peak giant creatures are truly the favored children of heaven. At this moment, Wang Yan, witnessing the scene, felt a deep sense of emotion. He thought having a system to gain supernatural powers was already enough of a cheat. Yet, he still underestimated these mutated beasts. Some of these mutated beasts might be weak, but others are truly powerful enough to leave their enemies in despair. For example, these two creatures. One has incredible recovery abilities, healing its injuries on the spot. The other maintains its peak state by consuming the blood and flesh of its opponents and absorbing their demon power. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yan began to think about how to quickly resolve the battle while minimizing costs. If he rashly joined one side, the current situation would undergo significant changes. More crucially, with his current supernatural powers, to at least severely injure the 4 giant monsters present, he would need to use at least half of his demon power to unleash the Thunder Breath supernatural power. Otherwise, using a quarter of his demon power would definitely not achieve the possibility of inflicting severe injuries. Because the weakest mutated beast present is at the late stage of the giant monster realm, among the best of the same level. Moreover, the problem becomes more complicated as these 4 fighting giant monster mutated beasts possess quite powerful abilities. For instance, Wang Yan was worried about the Stone Man and the Wood Man. He feared that these two could recover from injuries easily, just like the shark monster or the lizard. Additionally, The Arctic bear has a bizarre ability to absorb the opponent's demon power to restore itself, and the healing ability of the diamond is quite terrifying, healing its wounds in less than a minute. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yan decided to focus his attacks on the Arctic bear and the diamond. Furthermore, to prevent his supernatural power from being insufficient, this time Wang Yan decided to go all out. He didn't believe that these two could withstand the full-powered thunder breath without any issues. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan quietly began to accumulate demon power in his mouth, preparing to unleash thunder breath. In a moment, Wang Yan had gathered enough thunder breath, and it was time to perform. He showed a reluctant expression, glanced at the heavenly materials and treasures on the vine, and began to slowly retreat. Seeing Wang Yan start to retreat, the four giant monsters engaged in battle all lowered their guard. The crocodile was smart enough. If this crocodile didn't recognize the situation, once it joined in, it would indeed greatly affect their battle. Just when they thought this crocodile was going to withdraw, Wang Yan suddenly opened his huge mouth, and a terrifying column of thunder breath energy shot towards the diamond and the Arctic bear, who were in close combat. Boom! The terrifyingly fast thunder breath, almost in the blink of an eye, sent these two flying hundreds of meters away, and the thunder breath energy column also penetrated through and collapsed several buildings. This scene left the Stone Man and Woodman, the two giant monster mutated beasts nearby, dumbfounded. But at this critical moment, a vulture in the sky immediately seized the opportunity, diving down to snatch the heavenly materials and treasures before soaring into the sky. One must admit, the vulture was incredibly precise in seizing the moment. When the Stone Man and Woodman reacted, their expressions changed dramatically. Beast, put down the heavenly materials and treasures. After saying that, the enraged Stone Man directly picked up a huge stone from the ground and threw it at the vulture. But unfortunately, it missed completely. The vulture was just too fast. Meanwhile, the Woodman's expression was also quite grim. They were very close to the position of the heavenly materials and treasures, worried about being robbed by any giant monster, but just a moment ago, they had overlooked and allowed the treasures to be taken. At the same time, upon obtaining the heavenly materials and treasures, Wang Yan was overjoyed and immediately headed towards the two peak giant monsters that had been attacked by his supernatural power. However, when Wang Yan arrived at the ruins where the two creatures were, he found that both of them were gasping for breath but still alive. However, their injuries were too severe. Their bodies were almost torn in half by the thunder breath. Yet, these two remained defiant and stared at him fiercely. Clearly, they were all heavily injured. Even the terrifyingly fast recovery of the diamond had slowed significantly after such severe injuries. I didn't expect this seemingly inconspicuous crocodile to also master supernatural powers. At this moment, the massive diamond, despite being severely injured, spoke with astonishment. The Arctic bear's expression was also not good. It had a terrifying blood hole in its abdomen. Being ambushed by Wang Yan made both it and the diamond feel quite humiliated. For a moment, they both glared at each other fiercely. Just as Wang Yan was about to step forward to finish them off, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the Arctic bear, giant monster, and the diamond, giant monster, disregarded their injuries and charged directly at each other. In the next moment, these two heavily injured creatures collided together once more. Wang Yan then saw the two creatures glaring at each other fiercely, and the white demon power within both of them erupted, starting to crazily absorb each other's demon power. Moreover, the Arctic bear, which had always shown the ability to absorb demon power and flesh, found itself unable to compete with the hidden power of the diamond. Suddenly, the diamond opened its massive mouth, and a terrifying sucking force surged, continuously drawing the blood and demon power from the Arctic bear into its mouth. No! This terrified the Arctic bear. It began to struggle desperately to escape its predicament. Unfortunately, the Arctic bear's struggles were futile. It was like a blood bag, being continuously drained of its essence and demon power. Just as Wang Yan rushed forward to try to stop it, the diamond giant monster had already drained the Arctic bear to a mere skin and bones, including its blood, flesh, and demon core. At this moment, the Arctic bear's soul flew out from its shell, trying to escape, but was easily sucked into the diamond giant monster. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan was completely dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? It directly drained the opponent dry? Even the soul was taken away. This supernatural power is simply incredible. To be honest, this technique made Wang Yan extremely envious. If his devouring ability could also evolve into such a technique, wouldn't it be even more brutal? Directly capturing the enemy and then draining them dry. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Yan who was stunned. The Woodman and Stoneman, who were far away and unsure how to report back, were also shocked. The next moment, without a word, the Woodman abandoned his teammate and fled. There was no choice. With the leader dead, staying behind would definitely mean death. But just as he started to run, he was immediately blocked by the stone giant monster. Are you kidding? The heavenly materials and treasures have already been snatched away by a dead bird. If you let the enemy escape, won't the diamond boss deal with you later? Faced with the stone man's interception, the Woodman roared in fury, "Get out of the way." After saying that, he leaped and kicked hard at the stone man's abdomen. Unfortunately, although his body was made of wood, the gap between him and the stone man was quite large in all aspects. Therefore, the damage his physical attack inflicted on the stone man was quite limited. For a moment, as one wanted to escape and the other refused to let him go, the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, a heavily injured giant monster in a pool of blood immediately flew out its soul without a word, quickly fleeing into the distance. They had already lost here. He was also severely injured. If he didn't run now, would he wait to die? At this moment, the giant demon looked at Wang Yan with a joyful expression and said, "Thank you for helping me injure him severely. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for me to kill this guy. How about this? To thank you for inadvertently helping me, I allow you to leave now." The now fully restored giant looked at Wang Yan with a spirited demeanor, his tone particularly disdainful. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan instantly erupted in anger. "I went to great lengths to injure my prey, and now you eat my spoils and tell me to leave? This is simply too much." Thinking of this, Wang Yan was furious, opening his mouth wide to curse. "You ate my spoils and now want me to leave? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Hearing Wang Yan's words, the giant couldn't help but reveal a chilling smile. "Since you don't want to leave, then why not just stay? The lost treasures can just be made up with you." Chapter 54. Obtaining the bodies of two late-stage giant monsters. Has the friendship boat capsized? After speaking, the diamond was about to take action, but he saw that Wang Yan had already transformed his entire body into a steel-like form, and he couldn't help but frown. How is it again this strong defensive guy? The next moment, he immediately turned and rushed towards the wooden man, then said to the stone man, "Old Stone, you deal with this guy. After I take care of the wooden man, I'll come help you." Upon hearing this, the stone man didn't waste any words and charged towards Wang Yan aggressively. However, upon seeing the crocodile's body fully turned to steel, he realized that this guy was indeed difficult to deal with, so he decided to focus on stalling for time. Seeing that Wang Yan didn't rush to attack, the stone man couldn't help but say, "You really don't know what's good for you. The boss told you to leave, but now you can't even get away if you wanted to." Wang Yan, however, completely ignored him and charged towards the location of the diamond. Earlier, the other party's words obviously implied that he had a means to drain enemies, which had certain conditions for use. Based on Wang Yan's deduction for what the other party said, it was likely that the target needed to be heavily injured for it to take effect. If that was the case, then he really had no need to worry. Seeing Wang Yan heading straight for the boss, the stone man leaped in front of Wang Yan to block his path. Looking for death, Wang Yan immediately became furious at this scene, opening his massive mouth and charging at the stone man. But the stone man remained unperturbed, and as Wang Yan charged, he kicked him right in the mouth. Boom! This terrifying kick made Wang Yan's jaw ache, but he also managed to successfully bite onto the stone man's leg. Wang Yan then violently swung his mouth, and before long, he had torn off the stone man's leg. This shocked the stone man, and just as he wanted to retreat, Wang Yan bit down on another stone leg. Wang Yan used the same tactic again, swinging his mouth to toss the stone man around like a kite. However, what Wang Yan didn't expect was that after he bit off the stone man's second leg, the leg that had been bitten off earlier actually regenerated. This made Wang Yan's fierce assault come to a halt as he stared wide-eyed at the stone man, who was scratching his head and grinning at him. At that moment, the wooden man from a distance hurriedly shouted, "Crocodile brother, his weakness is at the demon core position in his abdomen. It's hard to kill him without destroying his dantian." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly understood. No wonder this guy's legs grew back so quickly. Had he not figured out the key issue, he wouldn't know how much effort it would take to eliminate the stone man. However, biting through the stone man's belly was incredibly difficult. He could see that as soon as the wooden man finished speaking, the stone man immediately became alert and retreated, clearly not giving him any chance. On the contrary, the diamond, upon hearing this, grinned and said, "Since your methods are similar, it seems your weakness is about the same too." The wooden man didn't respond, as it was indeed the case. In an instant, the diamond's attacks became even more ferocious and fierce. Similarly, Wang Yan's way of attacking also became more extreme and brutal. However, after just half an hour, Wang Yan had completely lost the idea of quickly taking down the stone man. The stone man's methods were different from defense. He had both defense and regeneration. As long as there were stone materials nearby, it would be very difficult to eliminate the stone man, unless his Thunder Divine ability could be used. He could strike the stone man and the wooden man, both of whom had similar abilities, with one blow. Moreover, it wasn't just Wang Yan who was at a disadvantage. The diamond also hadn't gained any advantage in battle. Although he had suppressed his opponent the entire time, he just couldn't kill him. This made Wang Yan's gaze fall on the two giant monsters lying on the ground. The next moment, Wang Yan pretended to attack and rushed towards the heavily injured giant monster. Initially, the stone man was a bit flustered and was about to intercept Wang Yan, but he soon realized that Wang Yan was actually heading for his injured teammate. By the time he reacted, he hurriedly ran after him from behind. Unfortunately, Wang Yan's explosive speed was not slow at all, and he was already very close to the heavily injured giant monster. He could now reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and in a short time could even approach double that speed. When Wang Yan reached the heavily injured giant monster, the monster looked at Wang Yan in terror and quickly cried out for help. "Boss, old stone, save me." However, just as he opened his mouth, Wang Yan bit down on his head and began to tear at it frantically. In an instant, the wretched screams echoed through the city streets. The stone man, who had caught up, hurriedly pounded Wang Yan's head, but it was of no use. Before long, Wang Yan saw the monster's primordial spirit escape, and before leaving, it shot a resentful glance at Wang Yan, as if to remember the face of this damned crocodile. Wang Yan didn't care at all, instead directly storing the bodies of the two giant monsters into the system space. Then, under the stone man's dumbfounded gaze, Wang Yan directly fled into the distance. Seeing this scene, the stone man was dumbfounded, and the wooden man was also stunned. Once he regained his senses, the wooden man anxiously pleaded, "Giant crocodile brother, don't abandon me." His voice trembled. If Wang Yan abandoned him, he would undoubtedly die. Unfortunately, Wang Yan didn't want to waste any more time here and chose to ignore the wooden man's pleas, wishing him good luck. "Damn you." In an instant, the wooden man broke down and began cursing Wang Yan. At that moment, the diamond, with a grim expression, instructed the stone man, "First deal with this wooden monster. That damned crocodile, I will remember him." While speaking, the diamond shot out a black light that landed on Wang Yan, leaving a special mark. Upon hearing this, the stone man also had a grim look, but he still obeyed the order and began to work together with the diamond to attack the wooden monster. However, he knew that their boss was already furious. After this hard-fought battle, they had lost a brother and gained very little in terms of treasures. The boss's anger was unimaginable. On the other side, Wang Yan, who had escaped to the seaside, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two guys hadn't chased after him. Although he knew that they had left a special mark on him and would definitely seek revenge in the future, he didn't care. Now, he was only one last late-stage giant monster away from completing his task. In theory, he should have taken down the remaining one in one go, but he realized it was impossible to capture the stone man. His attack ability wouldn't be available until tomorrow. Without that decisive attack ability, staying would only lead to a hard fight and being entangled by the opponent. Compared to that, escaping as quickly as possible was the best choice. Wang Yan then waited in the sea for the vulture to arrive. However, what Wang Yan never expected was that when he waited until midnight, the vulture still hadn't shown up. This made Wang Yan gradually lose patience, and he couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling. That guy won't have run off with the treasures, will he? Soon, another day passed. Yet, Wang Yan still hadn't seen the vulture. Instead, he was greeted by the diamond and the stone man. Seeing that Wang Yan refused to leave the area, the diamond and the stone man, who appeared together, immediately guessed what was going on. At this moment, standing on the shore, the diamond mocked him with a smirk. Still staying here and not running? Looks like that dead bird is in cahoots with you. If I'm not mistaken, that dead bird must have run off with the treasures. Thinking of this, the diamond couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the stone man beside him also laughed. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's heart sank. He suspected it was about to come true. That damned vulture really took off with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Thinking of how the vulture had snatched away his mid-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, his heart ached, and his hatred for the vulture intensified. Indeed, in this brutal world of the survival of the fittest, one cannot trust anyone. That damn bird had just broken through to the giant demon realm and then ran off with the treasures. Moreover, Wang Yan speculated that the heavenly material and earthly treasure must have very precious effects. Otherwise, that bird would never have chosen to betray him. With this thought, Wang Yan's heart ached even more. He swore he would never trust any allies again. Just then, the familiar figure of the vulture suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing the vulture return, Wang Yan's heart immediately filled with excitement. It seemed the vulture had not betrayed him. At that moment, King Kong and the Stone Man also looked at the vulture in the sky, their eyes particularly fierce and sharp. However, the returning vulture did not choose to fly back to Wang Yan's back, but awkwardly said in the sky, "Sorry, old croc. Let's end our cooperation here. Considering how long I've helped you, please don't hold it against me for taking one heavenly material and earthly treasure. I'll be leaving now." After saying that, the vulture prepared to leave. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan opened his large mouth and shouted, "Wait, vulture, are you really betraying me just for one heavenly material and earthly treasure?" Hearing Wang Yan's angry question, the vulture looked helpless. How can this be called betrayal? We were merely in a cooperative relationship. Besides, I've helped you so much. Without me, could you have broken through to the giant demon realm so quickly? Faced with the vulture's shamelessness, Wang Yan remained unconcerned, but he noticed a very important detail. The vulture had reached the mid-stage of the giant demon realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan questioned again, that heavenly material and earthly treasure can enhance your aptitude? So that's why you betrayed me. The vulture was somewhat surprised, not expecting the old croc to guess so quickly. He nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. If it weren't for this special effect, how could I possibly give up on you as an ally? That heavenly material and earthly treasure is extremely rare, possessing the ability to help beings break through their aptitude limits. It not only improved my cultivation level, but also raised my aptitude to the early stage of the Demon Lord realm. After saying this, the vulture prepared to leave. At this moment, Wang Yan, who had been prepared for a long time, suddenly opened his large mouth, and a terrifying pillar of thunder energy instantly surged toward the vulture. Chapter 55. The monster lurking in the lake on the mountainside. The celestial materials and earthly treasures look familiar. However, the vulture was clearly well prepared and easily dodged Wang Yan's terrifying fatal attack. It circled in the sky, looking at Wang Yan with a complex expression, and said helplessly, "Old crocodile, stop wasting your efforts. I know you too well. Calm down. Just consider it my fault. I could have found an excuse to deceive you. But I didn't tease, did I? Let us part on good terms and go our separate way from now on." Obviously, he had spent quite some time with Wang Yan. How could he not understand Wang Yan's capabilities? The reason he was speaking to Wang Yan so politely, even returning to explain himself, was mainly because Wang Yan's fate was very strong, and he really did not want to offend him to death. After saying this, the vulture quickly flew away into the distance. Only an enraged Wang Yan, along with the equally furious Diamond and Stone Man, remained. Why were they angry? After 10,000 years, The greatest dilemma they faced was the issue of aptitude. Simply losing resources could be remedied, but improving aptitude was extremely difficult. Unfortunately, they were not pure demon races, but mutated beasts born of the apocalypse, only half-demons at best, and did not understand many characteristics and precious effects of celestial materials and earthly treasures. Now that they learned that the celestial material could actually enhance aptitude, both Diamond and Stone Man were almost driven mad. That damn bird! The furious Diamond immediately unleashed a black light, pointing his fingertips. The terrifying black light instantly landed on the vulture, marking it. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan finally felt a bit better. He believed that when they could not break through to the Demon Lord realm, they would undoubtedly choose the vulture as a target for possession. Because the vulture's aptitude was in its physical body, not in its primordial spirit. Of course, if the primordial spirit broke through to the Demon Lord realm, possessing a physical body with only the aptitude of a giant demon realm would also be fine, as long as the gap between the primordial spirit and the physical body was not too great. At this moment, after marking the target, Diamond glanced at Wang Yan and left without hesitation. They both knew that since this crocodile dared to hide in the sea and not leave, it proved that it was not afraid of them in the sea. However, neither of them had any means to exert extraordinary effects in the sea, so they naturally did not want to waste time there. After these two left, Wang Yan fell silent for a while before feeling dejected and headed towards the shore. Choosing to enter the city, he planned to return to the vicinity of Nanlin City. Now that he had lost the vulture's help, the difficulty of hunting had increased, especially when it came to seizing celestial materials and earthly treasures. It was even more challenging for him. Therefore, he could only strategically relocate. Moreover, in order to speed up his journey, he transformed into a crocodile about 10 meters long, and his speed indeed increased significantly. At this moment, while on his way, Wang Yan silently gritted his teeth and thought, "System, I hope that after completing this task, I can gain the ability to fly or move. Otherwise, with my current speed, I wouldn't even be able to catch warm food. By the way, it would be best if you could also help me solve my aptitude problem." Although Wang Yan continuously expressed his thoughts in his mind, the system in his head remained unresponsive. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this time, he had moved from the original defense city to the Ling Mountain in Qinzhou City, near Nanlin City. On this journey, it wasn't that he hadn't encountered giant demons. On the contrary, he had indeed come across two giant demon realm creatures. Unfortunately, the strongest of these giant demons was only in the late giant demon realm. Upon sensing his terrifying aura, they all chose to avoid battle from a distance. As for encountering giant demon creatures weaker than him, they ran away without hesitation. This led to Wang Yan gaining no rewards during his journey. Such a stark contrast left him quite intolerable. He even wished he could catch a flying giant demon as a mount. This way, he could solve his current problem of slow movement speed. Unfortunately, so far, he had not encountered a suitable target. With this thought, Wang Yan secretly resolved to find a flying mount at the first opportunity. At this moment, looking at the close Nanlin City, Wang Yan hesitated. He ultimately did not rush back into Nanlin City. Even now, Wang Yan lacked the confidence to defeat that supergiant python, because he had encountered too many mutated beast creatures these days. He knew what it meant for a super giant python to reach 300 meters in length. Even if both sides' body lengths were reduced by 0, he would only be 5 meters long and couldn't he possibly compete against the other 30+ meters. Now, the place he was near Nanlin City was called Ling Mountain. He was preparing to hunt a late giant demon realm mutated beast nearby to complete his task. Once he completed the task and resolved his aptitude issue, he naturally wouldn't mind confronting the overlord of Nanlin City. Just then, Wang Yan suddenly spotted a 3 to 4 meter tall, 7 to 8 meter long cheetah demon on a distant street in the city. Upon seeing this, Wang Yan immediately opened his massive mouth and said, "Little leopard, come here, I have something to ask you." Hearing the giant crocodile's words, the cheetah demon hesitated a bit. But soon, the cheetah demon mustered its courage and approached. However, when it was about 200 meters away, it stopped advancing. "Hello, senior," the cheetah demon responded cautiously. The reason it had the courage to come over was that it knew the giant demon would not hunt a creature like it that had just broken through to the giant demon realm. In fact, this was true. A late-stage giant demon or peak giant demon still had some value, but for Wang Yan, the early-stage giant demon was of minimal use. Now that he had broken through to the late giant demon realm, he needed 5 million evolution points, and an early-stage giant demon creature was simply not worth the trouble. Do you know if there are any giant demon realm creatures nearby? In response to Wang Yan's inquiry, the cheetah demon nodded repeatedly. Yes, senior. But they are all in the city center. There are none in Ling Mountain. However, at this point, the cheetah demon suddenly hesitated. Seeing this, Wang Yan became interested and asked, "However what?" The cheetah demon cautiously said, "However, I know of a place that has a celestial material guarded by a terrifying creature." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's eyes instantly lit up. Celestial material? This guy can also discover such things? Then take me there now, Wang Yan said without hesitation. Hearing this, the cheetah demon tentatively looked at Wang Yan and asked, Senior, can you give me some benefits when we get there? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan immediately smiled and nodded in agreement without hesitation. That was only normal. Otherwise, how could this leopard possibly tell him such a thing? After all, there is no free lunch in this world, unless there are benefits involved. Soon, under the guidance of the cheetah demon, Wang Yan followed it to a large mountain. When they reached the mountainside, the cheetah demon finally stopped. This made Wang Yan realize that the destination seemed to be here. He immediately began to survey the surrounding environment. This location was a lake on the mountainside. The water in this lake was an eerie, deep green, very large, over 1,000 meters long and 500 meters wide. The green water looking particularly chilling. Not only that, but as Wang Yan used his divine sense, he immediately discovered that the lake was fraught with dangers. The lake has an average depth of 80 meters and hides a monster resembling a giant octopus. This fearsome creature, with its octopus-like appearance, has 8 eyes and 12 tentacles, with its thick, fleshy tentacles measuring no less than 200 meters in length. Similarly, its head is extremely large, with a diameter likely exceeding 30 meters, and its strength has reached the peak of the giant demon realm. Wang Yan even suspects that if this creature weren't limited by its own qualifications, it might have already broken through to the demon lord level. So far, the only being that exudes a stronger aura than this mutated beast is the super giant python. The strength of this octopus-like monster, while not as powerful as the supergiant python, is not far behind. Subsequently, Wang Yan directed his divine sense into the treasure. He immediately discovered that this treasure had actually reached the late stage of the Earth grade. Moreover, he wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but he felt as if he had seen this treasure somewhere before. After careful observation, he finally noticed the anomaly. This treasure looked very similar to the one stolen by the vulture. Chapter 56, Late-Stage Earth-Grade Treasures. Successfully captured the octopus monster. Could it be a mistake? If this is indeed a late-stage Earth-Grade treasure, why didn't the octopus monster just eat it to enhance its own quality? For a moment, Wang Yan felt confused and more skeptical. Just as he suspected, if it could really enhance its quality, the creature would certainly consume it. It couldn't be that the creature's quality was already high, and this treasure couldn't enhance it, right? For a moment, everything felt shrouded in mystery and strangeness. At this time, the cheetah demon that brought Wang Yan here had quietly pulled away, its eyes filled with vigilance. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan realized that the cheetah demon probably didn't have good intentions in bringing him here. However, did it really think that this octopus monster could eliminate him? If it held such an idea, Wang Yan could only say that the cheetah demon was overestimating itself. Just then, the octopus monster in the water struck. Its 12 terrifying tentacles shot out of the water, rapidly sweeping towards him. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately returned to his original size and activated his steel body. Facing the 12 terrifying tentacles rushing towards him, he opened his mouth and bit down on one of them, beginning to thrash his massive jaws wildly. It's worth mentioning that the other 11 tentacles quickly wrapped around Wang Yan's body. Although they became much thinner as they stretched out, they still wrapped around him tightly. In the terrifying strength immediately dragged him down into the lake. Wang Yan, of course, felt no fear. He had complete confidence in his defense with just his steel body. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of the creature in the water. Soon, under Wang Yan's furious biting, the thick tentacle was bitten off, and he swallowed a piece of it. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a tentacle of a special monster. Gained 200,000 evolution points. Hearing this, Wang Yan was stunned. One tentacle was worth 200,000 evolution points. That's an outrageous amount. With this in mind, Wang Yan became even more excited. However, he was now caught by the octopus monster. Although the creature couldn't completely handle him yet, he couldn't break free. Additionally, there was another issue. His thunder breath would be significantly less effective underwater. This was unavoidable. The resistance of water and air are two different concepts. Just because he could easily injure or even kill enemies on land didn't mean he could easily defeat opponents in the water. Of course, this didn't mean that Wang Yan had no way to escape. He still had the ability to shift the stars, which could help him break free. However, he really wanted to kill this octopus monster. This way, he could not only complete the task, but also obtain the treasure. Moreover, Wang Yan noticed that the environment of this lake was excellent. It was large enough to serve as a lair. Of course, while the idea was great, Wang Yan was also somewhat troubled about how to deal with this octopus monster. He guessed that the creature was also struggling with how to handle him. In fact, the octopus monster was also pondering how to deal with this prey. Logically, it should be happy to catch a mid-stage giant demon as prey. But the problem was that this prey was hard to handle. In its crocodile steel state, it was like grabbing a massive steel plate. It was even a challenge to figure out how to bite into it. But soon, it came up with a plan and moved closer to the crocodile, preparing to gnaw off its limbs first. As it approached, Wang Yan realized that the octopus monster clearly intended to eat him alive, which made his heart sink. No matter how violently he struggled, the creature's strength was too terrifying, and he couldn't break free. The next moment, as the octopus monster's razor-sharp teeth bit into his hind leg, a sharp pain instantly jolted Wang Yan awake. He instinctively glanced at his hind leg and found that it had already been bitten off. The creature's terrifying fangs had managed to bite through even in his steel body state. This immediately sent a chill down Wang Yan's spine, and without hesitation, he activated his ability to shift the stars. In the next moment, Wang Yan's body broke free and appeared by the lake's edge. Once free, Wang Yan quickly distanced himself from the lake, looking down at his bitten-off leg with a grim expression. Losing a leg meant that it would be nearly impossible for him to recover in less than 20 days. Meanwhile, the octopus monster in the lake was stunned to find its prey had turned into the cheetah demon. Similarly, the cheetah demon, realizing it was about to be sent into the octopus monster's massive jaws, was also shocked and quickly shouted, "Boss, stop! I'm your little brother." The octopus monster released the cheetah demon and said in a low voice, "Of course I know you're my little brother. But the prey you brought this time is too difficult to handle. If it were another prey, I would have easily killed it by now. This one has defensive abilities that are hard to chew through." After saying that, the octopus monster ignored the cheetah demon and moved its massive body towards the surface of the lake, while its terrifying tentacles extended out of the water, sweeping towards Wang Yan. However, halfway through, it suddenly realized that its tentacles couldn't reach, as Wang Yan was at least 200 meters away from the shore. Sure enough, when it used its spiritual sense to probe, it discovered that the crocodile had not left, and even after losing a leg, it still had its eyes on the treasure. This made the octopus monster unable to suppress a laugh. As it approached the shore, its massive body gradually floated to the surface, and its 8 pairs of eyes coldly stared at Wang Yan. Seeing this, Wang Yan's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't expected the creature to actually show itself. If it hadn't, he would have had no confidence in using Thunder Breath to attack the octopus monster underwater. Water may seem inconspicuous, but it can weaken many attacks. In the next moment, Wang Yan couldn't help but taunt the octopus monster. "If you have guts, come up. Hiding in the water is nothing." After saying this, Wang Yan began to gather his Thunder Breath. In response to the crocodile's provocation, the octopus monster was not angry. since the creature hadn't left. It indicated that it was still reluctant to give up on the treasure. This was just like those creatures that had become its prey. As long as this fellow couldn't let go of the treasure, it was destined to become its meal. Meanwhile, Wang Yan began to intentionally approach and then retreat, acting provocatively. He bounced back and forth a few times like this, while the octopus monster quietly watched his performance. When Wang Yan provoked it again, and the distance from the shore was only 100 meters, the octopus monster finally couldn't hold back any longer and struck. The 12 tentacles, including the one Wang Yan had bitten off, swept toward him like a dancing snake. At the same time, Wang Yan opened his massive jaws and unleashed his thunder breath. He used all his demonic power for this strike. Boom! The terrifying thunder breath instantly severed the 12 tentacles of the tentacle monster, and the force continued unabated toward the octopus monster's head. Everything happened too quickly, merely a flash of lightning. Even though the octopus monster reacted, it was too late to evade. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the terrifying energy blasted through the massive creature's head. Simultaneously, the octopus monster's miserable scream echoed through the mountains. Splash! His massive body fell into the water, and a vast amount of blood stained the surface of the surrounding lake red. This scene left the cheetah demon, who had just crawled up from the lake, completely stunned. The octopus monster, which he regarded as invincible, had fallen just like that. In the next moment, he almost immediately turned and fled down the mountain. Once the crocodile dealt with the octopus monster, it would definitely not let him go, especially knowing that he harbored ill intentions. At the same time, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and charged into the lake, biting down on the stone crevice by the shore and collecting the heavenly materials and earthly treasures into the system space. Only after that did he set his sights on the octopus monster, twisting his huge body and rushing over. At this moment, the octopus monster, with a bloody hole in its head, was still alive and struggling to resist. But as Wang Yan charged in, he directly bit down on its head with his enormous jaws. With all of the octopus monster's tentacles shattered by his thunderous breath, it had lost all ability to bind him, and naturally, it also lost the ability to resist. Soon, realizing that the situation was hopeless, the octopus monster began to beg for mercy and terror. "Don't kill me. I can be your subordinate. Crocodile brother, please don't kill me." Unfortunately, Wang Yan completely ignored the octopus monster's pleas for mercy. Seeing that Wang Yan was unyielding, the desperate octopus monster sent its primordial spirit out of its body. Before leaving, it left behind a voice filled with hatred and resentment. "Crocodile, you wait for me. If I don't kill you, let me die a terrible death." To this, Wang Yan was entirely unconcerned and excitedly began to devour the monster's corpse. Soon, he had eaten the entire body of the octopus monster, along with all its tentacles. Since the monster's body was all meat, it was very delicious and took relatively little time to consume. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a peak giant demon beast. Obtain 3 million evolution points. 13020150. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was somewhat stunned. He never expected that this peak giant demon octopus was actually a demon beast. What does demon beast mean? It means a pure demon clan. This implies that it had existed long before the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Who would have thought that before the apocalypse, this strange green lake concealed monsters comparable to water monsters? After reflecting on this, Wang Yan immediately took out the corpses of the other 4 late-stage giant demon realm creatures from the system space and began to eat them. After spending about 2 hours, Wang Yan finally finished consuming the 4 late-stage giant demon mutated beasts. Similarly, he gained a total of 4 million evolution points. This means that each late-stage giant demon mutated beast was worth 1 million, while the peak giant demon mutated beast was worth 5 million evolution points each. Just when Wang Yan was feeling happy, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the task." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 5 million evolution points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a random diamond treasure chest X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a beginner random treasure chest X1. Chapter 57. The benefits of breaking through to the Demon Lord realm. Can obtain 2 basic divine abilities. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly overjoyed. He had finally completed the mission. This task had taken quite a while. Now, 20 days had passed since the apocalypse began. During these 20 days, Wang Yan had also discovered a pattern. Up to this point, he had not encountered any creatures at the Demon Lord level. The strongest were the peak mutated beasts of the giant demon level, and even among the demon race, it was the same. This left Wang Yan somewhat puzzled. Why were there no Demon Lord level mutated beasts in the city? Where did these Demon Lord level mutated beasts go? With this in mind, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, System, why haven't I seen any Demon Lord level mutated beasts? The next moment, the system's voice responded, Ding, friendly reminder to the host. The mutated beasts spawned by the coming apocalypse all have their qualifications limited to below the threshold of the Demon Lord realm. Furthermore, giant demon-level beings can condense their primordial spirit and demon core, and can also obtain supernatural abilities and divine powers. But the Demon Lord realm is different. Once one steps into the Demon Lord realm, a more exaggerated qualitative change will occur. Additionally, the demon race at the Demon Lord level already belongs to the pure demon race, as the Demon Lord realm requires qualification thresholds, resource thresholds, and also requires tribulations. Every major realm thereafter must undergo tribulations. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask again, what are the benefits? There should be benefits to reaching the Demon Lord realm, right? The system's voice rang out once more. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. After breaking through to the Demon Lord realm, your lifespan will increase to 3,000 years. And you will also gain 2 basic divine abilities. Energy life and sky, flying earth, escaping. Additionally, you will receive a random, unknown divine ability and supernatural power. Among them, the divine ability energy life is similar to the supernatural ability energy cycle that the host has obtained, but at a higher level. This divine ability can adapt to any harsh environment, as long as it does not exceed the limits of the host conditions. It can absorb any energy matter from the heavens and the universe, thus achieving a truly energetic state, as long as the lifespan does not run out. One will never die. The divine ability sky, flying earth, escaping allows one to roam freely in the universe, as long as their demon power does not deplete. After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yan finally understood why there were no creatures at the Demon Lord level. If the gap between the great demon and the giant demon was already significant, then the gap between the giant demon level and the Demon Lord level was almost indescribable. The 2 levels were simply not in the same dimension or category. With this in mind, Wang Yan even seriously suspected that the upcoming Heavenly Gifts area would likely be for helping mutated beasts enhance their qualifications. With this thought, Wang Yan retracted his mind and eagerly took out the heavenly materials and earth treasures from his space. Looking at the heavenly material and earth treasure floating before him, Wang Yan thought it increasingly resembled the one taken by the vulture, just a different color and a higher level. With this in mind, Wang Yan unhesitatingly swallowed the heavenly material and earth treasure. The next moment, the system's voice sounded, Ding, congratulations to the host. Successfully devoured a late-stage Earth-grade heavenly material and Earth treasure qualification gourd. Successfully obtained 11 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Due to the effect of the qualification gourd, your qualifications have been raised to the late stage of the Demon Lord realm. Reminder: the host cannot abandon their physical body to seize the bodies of other creatures. Otherwise, the qualifications enhanced by the heavenly material and Earth treasure will not count, and will be calculated based on the qualifications of the target of the seizure. Ding! Detecting that the host's qualifications have been enhanced. The current accumulation meets the evolution conditions. Would you like to start evolving? No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He didn't expect this thing to actually enhance qualifications. It directly raised his current qualification issue to the late stage of the Demon Lord realm. What does this mean? It directly helped him elevate his qualifications by a whole major realm. Moreover, the qualification issue was too important for many demons, because qualifications determine the upper limit. If the qualification issue is not resolved, even with resources, one cannot break through to the next realm. With this in mind, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, "System, if one lacks qualifications, is it impossible to break through to the next realm?" At this moment, the system's voice responded, "Ding." Friendly reminder to the host. When one's qualifications are insufficient, one can forcibly break through the qualification limit by spending 100 times the resources, but each time one breaks through a small realm, the resources required will be 100 times that of the resources needed by other mutated beasts and monsters. Therefore, without sufficient qualifications, one cannot progress at all. Good grief. 100 times the resources. Who can afford that? This is simply a complete deadlock for demons with insufficient qualifications. At the same time, Wang Yan also suspected that the octopus monster must have eaten the qualification gourd. This means that the former octopus monster discovered 2 qualification gourds here. One it ate, and one it kept for future use or for a greater purpose. After all, such heavenly materials and earth treasures that can enhance qualifications are too precious. With this in mind, Wang Yan immediately realized why this guy swore before leaving that he would definitely kill him. Because losing its physical body meant that the heavenly material and earth treasure it consumed to enhance its qualifications would no longer count. And it also lost this heavenly material and earth treasure. This meant a heavy loss for the octopus monster, which could have otherwise broken through to the demon lord realm. No, just saying it suffered a heavy loss is not enough to describe the octopus monster's losses. If it were him suffering such a huge loss, he would probably go mad and collapse. This is equivalent to an indirect loss of 2 proper heavenly materials and earth treasures that can enhance qualifications, making the loss of the physical body seem somewhat insignificant. With this in mind, Wang Yan couldn't help but want to laugh. He didn't take the threat of the octopus monster seriously at all. To lose so much and still want to seek revenge on him, he could only say that the octopus monster was still too young and naive. In a good mood, Wang Yan prepared to break through to the peak of the giant demon realm here in the octopus monster's lair. With this thought, Wang Yan silently chanted in his heart, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Qualification, late stage of the demon lord realm. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years 1,000 years. Realm, mid-stage of the giant demon realm. Size, 48 meters long, 3,500 tons. Bite force, 4,500 tons. Speed, 100 kilometers h. Supernatural abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mind communication, wishful shrinking. Divine powers, star shift, thunder breath. Evolution points, 27, 230, 0005, 000, Backpack, supernatural ability, thunder breath fragment 110. Primary random treasure, chest X1. Diamond random treasure, chest X1. After reading the information page, Wang Yan secretly nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect to accumulate 27.3 million evolution points so quickly. This proved that his efforts during this time had indeed been effective. In a pleasant mood, Wang Yan immediately thought in his heart, "System, open the diamond random treasure chest." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully opened the diamond random treasure chest." Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained a special supernatural ability, Mist Body. Note, when the host uses this supernatural ability, they can transform into a mist state, and their speed will double. In this state, they could be immune to 90 of any physical attack damage. Reminder, this supernatural ability cannot be used in completely liquid-covered environments, such as in water, oceans, magma, or when frozen, etc. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 770,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained a peak-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure 5 elements fruit. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have received a box of snail noodle soup. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Not bad. Quite good. It seems the system has heard his request. It actually granted him another ability. Moreover, this ability is very practical. It can be used for traveling and also for defending against enemies. The key point is that this ability is quite shameless. It allows the user to turn into a mist state and become immune to 90 of physical attack damage. What does this mean? It means that when the enemy unleashes a powerful ultimate move, even if he can't dodge it while in mist form, he can reduce the opponent's attack damage to only 1/10 of its original power. This is equivalent to directly weakening the enemy's ultimate move to a normal attack that does limited damage to him. Chapter 58. Wow, even a wish-granting lamp has come out? In addition, he also obtained a peak-level mysterious grade, heavenly material, and earthly treasure, which is worth a lot. This is worth 3 million evolution points. Enough for a peak-level great demon to break through to the giant demon realm. In a great mood, Wang Yan spoke again. System, open the primary random treasure chest of the heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice followed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the primary random treasure chest of the heavens. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 10 pounds of source from the world of the heaven shield. It has been automatically converted into 400,000 evolution points for the host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a piece of original clothes-fitting clothing from Shao Suner of the Dopa world. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a blood bodhi from the Feng Yun world. It has been automatically converted into 100,000 evolution points for the host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a wish-granting lamp from the pirated Aladdin world. After the system's voice ended, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel excited. He had naturally heard of this so-called Aladdin's lamp. It is said to be able to fulfill 3 wishes of the wishmaker. Thinking of this, Wang Yan's heart moved, and he saw the wish-granting lamp appearing before him, which looked somewhat like the one in the movie, but seemed to be different. The next moment, a cloud of black mist flew out of the wish-granting lamp, eventually condensing into a floating spirit resembling a humanoid with bull-like horns. Upon seeing this spirit, Wang Yan was also stunned. This wish-granting spirit seemed to be different from the one in the movie. The next moment, the condensed spirit joyfully surveyed its surroundings and exclaimed, "Oh yeah, awesome, finally free, finally out." After saying that, the spirit suddenly noticed the giant crocodile in front of it and immediately realized that it was this giant crocodile that had released it. Thinking of this, the spirit smiled broadly and said, "Crocodile, state your wish, and I will do my best to fulfill it. Of course, if I can't fulfill it, don't blame me." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but open his huge mouth and ask, "Are you saying that your abilities also have limits? There are wishes that cannot be fulfilled?" The spirit's expression became strange and said, "Before you make a wish, let me ask you, do you really think there are strong beings that can fulfill anyone's wishes?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan had already anticipated it in his heart. After all, it is impossible for anyone in this world to exist who can fulfill anyone's wishes, not even the wish-granting Dragon Ball from anime. No, it should be said that no existence can do it, not even the system. At this time, seeing Wang Yan show a look of realization, the spirit nodded in satisfaction and said, "Humans have limits, and gods have limits. Even the great powers of the 3,000 paths have limits. Therefore, you better wish for something within my ability, otherwise I can only say sorry." Thinking of this, Wang Yan hesitated. He didn't know what wish to make at the moment. Divine powers? It seems he wants too much. Ultimately, Wang Yan thought of the most practical divine power. Seeing Wang Yan's eyes light up, the spirit immediately smiled and said, "Think carefully before making your wish, and be detailed." With that, Wang Yan opened his mouth and said, "Lamp, I wish to master a technique that can control the life and death of other strong beings, and the most powerful means under your maximum ability." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the spirit looked at the crocodile in surprise, realizing that this crocodile was quite clever. If Wang Yan wished for unlimited resources, it would be impossible for the spirit to fulfill it. It could only help Wang Yan crazily seize resources in this world. And the result would be that this little crocodile would undoubtedly die. After all, it could only try to fulfill the other's task, but it wouldn't care about the other's death. However, to prevent Wang Yan from exploiting a loophole to control more creatures to wish for him, the spirit reminded, "You can only make one wish, are you sure? If you want to wish a second time, in any form, it won't be possible." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan suppressed his greed and nodded slightly. The next moment, the spirit smiled slightly, pointed its hand, and a ray of spiritual light instantly entered Wang Yan's mind. At the same time, Wang Yan also heard the system's prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a divine power. Divine control of all gods. Divine control of all gods. When using this divine power, the host can control any creature within one major realm below their own, with a maximum of 5 enslaved beings. Each day, only one target can be enslaved, and the number of uses each day after failure is determined by the host's primordial spirit and divine sense strength, with the effective distance for enslaving targets based on the host's divine sense distance. Once the host has fully controlled the number of targets, they can only continue to control new targets after the enslaved target dies, and the life and death of the controlled target are at the host's will. Tip 1. The success rate for enslaving targets of the same realm as the host is 100. Success rate is 80 for targets exceeding the host by 1 minor realm. Success rate is 60 for targets exceeding the host by 2 minor realms. Success rate is 40 for targets exceeding the host by 3 minor realms. Success rate is 20 for targets just 1 major realm above the host. Success rate is 0 for targets exceeding the host by more than 1 major realm. Tip 2. When the host is at the peak of the giant demon realm, if they wish to enslave a target at the early stage of the demon lord realm, the success probability is calculated based on exceeding their own by 1 major realm, which means a success rate of 20. Tip 3. During the period of enslaving a target, if the enslaved target's realm exceeds the host by more than 1 major realm, they will break free from control 100. Tip 4. If the host is at the peak of the giant demon realm, and the enslaved target breaks through from the early stage of the demon lord realm to the mid-stage, or the primordial spirit breaks through to the mid-stage of the demon lord realm, it will be considered exceeding the host by more than 1 major realm, and the target will lose control and retaliate. Tip 5. If the host is at the early stage of the demon lord realm, the target must break through to the mid-stage of the demon king realm, or the primordial spirit must break through to the mid-stage of the demon king realm to escape the host's control. Tip 6. This divine power is effective below the Great Luo Jinxian level, applicable to the current host cultivation system below the Demon Emperor realm. It remains effective for those at the Demon Emperor level and above, but the effects are not guaranteed. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was shocked. He didn't expect this divine power to be so impressive. What shocked him even more was that, according to the system, his current cultivation system could actually be compared to the Great Luo Jinxian. The Demon Emperor realm corresponds to the Great Luo Jinxian. This means that if there is a Demon Emperor in this universe, their combat power level absolutely reaches that of a Great Luo Jinxian. But he didn't know about other aspects. At this moment, while Wang Yan was still in shock, he also realized a problem. That is, this so-called pirated lamp spirit also has some abilities. It seems that the existence that created this lamp spirit must have also reached the level of Great Luo Jinxian. In addition, the prompts regarding this divine power also made him roughly understand. This divine power is indeed heaven-defying, but one must also be wary of the risk of backlash. He must absolutely not let the targets he controls exceed himself by more than 1 major realm. Otherwise, once the controlled target retaliates, the outcome can be imagined. He would probably be killed immediately. Of course, Wang Yan would definitely not let such a situation happen. Moreover, even if the controlled target lost control and retaliated, as long as he was not killed instantly, with his misty body supernatural ability, it would be very difficult for him to be killed. Furthermore, let us not forget that talent is also a significant issue for countless demon races. Under such multiple safeguards, it would be hard for him to encounter a failure while using this divine power. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan felt even more delightful and immediately took out a peak-level mysterious grade, heavenly material, and earthly treasure, the 5 elements fruit, from a system space and swallowed it directly into his huge mouth. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a peak-grade heavenly material 5 elements fruit and gained 3 million evolution points. Ding! The current accumulated points of the host meet the evolution conditions. Would you like to start the evolution?" "No." Wang Yan happily refused in his heart. Then, he turned his attention to the wish-granting lamp and silently thought, "System, store the lamp in the system space." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. Only inanimate objects can be stored in the system space. If encountering heavenly materials, the host must approach them to store them in the system space. Wang Yan, who had anticipated this, felt helpless and looked at the spirit of the lamp, preparing to persuade it to stay. At this moment, the spirit of the lamp smiled and said, "It seems I have fulfilled your wish, so I should take my leave." After saying this, under Wang Yan's fluctuating gaze, the spirit immediately flew into the lamp and then darted out like lightning. Seeing this, Wang Yan felt a heavy heart, clearly very displeased. He had only made one wish, and now the lamp was out of his control. What if someone else received help from the lamp? Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt a headache coming on. Unfortunately, his current realm was too low to control the lamp. Otherwise, he would never allow the lamp to slip out of his grasp. However, this time, the heavenly treasure chest made Wang Yan realize a truth. That is, it's much easier to obtain outrageous things from the heavenly treasure chest. After all, even a pirated wish-granting lamp has appeared. This means that in the future, obtaining a genuine lamp or even the wish dragon balls is not impossible. With this thought, Wang Yan had to adjust his emotions and crawled toward the lake with his massive body. Splash! As his huge body entered the water, it created huge ripples. Soon, he reached the bottom of the lake, first using his divine sense to scan the area and found no creatures that posed a threat to him. After discovering that there were no even high-level demon creatures in the lake, he felt satisfied and prepared to start his evolution and breakthrough. In the next moment, Wang Yan silently thought, "System, start the evolution." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Successfully deducted 5 million evolution points. Evolving and breaking through." Chapter 59. Under the Demon Lord, all are ants. Newly acquired divine powers and abilities. When Wang Yan awakened once again, he discovered that his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. At this moment, Wang Yan could feel that he was incredibly powerful, with a vast and rich demonic power within him that made him feel as if he could destroy heaven and earth, capable of anything. As for how strong he truly was now, he didn't know, but his size had already become enormous. From the initial 48 meters in length in the giant demon realm, he had now reached 68 meters. Moreover, the size of his original demon core had grown nearly 10 times, and his demonic power had become pure, completely transforming from a vaporized state into a pure liquid form. Just then, the system's voice echoed, "Ding!" As the host has become a first-level demon lord, the value of any effect produced by beings below the demon lord realm will depreciate by at least 10 times. The value of heavenly materials and earthly treasures will only be effective at the earth level, and the effects of earth-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures will also depreciate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully acquired the divine ability, Life Adaptation. Life Adaptation. After using this divine ability, the host can adapt to any harsh environment, provided it does not exceed their own limits. As long as there is any form of energy in any space within the universe, the host will achieve immortality. Tip 1. Note that this refers to adapting to any harsh environment, but does not include seeking death. And each realm has its own limits for adapting to harsh environments. Tip 2. You can't just break through to the Demon Lord realm and start soaring in the sun, right? There must be an adaptation process, and each realm has its own limits. Ding! Congratulations to the host. successfully acquired the divine ability, sky flight and earth escape. The host can use this divine ability to traverse the universe, and the speed will be determined by the host's use of demonic power. Ding! A friendly reminder to the host. Random divine abilities will be randomly awakened in the future month. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated that the Demon Lord realm would be incredibly powerful and defy the heavens. But he never expected it to reach such a terrifying level. How could beings in the giant demon realm even compete? Even cheating might not suffice. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel extremely excited. He also realized a problem. After breaking through from the giant demon realm to the Demon Lord realm, each time he evolved and broke through a small realm, his size increased by 5 meters, now reaching an increase of 10 meters. The next moment, Wang Yan happily thought to himself, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, an information page appeared before him. Host, Wang Yan. Talent, 9 levels of Demon Lord realm. Species, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 3,000 years. Realm, first level of Demon Lord realm. Size, 68 meters long, 23,000 tons. Bite force 30,000 tons. Speed 200 kilometers per hour. Powers, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mind communication, shrinkage. Mist body, divine abilities, star shift, thunder breath, sky flight, and earth escape. Life adaptation, control of all gods. Evolution points, 7, 500, 00022, 000. Backpack, Thunder Breath Fragment 1, 10. Evaluation. You are already a well-established demon lord in this universe. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in immense satisfaction. Now that he had broken through the demon lord realm, even the system had given a nice evaluation. This was clearly the system's acknowledgement of his strength. Now that he was at the demon lord realm, killing that supergiant python would likely be very simple. However, Wang Yan suddenly felt reluctant to kill the creature. Why? Because its size was just too terrifying. Moreover, its combat power could also be very fierce. Additionally, its talent was definitely very high. Otherwise, the supergiant python wouldn't be evaluated by the system as a powerful and well-connected pure demon. Thinking of this, Wang Yan immediately decided to enslave it, now that he possessed the control of all gods. He wouldn't say that the opponent was only at the peak of the giant demon realm. Even if it reached the demon lord realm, it still couldn't escape the fate of being enslaved by him. Oh, and that damned young demon who could refine pills would also be enslaved, making him obediently refine pills daily to aid in his cultivation and elevation. For a moment, Wang Yan's heart was filled with delightful fantasies of a bright future. Oh no, it can't just be described as a fantasy anymore. His luck was phenomenal, his strength had soared, and he truly had that power. Now, just the divine abilities and powers he controlled, along with a randomly acquired divine ability yet to be obtained, made him feel like there was no one who could defeat him. If before, he merely looked down on mutated beasts, now he didn't even regard demon species of the same level. There was no way around it. The 2 foundational divine abilities he had just acquired, along with the new powers and the control of all gods, and the random divine ability he would obtain in the next month, had inflated his confidence to this level. In a moment, Wang Yan was spirited and felt very grateful to the octopus monster. If it weren't for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures provided by the octopus monster that enhanced his talents, even if he accumulated more evolution points, he wouldn't be able to convert them into terrifying strength. But just when Wang Yan wanted to go out and sweep away all his enemies, he suddenly remembered one thing. Breaking through to the Demon Lord realm required a tribulation. Thinking of this, Wang Yan hurriedly asked the system, "System, do I need to face the tribulation now?" The next moment, the system's voice rang out. Friendly reminder to the host. As long as the host shows their head, the thunder tribulation will descend. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly stunned. Why did this sound so much like the situation he faced with the octopus monster? How powerful was this thunder tribulation? Would it really strike him down the moment he showed his head? For a moment, Wang Yan, who was about to face his first tribulation, felt a bit anxious and couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, how powerful is the thunder tribulation?" Unfortunately, in response to his inquiry, the system chose silence. Seeing the system not responding, Wang Yan felt even more flustered. What does this silence mean? He couldn't just hide away forever, right? Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Does the host wish to spend evolution points to have the system calculate the probability of passing the thunder tribulation? What the hell? So the silence was for charging fees. Hearing this, Wang Yan felt a bit frustrated but gritted his teeth and said, "Spend it." The next moment, the system's voice followed. Ding. Successfully deducted 2,000,000 evolution points. Successfully calculated 4 methods for the host to overcome the tribulation, along with the probability of each method. Method 1. The host can choose to provoke the heavens. The success probability of this method is 1. Survival probability is 1. Method 2. The host can choose to resist the heavens. The success probability of this method is 10. Death probability is 90. Method 3. The host can choose to play dead and let the heavens strike. The success probability of this method is 10. Injury probability is 10. Death probability is 80. Method 4. The host can choose to sincerely pray to the heavens for mercy, promising to do more good deeds beneficial to the world after the tribulation. The success probability of this method is 75. Injury probability is 24. Death probability is 1. After hearing the system's analysis, Wang Yan instantly regained his confidence. Method 4 actually had such a high success rate. So what was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Wang Yan immediately twisted his massive body and swam towards the lake surface. However, when he reached the surface and looked up at the sky, the scene made his scalp tingle. At a glance, within a radius of several kilometers, dark clouds covered the sky, and thunderclouds rolled ominously, resembling a terrifying apocalyptic phenomenon. If the system didn't come up with a strategy for him, wouldn't the heavens directly strike him dead? Chapter 60. Less than a month. The giant python was scared to the point of losing control. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt a mix of emotions and a bit of fear as well. He finally understood why there were so few in the Demon Lord realm. It was because those with potential had broken through to the Demon Lord level. They still had to face the tribulation, a perilous threshold. If they couldn't withstand it, the final outcome would still be death. Moreover, after reaching the Demon Lord realm, every major level had its own tribulation. This meant that each time they had to go through this perilous ordeal. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yan hesitated slightly, but ultimately decided to come ashore. Although he could indeed mitigate the power of the tribulation while in the water, it felt like an act of evasion or even provocation against the heavens. If the heavens decided to strike hard, it wouldn't end well. Thinking of this, Wang Yan quickly twisted his massive body and crawled ashore. At that moment, the tribulation in the sky had become even more terrifying. The dark clouds obscured the sun, and the thunder rolled violently. The deafening roar made Wang Yan shiver involuntarily. The next moment, he immediately opened his gaping mouth and looked up at the sky, earnestly shouting, "Heaven above, I, Wang Yan, promise you that after I break through to the Demon Lord realm, I will accumulate virtue and do good deeds beneficial to the world, to gather merit and eliminate my own sins." After saying this, Wang Yan humbly lowered his massive head to the ground, appearing as if he was begging for mercy from the heavens. There was no way around it. Wang Yan didn't want to go against the heavens. Otherwise, if he were targeted during the tribulation, it would be disastrous. Soon, Wang Yan felt a sensation as if he was being silently locked onto by the heavens, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The next moment, a thunderous sound erupted. Wang Yan was immediately struck by the terrifying heavenly thunder. For a moment, as he did not resist or use any special abilities, the terrifying tribulation directly hit him, and he felt as if his skin was splitting open. Even his primordial spirit was trembling in his mind. Although this strike did not severely injure Wang Yan, it caused him immense pain. It seemed that serious injury was unavoidable this time, but as long as he could safely pass through the tribulation, then so be it. Following that, without giving Wang Yan any chance to catch his breath, The tribulations came crashing down one after another, causing him to scream in agony. Yet even so, Wang Yan did not use any special abilities to resist, appearing obediently submissive to the punishment. As expected, after just half an hour, Wang Yan lost count of how many times he had been struck by lightning. But when he noticed the tribulation had disappeared, he finally looked up at the sky and immediately found that the once dark and ominous clouds had returned to a clear blue sky. Clearly, he had passed this tribulation. Although he was now severely injured, looking very weak with serious wounds, Wang Yan felt happy. It was just physical injuries. He would recover in at most 10 days to half a month. Thinking of this, Wang Yan cheerfully twisted his wounded body and submerged into the lake to begin healing. The day he emerged would be the day he ascended to greatness. After breaking through to the Demon Lord realm, his original goal of competing for a blue enhancement area had changed. If possible, he wanted to vie for a higher level of Heavenly Gifts enhancement area. If he remembered correctly, an area for Heavenly enhancement would appear in less than a month and a half. The system had mentioned that there would be a total of 10 purple areas, 102 golden enhancement areas, 255 red enhancement areas, and 1 blue provincial capital area, with the white areas presumably being more numerous. Previously, he had only aimed for the blue enhancement area, as he had limited strength and did not dare to set too high expectations. But now it was different. He was now a Demon Lord. He certainly did not dare to covet the golden and purple areas, but he naturally felt capable of aiming for the red areas. Of course, his ambitions would be within reason. If he had already broken through to the Demon Lord realm and still lacked qualifications, then he would have to obediently settle for a blue enhancement area. Besides this matter, he had many things to do once he emerged. For example, his current strength was more than enough to force the 3 Duck province to hand over Liu Bei. In short, after reaching the Demon Lord realm, Wang Yan realized that past difficulties and setbacks appeared trivial in the face of absolute strength. He had a clear goal for when he healed and emerged. First, he would use his divine ability to control and enslave his subordinates, then lead them to gang up on other Demon Lord realm experts and seize heavenly materials and treasures, relying on his subordinates to gather resources to rapidly increase his strength. After all, the Demon Lord realm was no longer the same as before. Now, the Demon Lord realm was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 belonged to the early stage, the middle 3 to the mid stage, and the last 3 to the late stage. The pinnacle of this minor realm no longer existed. If one had to say there was one, then the 9 levels of the Demon Lord realm were equivalent to the pinnacle or perfection of the Demon Lord realm. Half a month later, at this moment, Wang Yan in the lake had finally completely healed from his injuries. The tribulation had only left him severely injured, but had not harmed his primordial spirit. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a matter of half a month. Even years wouldn't be enough to recover unless he broke through to the 2nd level of the Demon Lord realm. Without that, healing the injuries to his primordial spirit would be very difficult. Now, in a great mood, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and surfaced in the lake. He looked up at the sky, which was still blazing under the sun and clear blue. The next moment, Wang Yan, emerging from the water, immediately climbed up the shore. Then, he couldn't wait to start testing his newly acquired ability, Mist Body. As he activated the ability, his terrifying body instantly transformed into a misty state. Moreover, with a thought, his misty form flew swiftly into the distance. Halfway through, he reverted to his original form and activated his ability to fly, soaring through the sky at great speed. However, not long after flying, Wang Yan ultimately chose to use the misty form for traveling. This ability did not consume demon power and could be sustained by depleting physical strength and other means, and then using demon power to recover physical strength, thus reducing consumption even further. Additionally, the mist body itself was not slow, and with a doubled speed in a spreading and invading flight, it could change forms at will, making it very convenient. Unfortunately, up to this point, Wang Yan was extremely fast, but had not found a target to control. Now that he was in the Demon Lord realm, his first target to control would naturally be a Demon Lord level expert. It should be noted that his control standards for the 10,000 gods control were quite outrageous. Early stage of the Demon Lord realm. 100 probability of control. Mid-stage of the Demon Lord realm. 80 probability of control. Late stage of the Demon Lord realm. 60 probability of control. Perfect stage of the Demon Lord realm. 40 probability of control. Early stage of the Demon King realm. 20 probability of control. Moreover, as long as he hadn't succeeded in controlling, as long as his primordial spirit was strong enough, he could continuously use the 10,000 gods' control to attempt to regain control over the target. This meant that even if it were a demon king, as long as he didn't kill them, he could desperately use the 10,000 gods' control to attempt to take control of them. And there was even a chance of success. However, Wang Yan clearly did not dare to provoke those in the Demon King realm. He wanted to control the Demon Lord level experts as his subordinates, while also wanting to know the level of combat power of other Demon Lords. Only by determining the combat power of the Demon Lord realm can he begin to control the Demon Lord realm, and then control the strong beings in the mid and late stages of the Demon Lord. Soon, Wang Yan, in the misty state, quickly flew to the center of the former Nanian city. What amused Wang Yan was that when he appeared from afar, the super giant python that had been coiled in the city center immediately changed its expression upon seeing him, and then turned around without hesitation, twisting its huge body in fear and starting to flee. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yan had complex emotions and looked somewhat dazed. A month ago, he had also been terrified and had fled in fear upon seeing the creature. Unexpectedly, in just 1 month, their identities had swapped. This once invincible, super strong being in his eyes was now also frightened to the point of fleeing upon seeing him. Chapter 61. The number 1 controlled minion. The knowledgeable super giant python. Unfortunately, this giant python was indeed very fast. But no matter how fast it was, it couldn't compare to Wang Yan. In the next moment, Wang Yan's heart moved, and his misty body swiftly flew over. Not only that, but from a distance, Wang Yan directly unleashed the control of all gods. A translucent mark flew out as Wang Yan activated his divine ability, directly striking the super giant python. Subsequently, the super giant python, which was still fleeing, instantly began to writhe in pain on the city streets, its massive body crashing into the surrounding buildings, causing them to collapse, and countless zombies were crushed to death. Moments later, the super giant python stopped struggling and looked at Wang Yan with a respectful expression, unwillingly saying, "Little python, I have met my master." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan, in a misty state, nodded with satisfaction. This was a successful control, and it was indeed too easy. Now, when he used his divine ability at the same realm, he could achieve 100 success in control, and those with lower realms didn't even have the strength to struggle. But the next moment, the little python's words made Wang Yan's heart sink. The super giant python said, "Master, although my life and death are in your hands, if you kill me, you will have a lot of trouble. Because my parents are powerful demon kings, and my ancestor is a perfected demon king. If I die, my parents and ancestor will sense it immediately." Hearing this guy's words, which seemed like a reminder and a threat, Wang Yan's heart sank. Damn it, he had just broken through to the Demon Lord realm, and this guy dared to threaten him? This was simply audacious. You have already chosen the path to death. However, the other party's threat did have a deterrent effect. Wang Yan's attitude immediately softened, and he chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. How about this? As long as you can help me solve my problems, I will release you in half a month. How about that?" Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the super giant python immediately beamed with joy, respectfully nodding repeatedly. "As you command, my master." Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "Do you know where there are Demon Lord realm powerhouses? Why are there so few Demon Lord realm demon clan powerhouses in the city?" After hearing Wang Yan's inquiry, the super giant python was stunned for a moment, then explained, "Does the senior not know?" Seeing that Wang Yan didn't speak, the super giant python had to answer honestly, "Senior, you may not know, but in this vast universe, there are 9 great imperial clans. Among them, the Earth and the nearby universe of the solar system are controlled by one of the 9 great clans, the Dragon Clan." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was completely bewildered. What the hell? All 9 great imperial clans are here. seeing the puzzled expression on Wang Yan's misty face. The supergiant python quickly explained. The 9 great imperial clans are families that have produced demon emperor realm powerhouses in the past, and the dragon clan is one of them. All members of the dragon clan are of the dragon race, and there was once a dragon emperor. Therefore, living in the area ruled by the dragon clan, we must obey the dragon clan's orders. Here on Earth, the dragon clan has decreed that demon emperor level powerhouses are not allowed to stay here. Thus, the strongest beings on Earth are only those at the demon king realm, and stronger beings will not appear. Moreover, the resources here do not exceed those of demon king realm powerhouses. Higher level resources on Earth have long been plundered by the dragon clan. Additionally, if the native demon clans on Earth can grow to become demon king level powerhouses, they can naturally serve the dragon clan. Furthermore, after serving the dragon clan for a period, they can gain their freedom, and at that time, they can choose to join the dragon clan or go to other places in the universe. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan roughly understood. The area around the solar system belongs to the dragon clan, one of the 9 great imperial clans. Moreover, the dragon clan requires that the strongest demon clans can only be at the perfected demon king level. Additionally, as long as one breaks through to the demon king level, they can choose to leave, whether they break through right after becoming a demon king or wait until reaching the perfected demon king level to leave. In any case, as long as they serve the dragon clan for a period, they can gain their freedom. Thinking of this, Wang Yan asked again, "So you mean there won't be demon emperor realm powerhouses here, right?" The supergiant python nodded repeatedly. "Yes, even if they appear, there's only one possibility. They must have the dragon clan's permission, or they must be a demon emperor of the dragon clan." Wang Yan then asked, "What level of powerhouses do the 9 great imperial clans have? Or what is the strongest level of the existing powerhouses that you know of?" The supergiant python patiently explained. "They are demon saints. All 9 great imperial clans have demon saints overseeing them, and even many techniques left by demon emperors. Therefore, the 9 great imperial clans can remain unshaken." Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled again. Then where did the demon emperors go? Those with the ability have left for broader worlds in the universe. Those without the ability are struggling to survive, sealing themselves away in slumber, the giant python explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan felt very bitter. He never expected that the strongest existence today would reach the demon saint level. After all, the demon lord realm was already outrageous. One could imagine how powerful the demon saints in this universe were. At this moment, the supergiant python hesitated for a moment and then transmitted. "The dragon clan of the 9 great imperial clans, the dragon emperor has sealed himself in slumber. In addition, my ancestor also said that there are quite a few sleeping demon emperors, and they are all in slumber." For a time, Wang Yan fell into deep thought. From this so-called great demon emperor's slumber, he discovered an important piece of information. That is, demon emperors could very likely die. In other words, in this world, demon emperors cannot be eternal and immortal like the great Luo golden immortal. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt it was too contrary to reason. If even demon emperors cannot be immortal, then how can it be? After pondering for a while, Wang Yan still asked in confusion, "Demon emperors cannot exist forever? What is the reason?" The supergiant python looked at Wang Yan helplessly and explained, "Master, I am just a peaked giant demon. I know this because my family has a background, but my ancestor doesn't even know the reason. How would I know?" Left speechless, Wang Yan had no choice but to ask, "Then there should be quite a few demon lord realm powerhouses in this world, right? There should also be demon king realm powerhouses, right? Then you can take me to find a few demon lord realm powerhouses. By the way, it would be best if they are late-stage demon lord realm powerhouses." The supergiant python, upon hearing this, asked with some suspicion, "You want to control demon lord powerhouses with your method?" Hearing this, Wang Yan slightly nodded. "That's right." Upon hearing this, the supergiant python became somewhat fearful again. "You are a demon lord realm powerhouse with your own means. What if the demon lord you want to control kills me in an instant?" Hearing this, Wang Yan immediately replied irritably, "Aren't you supposed to have a background? What are you afraid of? Do they dare to touch you?" The giant python, wanting to cry but having no tears, said, "Why wouldn't they dare? You're going to control their life and death, and it's a matter of life and death for them. Who would care about that? Moreover, even if I have a background, so what? If I die, my family can only help me take revenge. They can't bring me back to life." Chapter 62. The Demon Lord of the Alligator Mountains. After hearing this, Wang Yan immediately felt it made sense. What good is having a background? If you die, you die. If even the Demon Emperor cannot achieve eternity, then the Demon King certainly cannot possess resurrection means. Thinking of this, Wang Yan could only speak again to reassure him. Then let's first look for a Demon Lord at the early stage. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Besides, I said I would let you go in 10 days, and I will definitely do so. Of course, Wang Yan was not lying. He truly intended to let him go. First, the giant demon creatures had very little effect on him. Secondly, this guy had a background, and he naturally did not want to offend him. Seeing Wang Yan's earnest demeanor, the super giant python eventually compromised. "My lord, please follow me." After saying this, the super giant python began to move in one direction. Wang Yan naturally followed closely behind, even thinking that the python was moving too slowly. During their journey, Wang Yan asked about this guy's qualifications, and the result surprised him greatly. This guy's qualifications had actually reached the level of a demon king. That is to say, as long as he didn't meet an untimely end along the way, this guy could very likely become a powerful demon king in the future. However, Wang Yan did not develop any greedy thoughts about the other party's qualifications. After all, his own qualifications were also at the 9th level of the Demon Lord realm. And when the Heaven and Earth gifted area appeared, it was possible that it could help him easily raise his qualifications to the Demon King realm. After all, just before the apocalypse arrived, his qualifications had already been enhanced by the heavens, and it seemed reasonable that a second enhancement could improve his qualifications. Soon, Wang Yan brought the super giant python, Chunlong, to a mist-shrouded Ilao mountain. According to Chunlong, those powerful demon lords like to stay deep in the mountains and forests, often in places with very few people. Of course, there were also some demon clan powerhouses who, after transforming, lurked in modern society, enjoying life. However, as Wang Yan inquired during the journey, he learned that most of the powerful demon clan members were indeed in deep forests like the Amazon rainforest and the Greater Shingon Range, as well as many more in the sea, according to the hope that one day he could transform into a dragon. Chunlong said that there were at least a few hundred demon lords on Earth, while the number of demon kings might be around 30. Upon hearing this news, Wang Yan was somewhat shocked. He did not expect that so many demon clan powerhouses were lurking on this seemingly unremarkable Earth, with hundreds of demon lords and dozens of demon kings. This meant that if he wanted to compete for the red enhancement area, he would inevitably have to confront the demon lords. But Wang Yan was not worried about this at all. By the time that moment came, he would have at least 5 demon lords as his subordinates. Seizing a red enhancement area would not be difficult, while the golden and purple enhancement areas would indeed be much harder. Look, do you notice anything different here? At this moment, the super giant python had transformed into a snake about 10 meters long and asked Wang Yan. At this point, in his mist state, Wang Yan glanced around and immediately noticed the difference, saying, "The energy of heaven and earth in the primitive forests of these famous mountains is denser than in other places. Moreover, it seems that there are not only monsters in this primitive forest, but also plants that can become monsters." Speaking of this, Wang Yan was also a bit surprised, because he saw that a large tree had a blurry human face growing on its trunk. In addition, he also saw a strikingly beautiful and bizarre flower, about 3 meters tall, swaying its limbs, clearly possessing life. This made Wang Yan marvel at the wonders and also realize that the plants in this primitive forest had evidently been given the opportunity to gain intelligence. It is worth mentioning that Wang Yan also sensed not just one, but 2 demon lord auras in this primitive forest. This meant that there were at least 2 powerful demon lords here. Thinking of this, Wang Yan was in a good mood and immediately called out to Chunlong, then quickly headed towards the source of the demon lord aura. Since Wang Yan's body was in mist form, his speed was extremely fast. Just a few minutes later, he discovered the location of this demon lord in a primitive forest. It was a courtyard built like a paradise, surrounded by a fence with some vegetables planted inside. In the courtyard, he saw a young man dressed in a blue ancient robe, leisurely lying on an old rattan chair. At the same time, the young man looked at him from across the courtyard and smiled, saying, "Why have you come to my place, friend?" Hearing this, Wang Yan smiled and replied, "I was preparing to find a place to be your neighbor." Of course, this was just an excuse. His real intention was to wait until tomorrow to use the 10,000 Gods mastery. After all, he had already controlled Qianlong today and could not use his powers to control another target. Upon hearing this, the young man did not mind and nodded with a smile. This calm demeanor also proved that he did not take Wang Yan seriously. Or perhaps he did not think that this newcomer at the initial stage of the Demon Lord realm could pose a threat to him. After staring at the other party for a moment, Wang Yan slightly nodded. "Then I won't disturb you, friend." After saying this, Wang Yan's mist body moved and flew off into the distance, while the observing Chun Long hurriedly followed. He did not understand why Wang Yan did not take action. After all, he was deeply aware of Wang Yan's ability to control him. He could not struggle at all. But he had no idea that Wang Yan's method could not be used without limit every day. He could only control one target per day. Soon, Wang Yan figured out the location of another demon lord. This demon lord was hiding in the Ileo mountain reservoir, clearly making its dwelling place in the water. There was also a large python. However, although this large python had not transformed, since it was so close to the demon lord living in the mountains, it must be strong, otherwise it would definitely cause trouble. After all, from his preliminary meetings with the two demon lords today, he could sense that both of these demon clan members were quite powerful. Although they were both at the initial stage of the demon lord realm, they should have reached the third level. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt great and casually found a place in the forest to rest. By the early morning of the next day, Wang Yan, feeling refreshed, headed directly to the courtyard where the blue-robed demon youth lived in the forest. At this moment, the blue-robed demon youth was weeding in the courtyard when he suddenly turned to look at the rushing black mist. Unlike yesterday, he could sense that this time the mysterious demon lord was clearly coming with great malice. The blue-robed demon youth stood up coldly, glaring at the mist condensed by Wang Yan, and said coldly, "It seems you are indeed not here with good intentions. I was suspicious of your motives yesterday." Hearing this, Wang Yan was just about to use the 10,000 Gods mastery. At that moment, a huge commotion sounded from a distance. The next moment, Wang Yan saw a black giant python over 300 meters long rushing towards him. Although this giant python was not much larger than Qianlong, the aura it exuded was terrifyingly powerful, belonging exclusively to the Demon Lord realm. "Kid, no matter where you come from or what confidence you have, if you don't want to die, get lost quickly." At this moment, the black giant python opened its massive mouth and coldly warned the misty shadow gathered by Wang Yan. From this, it was not difficult to see that the blue-robed demon youth in the mountains and this black giant python demon lord clearly knew each other. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan immediately used the 10,000 Gods control technique on the black giant python demon lord without a second thought. In the next moment, a golden mark, formed from the misty phantom Wang Yan had conjured, shot towards the demon lord's massive head like lightning. The black giant python attempted to evade, but it was futile. The golden mark had no physical form and was incredibly fast, making it impossible to dodge. In the next instant, the demon lord black python began to writhe in agony on the ground, its enormous body crushing entire patches of trees as it thrashed about, with its mournful wails echoing throughout the mountains. Witnessing this scene, the previously calm man in the green robe from the demon race instantly showed a look of terror. Chapter 63. The Strength of the Demon Lord. Is there even a demon king in the misty Ileo mountain? He looked at his friend Big Snake, who was writhing in pain on the ground with uncertainty, feeling a chill in his heart. He stammered, "What kind of technique is this? Could it be a primordial spirit type of divine ability?" Realizing this, he was sure his guess was correct and immediately gasped. If that were the case, he truly had no right to fight against this mysterious demon lord. There are hundreds of divine abilities, some of which are incredibly powerful. But what most troubles those of the Demon Lord, and even Demon King level, are formidable primordial spirit type divine abilities. Such abilities are relatively rare among divine powers. After breaking through to become a Demon Lord, the chance of randomly obtaining a primordial spirit type divine ability is even smaller than winning the lottery on street. The next moment, to his astonishment, the friend Big Snake, who had been struggling on the ground, suddenly stopped. Then, Big Snake slowly raised his massive serpent head, looking at the dark misty figure with a complex expression, and said respectfully, "Big Snake pays respects to the Lord." At this moment, he knew that this mysterious Demon Lord had already mastered control over his primordial spirit. Furthermore, with just a thought, he could kill him, leaving him no choice but to bow and submit. Upon hearing this, the shadow formed from dark mist, Wang Yan, nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Go kill your friend and offer him as a sacrifice for me." Hearing Wang Yan's words, Big Snake was immediately stunned. After regaining his senses, he could only glare fiercely at the young demon in the blue robe and opened his bloody maw, saying, "Tiger Yuan, I'm sorry." After saying that, he twisted his massive body and charged directly at Tiger Yuan. At this moment, the furious young demon in the blue robe let out a roar. In the next moment, his body leaped up and transformed into a gigantic striped tiger over 15 meters tall and more than 30 meters long. While roaring, he glared at Big Snake and scolded, "Big Snake, are you that useless? You let him control you so easily?" Upon hearing this, Big Snake was furious. What did useless mean? Did this damn Tiger Yuan think he wanted to be controlled? He was just trying to help you, and that's why he was immediately controlled. The next moment, the two massive creatures clashed directly. The terrifying power of the Big Snake Lord immediately surprised Wang Yan. He saw that the Big Snake Lord could actually transform into a black liquid state. At the same time, no matter how Tiger Yuan roared and clawed at him, it couldn't harm this Demon Lord-level giant python at all. Not only that, but Tiger Yuan's abilities were also quite impressive. This guy could completely transform into a form akin to magma. The terrifying high temperature radiating from him caused entire patches of forest to spontaneously combust, and the air around him felt as if one were in a desert due to his scorching body. Such terrifying high temperatures posed a significant threat even to Wang Yan's steel body if they were to engage in close combat, even under the flames of his opponent. While Wang Yan's misform was unaffected, Big Snake did not gain the upper hand in the battle while in his Blackwater state. Fortunately, although the Big Snake was being scorched by the opponent's terrifying magma-like body, he could absorb moisture from the surroundings to replenish himself, showing no fear of a war of attrition. It is worth mentioning that after both sides had fought for a while, Wang Yan discovered a problem. No matter how powerful the divine abilities or extraordinary powers were, as long as they were not unleashed without limits, they were not invincible. There's always someone stronger, and even the strong have their weaknesses. For example, this Demon Lord-level Tiger Demon's abilities were not weak. He could transform into a body resembling magma that carried terrifying heat, capable of burning his opponents to death in battle. In addition, he had two other abilities. One was a teleportation technique, and the other was a void confinement technique. Especially the void control technique, which, when activated, could summon chains of void-like demonic energy to restrain the target. Unfortunately, Big Snake's body could liquefy, rendering him immune to control. As for the teleportation technique, it was even more outrageous. When facing a lethal attack, a single teleport could allow him to evade the enemy's fatal strike. This opened Wang Yan's eyes and gave him a preliminary understanding of the capabilities of these Demon Lord-level beings, which were incredibly strong, almost beyond reality. Adding in abilities like flight, earth evasion, life manipulation, and size alteration, along with other techniques, their combat power was hard to diminish. Meanwhile, after a series of exchanges, the desperate Demon Lord of the Primordial Tiger prepared to escape, but how could Wang Yan easily let him go? In the next moment, Wang Yan stopped hesitating and charged directly at the Primordial Tiger, blocking its escape. At the same time, when Wang Yan's true form manifested, he unleashed Thunder Breath. Boom! The terrifying column of thunder energy gave the Primordial Tiger no time to react and swept forward instantly. However, the Primordial Tiger was not slow to react. Almost instinctively, He activated his teleportation ability, appearing in midair over 10 meters away, easily evading the thunder strike. To Wang Yan's surprise, the half-formed thunder breath energy column not only failed to hit the primordial tiger, but instead blasted Big Snake's body into a sky of black water droplets. Fortunately, in just a breath's time, the scattered black water reassembled and condensed back into the form of a massive black water python. Moreover, Big Snake looked at Wang Yan with a face full of grievances. Helping out was fine, but hitting your own side was quite abstract. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan felt a bit embarrassed. This situation was indeed unforeseen, but it couldn't be blamed on him. Mainly, the primordial tiger's teleportation ability was too outrageous. So far, the number of times he had used it had exceeded a dozen. What Wang Yan didn't expect was that the opponent could continuously use this ability. It was a powerful technique, but unfortunately, it couldn't stop me. Since you haven't used your primordial spirit divine ability for so long, it seems there are significant drawbacks to it. Can you only control one target per day? For a moment, the primordial tiger demon said with a smile. Seeing Wang Yan take the initiative, the primordial tiger demon not only didn't feel fear, but completely relaxed. Was he afraid of Wang Yan's divine ability attack? No. What he feared was that primordial spirit technique. Just one attack had controlled his friend Big Snake and made him act like a subordinate, not daring to resist. He understood what this meant all too well. It meant that the opponent's ability could truly control the life and death of his friend Big Snake. Mastering his friend's primordial spirit, seeing the primordial tiger demon calm and relaxed, Wang Yan knew that today he could not let the primordial tiger escape. However, while he felt a bit regretful about losing a primordial tiger demon, he didn't care too much, because after observing the battle at the Demon Lord level, he roughly grasped the combat capabilities present. Essentially, Demon Lords seemed no different from giant demons, but there were significant differences, such as the combination and application of divine abilities and extraordinary powers, and the techniques and divine abilities mastered by Demon Lord level beings could be bizarre and unpredictable, easily leading to failure if not careful. If he hadn't acquired that powerful divine ability, the All Gods Control, he would not have been able to take down Big Snake and Tiger Yuan, because while these two fellows' divine techniques might not directly counter him, they were definitely not inferior to his abilities. The primordial tiger demon could teleport, could use void confinement, and had an ability similar to magma breath. But it was clear that it had usage limits. As for the great serpent demon lord, his body can transform into liquid, making him nearly impossible to kill. Moreover, he possesses water manipulation abilities, allowing him to escape into water, making it difficult to harm him near water. All right, I won't play with you anymore. If I can't provoke you, can I not avoid you? After saying that, the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord disappeared into the horizon with a few flashes in front of Wang Yan. Seeing the scene, the Great Serpent Demon Lord wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Wang Yan, who said, "There's no need to chase. Although you tried your best in the battle with him, you never intended to kill him, did you? Do you really think I can't see through that?" After hearing Wang Yan's words, the Great Serpent Demon Lord felt a bit embarrassed and helplessly explained, "Please punish me. My relationship with the Yuan Tiger Demon Lord has been that of friends for hundreds of years." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan warned, "This time, I won't hold it against you. If you encounter an opponent next time and dare to hold back again, don't blame me for being ruthless." In response, the Great Serpent Demon Lord nodded repeatedly with a flattering expression. "I understand, my lord." Only then did Wang Yan nod in satisfaction and asked, "Are there any other demon lords nearby?" After hearing this, the Great Serpent Demon Lord nodded repeatedly, "My lord." Not to mention demon lords, even there are strong practitioners at the perfected demon lord level, and there is even a demon king. He is indeed the true king of Ileo Mountain. Chapter 64. Preparing to capture another late-stage demon lord as an underling. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was somewhat surprised. He didn't find it strange that there were other demon lords within Ileo Mountain. However, the presence of a demon king was a bit shocking. According to Chun Long's explanation, there were likely only a few dozen demon kings on the entire planet. If averaged out, having one in the relatively small area of Ileo Mountain was already outrageous. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yan asked, what is the strength of this demon king? The great serpent demon lord helplessly replied, "He's been a demon king for over 2,000 years." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was stunned. If he had been a demon king for over 2,000 years, then he was at least at the mid-stage or even late stage of demon king level now. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan said, "Then let us find a late-stage demon lord. Once we locate our target and take control, we can leave here." After hearing Wang Yan's decision, the great serpent demon lord agreed. After all, with a demon king stronghold in Ileo Mountain, it was better not to stir up trouble there, or they might end up in a bad situation. Although the nickname of the great serpent demon lord was now in Wang Yan's hands, he didn't want to die. Moreover, he knew that as long as he made an effort to serve, there was no reason for the other party to kill him. Otherwise, how would the other demon lords he controlled feel? Understanding the essence of the problem, he was not worried about being harmed by Wang Yan. If Wang Yan were to kill him after he became useless, then in the future, no one would be willing to serve him, as they would only choose to abandon him. After all, if it was death either way, who would willingly serve him wholeheartedly? In a good mood, the great serpent demon lord suggested, if the lord wishes to control a late-stage demon lord. I happen to know a very powerful late-stage demon lord also residing in Ileo Mountain. Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction, then descended back to the ground and led the great serpent demon lord to the reservoir where he was located. There was no choice. The weather was too hot. Moreover, the weather in Cayenne province was even hotter. The ultraviolet rays here, combined with the scorching sun, made Wang Yan feel somewhat uncomfortable. Once Wang Yan and the great serpent demon lord arrived at the reservoir, Chunlong, who had been hiding far away, finally showed up. "Great serpent senior, please take care of me," he said as he entered the reservoir, immediately trying to flatter the great serpent demon lord. However, the great serpent demon lord didn't give Chunlong a good face at all. He even suspected that the reason the lord came here was because of Chunlong. Since he knew Chunlong and was aware of his identity as a second-generation demon clan member, how could he possibly show Chunlong any favor after being reduced to a captive? Seeing that the great serpent demon lord was ignoring him, Chunlong felt a bit awkward but dared not speak further. Instead, he looked at Wang Yan and couldn't help but voice his doubts. "My lord, have we met before? Why do I feel like I recognize you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was taken aback for a moment. Quickly understanding the reason for the other party's confusion, he opened his mouth wide and said, "Not only have we met, do you remember just a month ago when you saw a crocodile on top of a high building in the city center? That was me." Hearing this, Chunlong was instantly dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. How is that possible? At that time, the crocodile had just barely entered the great demon realm. Clearly, Chunlong had remembered who Wang Yan was, and that was why he felt familiar. Wang Yan smiled, but did not speak further. At that time, he didn't understand why this guy didn't hunt him down, but now he understood. Chunlong's realm was already at the peak of the great demon level, and a creature in the early stage of the great demon realm wouldn't pique his interest in hunting. At this point, the great serpent demon lord was almost certain of his guess. It was definitely this little brat Chunlong who had caused him to end up in his current predicament. "All right, let's take a break, and we'll set off early tomorrow morning." At this time, Wang Yan abruptly ended the conversation and then sank into the water, transforming into a steel state to rest. Yes, even while sleeping, Wang Yan prioritized safety, either staying in a steel state underwater or in a misty state on land. Soon, a day passed. When early the next morning arrived, Wang Yan, along with the great serpent demon lord and Chunlong, set off again. Their current target remained Ileo Mountain and other areas. It is worth mentioning that once they ventured deeper into other areas of the mountain, Wang Yan once again sensed the aura of a demon lord, but it was only that of an early-stage demon lord. Therefore, both Wang Yan and the great serpent demon lord did not stop their steps and continued on their way. Similarly, the other demon lords in the area also chose to remain silent upon sensing their presence. If a single demon lord dared to pass through his territory, he would certainly not let it go easily. However, with two demon lords present, one of whom he knew was also a strong demon lord from Ileo Mountain, he held back. After spending over half an hour Under the guidance of the great serpent demon lord, they finally arrived at the territory of this strong demon lord. In fact, if they weren't worried about offending the demon king in this area, they could have flown without restraint, making their speed even faster. It's noteworthy that upon entering this area, Wang Yan felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. This kind of pressure was a crushing aura based on realm, making Wang Yan doubt if the other party had truly reached the perfect level of the demon lord realm. Facing Wang Yan's doubtful gaze, the great serpent demon lord also wore an uncertain expression. He could naturally feel that this late-stage old demon lord's aura was even more terrifying now. At that moment, an unassuming wild boar emerged from the jungle, appearing in their line of sight, eyeing them with a fierce gaze. What? Just dealt with the tiger Yuan demon lord, and now you're preparing to attack me? The wild boar spoke, its gaze fixated on Wang Yan. The huge commotion that occurred yesterday could not have escaped the notice of these demon lords. The consciousness of a demon lord is incredibly powerful. Just breaking through the realm allows a coverage area of 100 miles, let alone one who has reached the perfect level of the demon lord. At this point, Qianlong immediately chose to slip away, maintaining a safe distance. He was joking. He couldn't be sure if Wang Yan's methods could easily subdue the great serpent demon lord. After all, Wang Yan was just at the early stage of the demon lord realm, and the gap between them was indescribable. One was at the early stage of the demon lord realm, and the other was at the perfect level, even with the same divine powers. The disparity in strength was almost crushing. Meanwhile, Wang Yan directly transformed into a misty state and immediately began to cast the control of all gods. Although the other party had likely reached the perfect level of the demon lord realm, Wang Yan didn't care, as long as he could control this guy. If he succeeded, the path to his next upgrade would be incredibly smooth, even to say it would be unobstructed. First of all, the assistance of a perfect-level demon lord would allow him to easily overcome difficulties in both resource acquisition and cultivation. The next moment, as Wang Yan activated his divine powers, a golden mark shot out from the mist and instantly flew toward the unassuming wild boar. Faced with the rapidly approaching golden mark, even the perfect-level boar demon lord couldn't react in time to defend himself. He merely instinctively moved his body to dodge as fast as lightning. However, what he never expected was that after dodging, the golden mark accelerated and directly flew into his head. Following that, he couldn't help but stiffen in place, his face showing a look of pain, clearly struggling to resist the golden mark with his soul. In just 3 minutes, the golden mark was easily dispersed by his soul. Before the wild boar demon lord could catch his breath, he saw another golden mark flying out of the mist and drilling into his body. In an instant, the wild boar demon did not dare to be careless and quickly commanded his primordial spirit to brace for the onslaught of the golden mark. 3 minutes later, the wild boar demon lord finally resisted the golden mark. However, he had no time to escape. Just as he shattered the golden mark, a new one flew in. The continuous onslaught of golden marks was driving him to the brink of collapse, because the primordial spirit was not meant for combat. Even though he was at the peak of the demon lord realm, he did not dare to claim that his primordial spirit was powerful enough to fight the enemy without his physical body. Another 3 minutes passed, and his primordial spirit finally managed to fend off the fourth attack of the golden mark. But just as he wanted to flee in panic, another golden mark flew into his body. This immediately made the wild boar demon lord realize that this time he was truly in trouble. Chapter 65. The spirit of heaven and earth is depleted. Resources are scarce. This triggers the killing intent of heaven and earth. Indeed, this is the case. Nowadays, he can only compete with Wang Yan in terms of consumption. As long as he can hold on until Wang Yan exhausts the control of the myriad gods and the power of the primordial spirit, then he can successfully escape, and even a counterattack is not out of the question. However, after several uses of the golden mark, Wang Yan still appeared to be in control. To put it bluntly, he can cast it 10 times in a day. Moreover, once this power of the primordial spirit is exhausted, he can recover it again. If he fails once, he has no complaints. After all, the success rate is 40. But he doesn't believe that after 10 attempts, he won't be able to control this guy. Unless this guy has some special ability in the realm of the primordial spirit or a higher achievement. Otherwise, 10 times is completely enough to take him down. Sure enough, after the 5th attempt to use the control of the myriad gods failed, the 6th and 7th attempts also failed. But on the 8th attempt, Wang Yan noticed that this guy was already at the end of his rope. When he attempted to use the control of the myriad gods again, not long after, the wild boar collapsed to the ground, a look of despair on its face. He had exhausted his primordial spirit power. After all, this was not an ordinary primordial spirit attack, but a divine ability for control. The costs for both sides were completely different between offense and defense. What is a divine ability? It is a means that can turn decay into something extraordinary and unpredictable. At the same time, seeing the pig demon lord lying on the ground, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Similarly, the serpent demon lord also breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen that this pig demon lord was truly formidable. After enduring a full 8 attempts, he was finally subdued. He himself had not been able to withstand even once and was directly subdued. This also shows how great the difference between the two sides is. At this moment, the pig demon lord, who was lying on the ground with a weak breath, rested for a while before respectfully speaking. I have seen the Lord. Although he looked respectful, the unwillingness and helplessness revealed in his eyes were particularly obvious. If he had known that this guy's primordial spirit abilities were so terrifying, he would have chosen to escape without hesitation. Now that he had fallen into this guy's hands, he knew without thinking that even if he didn't die, he would definitely have to serve the other party for a long time. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Since that's the case, you should rest and adjust your condition. Tomorrow we will set off. As for where to go, Wang Yan did not say. He had already decided to head to Sanya province tomorrow. Now, counting him, there are 3 demon lord-level powerhouses going to Sanya province to suppress Liu Bang, which is indeed using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Although his current strength means that he need not worry even if he lets Liu Bang go for a year and a half, Wang Yan does not want any accidents. Moreover, he harbors a deep hatred for Liu Bang. This beast had let him escape by chance last time. Now he wanted to see who could save him. In a good mood, Wang Yan began to rest on the territory of the pig demon lord. Although he had cast the golden mark of the control of the myriad gods 8 times and appeared to be fine on the surface, in reality, Wang Yan was also somewhat fatigued. Therefore, throughout the day, both Wang Yan and the pig demon lord rested and adjusted their states, recovering their consumed spiritual consciousness. At the same time, during this process, Wang Yan also learned some basic information about this pig demon lord. It turns out that this guy had reached the peak of the demon lord realm several years ago and could break through to the demon king realm at any time. The reason he did not dare to break through was not due to issues of talent or resources, but rather concerns about dying under the heavenly tribulation after attempting to break through to the demon king realm. In this regard, Wang Yan could relate. It should be said that demon clans at the demon lord realm all have deep experiences with heavenly tribulations, as the mighty heavenly power is no joke. In addition, this pig demon lord is referred to by other demon clans as the Tianpeng demon lord, because his true form is a pig. He is one of the few pig-type demon lords. Moreover, he became a demon lord because he once consumed a treasure known as the Tianpeng Balian, which led to his current status, and thus he earned this title. Early the next morning, Wang Yan set off with the Tianpeng demon lord and the serpent demon lord. As for Chen Long, Wang Yan directly let him go and lifted the control he had over him. To put it simply, Chen Long had no help for him now. Therefore, having lost his utility, Wang Yan let him go, which also showed the serpent demon lord and the Tianpeng demon lord that he always kept his word. It is worth mentioning that after Chen Long happily left, both Tianpeng and the serpent were indeed in a much better mood. Wang Yan's intention had achieved a good effect, making these 2 guys sincerely willing to work under him. At this moment, the Tianpeng in the sky asked, "My lord, after we finish our business in Sanya province, will we begin to attempt a breakthrough?" Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly. The Tianpeng demon lord hesitated and said, "If the lord wishes to quickly improve his cultivation, it will undoubtedly require a series of battles, but the resources in this world are quite scarce." At this point, he did not continue. In fact, This world had long been lacking in resources. Otherwise, demon clans of the Demon Lord realm would not progress so slowly. The demon kings would not struggle for thousands of years without any improvement. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's heart sank. Had resources become so scarce? Soon, the Tianpeng Demon Lord explained the current situation. It turned out that if it were not for the impending apocalypse, which led to a massive number of humans and other beings becoming zombies, zombie beasts, and zombie fish, among other reasons, this world would be unable to produce more treasures. This time, many treasures grew, but most were of yellow grade, black grade, and earth grade. As for heavenly grade, that is extremely rare, and there have been no reports of demon kings discovering traces of heavenly grade treasures. After learning this news, Wang Yan became even more puzzled. Why did many beings turn to zombies and zombie beasts, and even zombie marine creatures, yet the treasures increased? Subsequently, the Tianpeng Demon Lord explained. The reason is that while there may be a lot of energy in the world, as it can still absorb energy from the vast universe, there is no concern about a lack of energy. However, the spirit of heaven and earth is limited. All living beings require spirit to have wisdom and survive. The more beings there are, the less spirit there is on average. The more people there are, the more beings there are, the more evenly the spirit of heaven and earth gets distributed. For example, if the spirit is like 100 apples, if there are originally 100 beings, each can naturally get an apple. But what if there are 1,000 beings? What if there are 10,000 beings? What if there are 1,000,000 beings? Even more? With a fixed number of apples, the amount each gets decreases. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important is that these beings occupy a large amount of the spirit of heaven and earth, and their lifespans are not short, which means the spirit cannot quickly return to the world, especially for demon clans, who require a large amount of the spirit of heaven and earth. This makes the heavenly tribulation increasingly terrifying. However, mutated beasts are different. They are beings born from the world and have a natural enmity towards demon clans. Moreover, mutated beasts like to hunt each other, and some mutated beasts are even cultivated into peak giant demons. When a mutated beast receive the next gift from heaven and earth, they will enhance their qualifications again, and they will target the demon clans, and similarly, when the demon clans gain an enhancement in qualifications, they will also turn against each other. This is the essence of the apocalypse of heaven and earth. The world needs to eliminate a large number of beings, returning the spirits of heaven and earth back to their origins, while nurturing a representative of heaven and earth to guard against and hunt the demon race, and even venture into the vast universe to capture more powerful beings to kill in this realm, thus replenishing the spirits of heaven and earth. This is because the powerful demons that have strayed from this realm are essentially those who have developed by exploiting this world and then absconded with their gains. If this continues for a long time, heaven and earth will not be able to endure. Therefore, if this world does not want to perish, it will inevitably resist, even nurturing a super strong being to save itself. After listening to the words of the heavenly pavilion demon lord, Wang Yan understood why the resources of this world had become scarce. Heaven and earth could no longer bear the burden. Now, the killing intent of heaven and earth drives the apocalypse to recover a large amount of the spirits of heaven and earth, cultivate a batch of mutated beasts, and produce rare materials, causing the harmonious demon race to descend into chaos and slaughter once again. Moreover, in order to limit the development of the demon race, the tribulations have become increasingly terrifying, even wanting to directly annihilate those undergoing tribulation, and this is the reason. For the heavens that are lacking in spirits. All beings in this realm are essentially parasites, and these demons are even more like vampires. Hearing this, Wang Yan looked at the already arrived 3-duck province below, but couldn't help but ask, so when was the last demon to break through to the Demon King realm? The heavenly pavilion demon lord sighed and said, the last one to break through to the Demon King realm without any cost was a predecessor demon king from 3,000 years ago. He has long since left this realm. Since then, any demon wanting to break through to the Demon King realm must make a great vow to the Tao of Heaven. And after breaking through, they must capture no less than 10 powerful beings at the Demon King level from the universe, or other worlds to kill and thus replenish this realm. Chapter 66. To Sanya Province. Sacrificing personal interests to preserve collective interests. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan finally understood why the system wanted him to make a promise to the heavens to do things beneficial to the world. If even the demon lord had to make a promise, then breaking through to the demon king in the future would not just be a simple promise, but a grand oath. If he failed to fulfill it, he would undoubtedly suffer consequences. Moreover, the reason these demon kings were unwilling to leave Earth was likely due to certain reasons. Their reluctance to make grand oaths and fulfill promises probably also had its reasons. It is highly likely that the demon kings in other worlds were not weaker than those here, making it far from easy to kill them. Who kills whom is truly uncertain. After all, according to Qianlong, there are still many worlds in the universe controlled by the Imperial Dragon family. Besides Earth, have similar incidents occurred in many other worlds in the universe? Or could it be that other worlds could also rely on this method to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves? If this speculation is true, then mutual hunting and slaughter among many worlds in the universe must also exist. This would explain why the heavens are unwilling to let more demon tribes easily pass through the Thunder Tribulation. Furthermore, the heavens are even more reluctant to let disobedient demon kings be born. Perhaps Qianlong's parents and ancestors are currently busy repaying debts. Unfortunately, the lifespan of demon lords is limited. The lifespan of demon kings is obviously also restricted. These demon kings are either limited by the world or by their lifespan, so their reluctance to leave Earth can be understood. If these demon kings die of old age in the Earth world, the heavens would be quite pleased. After all, as long as they die on Earth and not outside, it counts as meat rotting in the pot. In this way, after the powerful demon kings die of old age, the world can gain a large amount of the essence of heaven and earth. If they wish to leave, the heavens would also do their utmost to stop them, unless those who have made grand oaths to repay heaven and earth. Only those who have made such oaths might be allowed to leave the world. In just a moment, Wang Yan had already figured out the stance and thoughts of the heavens, as well as the situation of the demon tribes on Earth. Essentially, the worlds in the universe are like nations, and powerful demon beings are like wealthy individuals wanting to flee. In this case, resources are indeed scarce, but the heavens would prefer to see the demon tribes slaughter each other. Thus, the new generation wanting to break through to become demon kings must make grand oaths, bear heavy debts, and only then can they survive the Thunder Tribulation. Once they break through to the demon king realm, the new generation of demon tribes will have to start working hard to repay their debts. Essentially, the heavens want to use the new generation of demon tribes that sign contracts to eliminate the older generation of wealthy demon tribes. The older generation of demon tribes who have not made grand oaths are essentially a burden to this world. Only by having the new generation sign contracts and eliminate the older generation can a true positive feedback loop be formed, allowing this world of heaven and earth to establish a virtuous cycle. To get back on track, looking at Sanya Province below, which is like a pearl of the continent, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and said, "Let us go. Follow me down to take a look." After saying that, Wang Yan directly charged towards the ground below. At this moment, Sanya Province still had a large number of zombies. However, Wang Yan discovered that there were already 4 major safe zones, covering nearly 1/10 of the entire area of Sanya Province, located in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. No wonder the zombies in Sanya Province were almost wiped out in the previous life. It has only been a little over a month, and a large area of zombies has already been cleared in Sanya Province. The city was filled with remnants of destruction, dense bullet holes, and ruins everywhere. From these traces, one could see how terrifying the firepower in Sanya Province was clearly prepared before the apocalypse. Soon, when Wang Yan, the Tianpeng Demon Lord, and the Great Serpent Demon Lord transformed into their true forms, their enormous bodies stood out in Sanya Province. A super giant python over 300 meters long and 15 meters thick. A super wild boar king over 100 meters long and more than 50 meters high. Additionally, there was a super giant crocodile just 70 meters long. This scene in the city was akin to a monster invasion. At once, Many survivors in Sanya province waiting for rescue gasped upon seeing these three super gigantic beings. The terrifying aura of these three massive creatures was overwhelming. When these three super gigantic beings appeared, countless zombies fled in panic, afraid of being directly trampled to death. Not just them, even some large, fierce demon zombie beasts and mutated beasts nearby, sensing this terrifying aura that made them shudder, fled in fear. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, the strength of one's realm is the most authoritative jungle law. Bang, bang, bang. As these massive beings moved, many tall buildings collapsed. It was as if they destroyed everything in their path. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the 4 major safe zones immediately convened a meeting. At this moment, on a virtual screen, 9 elderly men with white hair looked grave. One of the old men spoke up. 3 super gigantic beings have appeared out of nowhere, and their aura is too terrifying. From a surveillance, these 3 creatures are extremely powerful, already surpassing the giant demon realm. They are likely powerful beings of the Demon Lord realm. In this world, besides the powerful beings of the Demon King realm, these 3 Demon Lord realm beings are already at the top. Furthermore, according to secret files, these Demon Lord realm demon beings are beyond human capability to contend with. Even with our terrifying firepower, it is still difficult to pose a threat to them. At this time, another white-haired old man, with a face full of solemnity, said, "The leader of the Eastern Safe Zone base is correct. The secret files have recorded that these demon lords already possess the ability to fly and burrow, as well as incredible supernatural powers. Therefore, a hard approach is impossible. It's best to quickly understand why they are here and what they need. Because these powerful demon lords have already surpassed human intelligence and would not come to this city for no reason. According to the highest files, besides their pursuit of realms, heavenly materials, and resources, they are generally not interested in anything else." Upon hearing this, the other old men nodded in agreement, clearly aware of these matters. After all, they had once existed at the pinnacle of the world, and in an era of highly advanced technology, there were basically no secrets from them. Eventually, one of the 9 old men made a decision. "Then let us send someone to contact the 3 demon beings, and remember not to provoke them. Everything can be discussed." Soon, the 4 safe zones that made the decision began to take action. Before long, several armed helicopters flew over, quickly approaching Wang Yan and the others. To prevent angering these 3 great demons, the helicopters even broadcasted over loudspeakers. "3 seniors, we are here to solve problems. Please do not attack." At this moment, the Tianpeng demon lord directly spoke. "Go and talk to our lord. That one is our lord." As he spoke, the Tianpeng demon lord gestured toward Wang Yan, and the helicopters immediately understood, hastily landing on a nearby tall building next to Wang Yan. Soon, many people descended from the armed helicopter, all appearing to be elites. Among them, a middle-aged man, looking very nervous, said to Wang Yan, "I've met the senior before. I wonder if you have any specific needs for coming to Sanya province?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction and said, "I came to Sanya province to find someone, a young man named Liu Bang, who was rescued by your people about a month ago. Hand him over to me, and we will naturally leave. Otherwise, there will be no need for your Sanya province to exist." After hearing Wang Yan's words, the middle-aged man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just about finding someone, that was too simple. Not to mention finding a person. Even if these 3 powerful demon clan members asked them to hand over the leader of the 4 major safe zones, it wouldn't be a difficult task. After all, the collective interest is paramount. In the face of collective interests versus personal interests, sacrificing individuals for the collective benefit is inevitable, especially in the current apocalyptic situation. With this thought in mind, he quickly nodded respectfully and said, "I will immediately report your needs, so that the 4 major safe zones of Sanya province can hand the person over to you as quickly as possible." Chapter 67. The End of Liu Bang. The Despair of Overwhelming Power. After finishing his words, he didn't dare to linger for a moment and immediately picked up the satellite phone to report the situation quickly. After all, striking hard internally while being submissive externally has been a traditional virtue of humanity since ancient times. As a result, without exception, in order to quickly send away the three powerful beings of the demon race, the leaders of the four major safe zones directly requested to send people to the three demon race strongmen as quickly as possible, and then respectfully send them away. At the same time, in a certain city in the Three Duck province, within a large team collecting supplies, Liu Bang had been living very comfortably these days, even becoming a bit oblivious to the outside world. Why do I say this? Because he had been out collecting supplies and had spatial abilities, which meant that he was basically treated as a storage space during the large supply collection outings, naturally avoiding risks. Every time he followed the supply collection team, he just had to collect the supplies into his ability space. Just then, the person in charge of the collection team suddenly received a call from the safe zone and immediately stepped aside to answer the satellite phone. The command from the superior came through the line. Immediately bring Liu Bang back to the safe zone. There must be no mistakes. He must not be allowed to escape. Go do it now. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei frowned but replied without hesitation, "Understood." After hanging up, Li Yunfei walked back. Since their supply collection teams were very large, they usually traveled with 3 large trucks, along with dozens of armed members for support and several elite ability users accompanying them. This not only prevented accidents, but also ensured the safety of each supply collection outing. Soon, with a gesture from Li Yunfei, a dozen armed members and 2 other ability users came to him. Li Yunfei didn't waste words and immediately ordered, "Go and capture Liu Bang. It's the headquarters order." Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Although they were very confused, they immediately began to take action. Before long, a dozen armed members and 5 ability users had controlled Liu Bang, who looked at the other ability users in confusion and asked, "Brothers, why are you capturing me? I haven't done anything wrong, have I?" In response, Li Yunfei stepped forward and said, "You haven't done anything wrong, but the superior has issued an order to transfer you immediately to the safe zone." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang's heart sank, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. He didn't know what was going on today, but since early morning his eyelids had been twitching wildly. Now that such a thing had happened, his unease intensified. Unfortunately, he was now restrained by special titanium alloy handcuffs and shackles, making any struggle futile. "You can't do this to me. I have contributed greatly to the safe zone. I haven't missed a single large supply collection outing in nearly a month. You can't just capture me without any explanation." Liu Bang's face was filled with anger and despair, his tone full of desolation. Hearing this, 3 of the 5 ability users were also puzzled and filled with anxiety, feeling a sense of sorrow for Liu Bang. They had received Liu Bang's favor over the past month, treating them like brothers. Now that Liu Bang was captured without explanation, and they didn't know what would happen to him, they were naturally worried. Li Yunfei quickly reassured them, "Don't be anxious. Perhaps the superior needs you for something. It's not a done deal yet. Don't be so pessimistic." After hearing this, Liu Bang, shaking his handcuffs and shackles in despair, questioned, "With this happening to me, is there still a need to deceive me? I'm not afraid of death, but I deserve to know why I'm dying, right? I, Liu Bang, believe I have never betrayed the safe zone. Do I not even have the right to die with clarity?" At this point, Liu Bang laughed in despair, looking at the other ability users and bitterly saying, "Today the safe zone can treat me this way. One day they will do the same to each of you." Upon hearing this, the faces of the armed members and the 5 ability users changed dramatically. Yes, if they could treat Liu Bang this way today, they could do the same to them next time. Moreover, they knew they were not as valuable as Liu Bang. If even he was in trouble, would they not have to silently accept their fate in similar situations? For a moment, the 5 previously silent ability users spoke up. "Boss, everyone has seen Liu Bang's contributions to the safe zone over the past month. Even if the higher-ups want someone, they should at least provide a reason, right?" "That's right. Boss, if the safe zone doesn't even give a reason and just take someone with a phone call, that's really disheartening for the brothers." "Boss, putting yourself in our shoes, how can the brothers serve the safe zone like this?" Clearly, Liu Bang's words had stirred the 5 ability users. Or rather, the actions of the safe zone had made them fearful. If it were ordinary people, it would be fine. After all, they were not part of the same group. They belonged to the elevated class of ability users. However, Liu Bang's abilities were not inferior to theirs, and now that he had been taken away, it was only natural for them to feel afraid. What? Are you all planning to rebel? Seeing the 5 ability users pressing for answers, Li Yunfei's face darkened. In the next moment, without needing Li Yunfei to give further orders, a dozen armed members aimed their guns at the 5 ability users. Although they knew their weapons might not be able to defeat the ability users, they only obeyed Li Yunfei's orders. Seeing the scene, the 5 ability users looked grim but did not dare to resist. They knew that if they fought back, it would be considered rebellion, and they would have no place to hide in the entire 3-Dup province. After all, how could these ability users who had joined the safe zone not know about the power of the 3-Dup province? The 4 major safe zones had vast resources, overwhelming firepower, and even military production workshops, forming a true self-sufficient entity. Currently, the total population of the 4 major safe zones exceeded 1 million. Additionally, they had a regular militarized force of 160,000 armed members, not counting the relatively few ability users. Taking a deep breath, Liu Bang ultimately gave up on resistance. Because his current means were insufficient to contend with dozens of armed members who had undergone military training for several years. Although he had gained spatial abilities and also possessed thunder abilities, it was still useless. He could not instantly kill dozens of regular armed members. Ultimately, under Li Yunfei's orders, the supply collection team began to retreat together, dispatching 20 people to escort Liu Bang back to the safe zone, leaving him no chance to escape. This made Liu Bang unable to help but smile bitterly. It seemed he was doomed today, but what puzzled him was why the safe zone had ordered his capture. What was the reason? He had hardly offended any powerful figures during his time in the Eastern Safe Zone. Even among the ability user community, he had made many friends, and there were quite a few who referred to him as a brother. So what could the reason be? It couldn't be that his cousin Wang Yan was behind this. Could it? But thinking this way, Liu Bang felt it was unlikely. Although his cousin was indeed quite imposing, in this apocalypse, it was nothing significant. To be honest, he had been frightened at first, but after arriving in the 3-Dup province, he had seen many who were even more terrifying than Wang Yan, especially in the ocean. Moreover, he didn't think Wang Yan had the strength to threaten the 3-Dup province, because the strength of the 3-Dup province is too strong. Even the more powerful big demons, under the terrifying firepower coverage, any carbon-based life form would have to drink hatred. In this confusion, he was quickly escorted back to the safe zone. But what Liu Bang never expected was that as soon as he returned to the safe zone, for powerful ability users, known as big demon-level ability users, came to personally escort him onto an armed helicopter. Brothers, this is too much. Where are you really taking me? At this moment, Liu Bang, who was being escorted onto the armed helicopter, was completely panicked. Upon hearing this, one muscular ability user slapped Liu Bang and coldly said, "Why so much nonsense? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." The other 2 big demon-level ability users also wore indifferent expressions, their cold gazes always locked on him. Any slight movement from him would let Liu Bang know what a big demon-level ability user is. In an instant, Liu Bang became obedient. However, his inner sense of unease grew even stronger. Not long after, the conversation among the 3 big demon-level ability users plunged Liu Bang into despair. The ability user who had previously slapped Liu Bang looked somewhat helplessly at another ability user and asked, "The fact that we 3 have to act means it's a big deal. Captain, do you know what the situation is?" In response, another indifferent young man shook his head and said, "I don't know the specifics either. I've just heard that 3 powerful demon clan experts have come this time. Among them, one crocodile demon lord specifically named this kid. Then the higher-ups ordered us to personally escort this kid over to deliver him." Chapter 68. The Classification of Superpowered Individuals. Liu Bang wants to escape through faking death? Upon hearing this, Liu Bang's face instantly turned pale with fear, and he began to tremble violently. He had been in the safe zone for a month and naturally knew that superpowered individuals, mutated beasts, zombies, and demon races all had levels. Minor demon-level superpowered individuals were simply superpowered individuals. Major demon-level superpowered individuals were superpowered masters. Giant demon-level superpowered individuals were superpowered grandmasters. Demon Lord level, superpowered individuals were superpowered lords. Demon King level, superpowered individuals were superpowered kings. Additionally, superpowered individuals transitioning to superpower masters were further divided into early, mid, late stages, and peak. Superpowered lords were similarly divided into initial, mid, late, and peak stages, evolving into 9 levels. He never expected that Wang Yan, who had turned into a giant crocodile, would be so outrageous, achieving the level of superpowered lord in just a month. A superpowered lord, even in the 3 Duck province's safe zone. The most powerful superpowered individuals numbered only 5 superpowered masters, giant demon realm. These 5 superpowered masters were the focus of the entire 3 Duck province's safe zone, holding significant status. Yet this kind of existence still couldn't give Liu Bang too much shock. What made his scalp tingle was that Wang Yan had actually reached the Lord level. This was even more ridiculous than having cheat codes. Was this speed of progress even humanly possible? Although he felt that this possibility was extremely slim, he couldn't help but accept it internally, because besides Wang Yan, he hadn't made enemies with any other demons, let alone crocodile-type demons. Just thinking about it made him feel despair, especially considering what the 3 superpowered masters had said. His cousin, who had turned into a giant crocodile, was accompanied by 2 superpowered lords. In an instant, he could almost foresee his miserable fate. But now, it was impossible for him to escape. The 3 superpowered masters were always watching him warily. He couldn't possibly be a match for these 3 superpowered masters. Half an hour later, with the transportation of an armed helicopter, they quickly arrived near the area of the 3 demon lord-level powerful beings. It's worth mentioning that during this half hour, Liu Bang had resisted 3 times, resulting in a bruised face, and the 3 superpowered masters directly broke all his limbs. Soon, the armed helicopter came to a stop. Then, the 3 superpowered masters brought the battered Liu Bang, with broken limbs, before the person in charge. Upon seeing this scene, the person in charge glanced at Liu Bang and quickly said enthusiastically to Wang Yan, "Senior, is this the person you wanted?" Hearing this, Wang Yan looked down at Liu Bang from a height, opened his large mouth, and said playfully, "Did my cousin miss me? We meet again so soon. I missed you a lot over the past month." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Liu Bang showed a sorrowful expression and pleaded, "Cousin, it doesn't have to be like this. We are family. Breaking bones connects the tendons. My parents have already been killed by you, and my wife was given away by you. Even if there are great grievances, shouldn't they have subsided by now?" Obviously, Liu Bang had not considered revenge before. He knew that a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. Before he had enough strength, he had never thought of revenge, nor believed Wang Yan would come looking for him. The development of events had greatly exceeded his expectations. In just a month, Wang Yan had come to find him. Moreover, the flattering attitude of the safe zone's person in charge made it clear that his crocodile cousin, Wang Yan, had directly threatened the safe zone to kill him. No wonder the safe zone would abandon him so easily. 3 superpowered lords were not something the entire province could afford to provoke. At the same time, upon hearing Liu Bang's pleas, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. This bastard was at death's door and finally knew how to lower his head. Did he realize he was wrong? No, he was about to die, so now he was scared. Thinking of this, Wang Yan teasingly said, "Oh, don't be like that. My dear cousin, you weren't this way before. You told me to come find you if I had the ability, right? Look, I've come. So why are you so scared?" Upon hearing Wang Yan's teasing, Liu Bang immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Cousin, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your dog forever. I'll bite whoever you tell me to, and I'll do whatever you ask." Seeing Liu Bang's desperate and shameless plea for survival, Wang Yan had to admit that this guy had thicker skin than he did. In his previous life, when he was killed, he at least wouldn't have been so shameless in begging for survival. But this guy was different. To live, he was not only crying and pleading, but was also willing to pay any price, even to be a dog. Thinking of this, Wang Yan teased, "Really willing to be my dog? What about your revenge? We have a grudge for killing your parents." Hearing this, Liu Bang, under the astonished gaze of the other 3 superpowered masters and the person in charge of the safe zone, shamelessly said, "That's what they deserve. They shamelessly tried to seize my cousin's inheritance. Their behavior is no different from beasts. If they weren't my biological parents, I would have cut ties with them. Having such parents is my sorrow. This outrageous statement left Wang Yan dumbfounded. Similarly, Wang Yan's two demon lord subordinates were left speechless. However, what Liu Bang didn't realize was that the more shameless he acted, the less Wang Yan could tolerate him. Because this bastard, aside from lacking practical development, had no major flaws. In just a month, he had reached the pinnacle of minor demons, showcasing how fast he was progressing. If it weren't for Wang Yan being a cheat character, he really couldn't compare to Liu Bang. As for those three major demon-level, superpowered individuals, without the resources provided by the safe zone, it would have been impossible for them to level up so quickly. It's incredibly difficult to achieve such progress within a month without resources. Many mutated beasts are forcibly elevated by heaven itself. You have good awareness. Here's the deal. If you can find a bottle cap, toss it into the air with the cap facing up. I'll reluctantly accept you as my dog. But if it lands with the bottom facing up, I'll have to kill you. Upon hearing this, Liu Bang's face changed dramatically, and he looked up at Wang Yan pleadingly. But seeing Wang Yan's expressionless gaze, Liu Bang could only nod helplessly and stagger towards the roadside where there were discarded bottles. Soon, he picked up a bottle and, in front of Wang Yan, nervously tossed it into the air. In front of Wang Yan, he could hardly use any tricks. At the same time, he did this to amuse Liu Bang. It gave him hope while also leading him to despair. Soon, the bottle cap fell to the ground. However, just as it was about to hit the ground, Wang Yan couldn't help but intervene with his spiritual sense. Because without his intervention, the cap would have indeed ended up with the top facing up. It's known that when a bottle cap is tossed into the air, the vast majority of the time, it lands with the bottom facing up. And the probability of it landing with the top facing up is definitely less than 50, at most around 30. But the result was that as soon as Liu Bang made his move, even the maximum of 30 probability appeared. This made Wang Yan realize that Liu Bang's luck was indeed stronger than his. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. Under his intervention, luck was merely a pretense to give Liu Bang hope before using it as an excuse to kill him. At the same time, seeing the cap facing up, Liu Bang suddenly staggered and collapsed to the ground. With a face full of despair, he looked up at Wang Yan, his expression twisted in agony, and said, "You have been toying with me all along. You never intended to let me live. Even if I couldn't see it when I threw the bottle cap just now, you must have intervened secretly, right?" After hearing this, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide, savoring the moment, and said, "Yes, you're quite clever, aren't you? I've been toying with you all along." Upon hearing this, Liu Bang looked at Wang Yan with a face full of resentment and cursed, "You heartless beast. I'll be waiting for you down there." After saying this, Liu Bang took out a dagger and ruthlessly stabbed it into his heart. He instantly showed a pained expression, struggled a few times on the ground, and then lost consciousness. But how could such a petty trick escape Wang Yan's notice? He immediately saw that even though the other's heart had been pierced and was no longer beating, he had not completely died. Instead, he had fallen into a state resembling a death-like trance. In the next moment, Wang Yan did not expose him, but instead cheerfully lifted his front limbs and stepped down directly. Chapter 19, Zisoving Liu Bang. Tian Peng reveals the secrets of the cave heavens. No, just before his death, Liu Bang suddenly opened his eyes and began to wail in terror. In the next moment, his voice was abruptly cut off, and his body was trampled into a pulp by Wang Yan. At the same time, after stepping on Liu Bang, Wang Yan's mood improved significantly. Just then, the system voice in his mind rang out, "Ding." Detecting a significant change in the host's current strength, the previous reward for killing Liu Yang's family is no longer valid, and the reward has successfully upgraded. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Task completed successfully. Ding. Obtain diamond random treasure chest X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 1 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan felt even better. This task had been pending for over a month. At that time, the rewards given by the system were quite meager. Now that it had upgraded, the rewards had not changed drastically, but they were definitely much more generous than the original ones. Originally, The reward for the task issued by the system, to kill Liu Yang's family, was 150,000 evolution points and a random silver treasure chest, if you remember correctly. Now that it had upgraded, while 1 million evolution points wasn't a lot. The diamond treasure chest was quite impressive. In a pleasant mood, Wang Yan glanced indifferently at the head of the safe zone and the 3 ability users, and said with a wide grin, "Very well. It's none of your business now, you can go back. We will be leaving here soon." Upon hearing Wang Yan speak, the head of the safe zone wore an even more enthusiastic smile and said, "It's an honor to serve the 3 seniors." Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't be bothered to engage further, and simply nodded slightly to Tianpeng Yaojun and Dashin Yaojun. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, disappearing into the heavens, with Tianpeng Yaojun and Dashin Yaojun naturally following closely behind. After seeing these 3 powerful figures leave, the person in charge wiped the sweat off his forehead. It wasn't solely due to the heat. The immense pressure from these 3 Lord-level Demon Clan experts was simply overwhelming. This was under the condition that these 3 Lord-level Demon Clan experts hadn't actively released any pressure. Yet the natural, suffocating sense of oppression still made it hard for him to breathe. My goodness, is this what a Lord-level Demon Clan expert feels like? That aura is terrifying, especially that pig. Senior, at this moment, one of the ability users couldn't help but exclaim, "The gap is too vast." That terrifying aura feels as if facing the heavens themselves, facing the oppression of the entire world. Another ability user nodded slightly, his expression grave. At this moment, they had truly witnessed the terror of the demon Lord-level experts. No wonder, even with exhausting a massive amount of resources, their safe zone could only produce 5 master-level ability users, but not a single Lord-level ability user. Because cultivating a Lord-level ability user is incredibly difficult. Not only are the required resources enormous, but said that those reaching Lord-level face tribulations akin to the Demon Clan, with survival rates as low as 1 in 10. At this moment, Wang Yan, having left the 3-Dup province, began searching for the Gue province under Tianpeng Yaojun's suggestion. In fact, according to Tianpeng Yaojun, it is comparatively easier to find demon lords in famous mountains or seas. But the tough opponents and dangers encountered would also rise sharply. One could never be sure when a demon king might suddenly emerge from a famous mountain. Because according to Tianpeng Yaojun, famous mountains are places favored by Demon Clan experts due to their heavenly and earthly treasures. This is why Wang Yan listened to Tianpeng Yaojun's advice and did not recklessly venture into famous mountains. Otherwise, if a demon king were to be provoked, it would be quite troublesome, especially since most of the currently existing demon kings are from the older generation. It means that finding a newly advanced demon king is highly unlikely, and the weakest are usually mid to late stages, with the possibility of encountering a fully realized demon king not being out of the question. Therefore, their current goal is the Gue province. Because the Gue province also consists of deep mountains and forests, and due to its poverty and backwardness, some demon lords prefer to hide here. In addition, places like the Dashin Anling, such primitive forests, are also favored by many demon clans. Of course, if one were to say where the number of demon clans is the greatest, it would actually still be in the sea. On land, it's the Amazon rainforest. However, Wang Yan did not wish to go to the primitive forest now. Instead, he chose to heed Tianpeng Yaojun's idea and search for demon lords and heavenly materials in a place like the Gue province, where deep mountains and forests abound. Kemping's life is now in his hands. He definitely wouldn't do anything to harm him. And given that this guy has lived for so long and is also a fully realized demon lord, he belongs to the shrewd type among the demon clan. Therefore, Tianpeng Yaojun's suggestions are very helpful for him to rapidly advance his strength in the demon lord realm. Actually, there are some matters that many demon lords are unaware of, but now I am tied to you like a grasshopper on the same line, right? I feel it's necessary to tell you. While flying on their journey, Tianpeng Yaojun suddenly chuckled. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's heart stirred, and he spoke directly. Rest assured, I said that as long as you assist me to reach the late stage of the demon lord realm, I will let you go. Moreover, I only became a demon clan just a month before the apocalypse, and have already reached the demon lord realm in that short time. So, it won't take too long. After hearing Wang Yan's words, Tianpeng Yaojun finally smiled and said, "Then I can relax. This matter is actually a secret for ordinary demon lords. I only learned of it by chance after struggling to break through to the fully realized demon lord realm. This news is that among those old guys in the demon king realm, part of their group possesses cave heavens. These cave heavens are like small worlds. When they acquire heavenly materials or treasures, they would keep them in the cave heavens like raising livestock, and the heavenly materials would absorb them. This is why the heavens cannot tolerate the older generation of demon clans. Their actions are equivalent to consuming all the spiritual essence and resources of the world, akin to a country within a country, a realm within a realm. In such a small world like the cave heavens, any demon clan that gets captured inside, even those thriving and reproducing within the cave heavens, would have no idea that they're living in a cave heaven or small world." At this point, Tianpeng Yaojuan's tone became envious. In this case, even if a demon king's lifespan is exhausted, they can transfer a cave heaven world as property to their bloodline descendants. This is why these cave heavens are said to be like a country within a country, a realm within a realm. If they are willing to hand over the cave heaven or vow to repay the resources of heaven and earth would not prevent them from leaving this world. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel envious. These older generation demon clans are indeed cunning. They are more terrifying than parasites. No wonder the heavens fear them. This group of older generation demon clans simply cannot be described as parasites. They're like taking and consuming, and even wish to rob outright. Each of them seems eager to transport all the world's resources to their cave heavens or small worlds. If this continues, even the heavens would be afraid. Just as Wang Yan was feeling envious and shocked, the heavenly canopy demon lord continued to explain with a smile. Of course, while this may seem selfish, if one can acquire a cave paradise or a small world, the resources inside would be substantial. This is almost equivalent to the accumulated wealth and resources of an elder generation demon king. In fact, some of these elder demon powerhouses are so selfish that when their lifespan is nearly over, they would rather die in their own cave paradise or small world than in this realm, leaving the world with nothing to gain. However, these are issues that the heavens need to worry about. They have nothing to do with us. What I've said is to inform the Lord that I know of a pair of demon brothers who possess a cave paradise. However, I need that cave paradise, but all the resources inside can belong to the Lord. After all, I also hope the Lord can break through to the late stage of Demon King soon, so that I can regain my freedom. Chapter 70. Hunt or devour 3 demon lords. Target: perfected demon lord. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan immediately understood why the Tianpeng demon lord shared such a secret with him. Firstly, it was to escape from his predicament, and secondly, it was obviously to seek a chance at a blessed land. From this, it could be seen that the blessed land was extremely precious. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, is the blessed land really that precious? Or does it have other functions? In response to Wang Yan's inquiry, the Tianpeng demon lord nodded and said, "The blessed land is indeed very precious. It can evolve into a small world. A small world is key to breaking through to the demon emperor level. To become a demon emperor, one of the conditions is to refine and possess a small world to master a realm." At this point, the Tianpeng demon lord fell silent, knowing that the ruler would naturally understand the value of the blessed land after hearing this. As expected, Wang Yan was also shocked upon hearing this. Has the demon emperor become this powerful? The condition is to master a small world. No wonder the Tianpeng demon lord was so eager for the blessed land. If it weren't for the need to escape, he definitely wouldn't have leaked information about it. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in Wang Yan's mind. Ding! Detected the current strength of the host, triggering a random selection task. Task 1. Please hunt or devour 3 early-stage demon lords. Task reward: 3 million evolution points. Diamond level random treasure chest X1. Beginner level universe treasure chest X1. Task 2. please hunt or devour 3 mid-stage demon lords. Task reward, 5 million evolution points. Lord level random treasure, chest, X1. Beginner level universe, treasure, chest, X1. Task 3. Please hunt or devour 3 late-stage demon lords. Task reward, 8 million evolution points. Lord level random treasure, chest, X1. Beginner level universe, treasure, chest, X1. Task 4. Please hunt or devour 3 perfected demon lords. Task reward, 15 million evolution points. Lord level random treasure, chest, X1. Beginner level universe, treasure, chest, X1. After listening to the system's tasks, Wang Yan was momentarily stunned, then began to ponder. According to the Tianpeng Demon Lord, they were likely to encounter 2 perfected demon lords this time. Moreover, why did the Tianpeng Demon Lord choose to lay his cards on the table with him? In fact, there was another important reason. The Tianpeng Demon Lord knew he could control a perfected demon lord. In a 2-on-1 situation, he might not have confidence, but in a 1-on-1, he was confident he wouldn't lose to any perfected demon lord. Realizing this, Wang Yan decisively thought to himself, "System, I choose task 4. The next moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Successfully selected task. Please complete it as soon as possible to receive rewards. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan noticed that the Great Serpent Demon Lord and the Tianpeng Demon Lord were both looking at him, waiting for his response. Thinking of this, Wang Yan pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, then I reluctantly agree. But during this time, you must serve me well." Upon hearing this, the Tianpeng Demon Lord's face lit up with joy. "Rest assured, my lord, with a goal in sight. How could I slack off? Please follow me." With that, the Tianpeng Demon Lord dove towards the dense forest below, with Wang Yan and the Great Serpent Demon Lord closely following. It is worth mentioning that the Great Serpent Demon Lord now wore an envious expression, as the Tianpeng Demon Lord had already negotiated terms for his release from control with the ruler. But what about him? He didn't even have the qualifications to negotiate conditions with Wang Yan. Now, he planned to wait until Wang Yan's strength surged, hoping for some leniency due to his contributions and hardships. Soon, under the guidance of the Tianpeng Demon Lord, they began scavenging in the deep mountains and forests. To avoid exposing themselves, they all shrank their bodies significantly. It is notable that the Tianpeng Demon Lord, being cunning as ever, quickly figured out the whereabouts of the 2 perfected demon lords without Wang Yan noticing. Afterward, he quickly set off. Several hours later, the sky gradually darkened. However, the darkness had no effect on these demon lords, as the ability to adapt to any harsh environment was inherent to them. As long as there were demon lords idly adapting near the sun, one day they could even hide within it. Of course, how long this lengthy process would take is unknown, possibly even longer than a single demon lord's lifespan. After another 10 minutes, the Tianpeng Demon Lord stopped before a gigantic lake. At this moment, Wang Yan carefully sensed the surrounding environment and finally discovered something unusual. The energy in the lake was evidently much denser than in the air elsewhere, yet there was no obvious demon lord aura around. It must be said that these 2 experienced demon lords were exceptionally skilled at concealment. Without the Tianpeng Demon Lord's guidance, Wang Yan would have been a loss. These 2 were hiding in the water. At this moment, the Tianpeng Demon Lord felt somewhat emotional, reminiscing. He had actually met these 2 demon lords before. After a fierce battle with the perfected demon lord brothers, he had left behind a special tracking method on them, and then escaped. Of course, that was because the brothers were unaware that the Tianpeng Demon Lord knew about their blessed land. Otherwise, they would never have allowed him to survive back then. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and said, "Then you go lure them out." At this time, the Tianpeng Demon Lord shook his head slightly and communicated telepathically. "My lord, you deal with the one with the blessed land, and I'll handle the one without it. This is more prudent to prevent them from escaping. The one with the blessed land is a poisonous serpent with meaty horns. The other is a green serpent. They are easily distinguishable." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan did not respond, but nodded slightly. The Tianpeng Demon Lord then dove straight into the water without further ado. Shortly after, Within mere minutes, two massive serpents over 300 meters long shot out of the water, chasing after the Tianpeng Demon Lord. The Tianpeng Demon Lord, who had been fleeing, immediately halted in the air, confronting the two giant serpents. The leading poisonous serpent, entirely black with scales like thick armor and meaty horns on its head, glared menacingly at the Tianpeng Demon Lord. Then, it glanced at Wang Yan and the great serpent Demon Lord, unable to help but mockingly open its massive mouth, saying, "Is this the help you called for? Old pig, I see you must be getting senile. You called two early-stage Demon Lord ants to come and deliver themselves to death. Or do you have other helpers? If so, feel free to call them out." Clearly, the poisonous serpent believed that since the Tianpeng Demon Lord dared to come, he must be well prepared. Otherwise, he would never dare to take such a risk, as battles between demon lords often resulted in significant losses. Although only a small number of demon lords, or even just a few, possess the means to deal with the primordial spirit, they are ultimately in the minority. This means that once a strong demon lord is defeated, their physical body is essentially destroyed, and they can only seize the body of a lower-level demon lord, which implies that beings at their level, being fully realized demon lords, must start their cultivation anew. Moreover, they also have to worry about whether the qualifications of their new host are sufficient. If not, it becomes even more troublesome. Therefore, 4 strong beings at the fully realized demon lord level, suffering defeat results in significant losses: loss of physical body, loss of resources, loss of time, and potential loss of qualifications. Even if one seizes the body of a lower-level demon lord and cultivates back to their original state, these losses are inevitable. Of course, if one is confident and unafraid of death, they might even attempt to seize the body of a demon king, which could indeed be a highly profitable endeavor. But the prerequisite is that one must be fearless. Chapter 71, Victory at the Start. Successfully capturing 2 perfectly strong demons. Are you kidding me? A demon lord wanting to seize a demon king? That is simply outrageous. Just because one reaches the peak of the demon lord realm, they think they can seize a demon king? If it were that easy, why would anyone bother to cultivate? Everyone would just go seize demon kings and take off. The difference between great demons and giant demons is already like heaven and earth. The gap between giant demons and demon lords is even more unimaginable. And the difference between demon lords and demon kings, well, that goes without saying. Because as 1's realm rises, the gap between major realms only becomes more absurd. What? A demon lord relying on divine abilities to counter a demon king? Your divine abilities must be incredibly extraordinary to reach that level. Ever since breaking through to the demon lord realm, he has known that countering a powerful being of a higher realm is basically impossible. The only reason he has a chance is because of the incredible divine ability he obtained, the mastery of all gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance at all. But even with this divine ability, Wang Yan still didn't dare to provoke a demon king who was a full realm above him. He feared being eliminated in an instant. After all, he hadn't even fully grasped the methods of a demon king yet. Demon lords already possess 2 basic divine abilities and 1 random divine ability. As for the demon king realm, he could only speculate, but it was definitely more terrifying. At this moment, facing the taunts of the poisoned serpent, the Tianpeng demon lord chuckled and said, "Since my lord dares to come, he naturally has the means to deal with you." Upon hearing this, the poisoned serpent disdainfully glanced at Wang Yan and burst into laughter. What a huge joke. A mere early-stage demon lord thinking of going against the heavens? Simply overestimating oneself. At this moment, fearing being caught in the crossfire, the giant serpent demon lord quickly retreated to a safe distance. The ensuing battle was not something he could influence. He could only assist from the sidelines. In the next moment, Wang Yan wasted no words and directly began to use the mastery of all gods against the poisoned serpent. In an instant, an inconspicuous golden mark shot towards the poisoned serpent. Seeing this, the poisoned serpent immediately opened its mouth and spat out poison, enveloping the golden mark. But to its astonishment, the golden mark was completely unaffected and flew straight through the poison into its body. In the next moment, it realized something was wrong. This was a spiritual attack. It dared not be careless and focused all its energy to deal with the spiritual assault. The next moment, as it concentrated on resisting the spiritual attack, its massive body, which had been soaring in the air, crashed down to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. But just as it sensed that the spiritual mark was about to be shattered, Wang Yan once again used the mastery of all gods, sending another golden mark to continue the assault, aiming to give the opponent no chance to breathe. As expected, after facing the spiritual attack again, the poisoned serpent let out a shrill cry, its enormous body swaying and crushing countless trees. Witnessing this, the azure serpent's expression changed dramatically. It intended to attack Wang Yan to kill him, but was preemptively attacked by the Tianping Demon Lord. At this moment, the Tianping Demon Lord wielded a Feng Tianhua Ji and transformed into a humanoid form, charging directly at him. Seeing this, the azure serpent immediately unleashed azure flames towards the charging Tianping Demon Lord, only to be effortlessly blocked by an energy shield formed by the Tianping Demon Lord's demonic power. Subsequently, the azure serpent was immediately restrained by the Tianping Demon Lord. It's worth mentioning that the azure serpent could also transform into a humanoid form. However, it simply preferred not to reveal its human form to the outside world. Although it had long heard that many powerful beings in the vast universe wished to appear as humans, it wasn't absolute. Everyone had their own preferences. Just like some demons with peculiar preferences, switching between male and female forms. Sometimes they turn into men to play with women, and other times they become women to be played with by men. Who knows what special preferences these demons have? Returning to the main point, at this moment, both sides were in a stalemate. The Tianping Demon Lord was skillfully dealing with the azure serpent, while Wang Yan was effortlessly continuing to use the mastery of all gods. Every time the poisoned serpent was about to break the control, he would immediately follow up. This went on for over 10 minutes, and Wang Yan had already used the divine ability 5 times. Yes, all 5 attempts had failed to succeed. However, that was fine. He still had 5 more attempts left. Moreover, even the Tianping Demon Lord had only withstood 7 or 8 attempts before he fell. He didn't believe the poisoned serpent could withstand 10 consecutive attempts, although the 40 control probability meant a 40 success rate each time. He had yet to encounter a situation where he couldn't control after 10 tries. But soon, after the 7th and 8th attempts of the mastery of all gods failed, Wang Yan's heart sank. Nevertheless, he decisively launched the 9th attempt of the mastery of all gods. At this moment, he could see that the poisoned serpent lying on the ground was in a very bad state. Its vitality seemed to be drained. This was a symptom of exhausted spiritual power and overconsumption of its primordial spirit. After he used the 9th attempt of the mastery of all gods, the poisoned serpent, with a face full of despair, shouted to the azure serpent, "Run! Don't come back!" The next moment, the poisoned serpent lay on the ground in resignation. No longer struggling, it knew that its life and death were controlled by this seemingly inconspicuous early-stage demon lord. Now its condition was terrible, and it needed to recover its consumed primordial spirit and spiritual power. Otherwise, its combat ability would be severely lacking. Moreover, even if Wang Yan commanded it to attack its brother now, it wouldn't comply, even if threatened with death. The two brothers had supported each other until now, not just because they were blood brothers, but also due to their deep bond. It was impossible for them to kill each other just to survive. Unfortunately, its cries seemed useless. The azure serpent had no chance of escape now. Similarly, the azure serpent had no thoughts of fleeing. It was still fighting the Tianping Demon Lord. Both sides were showcasing their divine abilities. They fought from dusk till dawn, and then from dawn till dusk. This long battle turned the nearby mountains and forests into ruins. However, Wang Yan was not only not angry about this result, but rather, he was even happier, because in a few hours, his divine ability would be restored. Moreover, after watching for so long, Wang Yan had figured out that the azure serpent's combat power and divine abilities were quite formidable. Both he and the Tianping Demon Lord had similar treasures to fight with. This completely opened Wang Yan's eyes. It turned out that battles at the Demon Lord realm were already so spectacular, not just in terms of physical strength, divine abilities, demonic power, primordial spirit. but also magical treasures. Compared to battles with giant demon realm beings, it was like ordinary people fighting, whereas battles among demon lords already belonged in the realm of divine beings. Soon, several more hours passed. The two sides still hadn't determined a victor, but Wang Yan was ready to make his move. After 2 nights and a day, Wang Yan's mastery of all gods had recovered and could be used again. In the next moment, Wang Yan almost hesitated not at all and directly launched the mastery of all gods, sending the golden mark flying towards the azure serpent. However, even though the azure serpent was prepared to dodge, the golden mark was unavoidable and accurately landed on its body. The next moment, the azure serpent transformed into humanoid form, instantly showed a painful expression, its body weakly falling from the air, and the spear in its hand dropped to the ground as it painfully clutched its head and struggled. Although its primordial spirit was resisting the golden mark, it was evidently weaker than the primordial spirit of the Tianpeng demon lord, and compared to its brother, the poisoned serpent, it was even farther behind. This gave Wang Yan confidence that he could likely take this guy down in less than 7 attempts. At the same time, Wang Yan realized that even though they were both at the peak of the demon lord realm, each demon had differences not only in strength, but also in divine abilities. The richness of demon power and the strength of their primordial spirits. As expected, in the following minutes, while Wang Yan was using the divine control of all gods technique, Qing Jiao was rolling on the ground in pain, clutching his head like a monkey suffering from the tightening of a golden hoop spell. By the time Wang Yan performed the divine control of all gods for the 6th time, the already tormented Qing Jiao completely gave up struggling and lay motionless on the ground. Clearly, his life and death were easily controlled by Wang Yan. Seeing this scene, the poisoned Jiao beside him wore a bitter smile. Although he had already warned Qing Jiao to escape, even after Qing Jiao was controlled by Wang Yan, he still urged his brother to flee quickly. But his brother was stubborn and wouldn't listen. Otherwise, how could he have ended up in the same predicament? Now, both brothers had fallen into Wang Yan's hands, their lives and deaths in someone else's control. Indeed, the monarch was formidable. At this moment, the middle-aged, scholarly man transformed from the Tianpeng demon lord approached with a smile, flattering Wang Yan. In response, a human-like smile appeared on Wang Yan's crocodile face as he ignored the lying Qing Jiao and glanced at the great snake demon lord hiding in the distant sky. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, the great snake demon lord hurriedly flew back to Wang Yan's side. All this time, he had actually been quite idle. Besides occasionally launching sneak attacks on Qing Jiao, he spent most of his time circling in the sky, supervising the surroundings and keeping an eye out for any other powerful demon lords that might appear. This way, he could at least be somewhat useful. At this moment, the poisoned Jiao couldn't help but speak up. "Monarch, why did you come directly for us brothers? Are you seeking revenge for this pig?" Upon hearing this, the Tianpeng demon lord immediately sneered. "Why did I come for you two brothers? Of course, it's because of the blessed land." Chapter 72. Let the 3 demon lords gather resources for the perfected realm. What cave heavens and blessed lands? You idiot, don't talk nonsense. If my brother and I had a cave heaven or blessed land, we would have already broken through to the demon king realm. Are we just waiting for you to come and rob us? Your intelligence is truly laughable. At this point, the poisoned Jiao's face was full of speechlessness. Upon hearing this, the Tianpeng demon lord instantly sneered. "If there were no cave heavens and blessed lands, how could I possibly have my eyes on you?" Seeing this scene, the poisoned Jiao was momentarily stunned, then seemed to think of something and laughed. "What you refer to as cave heavens and blessed lands can't really be said to be non-existent. There is one, but unfortunately it's broken. If you don't believe it, take a look for yourself." After saying this, a half-sphere materialized before the poisoned Jiao, floating in the air. Upon seeing this, the Tianpeng demon lord was dumbfounded, staring at the half-sphere suspended in front of him with a look of shock. This half-sphere was similar in color to Earth, but it was only half, surrounded by a faint white light. However, upon seeing this cave heaven and blessed land, the Tianpeng demon lord fell silent. This was indeed a fragmented cave heaven and blessed land, to be precise, just half of one. although it could still be used. The process of repairing it would be quite troublesome. A cave heaven and blessed land split in half would have its effectiveness greatly reduced. Although half a cave heaven and blessed land is better than none, refining and upgrading it later would also pose a challenge. Because cave heavens and blessed lands are genuine growth-type royal treasures. Once refined, their nurturing can increase in grade along with the improvement of one's cultivation realm. Now, this half cave heaven and blessed land certainly hadn't reached royal level. At most, it could be considered a heavenly treasure. The treasure grade, like celestial and earthly materials, is divided into yellow, profound, earth, heaven, king, emperor, saint, and divine. Thinking of this, Wang Yan's expression turned grim as he looked at the Tianpeng demon lord, clearly questioning. Is this what you call a cave heaven and blessed land? In this half cave heaven and blessed land, are there really celestial materials and earthly treasures? There probably are, but the quantity and resources may not be many. Meanwhile, upon seeing Wang Yan's gaze, the Tianpeng demon lord was also stunned. He hadn't expected that the poison Jiao's cave heaven and blessed land was merely half of one. How many celestial materials and earthly treasures do you have in there? At this moment, the Tianpeng demon lord asked, somewhat unable to accept it. The poison Jiao, without hesitation, directly explained, just 2 low-level celestial materials and earthly treasures. Originally, there were 10, but we used 4 late-stage ones to exchange for 2 shape-shifting pills, and the other 4 late-stage ones were exchanged for heavenly weapons. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nearly spat blood. Good heavens, there were originally 10 celestial materials and earthly treasures. This meant that if these resources hadn't been consumed, he could have directly raised his cultivation realm to the perfected demon lord realm. Now, there are only 2 low-level celestial materials and earthly treasures. This also made Wang Yan realize a very cruel fact. That is, even if these demon lords have resources, they are not many, because these older generations of demon lords prefer to consume resources to improve their realms and foundational strength, using surplus resources to exchange for things, converting resources into combat power. When did this happen? The Tianpeng demon lord asked again, mainly because he was worried that Wang Yan would blame him. After all, he had boasted loudly upon arrival, yet the outcome was beyond their expectations. Such a gap between the expectations and reality would make anyone unhappy. At this moment, hearing the Tianpeng demon lord's unwilling inquiry, the poison Jiao did not waste words and directly explained the exchange for shape-shifting pills and treasures. It turned out that hundreds of years ago, they had exchanged the celestial materials and earthly treasures they had for shape-shifting pills and treasures. After all, for them, low-level celestial materials and earthly treasures had minimal effect. Therefore, they naturally chose to exchange celestial materials and earthly treasures for resources, as keeping them was useless. Cultivating a subordinate force? What a joke! Aside from their own bloodline, they could hardly do so. Moreover, with the current harsh environment, they had no intention of cultivating bloodline descendants. Breaking through to the Demon King was the dilemma they faced. Thus, not only Wang Yan and the Tianpeng Demon Lord needed cave heavens and blessed lands, they also needed them to gain freedom from the heavens. Because once they broke through to the Demon King realm, they would face a life and death thunder tribulation, at which point they would either have to make a grand vow or offer something to the heavens. Clearly, for any Demon Lord realm experts, the final choice was often to hand over a complete cave heaven and blessed land. A complete cave heaven and blessed land, with the spirits of heaven and earth contained within, as well as the beings inside, is absolutely incomparable to what a Demon King could offer. Because cave heavens and blessed lands essentially require a certain amount of the spirit of heaven and earth, along with precious resources, a large number of beings, and merits to form. So, a cave heaven and blessed land, to put it bluntly, can allow them to break free from the constraints of heaven and earth, enough to repay their use of the resources of the world. In other words, there are only 2 low-level celestial materials and earthly treasures left, and the half-cave heaven and blessed land in your hand is insufficient for you to break through to the Demon King realm and avoid death under the thunder tribulation. Right? Wang Yan asked in a flat tone. The poisoned Jiao nodded slightly, showing no signs of concealment. It was indeed the case. After hearing this, Wang Yan made a decision. He decided to spare the lives of these two brothers for the time being, with 3 perfected demon lords by his side. To put it bluntly, he could walk through this realm without worry. Moreover, with the assistance of 3 perfected demon lords, the speed of resource gathering would be even faster. Because he only needed to present them with a very enticing prospect. He didn't even need to take action himself. And these 3 would hustle to gather resources for him to break through his realm. With this thought, Wang Yan made up his mind to stay here and rest. Then ordered the 3 of them to gather resources for him, striving to raise his realm in one go. At that time, once he reached the perfected Demon Lord realm, he could leverage the area of heaven and earth to help him break through to the Demon King realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt an immense joy in his heart. Originally feeling disappointed by the meager gains, his mood was completely lifted. At this moment, Wang Yan opened his mouth wide and said, "All right, since that's the case, Tianpeng has already promised you. I will also keep my promise. If you want this half-cave, heaven, and blessed land, I will have the poisoned Jiao handed over to you." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the Tianpeng Demon Lord shook his head repeatedly with a bitter smile. No, a half-cave heaven and blessed land is tasteless to me, and discarding it would be a pity. Repairing it would be even more troublesome. Clearly, upon learning that the cave heaven and blessed land was not complete, he had already lost interest. After all, he had already offended the poisoned Jiao and the Qing Jiao. The key was that these 2 brothers were still alive. In the future, their relationship would definitely be one of water and fire. If he were to take this half-cave heaven and blessed land from these 2 brothers, the enmity would be irreconcilable. Therefore, it wasn't worth it to make a deadly enemy over a half-cave heaven and blessed land. Seeing the Tianpeng Demon Lord's perceptive refusal, the 2 brothers' cold gazes finally softened a lot. After the Tianpeng Demon Lord refused the cave heaven and blessed land, Wang Yan spoke again. "How about this? I want to go out with you. I will wait for you here. You go gather resources for me, and, as I said, once I break through to the perfected Demon Lord realm, I will naturally consider letting you go." Upon hearing this, the poisoned Jiao and Qing Jiao's eyes instantly lit up. For them, even for the 3 fully realized Demon Lords, it was simply too easy, because among countless Demon Lords, their combat power was already at the top of the Demon Lord realm. If they were to face a powerful being at the Demon King level, they would definitely be very cautious and might not even have the courage to act. But the problem is when it comes to dealing with Demon Lords, they are naturally full of confidence and can guarantee a strong counterattack when snatching resources from other Demon Lords. However, before the 3 Demon Lords set off, Wang Yan still took away the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the poisoned Jiao and required them to return within 20 days. If the resources collected within these 10 days cannot help him break through to the fully realized Demon Lord level, then the conditions he promised to release them would all become void. In addition, during these 20 days, they also had to capture 3 fully realized Demon Lord level powerful beings for Wang Yan, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. But they had to see the demon if alive and see the corpse if dead. This was also to ensure that they would not be allowed to slack off during these 20 days and must work hard to serve him. Once they slacked off, they could forget about regaining their freedom. Chapter 73. Devouring Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. Preparing to break through to a higher realm. Of course, if they really did as he requested, he wouldn't mind letting them go. By then, Wang Yan would not only be able to break through to the perfect realm of the Demon Lord, but could also conveniently complete his task. In this way, the powerful beings at the perfect realm of the Demon Lord would no longer hold much value for Wang Yan, and once the enhancement of heaven and earth was over, he could let them go. Thinking of this arrangement, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel incredibly pleased. He realized that his method of making wishes with the divine lamp was simply perfect. After all, he could only make one wish. Perhaps he could wish to become stronger all at once. But the problem is that this kind of hasty approach might have significant risks. and a shaky foundation would inevitably lead to future troubles. In comparison, he had heard about a wish that could grant the divine ability to control all gods. This ability was incredibly useful and would have a powerful impact on his future, because this divine ability could assist him all the way to reach the realm of the demon sage. All right, I've said what I needed to say. If there are no problems, you can set off. I will be here waiting for your return. At this moment, looking at the eager, three powerful beings at the perfect realm of the demon lord, Wang Yan said casually, "We swear to serve the Lord, and will surely help you break through to the perfect realm of the demon lord quickly." After saying this, the three powerful beings at the perfect realm of the demon lord immediately soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. They were clearly eager to gather resources and escape Wang Yan's control as soon as possible. Seeing the three powerful beings at the perfect realm of the demon lord leave, the great serpent demon lord was very envious. He cautiously approached Wang Yan and asked, "My lord, what about me?" Glancing at the great serpent demon lord, Wang Yan replied indifferently, "What's wrong? Do you also want to risk your life to gather resources for me?" Upon hearing this, the great serpent demon lord immediately backed down. He was only at the third level of the demon lord realm. He didn't have any resources himself. How could he go gather resources? Moreover, most early-stage demon lords were basically broke. They would prioritize using any resources they had for themselves and wouldn't have any savings. Thus, those who truly had resources were actually the late-stage and perfect realm demon lords. Among them, the mid-stage demon lords might have some resources, but this was definitely a very small number, unless they were restricted by their qualifications. Otherwise, they would not accumulate resources, but would choose to digest them and completely transform them into realms and strength. "My lord, with my little ability, I can only guard the house for you. I'm not as strong as you," the great serpent demon lord flattered. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and said, "You can guard this area for me. I will digest 2 heavenly materials and treasures and also raise my own realm. Once I break through to the perfect realm of the demon lord, I will naturally let you go as well." Hearing Wang Yan's words, the great serpent demon lord was overjoyed. This was incredibly comfortable. He didn't have to risk his life or fight. He could just pass the time, guard the house, flatter, and when the time came, he could leave. Compared to those 3 perfect realm demon lords, his treatment was indeed far too easy. With this thought, the great serpent demon lord vowed, "My lord, you can rest assured to enter seclusion. Anyone who wants to harm you must step over my dead body." Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction and moved his body to enter the lake. To Wang Yan's surprise, the depth of the lake was indeed terrifying. The average depth was over 150 meters. It was clearly modified by the 2 brothers. Otherwise, it would be hard to reach such depths. Upon reaching the bottom of the lake, Wang Yan happily took out 2 low-level heavenly materials and treasures. These were 2 heavenly materials and treasures that looked like flowers, but they emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. The next moment, Wang Yan directly opened his mouth wide and devoured these 2 heavenly materials and treasures. At this time, the system's voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a low-level heavenly material and treasure heavenly net flower. Gained 25 million evolution points." "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a low-level heavenly material and treasure poisonous flood dragongrass. Gained 25 million evolution points." "Ding! The host's accumulated points have met the evolution conditions. Would you like to start evolving immediately?" Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was stunned. The value didn't seem to be much higher than that of a peak-level earthly material and treasure. Could it be that after breaking through to the realm of the demon lord, the value of a heavenly material and treasure could only help him cross a small realm? In other words, the value of earthly-level heavenly materials and treasures was significantly weakened for him now. Wang Yan immediately had a guess. From the original situation where a heavenly material and treasure of the same level could allow him to cross a small realm, it now seemed that the value of one could only allow him to cross 1 level. It seemed that the gap between the demon lord and the giant demon was indeed like the level of heavenly materials and treasures. One was heavenly, and the other was earthly. However, even so, the value of these two heavenly materials and treasures, combined with his original evolution points, was enough for him to break through to the third level of the Demon Lord realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt quite pleased and immediately silently thought, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the information page appeared. Host, Wang Yan. Talent, 9th level of the Demon Lord realm. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 3,000 years. Realm, 1st level of the Demon Lord realm. Body size, length 68 meters, weight 23,000 tons. Bite force 30,000 tons. Speed 200 kilometers per hour. Abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mental communication, shrinking at will, misty body. Divine powers, stars revolving. Thunder breath, flying and earthly escape, life measurement control of all gods. Evolution points, 5,8, 5,000,000, 22,000,000. Backpack, ability thunder breath, fragment 110. Diamond treasure chest, X1. Evaluation, you are already a quite influential demon lord in this universe. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. There was still a diamond treasure chest. Not bad, let's open it. With this thought, Wang Yan happily silently said, "System, open the diamond random treasure chest." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice followed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained small world fragment X1. Tip: accumulate 10 to exchange for a small world. Accumulate 100 to exchange for a medium 1,000 world. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained cave heaven and blessed land fragment X1. Tip: accumulate 10 to exchange for cave heaven and blessed land. Accumulate 100 to exchange for a small world. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained small world fragments X4. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 1.5 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a top-level heavenly treasure, celestial origin cauldron. Not bad. Very good. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He obtained a total of 5 small world fragments and 1 cave heaven and blessed land fragment. Additionally, he obtained a top-level heavenly treasure, the celestial origin cauldron. This was clearly a treasure that integrated offense and defense. Moreover, its level was stronger than the weapons and treasures of the poisonous flood dragon and the azure flood, as well as the weapons of the heavenly pavilion demon lord. So its effectiveness was naturally self-evident. It's worth noting that their late-stage heavenly treasures were worth 2 heavenly materials and treasures of the same level. Which means if he was willing to trade, he could probably exchange for at least 2 heavenly materials and treasures of the same level. Great! After breaking through the realm, I will study this celestial origin cauldron well and see how powerful it is. Thinking of this, Wang Yan couldn't wait to silently say, "System, start the breakthrough. How many realms can be?" As soon as the words fell, the system's voice followed. Ding! Successfully deducted 22 million evolution points, starting the evolution breakthrough. The next moment, as Wang Yan just cast his steel body, he completely lost consciousness during the evolution. Chapter 74. Waiting for subordinates to collect resources. Successfully reached the 3rd layer of the Demon Lord. When Wang Yan awakened from his evolution again, he could feel that his strength had become even more formidable, especially in terms of demonic power. It seemed that every breakthrough into a new layer significantly increased his demonic power. Now, his demonic power was nearly 3 times that of his former self. Additionally, his size had grown from the original 68 meters to a current height of 88 meters. The terrifying speed of this growth left Wang Yan astonished. Judging by the increase of 10 meters per layer, if he reached the 9th layer of the Demon Lord, his size could approach nearly 200 meters. Although such a size could not compare to the past Shenlong, his qualifications were at the level of a demon king. His qualifications were merely at the peak of a demon lord. In the end, if his qualifications were significantly enhanced, his size would likely be even more terrifying. Perhaps if he changed to a template with higher qualifications, his size would directly surge beyond the original basis. That's right. Very good. Although breaking through to the second layer of the Demon Lord cost 22 million evolution points, and breaking through to the third layer cost 23 million evolution points. The increase in demonic power and the growth of his primordial spirit were substantial, and the recovery speed of his physical body had also increased. If this continued, he would likely reach the peak of the Demon Lord. Even without supernatural powers or abilities, his physical recovery speed would be comparable to that of someone with healing abilities. After a moment of reflection, Wang Yan immediately felt pleased and silently thought, "System, open the information page." As soon as he finished speaking, the system page appeared. Host, Wang Yan. Qualifications, 9th layer of the Demon Lord. Type, mutated plurus crocodile. Lifespan, 25 years, 3,000 years. Realm, 3rd layer of the Demon Lord. Size, 88 meters long, 110,000 tons. Bite force, 160,000 tons. Speed, 300 kilometers h. Abilities, devouring stomach, iron body, energy cycle, mind communication, size reduction. Mist body. Supernatural powers, star shifting, thunder breath, sky flight, life quantification, all god control. Evolution points, 15 million, 31 million. Backpack, fragment of thunder breath ability 110, fragment of cave heaven 110, fragment of small world 510, heavenly origin cauldron, heavenly extreme. Evaluation, you have already established a considerable status as a demon lord in this universe. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. As he expected, after breaking through to the 3rd layer of the Demon Lord, the resources needed for his mid-level breakthrough had not seen a dramatic increase. This was the most pleasing aspect for Wang Yan. This proved that although the Demon Lord realm is divided into 9 layers, and the value of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had decreased, the resources required had also diminished. The next moment, Wang Yan felt a surge of inspiration and directly took out the heavenly origin cauldron, examining it with great interest. It is worth mentioning that this heavenly origin cauldron was enveloped in a layer of mysterious, flowing treasure light energy, which made it look extraordinary. This reminded him of the half-cave heaven that the poisoned serpent Demon Lord had, which was also wrapped in a layer of treasure light. The energy aura of both was comparable. This indicated that the half-cave heaven should be of the highest grade, but since it was a type of cave heaven, it could not be compared to his heavenly origin cauldron. After careful observation, Wang Yan discovered that the heavenly origin cauldron contained 36 patterns. For times 9 is 36? Does this represent the highest grade? If so, a treasure of Wang level should have 45 patterns? Thinking of this, Wang Yan immediately urged his spiritual awareness and demonic power to attempt to refine the patterns, and it turned out he could refine them. This surprised Wang Yan. Without hesitation, he began to refine the patterns using his demonic power combined with his spiritual awareness. Perhaps because the heavenly origin cauldron was in an unclaimed state, Wang Yan refined it very quickly, taking only half a month to complete the process. Once he finished refining the heavenly origin cauldron, he was immediately amazed to find that it seemed to respond to his commands as if it were a part of his body, making it incredibly agile to use. Not only that, but this heavenly origin cauldron was also both offensive and defensive, with power that could even surpass supernatural powers. The strength of its attacks depended entirely on his control of the demonic power he exerted. Wow. So this is the function of a treasure. Its capabilities could almost overshadow supernatural powers. Moreover, while supernatural powers might have usage limits, treasures did not. The combat power of those with treasures was on a completely different level compared to those without. Under the operation of demonic power, the destructive capability and power could be amplified tenfold through the treasure. No wonder the poison serpent and the azure serpent, even when using high-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, sought to exchange for treasures. Supernatural powers were hard to come by, while treasures became a shortcut to enhance combat power with no drawbacks. In an instant, Wang Yan felt a surge of emotions. Only by mastering treasures could one truly understand their power. To put it bluntly, with a treasure in hand, he could easily crush his former self who had no treasures. At that moment, filled with confidence, Wang Yan even wanted to test his own combat power and see the power of the treasure. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan immediately and decisively twisted his body and charged out of the water surface. At the same time, the giant snake demon lord hovering in the sky above the lake saw Wang Yan appear and immediately flew down, shrinking in size to hover above the lake, respectfully saying, "Congratulations, Your Excellency, on your incredible power increase." Clearly, he sensed that Wang Yan's current aura strength was now on par with his own, proving that in terms of realm, Wang Yan was no longer inferior to him. Wang Yan opened his mouth and asked, "Has half a month passed, and they still haven't returned?" Hearing Wang Yan's inquiry, the giant snake demon lord shook his head and said, "The lord has not yet returned." After hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and said, Come, big snake, let us have a fight. Let me see how much my strength has changed." Upon hearing this, the giant snake demon lord was taken aback and then chuckled. "Perhaps it would be better if the lord didn't. I'm afraid I might hurt you." Clearly, if it weren't for Wang Yan having that supernatural controlling ability, he wouldn't believe Wang Yan could defeat him, even now. So what if he broke through to the third layer of the demon lord? He still did not regard Wang Yan as an equal, or rather, whether it was him or the other three-peak demon lords, they had never truly acknowledged Wang Yan in their hearts. After all, they were all reluctantly subdued. How could they genuinely submit to Wang Yan? Unless Wang Yan truly suppressed them with his strength, they would only submit and recognize him from the heart. Seeing the disdain in the giant snake demon lord's eyes, Wang Yan felt a bit displeased and thought to himself that he would have to teach the giant snake demon lord a lesson. With this in mind, Wang Yan commanded, "What are you afraid of? If I tell you to make a move, then make a move. If you could defeat me, I can grant you your freedom early." Upon hearing this, the giant snake demon lord's eyes lit up and said, "In that case, I must apologize in advance. Please be careful, my lord." Hearing this, Wang Yan coldly smiled and said, "Just come at me." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant snake demon lord dove into the water, controlling a large amount of water to form giant water pythons that circled around Wang Yan. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately opened his mouth and spat out the heavenly origin cauldron. After flying out, the cauldron transformed into a massive vessel swirling above his head. The demonic power of the heavenly origin cauldron condensed into a terrifying demonic energy shield that enveloped Wang Yan. The black liquid snake formed by the giant snake demon lord immediately showed a look of surprise. No wonder the lord had become so arrogant and spoke boldly. It turned out he had a treasure. In the next moment, under his control, a massive water python charged directly at Wang Yan. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the giant water pythons collided with the demon power shield, exploding with a deafening sound. But unsurprisingly, they caused him no harm at all. The key point was that Wang Yan could clearly feel that the demon power he consumed was very minimal. In the next moment, Wang Yan transformed into a steel body and simultaneously activated the Tianyuan Ding, charging like a cannonball towards the black liquid snake formed by the great snake demon lord. Bang! The Tianyuan Ding moved as fast as lightning. After crashing into it, it directly smashed the great snake demon lord's body into liquid, scattering it like flowers from a heavenly maiden. But the next moment, the liquid that formed the great snake demon lord's body began to gather frantically again, only to be scattered by Wang Yan's control. After repeating this process over a dozen times, Wang Yan noticed that the speed at which the black liquid coalesced into a body was slowing down. It was then that Wang Yan controlled the Tianyuan Ding to hover above his head. After waiting for a while, the liquid finally coalesced back into the great snake demon lord. But at this moment, he was sweating profusely, looking completely exhausted. Seeing Wang Yan controlling the Tianyuan Ding preparing to attack again, he was immediately frightened and pleaded for mercy, saying, "My lord, stop. Spare me, my lord." Chapter 75. The three masters return with full loads, preparing to break through to the perfect demon lord. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan was finally satisfied and retracted the Tianyuan Ding. The cauldron floated back above his head, emitting a layer of dazzling treasure light. "How about that? I haven't even used my divine abilities yet, and you're already struggling." Hearing Wang Yan's teasing, the great serpent demon lord let out a bitter laugh, clearly not expecting this outcome, which made him appreciate the power of the treasure. Just using the treasure to wear him down, even his divine abilities couldn't withstand it. After all, divine abilities have their limits. They can't be in an invincible state all the time, can they? If that were the case, wouldn't he be nearly invincible? In short, divine abilities have limits and restrictions. Otherwise, a powerful defensive divine ability would dominate everything with just one move. While extraordinary powers might not have limitations, the problem is that their power and upper limits are fixed, making them incomparable to divine abilities. For instance, Wang Yan's iron body may seem limitless, but if faced with a powerful foe with fire-based divine abilities, he could be easily refined in an instant. Furthermore, there are many others, such as divine ability attacks that reach a certain level of power and can directly break through his defenses, like soul attack methods or abilities similar to atomic breath. And control-type and binding-type divine abilities, there are just too many. If extraordinary powers can be considered beyond imagination, then divine abilities are about breaking away from imagination. Where anything is possible, the strength of a sovereign is unfathomable. Possessing this treasure, even a mid to late-stage demon lord would likely have a fair fight. At this moment, the great serpent demon lord couldn't help but praise. Of course, he wasn't entirely exaggerating, because if a mid to late-stage demon lord didn't possess a treasure, relying on the treasure to unleash 10 times the demonic power could indeed allow for a fair fight. While he couldn't say a late-stage demon lord would definitely win, suppressing a mid-stage demon lord would be no problem at all. Of course, there are exceptions. If he encounters someone like Wang Yan, who is against the odds, it's hard to say. At this moment, facing the great serpent demon lord's praise, Wang Yan didn't fully believe it, but instead smiled and asked, "What level do those who possess treasures reach among the current demon lords?" Upon hearing this, the great serpent demon lord pondered for a moment and said, "The majority of the group of demon lords who possess treasures are in the late stage. The number of those in the mid-stage who possess treasures is quite small, probably around 1 in 10. Hearing this, Wang Yan felt even happier. If others don't have what he has, isn't that an advantage? Moreover, even an established demon lord like the great serpent doesn't have it, which indicates that when they have heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they prefer to use them to enhance their strength. Such treasures for fighting and displaying magic are still too extravagant for demon lords." Soon, after finishing the battle, Wang Yan began to silently wait for the arrival of the 3 demon lords in the lake, while the great serpent demon lord directly began to recover nearby. After all, his demonic power had been completely exhausted from the previous fight with Wang Yan, having been bombarded by the Tianyuan Ding a dozen times. If it weren't for his divine abilities, he didn't know how many times he would have died, because although the Tianyuan Ding seemed to have little power each time, its actual power was immense. Otherwise, how could it be called an integrated offense and defense? Moreover, this was still a top-tier heavenly treasure. If it fell into the hands of a fully realized demon lord, the power displayed would likely be even more terrifying. Because, as the great serpent demon lord mentioned, top-tier treasures with full patterns are very rare among treasures and are also quite expensive, basically worth about 10 times that of late-stage heavenly treasures. Furthermore, whether it's a top-tier heavenly treasure or a royal grade one, as long as it has the word top-tier, it's not something you can just buy. Why do I say this? Because the great serpent demon lord stated that top-tier heavenly treasures can be used as refining materials for royal treasures, increasing the probability of producing top-tier items. Similarly, top-tier royal treasures can also increase the probability of producing top-tier imperial treasures, because treasures that can become top-tier possess a trace of special spirit. Of course, whether it's the great serpent demon lord or the already departed great serpent giant demon, none could explain it. They only knew that it was recorded in ancient texts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At this moment, Wang Yan was still lying in the lake, and the great serpent demon lord was lying there with him, because at this point, they had nothing else to do but wait. Just then, Wang Yan inadvertently noticed 3 black shadows rapidly approaching from a distance. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan's eyes lit up, immediately recognizing that these three fellows had returned. In the next moment, he saw the Tianpeng Demon Lord, the Poison Serpent Demon Lord, and the Green Serpent Demon Lord all returning in human form, smiling broadly. As soon as these three approached, they clasped their hands and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Sovereign. We have fulfilled our mission and returned with full loads." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan nodded slightly and then signaled them to take out their gains. In the next moment, the Green Serpent, Poison Serpent, and Tianpeng Demon Lords took out the treasures in their hands. There were 3 stocks of early-stage heavenly materials, 3 stocks of mid-stage heavenly materials, and 3 stocks of late-stage heavenly materials. In addition, with a wave of the Poison Serpent's hand, 3 massive demon corpses appeared before them. And just their terrifying aura clearly reached the level of a fully realized demon lord. Seeing this, Wang Yan's mood instantly brightened. "Very good. You haven't disappointed me. Once I break through to the fully realized demon lord, you will be free. All right, now protect me." After saying that, Wang Yan opened his blood-red mouth and began to devour the heavenly materials. In the next moment, the system's voice continuously rang. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured 3 stocks of early-stage heavenly materials. Gained 75 million evolution points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured 3 stocks of mid-stage heavenly materials. Gained 150 million evolution points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured 3 stocks of late-stage heavenly materials. Gained 250 million evolution points." "Ding! Host has accumulated enough to meet evolution conditions. Do you want to start evolving?" "No." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan decisively rejected it. But his mood was quite exhilarating. This feeling of gaining without effort was simply too enjoyable. Then, his gaze fell upon the 3 massive corpses of the fully realized demon lords. These 3 gigantic beings were a bull demon, a leopard demon, and a yellow serpent. But because these 3 were indeed quite large, even after restoring his size, Wang Yan took nearly 3 to 5 hours to finish eating. Once he finished devouring these 3 fully realized demon lords, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a fully realized bull demon. Gained 8 million evolution points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a fully realized leopard demon. Gained 8 million evolution points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured a fully realized yellow serpent. Gained 9 million evolution points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the task." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a random royal treasure chest X1. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a random beginner treasure chest X1. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 15 million evolution points." "Ding! Host has accumulated enough to meet evolution conditions. Do you want to start evolving?" "No." Wang Yan again rejected it in his heart. However, at this moment, he was extremely excited. He had just gained such a large amount of evolution points. He was confident he could break through to the fully realized demon lord, because, right now, he lacked neither evolution points nor qualifications. Even so, he might be lucky enough to open higher quality templates or precious resources like fragments of the small world from these 2 treasure chests, which would be even better. With this thought in mind, he eagerly rushed into the lake, looking at the 3 complete demon lords flying in the sky to protect him. Today is the day he breaks through to the complete demon lord level. Soon, Wang Yan twisted his massive body and quickly reached the bottom of the lake. Then, he couldn't wait to start his breakthrough evolution. However, before evolving, he decided to open the 2 chests first to see if he could get something good. With this thought, Wang Yan immediately silently chanted in his heart, "System, open the Lord-level treasure chest." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed, "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened a random Lord-level treasure chest." Chapter 76, Cave Heaven and Blessed Land 810. Template Change, Demon Emperor Qualification. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice followed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened a Lord-level random treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a small world fragment X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained Cave Heaven and Blessed Land fragments X4. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 1,000,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a box of Wa. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained Cave Heaven and Blessed Land fragments X3. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Although he didn't gain too many evolution points, he didn't need many at this moment. What he needed were the Cave Heaven and Blessed Land fragments and Small World fragments. He would submit the Cave Heaven and Blessed Land to the heavens and keep the Small World for himself. Now, just from one treasure chest, he had accumulated Cave Heaven and Blessed Land fragments to 810. This means that if he was lucky enough to get 2 more fragments, he would be able to obtain a Cave Heaven and Blessed Land. He hadn't even broken through to the Demon King yet, and he was already close to possessing a Cave Heaven and Blessed Land. This completely eliminated his concerns about breaking through to the Demon King. In a good mood, Wang Yan once again silently thought, "System, open the beginner-level treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice rang again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the beginner-level treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a martial arts manual from the martial arts world. Heavenly Gang Child skill has been autonomously exchanged for 500,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained a set of original intimate clothing from the little dragon girl in the Return of the Condor Heroes world. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained a ton of investment gold bars from the Cosmic Bank. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained a set of intimate clothing from Princess Iron Fan in the Journey to the West World. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained the Seed of the Void, Devouring Flame from the Do Chi world. Young Giant Demon level, qualification limit can reach early Demon Emperor level. Note, this flame can be refined and controlled. After refinement, it can have early Demon Emperor level qualification and the Void Devouring Flame. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained a template of the Brutal Dark Crocodile Dragon. Qualification, early Demon Emperor level qualification. Note, this template originates from the offspring of the Brutal Dark Crocodile clan and Pure Black Dragon hybrid. It has the body of a crocodile and a thin dragon bloodline. Ding! Does the host want to immediately replace the new template? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was immediately surprised. He didn't expect to actually obtain the Void Devouring Flame from a novel world. Moreover, according to the system, it could clearly be refined and controlled. And after refining this Void Devouring Flame, his qualification could directly reach the Demon Emperor level. Not only that, but he also obtained a brand new template, the Brutal Dark Crocodile Dragon. Just from the name, it's clear that it was no ordinary creature among crocodiles. It was probably a type of crocodile among the demon race, and also possessed some dragon blood. Thinking of this, Wang Yan was thrilled. He didn't expect that a beginner-level treasure chest would yield 2 good items. Just these 2 items could solve his long-standing qualification problem. Early Demon Emperor qualification. Such qualification was more than enough for him to look down on and dominate among the Demon Kings for a long time. With this in mind, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel excited. He thought about whether, after he replaced the template and refined the Void Devouring Flame, his qualifications would stack. With this thought, Wang Yan couldn't wait to silently say, "System, start replacing the template block." The next moment, the system's voice rang again. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host. The template is being replaced. This process may take 3 days. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Yan completely lost consciousness. 3 days later, Wang Yan finally completed the replacement. It is worth mentioning that at this moment, Wang Yan's body had become even more terrifying. The aura he emitted was much stronger than before. Most importantly, his body had undergone a tremendous change. His original body length was only 88 meters, but now it had reached 298 meters in length. Not only that, but the terrifying black armor on his back was covered with many thick and ferocious bone spurs. His eyes were blood red, and there were 3 bone spurs on his head pointing forward, curving like elephant tusks. The aura radiating from him was filled with brutality and slaughter, as if he were a monster crawling out of the abyss. After surveying himself, Wang Yan was increasingly satisfied. His current appearance was filled with brutality and dominance. In short, he looked incredibly handsome. Additionally, his terrifying physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. A 300-meter-long, terrifying body. Under the same size, the Great Snake Demon Lord and the Giant Snake might seem similar to him, but the problem was that under the same size, the power gap was not small. In terms of pure physical strength, they couldn't possibly be Wang Yan's match. A 300-meter-long giant python and a 300-meter-long crocodile were simply incomparable. They were completely crushed by the giant crocodile. To give a basic example, the power disparity between a 6-meter-long crocodile and a 6-meter-long giant python is obvious. With his unprecedented massive size, even monsters would have to go home to find their mom after encountering him. Besides that, if there were any other changes, it would be the changes in his primordial spirit and demon core. His primordial spirit had become more solid and powerful. His demon core was now about 3 times larger than before, containing much more demon power. The previously small demon core that stored demon power now only had about 1/3 of its capacity after enlarging. Good. With my current size, I will basically be an absolute powerhouse among peers when I grow up. After a moment of reflection, Wang Yan decided to refine the void devouring flame as well. As he thought about it, the void devouring flame appeared before him. Not only that, but this seemingly small flame clearly possessed intelligence. Upon seeing Wang Yan, it seemed to know fear and showed some trepidation. But in the next moment, Wang Yan directly swallowed it into his gaping mouth. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured the seed of the void devouring flame. Ding! Congratulations, host! Qualification has risen from early demon emperor to mid-demon emperor. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained the form of the void flame. Ding! Detected that the host's void devouring flame form is similar to the mist body form, combining to create a new innate divine ability. Ding! Congratulations, host! The void devouring flame and mist body have combined to form a new divine ability. Emperor of 10,000 Flames. Emperor of 10,000 Flames. After using this divine ability, one can control 10,000 flames and use black flame breath to destroy enemies, possessing super destructive power and extremely high flame temperature. The strength is so great that it can even achieve the effect of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Emperor of 10,000 Flames. After using this divine ability, one can transform into 3 states: attack state, defense state, and regular state. In defense form, it can immune 90 of physical and primordial spirit attack damage. In battle state, it is not immune any damage and can convert its demon power into black flame breath to use its divine ability, with the power depending on the demon power used. In regular state, it can immune 50 of physical and primordial spirit attack damage, achieving unlimited endurance. In defense state, the duration depends on demon power consumption, lasting up to 8 hours, with special circumstances being exceptions. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was completely stunned. He never expected that after refining the void devouring flame, he would actually obtain a special divine ability. It could attack, defend, and have a regular state. Attack state, obviously releasing black flame breath. Defense state, immune to 90 of physical and spiritual damage. Regular state, immune to 50 overall, with the advantage of super long endurance. In addition, after devouring the void flames, his aptitude has also improved. Moreover, this divine ability is simply one of the top divine abilities in combat. In a great mood, Wang Yan happily murmured, "System, start the evolution. This time, evolve me directly to the perfect realm of the Demon Lord." Clearly, he can't wait to become a powerful Demon Lord and dominate the world. Because, in the current environment, if the Demon King does not appear, The demon lord can indeed roam the world invincibly. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Successfully deducted 31 million evolution points. Evolution is now starting. Then, Wang Yan completely lost consciousness during the evolution. Chapter 77. Perfecting the Demon Lord Realm. Early-stage demon kings are extremely rare. When Wang Yan awakened again from his evolution, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. At this moment, his body had become even more terrifying. His length had grown from the original 298 meters to a shocking 378 meters. Moreover, his demonic power had increased dozens of times compared to before. And now, his natural recovery speed was no less than that of supernatural abilities. His pitch-black, armor-like skin had a defense that probably exceeded that of ordinary stone, perhaps even rivaling steel. Is this what it means to be a perfectly accomplished demon lord? Indeed, the power is not trivial. This strength, this demonic power, this defense, all had skyrocketed by dozens of times. Now, my strength, among the perfect demon lords, even without having competed, my combat power could reach the top level. Aside from Demon King level experts, it's basically hard for anyone at the Demon Lord level to pose a threat to me. For a moment, Wang Yan felt a mix of emotions. How long has it been since the apocalypse began? It's only been about 2 months, right? He had gone from being an ant to perfectly achieving the Demon Lord realm in one leap. It wouldn't be long before he reached the pinnacle of this world. With this thought, Wang Yan felt immensely satisfied with his growth speed. Then, in a good mood, he silently chanted, "System, open the information page." Clearly, he wanted to see more intuitively the changes in his current strength. At the same time, he wanted to check how many evolution points were needed to break through to the Demon King realm. He remembered that it had cost quite a bit of evolution points to leap from the 3rd layer of the Demon Lord to the 9th layer. The cost for breaking through the 4th layer was 3,100 evolution points. The 5th layer was 3,200 evolution points. The 6th layer was 3,300 evolution points. The 7th layer was 5,100 evolution points. The 8th layer was 5,200 evolution points. And the 9th layer was 5,300 evolution points. In total, it cost 252 million evolution points. Host, Wang Yan. Talent, 6th layer of Demon Emperor Realm. Type, Brutal Dark Crocodile Dragon. Lifespan, 25 years, 3,000 years. Realm, 9th layer of Demon Lord Realm. Size, length 378 meters, weight 1, 8 million tons, bite force 1, 6 million tons, speed 1,000 kilometers per hour. Supernatural abilities, devouring stomach, steel body, energy cycle, mind communication, size alteration, mist body has disappeared. Divine powers, Emperor of 10,000 fires, star shift, thunder breath, sky flying and earth burrowing, life quantification, control of all gods. Evolution points, 279,150,000,000. Backpack, supernatural thunder breath fragment 110. Blessed land fragment 810. Small world fragment 610. Heavenly origin cauldron, heavenly extreme. Evaluation, you are already a highly esteemed demon lord in this realm. After reading the information page, Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction. With his size increased, his speed had directly risen from the original 300 kilometers per hour to 1,000 kilometers per hour, and this was just his normal land speed. If it were flight speed or in water, his speed would only be faster and more terrifying. It can be said that now, Wang Yan can say without exaggeration that there are very few beings in this world that could threaten him. In fact, to put it bluntly, the evolution points he currently possesses are enough for him to break through to the Demon King realm. Of course, he knew that without a blessed land, even if he had enough resources, he would not dare to break through. He was not the only one facing this situation. For instance, his 3 subordinates, Tianpeng Demon Lord, Poison Serpent Demon Lord, and Green Serpent Demon Lord, were all unable to break through to the Demon King for this reason. They had already accumulated enough resources. They just didn't want to break through to become the cattle and horses of heaven and earth. Yet, there was no blessed land for them to submit to the heavens. This led to their awkward situation of being unable to advance. Perhaps they would only choose to break through to become the cattle and horses of heaven and earth when their lifespans were almost exhausted and without obtaining a blessed land. He, too, lacked only a blessed land. In a good mood, Wang Yan felt a surge of excitement as he twisted his massive body, shrinking it down before flying out of the lake. At the same time, upon seeing Wang Yan emerge from his seclusion, the Tianpeng Demon Lord, Poison Serpent Demon Lord, and Green Serpent Demon Lord, who were guarding around, all flew over excitedly to congratulate him. Congratulations, Lord, achieving the perfect Demon Lord. From now on, this realm is free for you to roam. Yes, congratulations, Lord, on your great accomplishment. Now, achieving the Demon King realm is just around the corner. Facing the flattery from the three, Wang Yan felt quite pleased and nodded slightly. Not bad. I have now perfected the Demon Lord realm. Logically, I should let you go free now. Upon saying this, Wang Yan deliberately paused, causing their previously excited expressions to stiffen instantly as they looked at him eagerly. Seeing this, Wang Yan sighed deliberately. However, I have decided to let you go. Upon hearing this, the three thought the Lord was going to go back on his word. They didn't expect the Lord to be deliberately teasing them. This made them breathe a sigh of relief, though their faces turned a bit awkward. Then, they all started to smile at Wang Yan in a flattering manner. The next moment, Wang Yan wasted no time and directly waved his hand to release their spiritual control. At that moment, they all felt that the control over their lives and deaths had finally vanished. This relieved them while they all began to flatter Wang Yan. No matter when he would let them go, they dared not leave otherwise. What if they got caught again? After all, during their outings these days, the Tianpeng Demon Lord had learned that this control method was terrifying against monsters of the same realm, almost capable of achieving success in an instant. This meant that now, as long as Wang Yan wanted to control them, it would be even simpler. This was also the reason why they still dared not have any overstepping after Wang Yan had come into contact with their spiritual control. Just then, the great snake demon Lord hurriedly approached, looking at Wang Yan with eyes full of desire for freedom. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan instantly released its spiritual control and then said to the three Tianpeng Demon Lords, "Do you know where there are any strong beings who have just entered the Demon King realm?" Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, including the Tianpeng Demon Lord, the Poison Serpent and Green Serpent all smiled wryly and shook their heads to explain. "Great King, you may not know, but those who have just broken through to the Demon King have all left this world to serve heaven and earth as cattle and horses to pay off debts. As for those old generation Demon Kings, after so many years of accumulation, they have basically all long since broken through to the Demon King realm." Saying this, the Poison Serpent hesitated and added, "However, if you want to capture a Demon King, you can look for them in primitive forests like the Amazon, as well as famous mountains and seas. These places are where Demon King experts like to lurk. For example, places like Ileo Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, Tai Mountain, Changbai Mountain, Mount Everest, and the Greater Shingon Range. There are basically Demon Kings lurking and sleeping, but their strength is that of the older generation of Demon Kings. Because, in the current realm, early-stage Demon King experts are even harder to find than mid-stage and late-stage Demon Kings." Chapter 78. When they meet again, the ally Vulture can only look up to him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan fell into silence. Goodness, a practitioner at the early stage of the Demon King realm is harder to find than those at the mid to late stages. This is indeed somewhat abnormal. Of course, considering the current state of the world, Wang Yan can understand. After all, the world is somewhat distorted now, and it's quite common for the demon race's strong practitioners to be equally distorted. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yan suddenly thought that it seemed like the area of enhanced feedback from heaven and earth wouldn't be too far off. By then, it would definitely be easier for him to search for the Demon Kings. Unless by that time, the Demon Kings could endure the gifts of enhancement given by heaven and earth. With this thought, Wang Yan immediately opened his mouth wide and said, "All right, you can go now. From now on, you are free." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Tianpeng Demon Lord, Poison Flood Dragon Demon Lord, and Green Flood Dragon Demon Lord were all overjoyed. After some compliments, they all left, looking at the dazed and somewhat at a loss Big Snake Demon Lord. Wang Yan immediately asked, Why aren't you leaving?" Hearing this, the big snake demon lord helplessly said, "I don't know where to go if I leave. Moreover, my lord, you've raised your strength to the peak of the demon lord realm so quickly. I find it hard to accept and don't want to continue being lazy." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan felt a bit amused. "Then you should work hard." "What? Are you really hoping that staying with me will bring you some benefits?" After hearing this, the big snake demon lord felt awkward and didn't know what to say. In fact, he really wanted to continue following Wang Yan. If given the chance, it would be good to stay by his side. At this moment, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh and said impatiently, "Are you sure you want to stay by my side? My upcoming opponents will basically all be facing the Demon Kings, at the very least in the late stages or peak of the Demon King realm." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the big snake demon lord finally remembered that he seemed even less useful now. Previously, he couldn't help much, and now he couldn't help at all. Even staying by his side had become a legendary burden. Thinking of this, the big snake demon lord felt inexplicably frustrated and somewhat helpless. He never thought that one day he, a dignified practitioner of the demon lord realm, would actually become a burden. It must be said that such a situation made him feel particularly heartbroken. Without Wang Yan needing to say more, the big snake demon lord fell silent for a while and said bitterly, "Then my lord, take care. I will leave first." After saying that, the big snake demon lord prepared to depart. At this moment, Wang Yan spoke up. "In a few days, the heavens will bring about the situation of heavenly gifts. Pay attention, then. This is an opportunity given by the heavens. Whether to seize, it is up to you." Upon hearing this, the big snake demon lord trembled all over, repeatedly nodding and feeling touched. "Thank you, my lord. Please take care. I will no longer be by your side in the future." After saying that, the big snake demon lord flew off into the distance and quickly disappeared from sight. At this moment, Wang Yan also felt a bit bored. He looked around, unsure of where to go. After finally gaining a couple of days of free time, he didn't plan to look for a demon king or anything, because in a couple of days, he wouldn't need to search. Those demon kings would inevitably reveal themselves once they sensed something unusual. Likewise, he would also compete for the corresponding areas of heavenly gifts. As for whether to compete for the red, gold, or purple, that would depend on the situation. After all, there are dozens of demon kings. Moreover, according to Poison Flood Dragon Demon Lord's description, these demon kings were basically at the mid to late stages of the demon king realm. By then, even he would have to act according to the circumstances. Additionally, Wang Yan hadn't considered that heavenly gifts could help him reach the demon king level. Because in today's world, breaking through to the demon king realm invariably required either surrendering a cave or a blessed land, or repaying debts to heaven and earth. The next moment, Wang Yan moved his form, directly using his divine power to transform into a sea of black flames and mist, then flew towards Nanlin City. Notably, while flying in the sky, Wang Yan was surprised to find that in his regular state as the Lord of 10,000 Fires, his flying speed was incredibly fast, like a strange demon wind, far exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour. For instance, it only took him about an hour to travel from the mountains of Guizhou province to Nanlin City. However, due to his enormous size, when he arrived directly at the city center, he transformed into a body over 60 meters long. Yet, even so, the aura around him remained terrifying, causing countless zombies, mutated beasts, and zombie beasts to panic and flee in all directions. It is worth mentioning that, after having dealt with him once, the big snake giant demon had not stayed in Nanlin City. Now, the strongest presence in Nanlin City had become a zombie monster, looking like a huge spherical combination of zombies, and its aura was merely at the late stage of the giant demon realm. Furthermore, upon sensing Wang Yan's aura, this zombie monster shrank back into a corner, trembling in fear, completely lacking the demeanor of a city ruler from a few days ago. Wang Yan had no interest in this zombie monster whatsoever. He leisurely crawled through the city, and looking around, there wasn't a single demon that could match him. This time, returning to the city, he could confidently say that it was indeed hard to find an opponent. Although a city may seem very large, if Wang Yan really wanted to destroy it, it wouldn't be very difficult. However, destroying a city held no benefits for him. so there was naturally no need to engage in such boring activities. Just then, Wang Yan inadvertently spotted a familiar vulture. Upon seeing the vulture, Wang Yan was stunned. He didn't expect this guy to have returned to Nanlin City again. The next moment, Wang Yan's heart stirred, and he shot out like lightning, appearing directly in front of the vulture that was circling in the city. Wang Yan's sudden appearance nearly scared the vulture to death. It stared at Wang Yan, feeling extremely familiar. Not only that, but the terrifying pressure emanating from Wang Yan made it shiver in fear. Gazing at the now much more terrifying and ferocious giant crocodile before him, the vulture was dumbfounded. It looked at Wang Yan in terror, stuttering, "Senior, why are you blocking me?" But soon, the vulture was astonished to discover that the fate level of this giant crocodile was exactly the same as that of its former ally, the giant crocodile. Hearing this, Wang Yan expressionlessly scrutinized the vulture and shook his head in disappointment. This guy had failed to progress in strength after leaving him and was still stuck at the mid-stage of the giant demon realm, just like when they parted ways. "What? Did you betray me? Yet, I don't see you having improved at all. The qualifications you once yearned for in the Demon Lord realm now make the Demon Lords before me look as small as ants." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the terrified vulture immediately trembled in its voice. "You are the old crocodile? What realm are you in now? Why is your aura so terrifying? What have you been doing this past month? How could you become so strong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." For a moment, the vulture found it hard to accept reality, its tone filled with absurdity and despair, because it never expected that in just 1 month after parting from him, Wang Yan could become so powerful and terrifying. In fact, he had become so strong that the vulture couldn't even guess what level Wang Yan had reached. But the stronger Wang Yan's realm became, the harder it was for the vulture to accept, and it only felt more and more devastated. It's like this: Wang Yan is her husband, and she just divorced him. Less than a month later, she meets him again and finds out that her ex-husband has become incredibly wealthy. Who could accept that? Chapter 79. The chicken rib divine power that inflicts 800 damage on oneself while killing 1,000 enemies? No, it's very useful. No way. How could you possibly break through from the giant demon realm to the demon lord realm in just 1 month? Absolutely impossible. For a moment, the vulture's emotions were somewhat collapsed, and his tone became hysterical. Looking at the vulture, who appeared to be stimulated and even a bit insane, Wang Yan was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that upon their reunion, the vulture would react so crazily after discovering his achievements, as if he had been struck and was unable to accept reality. This left Wang Yan somewhat speechless, not knowing what to say. He hadn't even made a move yet. Yet the vulture seemed to have collapsed. Looking at the other party's red eyes and twisted expression, it was clear that it wasn't an act. Then, Wang Yan inadvertently glanced down at the city and found a bull-headed giant demon engaged in a fierce battle with a tiger giant demon, fighting exceptionally intensely. Seeing the scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh and mock. "Is this your new partner? Truly insignificant like an ant." After saying that, looking at the silent vulture, Wang Yan continued, "Don't you want to know my current realm? What does it matter if I tell you? Now, I am at the perfected Demon Lord realm, and the next step is the Demon King realm." Saying this, Wang Yan deliberately sighed. "If you hadn't betrayed me, how hard would it have been to help you achieve the Demon Lord realm? If you had chosen to be honest with me back then, what is the harm in giving you some heavenly materials to enhance your qualifications? Unfortunately, I didn't expect you to be so short-sighted. You betrayed me for a piece of heavenly material." At this point, seeing the vulture wanting to say something but hesitating, Wang Yan interrupted. "All right, this is all in the past. Saying more is pointless, so take care of yourself." After saying that, Wang Yan left directly. He chose not to kill the vulture, because the stronger his current power and realm became, the more the vulture would regret his betrayal. This was far more painful than simply killing the vulture. Just thinking back on it in the future would make the vulture feel more anguish and regret. In fact, that was indeed the case. After Wang Yan left, the vulture fell into silence. His mind was still echoing with Wang Yan's words. Perfected Demon Lord realm, about to break into the Demon King realm. But what about him? He was still in the mid-stage of the giant demon realm. In just 1 month's time, the ally he betrayed was now in existence he could only look up to from afar. If he hadn't betrayed him back then, could the old crocodile have possibly abandoned him? That was basically impossible. Ever since the last time the old crocodile broke through to the giant demon realm, it was clear he was not the kind of selfish demon. What did I miss? Why did it turn out like this? Was I really wrong? For a moment, the vulture began to question himself repeatedly in his heart, his expression showing loneliness, and his mood was particularly bitter. He didn't understand why he had been so bewitched, betraying the old crocodile for a piece of heavenly material. Sigh. I clearly knew the old crocodile had great potential. Why was I still so indecisive? Or was I just such a short-sighted guy? For a moment, the vulture was completely enveloped by self-reproach and regret. On the other side, after parting with the vulture, Wang Yan was in a very good mood. He suddenly realized that sometimes the greatest revenge is not killing. On the contrary, killing the heart is even more satisfying. Moreover, he was now at the perfected demon lord realm. Thus, he had no strong desire to kill the vulture at all. Allowing the vulture to watch him grow stronger and more unattainable was the biggest punishment for the betrayal of an ally. Furthermore, he no longer needed allies. Now, with the ability to control the myriad gods, he could completely take in strong beings as subordinates to help him elevate his realm and strength. Allies? Ultimately unreliable. You could say no one was trustworthy. Now, using the power of myriad gods to control subordinates was the best choice, and he didn't have to worry about betrayal. At this moment, in a great mood, Wang Yan was wandering through the city when the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a random divine power for breaking through to the demon lord realm. Life for life. Life for life. When you use this divine power, you can use your own lifespan to offset the lifespan of your opponent. For every 100 years of lifespan the opponent loses, you lose 80 years of your own lifespan. No limit on usage times, no limit on quantity, and no restriction on targets. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Yan was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of divine power is this? Is it really a life-and-death struggle with others? What is the difference between this and inflicting 800 damage on oneself while killing 1,000 enemies? It seems there really isn't any difference. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt his scalp tingle. This divine power really wasn't suitable for casual use, because lifespan has limitations. However, in a desperate